Grasping Evil Chapter 686 to Chapter 710. 3 days later, Ning Fan sent by Su back to Gusu. After staying there for another month, he returned to Yu country alone. He did not know what kind of earth-shattering changes had taken place in Zhongshan country after he left. Countless nascent soul realm, divine transformation realm and void refinement realm old monsters traveled to Zhongshan country to befriend the Green Sword sect. As for the reason, Shiming was the son of the evil Cloud Rain sovereign. Was there any other reason to befriend him? Looking at the many old monsters who were flattering him, the sect master smiled bitterly. Any one of them was strong enough to wipe out Zhongshan country. They were existences that he could only dream of. This was unexpected. Originally, he just wanted to find a son-in-law who treated his daughter well. He did not expect to find a son-in-law with such a terrifying background. Shiming stood at the peak of the Green Sword Mountain for 7 days. Husband, don't be sad. Father and mother will come back to see you. Feng Qing'er leaned on Shiming and comforted him. She thought that Shiming was missing Ning Fan and Bai Su. No, I'm not sad. I'm just feeling emotional. I've been chasing after that person's footsteps and desperately cultivated, hoping to become his arm one day. Now, I realize how difficult it is to catch up to him. Shiming sighed. Husband. Feng Qing'er did not know how to comfort Shiming. She bit her lips and remained silent. However, I won't give up. I will follow that person's footsteps and catch up to him step by step. I will become as strong as him. I will be strong enough to protect my loved ones from harm. I won't let him down. Shiming's eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. Feng Qing'er was mesmerized by his gaze. Husband can definitely do it. Qing'er believes in you. Recently, Su Yan, Gu Sherngyang and Fen Qi were busy simplifying the devil marks of the 4 clans to make them more suitable for low-grade cultivators to inscribe. They were the devil concubines of the Mist Horn clan, Ghost Eye clan and Six-Winged clan respectively. Naturally, they were proficient in the art of devil marks. Feng Shuiyan was also a devil concubine, but she was just a freeloader. Sister Yan, Master is about to ascend. Don't you want to see him? In the Devil Marks Palace of 7 Apricot City, Gu Sherngyang looked at Su Yan with pity. See him? What right do I have to see him? Su Yan sighed. How is it not qualified? Among the 3 of us, only you are qualified. Fen Qi looked at Su Yan with envy. Even though they were both devil concubines, Fen Qi and Gu Sherngyang knew that Ning Fan had never fallen for them. He was only interested in Su Yan. Gu Sherngyang begged Ning Fan to kill Elder Gui Mu. Ning Fan agreed and brought her away. As for Fen Qi, Ning Fan had brought her out from the Six-Winged clan. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan had been keeping a distance from the 2 of them. It was not that he did not treat them well. It was just that he did not have any feelings for them. I'm not qualified. Su Yan's eyes were filled with self-hurt. There were too many outstanding women around Ning Fan, but she was just the inconspicuous one. In the Mist Horn clan, she was saved by Ning Fan, but she was unable to repay him. If she could not return the favor, she would not be able to help him at all when he is facing a void fragmentation realm expert. What do you mean by not qualified enough? Ning Fan walked into the Devil Rune's palace with a faint smile. The 3 ladies were so frightened that they immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. There's no need to be so distant. You guys continue with your work. I'll just watch from the side. I won't disturb you. Yes. The 3 girls obeyed and sat down again. They surrounded the jade table and repeatedly drew profound devil patterns on the paper. Ning Fan looked at him quietly and didn't disturb him. He hadn't inscribed all 4 races' demonic marks in the past, and he wouldn't do so in the future. His mageweth was the Mara mageweth, so he did not need these low-level mageweths. However, Ning Fan could not help but admit that the 3 of them indeed had a high level of attainment in the study of devil marks. After some modifications, even a vein-opening cultivator could carve a devil mark on their body to increase their physical strength. Among the 3 girls, Su Yan's attainment in demon crests was the highest. She was once the clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, so her experience and knowledge were naturally not something the other 2 ladies could compare to. She was the one who had contributed the most to improving the mageweth. Gu Sherngyang and Fen Qi were frowning. They did not have the slightest clue as to how to improve the devil marks. Su Yan, on the other hand, had a clear train of thought. She held the brush in her hand and improved the demon crests bit by bit. However, the mental toll was too great. Her face couldn't help but turn pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She was completely focused on designing the mageweth when her body suddenly tensed up. Ning Fan was holding a handkerchief and was wiping the sweat off her forehead. Don't do this. Su Yan was a little flustered. Did I disturb you? Ning Fan asked with a smile. No, Then you can continue with your work. I won't disturb you. Su Yan was speechless. Her mind had been completely messed up by Ning Fan. She could no longer concentrate on her work. Treat him like a tree. Treat him like a tree. Treat him like a tree, Su Yan chanted an incantation in her mind. Gradually, she cast Ning Fan to the back of her mind and started to design the devil marks again. Ning Fan's face was filled with black lines. He had the mind-reading technique. How could he not know what Su Yan was thinking at the moment? She treated him like a tree, all right. A tree it is. Just as Su Yan was concentrating fully, Ning Fan quietly held her hand and channeled his magic power into her body. Su Yan's pale face gradually regained its normal color. Then, it turned red. Can you leave for a while? Su Yan said helplessly. Did I disturb you? Ning Fan asked with a smile. No, oh. Then you can continue with your work. Don't mind me. After all, I'm a tree. Su Yan's face turned even redder. He had actually seen through her thoughts, feeling the magic power that Ning Fan channeled into her body. Su Yan felt sweet inside. Forget it. I'll just let him continue to annoy me here. There's nothing bad about it. The side of her face which was originally hurting herself now had a charming smile on it. Even though she was disturbed, Su Yan felt that her thoughts had become clearer. Before the sky turned dark, she finally completed the initial improvement of the devil marks. As for Ning Fan, he held her hand for the entire day. Su Yan gently withdrew her hand. She got up and stretched her body tiredly. Then, she performed the incantation gesture. Gu Sherngyang and Fen Qi had already left. The moonlight in the Devil Mark's palace was dim. There were only the two of them. Your hand is very cold. I think you're feeling weak because you've been too busy recently. You don't have to rush to improve the Devil Marks. This matter will consume too much energy. You can take your time. Ning Fan looked at Su Yan with concern. His gaze made Su Yan shy away a little. Don't you have anything to say to me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. What can I say? Su Yan lowered her head without saying a word, like a resentful dragon lady. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall and there were two exquisite jade-colored horns on her head. She was rather adorable. Do you want to return to the Misthorn clan? If you're willing, I can remove the suppression on the clan. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, he met Su Yan's sad eyes. You want to chase me away, don't you? You clearly know that the Misthorn clan is no longer my home. I'm sorry. I saw that you're feeling down and thought that you're homesick. If you're unwilling to leave, this Yu country will be your home. No one will chase you away. Ning Fan smiled apologetically. He reached out his hand and played with the jade-colored horns on Su Yan's head. Su Yan's face turned red but she did not resist. If I die in battle in the Eastern Heaven one day. Ning Fan said indifferently. You can't die. Su Yan suddenly said nervously. I haven't finished my words. Of course, I won't die. What I'm saying is that if I die in battle in the Eastern Heaven one day, I wonder who else will be lucky enough to play with your little horns. Just to touch them often, I will also come back alive. Ning Fan was obviously flirting with Su Yan. It was very obvious. Su Yan looked at Ning Fan in embarrassment. What did I say? How could I have the right to say those words? Ning Fan actually tempted me to say those words. Rest early. This bottle of pills is called Formation Nourishing Pill. It has the effect of restoring your heart force. You often exhaust your heart force. It's good for your body to take one every now and then. Ning Fan passed Su Yan a pill bottle and stroked her cheek gently. Then, he turned around and walked out of the Devil Rune's palace. Su Yan's face instantly turned red. Looking at Ning Fan's back as he left, her eyes were blurred and she could not speak for a long time. When she recalled that year when Ning Fan hugged her to escape from the pursuit of the group of devils in the mist-horn broken world, she suddenly became absent-minded. The pill bottle in her hand seemed to have become heavier. She carefully put it away as if she was keeping the most precious thing in her possession. "Remember to go home," she muttered to herself in a very soft voice. She only dared to speak her mind after Ning Fan had gone far away. "All right." Ning Fan's reply was sent back to the Devil Rune's palace. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips and ran back to her room. However, her face was burning hot. "I didn't expect that the dignified clan leader of the Mist-Horn clan would also have such a girlish side." Interesting, Ning Fan returned to his room with a smile and saw a small black sable lying on his bed. "Little Black, did you miss me?" Ning Fan held the small black sable in his arms passionately and stroked its soft body with his palm. The small sable immediately revealed a human-like expression of shame and anger. Her body flashed and she turned into a naked woman. "Pervert!" Mei Chen glared at Ning Fan with shame and anger. Even though she had turned back into her human form, Ning Fan's hand was still grabbing her soft chest. Since that was the case, she might as well not turn back into her human form. At least, she would not be taken advantage of. "Little Black, is there anything you need from me?" "TSK. Why would I look for a stinky man like you?" Mei Chen struggled free from Ning Fan's embrace. She raised her hand and clothes appeared on her body. "You need a Dao crystal to break through?" Ning Fan could tell that Mei Chen's cultivation base was still a distance away from breaking through to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, with the help of a large number of Dao gems, breaking through to the fourth level wouldn't be difficult. Mei Chen's face turned red. She really was here to borrow the Dao crystal, but she really couldn't say anything about borrowing the Dao crystal. She needed about 4 million Dao crystals to break through to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Although 7 Apricot City still had 70 million Dao crystals, 4 million was not a small number. She was too embarrassed to take it. Even though Ning Fan had already given the order that Mei Chen could directly use the Dao crystal if she needed it, Ning Fan had already given her the order. "Little Black, don't treat me like an outsider." With a flick of his sleeve, Mei Chen lost her balance and fell into his arms. Ning Fan flicked his finger and Mei Chen exited her human form, transforming back into her sable form. While caressing the small sable's smooth fur, Ning Fan's mouth curved into a faint smile while the small sable was ashamed and resentful. Where was Ning Fan's hand randomly touching? Although she had turned into a ferret, ferrets still had their principles and chastity. "As a demon pet, you have the obligation to sleep with your master," Ning Fan said righteously. "Roar!" The small sable protested strongly. "Go to sleep." Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and extinguished the candlelight in the room. He really hugged the small sable and slept for the whole night. He did not do anything bad. For the first time, Mei Chen doubted her own charm. Could it be that her beauty in her human form was not as good as her appearance in the sable form? Otherwise, why would Ning Fan hug her in her sable form instead of her human form? Nestling in Ning Fan's arms, the small sable gradually stopped thinking about this problem. Sniffing Ning Fan's scent, she unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep. When Ning Fan woke up the next morning, the small sable was nowhere to be found. After staying silent for a while, Ning Fan changed his clothes and went to look for other women. It was hard to predict when he would return to the Eastern Heaven this time. After all, he had to give everyone an explanation. He took out the jade slip of the sword word technique from his storage pouch and smiled. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In the Sword Palace of 7 Apricot City. Within a stone chamber in the Sword Hall, a pink-clothed woman sat cross-legged on the ground while ceaselessly forming sword seals with a frown on her beautiful brows. Her cultivation base was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Breaking through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm was just a matter of time. It wasn't that his cultivation was lacking, nor was it that his comprehension of the sword was lacking. It was that his heart was in a mess. Another attempt to break through the bottleneck ended in failure. Ting Xianro opened her eyes and wiped her sweat. Her eyes were filled with a sigh. Is he going to ascend? He once said that he would return my freedom after 500 years. I was skeptical at first, but now I see. He doesn't need me by his side for 500 years at all. At that time, he had yet to attain the void fragmentation realm. Thus, he needed my strength. With his current cultivation base, why would he need a helper at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? I am already useless to him. That year, I was ordered by the Vine Sovereign to hunt him down. Although he didn't say anything, he must have hated me in his heart. Xianxia muttered to herself. Suddenly, a young man in white appeared in front of her, scaring her. You. Why are you here? Why can't I come? Ningfan smiled and sat beside Xianxia. Xianxia knitted her brows and moved her butt to the side. Ningfan followed her without hesitation. What are you doing here? Xianxia was speechless. Since she could not avoid Ningfan, she stopped hiding and allowed him to stay close to her. Do you still remember the sword word technique? Ningfan asked with a smile. His question made Xianxia feel guilty and annoyed at the same time. The sword word technique was the sword technique that she mistakenly thought Ningfan used when they first fought. She felt guilty because she remembered the past when she hunted Ningfan down. She felt annoyed because she found out later that Ningfan did not know any sword word technique at all. Moreover, she admired Ningfan a lot because of that. However, Ningfan did not reveal the truth and accepted her admiration with a clear conscience. There is no such thing as the sword word technique in this world. Xianxia shook her head and said. Let's make a bet. If I really know the sword word technique, you will stay in Yu country forever. If I don't, I will return your freedom and you can leave the rain world. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfan flicked his sleeve and directly removed the Fuli demon restriction in Xianxia's sea of consciousness, freedom. He actually really gave her freedom back. Without the joy of regaining her freedom, Xianxia actually felt a little bitter inside. She clearly knew that he did not know the sword word technique. The reason why he made this bet was probably just to find an excuse to chase her away. Indeed, Xianxia, was nothing when she no longer had any value to him. Do you want to bet? Ningfan asked with a smile. Alright, let's bet. Alright, the bet is over. Since you don't know the sword word technique, can I leave now? Leave? Where do I want to go? If he chased me out of the rain world, where else could I go? Back to the tree world. Is that her home? Just as Xianxia wanted to stand up, Ningfan pulled her back and made her sit back down. Where do you want to go? If you lose, you must stay in the rain world for the rest of your life. Look, this is the sword word technique. Slash. Ningfan's eyes suddenly turned sharp. As soon as he uttered a word, the sound wave turned into sword light and shattered all 4 sword testing stones in the stone chamber. You lost. Ningfan said with a smile. I lost? What do you mean? You want me to stay in the rain world forever? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as she stared at Ningfan in disbelief. What does he mean? What exactly does he mean? Take it and study it well. Don't you like the sword word technique very much? Improve your cultivation base and be my cauldron in the future. Ningfan passed the jade slip in his sleeve to Xianxia and casually ruffled her black hair. Then, he stood up and left with a smile on his face. He didn't chase me away. Xianxia held the jade slip in her hand and stood there in a daze. Suddenly, she recalled the latter half of Ningfan's words and her face was filled with shame and anger. Cauldron. He asked her to cultivate painstakingly just to be his cauldron? Dream on, although they had dual cultivated their sea of consciousness before, it was only because she was forced to do so. Her body was still pure. Probably, however, he actually removed the restriction on her. Was it because of trust? Xianxia let out a faint sigh. From the beginning to the end, she couldn't understand Ningfan at all. What exactly is it that you are pursuing? She muttered to herself. Ningfan went to Dark Sparrow's grave to visit Qing Dai and left her some puppets for her to study. After leaving the Dark Sparrow's grave, he naturally stayed in Sinister Sparrow sect for a short while. He casually taught Xueqing some pill refinement insights, just like what he taught Yonggu on Pill Island. Gui Chaozi and old ancestor Huiyun were drinking and discussing the Tao. Ning Fan's arrival just happened to bring the three of them together. Gui Chaozi was already a late nascent soul realm expert while old ancestor Huiyun was a late nascent soul realm expert. As for Ning Fan, he was a void fragmentation realm expert. None of them were ordinary people. Thus, they naturally wouldn't care about the difference in cultivation base. Speaking of which, Gui Chaozi could be considered as Ning Fan's father-in-law and a friend of the old devil. In terms of seniority, Ning Fan was actually one generation lower than Gui Chaozi. After discussing the Tao, it was already late at night. Ning Fan left some pills and Tao fruits for the two of them and leisurely went to other places in Sinister Sparrow sect. Speaking of which, he was still revered Ning of Sinister Sparrow sect. The place he was going to was naturally the Bright Moon Lake. He knew that Lan Mei and Bai Lu would be waiting for him there. The night breeze blew gently. At the side of the lake, two peerless beauties, one in blue and the other in pink, were looking at the lake with faint melancholy. They had already received the news that Ning Fan was going to ascend to the immortal realm. After this separation, they didn't know when they would be able to meet again. Memories flashed before their eyes. That year, there was a young man who entered Sinister Sparrow sect. While their thoughts were wandering, Lan Mei suddenly let out a soft cry while Bai Lu harumphed angrily. At the next moment, both of them fell into a warm embrace. "Do you want to say goodbye?" Ning Fan asked Lan Mei. Lan Mei answered in a melancholic tone. "Do you want to take revenge?" Ning Fan asked Bai Lu. "Of course. My bewitching technique is getting stronger and stronger. You might not be able to defeat me." Ah. Before Bai Lu finished her sentence, the three of them had already disappeared from the side of the Bright Moon Lake. No one knew where they went. It seemed like they went to Lan Mei's boudoir. As for what they did, no one knew. No one knows. Probably. To be continued. In the Ning clan of Haining, a white-robed man was burning incense beside a desolate grave. Ning Qingqing, who was now the head of the Ning family, had always been cold and aloof. She did not get close to any men, but she actually talked to this man in white for a long time. At the peak of the Cold Moon Mountain, in front of Hu Fengzi's desolate grave, there were more weeds. A white-clothed youth silently pulled out the weeds in front of the grave. After a long silence, he finally left. Outside the desolate mound of the Wei ancestor, a white-robed youth floated into the secret ground. After a long time, he finally left. No one knew that he had merely lit a stick of incense for the Wei ancestor's grave in the secret area. Tang Empire, Chang'an City. Outside the country guarding Marquis Manor, a young man in white stood there for a long time. "Hey! This is the country guarding Marquis Mansion. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. Go, go, go." The manservant saw that the young man in white didn't seem to be from an official family of the Tang Empire, so his eyes were filled with disdain. The white-robed young man didn't say much. He just swept a cold glance over, and the gatekeeper was so scared that he fell to the ground. In the cold eyes of the white-clothed youth, he saw an extremely terrifying killing intent. It was too terrifying. "Ning Du and Ran, you two are very happy now, aren't you?" The white-robed youth smiled, turned around, and left. With a single step, he disappeared without a trace. Immortal. Immortal Master. The gatekeeper was so scared that he peed his pants. He had just flaunted his prowess in front of an immortal master. He was simply courting death. "Little four, didn't I tell you many times that I don't like servants? Why are you yelling at others again? By the way, who just came?" A white-haired old man and a white-haired woman supported each other as they walked out of the manor. The appearance of the white-haired woman was somewhat similar to Ran. The white-haired elder looked like Ning Gu. "Master, the person who just came was an immortal master. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one actually tried to coax him away. Will this lowly one be killed by the immortal master? I'm so scared. Master, save me. Maybe that immortal master will give you face and let me live." Xiaoxi knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the old man. For some reason, when the old man heard that the newcomer was an immortal master, his heart suddenly ached. It was as if he wanted to remember something, but he couldn't. "Master. The old woman immediately rubbed the old man's chest to make him feel better. "Don't worry, madam. I'm fine. Little four, don't be afraid. If that person wanted to harm you, he would have already done so. Now that he has left, it means that he won't pursue the matter of you offending him. However, today's incident is also a lesson for you. Next time, treat people more kindly." After the old man finished speaking, he looked in the direction where the white-clothed young man had left. "I keep feeling like someone very important has been here and left. Who could it be?" Ning Fan stood on the peak of a nameless mountain and looked back at Tang Country. His eyes gradually turned gentle. No one knew what he was looking at. After a long time, his body shook and he vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared in the Southeast Cultivator Alliance. The Southeast Cultivator Alliance was the largest independent cultivator alliance in the Southeast continent, and Yun Ruowei was one of them. At this moment, Yun Ruowei was troubled by a headache. A batch of goods she was responsible for guarding was unexpectedly robbed by a group of unknown cultivators from the neighboring country. By relying on her own efforts and continuously completing the Southeast Cultivator Union's missions, she had already cultivated to the early soul formation stage. However, there were 3 divine transformation realm experts among the group of cultivators who robbed the goods. With her strength alone, she could not get the goods back. Should I ask the Union Master for help? Yun Ruowei bit her lips. She really disliked asking for help. Why don't you come and beg me? Let's go and get the goods back. All of a sudden, a man's voice entered Yun Ruowei's ears. Before Yun Ruowei could react, her slender waist was already grabbed by the person and they flew a great distance away in an instant. Who are you? Just as Yun Ruowei was about to question him, she shifted her gaze and saw the man's face clearly. Her face instantly turned red and she asked in a low voice. Why is it you? Why can't it be me? Ning Fan asked in return. Aren't you going to ascend soon? Why do you still have time to look for me? Oh? Miss Ruowei seems to be very concerned about my matters. You even know about such a secret. When Ning Fan ascended to the eastern heaven, only a few people in the rain world knew about it. Since Yun Ruowei knew about it, it meant that she had been paying attention to him all the time. There was a time when I passed by Yu country and I casually asked someone about it. Yun Ruowei said in a dishonest manner. What a coincidence. You actually managed to get such a secret information just by casually asking someone. It was true that Yun Ruowei had spent a lot of effort to find out about Ning Fan. It was not easy. We're here. Is this the place? Ning Fan stood on the clouds and looked down at the bandit village coldly. He said indifferently, hand over the goods of the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance within 10 breaths. Otherwise, die. His tone was very calm but it contained a terrifying aura force. As soon as the 3 divine transformation realm bandits sensed the irresistible aura force, their bodies broke out in cold sweat. They had clearly checked and found out that this batch of goods was only managed by an early divine transformation realm woman. How did such a powerful person suddenly appear to take back the goods? The 3 of them walked out of the village and looked at the sky. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's appearance, all of them were paralyzed with fear. As divine transformation realm bandits of the rain world, how could they not know Ning Fan's appearance? Those low-grade cultivators did not know much about it. However, they were still terrified after being suppressed by Ning Fan's aura force. Little ones, quickly put all the goods in the village into the storage pouches and give them to this person. We don't want anything. We have to give up all of our belongings. Our lives are the most important. Our lives are the most important. We don't want anything else other than our lives. Quickly, load them up. 10 breaths later, the 3 divine transformation realm bandits smiled apologetically and passed tens of bulging storage pouches to Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked at Yun Ruowei and signaled her to accept them. Yun Ruowei bit her lips and shook her head stubbornly. She did not want to owe Ning Fan a favor. Be obedient and accept them. Later, I will bring you to see someone. Who? My mother. Shameless. Yun Ruowei cursed in a low voice. Her face turned red. Ning Fan was actually bringing her to see his parents. What was going on? My mother is Ning Qian. Don't you know? Ning Fan looked at Yun Ruowei with a smile. What? Why you? You. Yun Ruowei was stunned. The three divine transformation realm bandits broke out in cold sweat. Yun Ruowei still refused to accept the storage pouches. They felt very uneasy. Let's go and see her. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan kept all the storage pouches of the three divine transformation realm bandits and passed them to Yun Ruowei. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace with Yun Ruowei. He did not have any interest in dealing with mere divine transformation realm bandits at all. At this moment, the three divine transformation realm bandits finally confirmed that they had really survived Ning Fan's hands. When they returned to their stronghold, their legs had already turned to jelly. Stronghold Lord. Who exactly is that person? He actually has such a terrifying aura force. Just a glance from him almost shattered my nascent soul. One of the nascent soul realm bandits asked curiously. You're asking who he is? You just haven't seen his face, but you've definitely heard of his name. He is the evil cloud rain sovereign. What? He's the rain sovereign? Oh my god. We actually offended the rain sovereign this time? We actually survived after offending the rain sovereign? This is unbelievable. All the bandits in the stronghold rejoiced. Offending the sinful cloud rain sovereign and still being able to survive from the sinful cloud rain sovereign's hands, it was truly an inconceivable thing. How can you be? You're my sister's child. Then how can you hug me? How can you? Yun Ruowei's mind was in a mess. Her delicate body gently struggled, trying to break free from Ning Fan's embrace. Ning Fan was speechless. Yun Ruowei was not his mother's biological younger sister. What was there to be bothered about? Ning Fan flew all the way to Lanrua Temple. He did not use his rain technique to search for Yun Tianjua's whereabouts, but he could guess where he would appear. Lanrua Temple was the place where Yun Tianjue and Ning Qian first met. According to Yun Tianjua's personality, he would probably wait for Ning Qian to wake up at this place. Who is it? Yun Tianjua's eyes were filled with vigilance when he sensed a ray of escaping light rushing towards Lanrua Temple. After sensing the qi of the approaching person, Yun Tianjua's expression finally eased up. An unnatural smile actually appeared on his face. It was Ning Fan. Somehow, Yun Tianjue felt very happy when he saw Ning Fan. Even though he had no emotions, he still felt happy. Outside Lanrua Temple, a gigantic golden house had been built without anyone noticing. As for Yun Tianjue, he guarded outside the golden house every day, not allowing anyone to take half a step closer to it. When Ning Fan and Yun Ruowei appeared outside the golden house, Yun Tianjue put away his unnatural smile and frowned. Ning Fan. What's wrong with your body? Being planted with devil sense and losing his 7 emotions. As soon as Yun Tianjue sensed that Ning Fan's body condition was not right, he felt a little angry for no reason. He actually had the urge to teach Ning Fan a lesson. How did he take care of himself? Senior Yun, you don't have to worry. It's just a small matter. Ning Fan smiled. He took out a pot of top-grade spiritual wine and gave it to Yun Tianjue. Wine from the sword world. Ning Fan added. Humph. Yun Tianjue kept the wine. He did not try to be polite, but he was still very angry that Ning Fan did not take good care of himself. Yun Ruowei looked at Ning Fan and Yun Tianjue with a strange expression and transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. Why did you call him Senior Yun? Aren't you? He doesn't remember me. Just let it be. It's not bad, isn't it? Ning Fan replied. Yun Ruowei's heart ached. She held Ning Fan's hand for the first time. She felt that it must be very painful for Ning Fan to be forgotten by his father. Naturally, she did not know that Ning Fan had always been an open-minded person. He would not be sad about such a thing. From Ning Fan's point of view, it was a great joy that his parents were still alive. It was not important whether they remembered him or not. It was enough as long as they were happy. Did you bring her here to see little Qian? Yun Tianjue asked indifferently. Yes. You guys can go in. I'll guard outside. Yun Tianjue's tone revealed his trust for Ning Fan. He believed that Ning Fan would not let Ning Qian suffer any harm. He trusted Ning Fan completely even though he did not understand the reason. The golden house was a high-grade heavenly dwelling treasure. It contained a pine forest. There was a blood pool in the forest and the demon cocoon that Ning Qian had turned into was inside. Inside the demon cocoon, the petrified winged demon had already recovered her human form. She was a rather beautiful woman in yellow robes. However, she was still in a deep slumber. No one knew how long it would take for her to wake up from this slumber. "Sister!" Yunruowei shouted in surprise. However, she knew that her voice was too loud and hurriedly covered her mouth. She was really afraid that she would disturb Ning Qian and affect her awakening. Even though Yunruowei did not know why Ning Qian was in such a state, she understood that this demon cocoon could not be broken easily and Ning Qian could not be awakened by external forces. "Mother, I brought Ruowei to see you." His tone was very normal. However, it sounded a little strange no matter how one listened to it. Yunruowei was Ning Qian's younger sister. However, Ning Fan's tone sounded like he was bringing his daughter-in-law home to meet his mother. Yunruowei really wanted to correct Ning Fan's words. However, she really could not find any mistakes in his words. When she thought about how lucky she was to be holding Ning Fan's hand, she was shocked and withdrew her hand. "Ruowei, how about staying in Yu country in the future? Yu country is not far from Lanrua Temple. You can come and visit me often. I'm living a good life in the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance, come to Yu country." "I'm really living a good life, come to Yu country." Ning Fan still wore a faint smile. However, that smile contained a hint of dominance. He wanted her to stay in Yu country and not be ordered around by the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance. There was no other reason. It was just that he did not like it. "Alright. I'll stay in Yu country so that I can visit elder sister more often. The Southeastern Cultivator Alliance has too many tasks. I'm really too busy." Yunruowei gave him a self-deceiving reason. "That's right." Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. At the next moment, Yunruowei hit him on the head. "You even know how to hit people?" Ning Fan was not angry. He was just surprised that Yunruowei had such a violent side. "What's wrong with hitting people? I'm your aunt. Hitting you is to educate you. Do you still remember how you bullied me in Lanrua Temple in the past? Now, I'm going to pay you back." Yunruowei smiled faintly. She was actually very vengeful. "Aunt, is it?" The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into an inexplicable smile. At the next moment, he kissed Yunruowei's lips lightly. You. Yunruowei was embarrassed and angry. How could Ning Fan be so shameless? He even dared to disrespect his aunt, even though she was not his real aunt. "However, I'm going to accompany father for a drink. You stay here and accompany mother." As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the pine forest. Yunruowei was left alone on the spot. She only regained her senses after a long time. "Stinky thief. You're indeed as despicable as before. If I knew that you're my daughter, I definitely wouldn't have let you become Han Yuanji's disciple. Look at what Han Yuanji has taught you." She touched her cold lips and felt that Ning Fan's warmth still lingered on them. "Stinky thief. If I have the chance in the future, I'll certainly teach you a good lesson." Outside the golden house, Ning Fan and Yun Tianjue sat cross-legged on the ground, drinking wine together. In the past, father and son had never talked much. All the instructions they gave each other were unspoken. "I heard from third brother that you're going to ascend to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. Be careful. Protect yourself well. Don't always stand out from the crowd." Yun Tianjue had always been a man of few words. It was already rare for him to speak so much. Ning Fan, on the other hand, felt warmth in his heart. It was just a word of advice, but it was more precious than any treasure. He really wanted to call him father, but he did not say it in the end. Some things would only add to Yun Tianjue's troubles if he said it out loud. One day, he would reach that stage and help Yun Tianjue recover his memories. One day, drink. Drink again. Ning Fan knew that the time he would be staying in the rain world was getting shorter and shorter. After staying in Lanrua Temple for 10 days, Ning Fan sent Yunruowei back to Yu country. Then, he headed to the middle state. Li Xianxia taught him pill refinement techniques for the third time. This time, the teachings lasted for half a year. With Li Xianxia's help, Ning Fan's pill refinement techniques naturally broke through to the peak sixth revolution. He returned to the underground forbidden area of the Directorate of Heaven Realm and stayed there for 7 years. 7 years later, Ning Fan left the forbidden area. No one knew that he had completed his third corpse transformation and his ancient devil cultivation base had officially broken through to the revered devil realm. Although he was a first heavenly layer revered devil realm ancient devil, his physical body was as strong as a second heavenly layer nirvana realm expert. Ning Fan left many Dao crystals for Li Xianxia and Yun Bushu, hoping that their cultivation bases would improve further. Just as he was about to leave the middle state, Yu Chong'er came to him. Ning Fan, my master wants to see you. Will you come with me to see her? To be continued. Your master? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Of course, he knew that Yu Chong'er's master was Xianxia. Xianxia's appearance was peerless and her aptitude was top-notch. Countless male cultivators in the Rain world admired her. However, this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. He rarely paid attention to this woman. Compared to Xianxia, Ning Fan paid more attention to Yu Chong'er. Along the way, he had quite a good impression of her. I know you're the Rain Sovereign and you're a busy man. You probably don't have time to meet my master. However, can you give me some face? Yu Chong'er suddenly could not continue her words. Her cheeks turned red. What do you mean by giving me some face? What face do I have to make the Rain Sovereign come personally? I'm indeed very busy. Yu Chong'er lowered her head in disappointment when Ning Fan stopped halfway. However, I have to give you some face. Ning Fan's teasing made Yu Chong'er's cheeks burn. She was momentarily stunned and speechless. What does he mean? What does he mean? Why does he have to give me face? I don't understand. I just want to find a hole to hide in. You're still as interesting as before. Let's go and meet your master. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and the two of them instantly disappeared on the spot. Not long after, they appeared in the Thousand Illusion sect of the Thousand Illusion country. As one of the 4 void fragmentation realm experts, Xianxia's other identity was the sect master of the Thousand Illusion country. Greetings, Rain Sovereign. When Ning Fan arrived, he did not conceal his aura force. Countless cultivators of the Thousand Illusion country soared into the sky. As soon as they saw Ning Fan, they cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. How could they not be respectful? It had been too many years since a powerful Rain Sovereign like Ning Fan had appeared. Ning Fan's reputation had raised the status of the Rain world. As cultivators of the Rain world, they felt an unprecedented sense of pride. They respected Ning Fan from the bottom of their hearts. He's here? Xianxia was taking a bath in her room and could not welcome Ning Fan at the moment. Just as she was about to get up and change her clothes to welcome Ning Fan, she saw Ning Fan waving his sleeve and bringing Yu Chong'er to her room. Master, I brought the Rain Sovereign here. Hee hee. Yu Chong'er was about to push the door open without knowing what was going on. However, Ning Fan shook his head with a smile and held her small hand. Wait. Wait. What are we waiting for? Don't grab my hand. Aye. Yu Chong'er felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat when Ning Fan grabbed her hand. Her face turned red and her mind went blank. All right. Ning Fan let go of Yu Chong'er and waited outside. Even though there was a sense isolation formation in the boudoir, Ning Fan could still hear the sound of water from the room. He knew what Xianxia was doing. He did not have any thoughts of entering rashly. It should be said that he did not have any thoughts about Xianxia. After a long time, the door of the room opened with a creaking sound. Xianxia was already dressed in her usual military attire. She greeted Ning Fan politely. Xinga greets the Rain Sovereign. Miss Yun, there's no need for that. Ning Fan nodded his head indifferently and entered Xianxia's boudoir with Yu Chong'er. His eyes that looked at Xianxia did not have the slightest bit of lust. In fact, they did not even linger for too long. In the beginning, Xianxia did not have a good impression of Ning Fan because his disciple stole the spirit equipment. Later on, her impression of Ning Fan gradually changed. However, she still did not think that Ning Fan was a gentleman. However, Ning Fan's eyes were too clear at the moment. It was so clear that it surprised her. Is this the real Ning Fan? People say that he is lustful and has countless wives and concubines. However, there are only a few people who can really catch his eye. Miss Yun, may I know why you are looking for me? Ning Fan sat on a rattan chair at the side while Yu Chong'er sat beside him in a daze. She had not regained her senses yet. Qingge has a request. I hope the Rain Sovereign can agree to it. What is it? Qingge wants to know where the Rain Emperor's token in the Rain Emperor's hands came from. According to what Qingge knows, the Rain Emperor's token should have disappeared along with my father. Your father? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. Yes. My father is the previous Rain Sovereign, the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign. Since the Rain Sovereign can find the Rain Sovereign's token, you probably know where my father's remains are. Please tell me. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she politely bowed again. Her eyes were filled with faint sadness. Ning Fan, however, remained unmoved. He just remained silent. Did this Xianxia come to look for me just to find the remains of the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign? The Red Cloud Rain Sovereign is not dead yet. How can he find his remains? Ning Fan naturally knew the whereabouts of the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign. However, why should he tell Xianxia about it? If he rescues the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign, the fact that he stole the time crystal in the past might be exposed. It might lead to a lot of trouble. Even though the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign had given Ning Fan the Sovereign Rain Primordial Art and the Rain Sovereign's token, these things were not considered a favor. It was not worth it for Ning Fan to take the risk to repay him. After thinking for a while, he decided not to tell Xianxia about the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign's location. I obtained the Rain Sovereign's token by chance. When I got it, I didn't see your father's remains. Ning Fan said indifferently. Is that so? Xianxia closed her eyes sadly. Yu Chong'er, who was at the side, however, regained her senses at this moment and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Ning Fan, you're lying. You've obtained my insect sovereign's blood. When you lie, I can feel it. You definitely know where the remains of the Red Cloud Rain Sovereign are. Ning Fan looked at Yu Chong'er speechlessly. This little girl can actually tell that I'm lying, the insect sovereign's blood. Ning Fan already knew what the little girl meant by the insect sovereign's blood through some channels. She had saved him, helped him and gifted him blood with a kiss. She stole spiritual equipment and gave it to him. She was so silly and adorable. This was also the reason why Ning Fan took special care of Yu Chong'er. He did not expect that her insect sovereign's blood would have such a special effect. The Rain Sovereign knows where my father's remains are? Rain Sovereign, please tell me. Xianxia gritted his teeth and directly knelt in front of Ning Fan. If I can find my father's remains, I'm willing to become the Rain Sovereign's human cauldron. Master. Yu Chong'er became nervous. She hurriedly stood up and ran over to help Xianxia up. Of course, she could not help him up. Xianxia looked at Ning Fan with a pleading look. However, all he saw was Ning Fan's cold eyes. He was a heartless person. At least, he was heartless towards her. Plop this time, Yu Chong'er also knelt down. Ning Fan's expression immediately changed. He stood up abruptly and flicked his sleeves to help Yu Chong'er and Xianxia up. What are you doing? Humph. Yu Chong'er ignored Ning Fan out of spite. However, she did not feel any sweetness in her heart. It was useless no matter how her master knelt. Ning Fan's heart softened when she knelt down. She did not know what kind of affection was behind it. Anyway, she just felt happy. Xianxia was stunned. Then, she looked at Yu Chong'er with a bitter expression and smiled self-mockingly. She had really underestimated Ning Fan. It was not like Ning Fan would fall in love with any woman. Yu Chong'er could enter his eyes but she could not. Hong Yun is still alive. She's trapped somewhere. Ning Fan's indifferent voice entered Xianxia's ears. It instantly stunned her. Then, tears flowed down her cheeks. Her little thoughts turned into nothingness. All that was left was joy. She had already guessed that Ning Fan had his reasons for not telling her the location of her father's remains. However, she did not expect that the so-called reason was actually this exciting news. The place where Hong Yun was trapped must be a secret place. Otherwise, Ning Fan would not hide it from her. However, Xianxia frowned shortly after. Her father was trapped somewhere. Even with her father's sixth shattering realm cultivation base, he could not escape. It must be a dangerous place. She certainly did not have the ability to save her father. Rain Sovereign, please save my father. She was very smart. She did not ask where Hong Yun was trapped. Instead, she just begged Ning Fan to save her father. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Before he could make a decision, Yu Chong'er smiled evilly and was about to kneel again. She even imitated her master's tone and said, "Rain Sovereign, please save the former Rain Sovereign." Yu Chong'er felt that she must have lost her mind. She actually found it interesting to tease Ning Fan like this. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He grabbed Yu Chong'er and stopped her from kneeling. Is it fun to kneel here and there? Is this little girl doing this on purpose because she knew that I would be soft-hearted towards her? Aye. Yu Chong'er was a little scared. Ning Fan seemed to be really angry. It seemed like he had gone too far. Ning Fan's eyes slowly calmed down. He looked at Yu Chong'er and said indifferently, "I can save him. However, after that, he will no longer be the Rain Sovereign. You all have to understand this." For Yu Chong'er's sake, Ning Fan did not mind entering the Lost World Tower again to save Hong Yun. Of course, he did not want to save an enemy. If Hong Yun returned, would it trigger a conflict between the previous and current Rain Emperors? Moreover, Hong Yun knew that Ning Fan had stolen the time crystal. Therefore, even if Ning Fan manages to save Hong Yun, he would still erase his memories. There was one more thing he had to do before he could re-enter the Lost World Tower. Ning Fan decided to think of a way to replenish the time crystals of the 7th floor. He already had an idea on how to make up for it. After flying for 10 days, Ning Fan appeared on the Punlai Immortal Island in the external Endless Sea. Based on his relationship with Bei Xiaoman, he wouldn't need to pay to enter the Lost World Tower. Each entry would take at least a year, and before the time limit was up, one could not leave. As soon as he entered the 7th floor, he displayed the wind mist technique and began to tear the seal of the 8th floor. A few years later, he broke the barrier of the seal and entered the 8th floor again. There were 343 statues in this place. They were 343 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets. These puppets were proficient in secret puppet formations. If they attacked at the same time, even a Shatter Realm cultivator would die if he was caught off guard. One of the puppets was Hong Yun. Currently, Hong Yun's soul was attached to the spiritual puppet and he had already become a spiritual puppet. The moment he saw Ning Fan, he could not help but have an urge to burst into tears. This young man is here again. Is he here to save me this time? Before he could take a closer look at Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he saw Ning Fan directly walking towards the 7 stone platforms. He pointed his finger at the 7 stone platforms and 6 pieces of crystals were kept in his hand. Is this young man courting death? Hong Yun was shocked. From his point of view, Ning Fan was courting death by moving 7 stone platforms at the same time and taking the attacks of all the spiritual puppets in this place at the same time. I've waited so long for this young man to come and save me. I can't imagine that this young man is going to die here as well. The statues began to turn into spiritual puppets. All 342 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets locked their killing intent on Ning Fan. Hong Yun's spiritual puppet was the only one that did not attack Ning Fan. That was all he could do. He still could not control his body freely. Seeing the 342 spiritual puppets raising their fists at the same time, trying to smash Ning Fan into pieces, Hong Yun sighed and closed his eyes. This young man must die. Just as this thought emerged in his mind, Hong Yun opened his eyes in disbelief at the next moment. All of a sudden, a black moon appeared in Ning Fan's left eye. In just an instant, all the spiritual puppets knelt on the ground. What a joke. Ning Fan could already subdue void fragmentation realm spiritual puppets. How could mere void glimpse stage spiritual puppets hurt him? 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Hong Yun was shocked. What he was shocked about was Ning Fan's terrifying cultivation speed. The Divine Transformation Realm Junior in the past had actually reached the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm now. Just how many years had passed? At the next moment, Hong Yun lost consciousness. He was knocked out by Ning Fan and his memories were erased. It was not that Ning Fan was ruthless. It was just that there were some secrets that he could not let Hong Yun know. Ordinary people could not make Hong Yun's soul leave the spiritual puppet, but Ning Fan could do it. The black moon in his left eye appeared and extracted Hong Yun's soul from the spiritual puppet. Then, he sighed. He could save Hong Yun, but he did not want to get himself into trouble because of him. He only left Hong Yun's memories when he was once the Rain Sovereign. As for the memories after he entered the Lost World Tower, he did not leave a single one. After keeping Hong Yun's soul into his sleeve, Ning Fan looked at the 6 crystals in his hand. With a pinch of both of his hands, the 6 crystals became 7. Alright, the method Ning Fan used to make up for the 7th crystal was to extract some from each of the 6 crystals and condense them into the 7th crystal. He was not afraid that the Lost World Palace would investigate this matter. He just did not want to get into trouble. Once the crystals were divided, the time acceleration effect of each floor of the Lost World Tower would certainly be greatly reduced. However, this could also be attributed to the loss of the power of the crystals. After putting the crystals back into the 7 stone platforms, Ning Fan looked at the spiritual puppets on the ground. He did not have the intention to keep them. The cultivation level of these spiritual puppets was too weak and they were dispensable. However, they were the items of the Lost World Palace. Using the crystal-guarding spiritual puppets of the Lost World Palace to show off was clearly telling others that he had entered the 8th floor and stolen the crystals. Ning Fan would not do such a foolish thing. He returned to the 7th floor. The time acceleration effect of the 7th floor was only 64 times, which was half of what it was at the beginning. For the remaining 60 years, Ning Fan would concoct pills and cultivate in this place. 1 year had passed in the outside world and Ning Fan left the Lost World Tower. Many cultivators complained that the time acceleration effect of the Lost World Tower had become weaker. However, this matter had nothing to do with Ning Fan. After returning to the middle state, Ning Fan handed Hong Yun's soul to Xianxia. After staying for a few more days, Ning Fan left the middle state. When Hong Yun woke up, his eyes were blank. He did not remember what happened after he entered the Lost World Tower. Now, he only had his soul left. However, Hong Yun was proficient in body-seizing cultivation techniques. It was not difficult for him to seize someone else's body and be reborn. However, whether or not his cultivation base could recover to the void fragmentation realm was a problem. Even so, Xianxia was still filled with gratitude towards Ning Fan. As long as her father was alive, she did not want him to become stronger, nor did she want him to fight for the throne of the Rain Sovereign. As for Yu Chong-er, she kept blaming herself after Ning Fan left. She was very afraid that Ning Fan was still angry at her. She was just playing around with Ning Fan. The day of his departure was approaching. Ning Fan could not help but recall Lu Wan'er. She did not know that Ning Fan was about to ascend to the outer endless sea. When Ning Fan passed by the external endless sea, he wanted to go to the 9 divisions of the Lu clan to look for her. However, he realized that the place had already disappeared. The entire 9 divisions of the Lu clan had already ascended to the Demon Spirit Land. Perhaps he could only meet Lu Wan'er again when he goes to the Demon Spirit Land in the future. Ning Fan stood in the 7 apricot city's night snow for a long time. His mind was filled with the memories of his journey. It actually made him a little reluctant to leave the rain world. However, he must continue on this path without any hesitation. He could not afford to stop. All of a sudden, Ning Fan heard the voices of a few little girls who were drinking. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Drink. This is the spiritual wine that I stole from Brother Fan. Hee hee. This is my first time drinking wine. It was Jihee's voice. She sounded 90% drunk. It's so spicy. It doesn't taste good. It was Mu Xiaohuan's weak voice. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. It was the sound of the 6-year-old version of Mu Weiliang choking. Plop. It was the sound of Mu Xiaoyang collapsing on the stone table. You can't see me. You guys can't see me. It was Feng Shuiyan's inner voice. She turned into a snowman and hid at the side to avoid drinking wine. The wine tasted terrible. She did not want to drink it. Asterisk plop 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 asterisk Ning Fan heard the sounds of people falling to the ground one after another. In the end, even Feng Shuiyan, who had turned into a snowman, could not hold back her curiosity. She drank a mouthful of the spiritual wine and fell to the ground gloriously. Ning Fan stepped into the courtyard and looked at the group of 5 who had fallen to the ground in a mess. He felt very helpless. He carried Feng Shuiyan and the others back to their rooms. Eventually, he carried Ji He back to her room and placed her on the bed. The other few little girls drank less and were directly drunk. However, it did not take long for them to sober up. After all of them had cultivation bases. Only Ji He, the silly little girl, drank the most, which made Ning Fan's heart ache the most. She did not say anything. She did not say anything. All of a sudden, she really wanted to drink wine. She wanted to get drunk because her brother Fan was about to leave. She could not bear to part with him. However, she did not say anything. Silly girl, Ning Fan sighed apologetically. If it was possible, he did not care about his cultivation base. He just wanted to stay in Yu country for the rest of his life. However, there were still too many strong enemies in front of him. If he does not continue on his journey, he would not be able to protect anything. Ning Fan soaked a towel in water and boiled some hot water. He wanted to wipe Ji He's face and sober her up. After that, he wanted to give her some pills to sober up so that she would not feel uncomfortable when she woke up from her hangover. When he returned to the bed, he saw Ji He lying on one side with her body tilted. She looked extremely disobedient. Her fox fur coat had fallen to the ground. The belt of her undergarments had also been untied unknowingly, revealing her pinkish red undergarment. Her fair and small hands were clawing at the outer part of her clothes in a daze. It was unknown why she felt so uncomfortable. Her brows were slightly knitted and her eyes were half closed, twisting her body. She murmured softly. Brother Fan. Are you going to leave for a long time? Ji He will miss you very much. I can't bear to leave you, Ning Fan's heart ached. He was also reluctant to leave Ji He and the 7 Apricot City. However, how could he bring these girls with him? Should he let them follow him to slaughter? Should he let them witness the cruelty of the cultivation world? Or should he let them be imprisoned in the cauldron ring and accompany Ning Fan into danger? The rain world was very safe and peaceful. It was just that, there was no Ning Fan, sorry. Ning Fan sat on the bed and pulled a thin quilt to cover Ji He. Who would have thought that when the quilt was just covered, Ji He's small hand waved and the quilt was pulled to the side. She kicked her feet and one of her shoes fell off. Her plain white socks were half taken off, revealing a white and tender ankle. Then, she turned over and lied on her back. Her nose emitted a small humming sound. Her brows were knitted even tighter and her lips were slightly pouting like a coquettish rabbit. Brother Fan. Ji He is willing to be your cauldron forever. Because if I am a cauldron, I can accompany you in danger, accompany you in life and accompany you in death. Her low voice made Ning Fan feel even more guilty. Ji He gently turned over again. Her previously untied clothes were completely open. The undergarment was originally covered by the outer garment, so it was not visible. As soon as it was revealed, it was almost tilted to one side. On the other side, half of her fragrant shoulder was exposed. Even the soft snow on one side of her chest was not covered in the slightest. That captivating redness seemed to be cold as it trembled and slowly stood upright. It was too tempting, Brother Fan, Ji He feels uncomfortable. She groaned in a low voice and opened her sleepy eyes. Her small hand grabbed Ning Fan's sleeve. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Ning Fan asked gently. Here, here, and here, and here. Ji He randomly pointed at her delicate body. Eventually, her finger pointed at her heart. That place was really uncomfortable. She really could not bear to part with Ning Fan, but she knew that everything he did was for her. Alright, I will feel better soon. The bed curtain was gently lowered. Ning Fan took off his clothes and pressed it down. Brother Fan, go home early. Ji He said with teary eyes. You are not allowed to die. 1 year later, the rain sovereign of the evil cloud rain world announced his seclusion. Few people knew where he went. Only a few people knew that Ning Fan had already embarked on the path of ascension. Those who went with him were only those cauldrons, that Nyali and the tiny Muweliang. The reason why he brought the tiny Muweliang up to the sky was to find the immortal soul grass to help her grow up. He would never turn back even if the mountains and rivers were to remain silent forever, he would never let go of her even if the whole world was his enemy. To be continued. The sky was covered with a faint bloody mist, and the sun also emitted a blood-red light. Blood burial grass grew all over the bloody plains. A team of red-haired female cultivators were patrolling the bloody plain while riding a type of horned blood-colored horse. This team of female cultivators was not weak, all of them were soul formation cultivators. There were 19 of them in total, and all of them had serious expressions. That's strange. I clearly sensed that someone had entered our country, but why can't I see anyone? A late divine transformation realm female cultivator frowned and said. Could it be another spy from the other 6 nations? Another soul formation mid-stage female cultivator guessed. That's possible. The palace master's lifespan has come to an end. The flower devils of the other 6 nations will naturally become restless. Their goal is nothing more than master's relic. Humph, they really don't know palace master's good intentions. Master's relic is being protected by that ferocious creature. How can they take it? Not letting them take it is just for their own good. The palace master's character is still too weak. If I had the palace master's cultivation, I would have killed the rebels of the other 6 countries long ago. How could I have given them the chance to rebel? Shut up. Is the palace lord's right or wrong something that a servant like you can discuss? This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate dares not speak anymore. Humph. I will punish you when we get back. Let's go. A group of female cultivators came and went like the wind, and soon left. A long time after the women left, a white-robed young man and a frail red-haired woman suddenly appeared on the bloody plain. Palace master's time is up. What should we do? The red-haired woman frowned when she heard the news, her expression mournful. She looked at the white-robed youth beside her, and for the first time, a pleading expression appeared on her face. I beg you, please save the palace lord, just like how you saved me. Oh? You want me to pluck your palace lord? The white-robed youth looked at the red-haired woman with an indescribable look in his eyes. The white-robed young man was none other than Ning Fan, who had entered the blood slave garden. As for that red-haired lady, she was the red-haired human cauldron that he had subdued before. So be it. It's better than dying. The red-haired woman bit her lip. What's the cultivation base of your palace lord? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Ninth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The red-haired lady dared not lie. She's not a bad cauldron, but why didn't she destroy her own cultivation base? That way, she could have saved her life. There's no need for me to pluck them. She won't cripple her cultivation. She will protect the blood slave palace even if she dies. She's too stubborn, is that so? Now, tell me all the specific information about the 7 countries in the blood world. Unless you promise to save the palace lord, otherwise, she is a good cauldron, I naturally won't waste it. Now, you can speak. Ning Fan said coldly. Okay, I'll talk. Ning Fan passed a jade slip to the red-haired lady. She recorded all the information she knew into the jade slip. After reading the information in the jade slip, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The blood slave garden used to be the private garden of the slaughter hall's elder Fu Linglong. It was used to rear flower demons. One day, Fu Linglong suddenly made a mistake in her cultivation and died in the blood slave garden. All of her belongings were stored somewhere. Only the palace masters of the blood slave palace knew where it was. It was said that Fu Linglong had a private passageway to and from the Eastern Heaven Immortal World, and it was at the place where the relics were stored. This passage was the main purpose of his trip. Of course, the entire void fragmentation realm cauldron in the blood slave garden was also one of Ning Fan's objectives. Among the 7 countries in the blood world, the blood slave palace was located in blood burial country. Only one of its palace lords was at the void fragmentation realm. The other void fragmentation realm experts had already betrayed the blood slave palace and built their own devil country. Among the other 6 countries, there were no less than 100 void fragmentation realm female cultivators, all of them were eager to obtain the relics left behind by Fu Linglong. Although their lifespan was limited, none of them was willing to destroy their own cultivation base. If they can obtain Fu Linglong's relics, they would certainly be able to restore their lifespan. Among the 100 void fragmentation realm female cultivators, the highest cultivation base was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Even though there were many experts in the 6 countries, none of them had a cultivation base that was higher than the Palace Lord of the Blood Slave Palace. Relying on the palace protecting immortal formation, the Palace Lord had blocked the attacks of the invading enemies time and time again. However, his lifespan had come to an end now and his life was in danger. If the experts of the 6 countries come to invade again, he might not have the strength to resist them. I'm afraid that the moment your Palace Lord dies will be the moment the Blood Burial country is annihilated by the other 6 countries. Ning Fan kept the jade slip and said, "No. My Palace Lord is such a good person. How can he die? Those detestable traitors. They don't even know that my Palace Lord is risking his life just to protect them. They are a bunch of heartless traitors." The red-haired cauldron said angrily. Just now, those female cultivators said that there is a ferocious creature at the place where Fu Linglong's relics are kept. It's extremely dangerous. What is that ferocious creature? I don't know. I should say that no one knows what that ferocious creature is. However, that ferocious creature is indeed powerful. There were a few generations of palace lords who had cultivated to the rogue devil realm. They entered the secret place in an attempt to obtain the relics, but they were easily torn into pieces by that ferocious creature. A ferocious creature that can easily tear rogue devils into pieces. Ning Fan frowned. In that case, this mysterious ferocious creature really cannot be underestimated. Whether it is to find Fu Linglong's relics or to use the passage to ascend to the Eastern Heaven, he would need to confront that ferocious creature. That ferocious creature has at least a life immortal realm cultivation base. Even though Ning Fan was not weak, he did not think that he could survive a life immortal realm cultivator. Moreover, what if that ferocious creature's cultivation base is higher than the life immortal realm? My good brother, don't be afraid. That ferocious creature has a peak life immortal realm cultivation base, but it has yet to attain the true immortal realm. With my current cultivation base, it won't be difficult to kill it. Suddenly, a voice that he had not heard for a long time resounded in his mind. Ning Fan's eyes turned gentle. Little you err, your primordial spirit, it has completely recovered. Even without a physical body, it can still exert the strength of the true crossing realm. If I can find a true immortal's corpse, I'm afraid I can recover my void-shedding realm cultivation base in one go. I can sense that there is a true immortal's corpse in this blood world which is being guarded by that ferocious creature. Fu Linglong's corpse. Ning Fan was not an idiot. He had already guessed the key point. Who is Fu Linglong? Speaking of which, why are you here? Luo Yu asked in surprise. Ning Fan closed his eyes and told her about his ascension and the information about the blood slave garden through his mind. Are you already going to ascend? A faint sigh resounded in the profounding world. With the pills given by Tai Wu, Luo Yu's primordial spirit had been completely recovered. There was also a true immortal's corpse which could be considered as a perfect female corpse for her to revive. As for Ning Fan, he ascended to the Eastern Heaven as soon as he left the blood slave garden. Is the Eastern Heaven the place where I will part ways with him? Are you 100% confident in killing that ferocious creature? Ning Fan asked again. So what if it's at the peak life immortal realm? I can kill it with just a finger. Luo Yu smiled enchantingly. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Fu Linglong's corpse, her belongings, and the ascension passage are all here. No matter what, this ferocious creature must be eliminated. Little you err, take a rest first. Don't exhaust the power of your primordial spirit before dealing with that ferocious creature. Ning Fan closed his eyes and communicated with Luo Yu using his mind. He stood still for a long time. The red-haired human cauldron did not dare to disturb him. All of a sudden, the sound of a horn resounded throughout the entire Blood Death country. Countless blood-red smoke beacons rose into the sky from all directions. Not good. The war has begun. The 6 countries have begun to attack the Blood Death country. The red-haired human cauldron's face instantly turned pale. The fact that the 6 countries had begun to attack the Blood Death country indicated that the palace lord was not far from death. I beg you. Hurry up and save the palace lord. She must still be forcing herself to protect the Blood Slave Palace. I beg you. Remove the shackles in her heart. The red-haired human cauldron hugged Ning Fan's leg and cried. Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes. He flicked his sleeves and lifted the red-haired human cauldron up. Then, he looked at the smoke beacons in the distance with a slightly solemn expression. He could vaguely sense that there were more than 100 void fragmentation realm auras rushing towards the Blood Death country. Is the palace lord of the Blood Slave Palace really going to die? How can I let the human cauldron that caught my eye die so easily? Ning Fan took out his ancient golden sword and carried the red-haired human cauldron on his sword, heading straight for the capital of the Blood Death country. The Blood Slave Palace was right there. The tiny Mu Weiliang was staying inside the cauldron ring. At this moment, Ning Fan no longer needed to hide his ruthlessness. He wanted to subdue all the void fragmentation realm flower devils in the entire Blood Slave Garden into his human cauldrons. In the Blood Slave Palace, a lady with red hair tied up in a bun was half leaning on the bed while being served by 2 female cultivators. Her face was extremely pale. The life force in her body was rapidly fading away. Am I going to die in the end? Unfortunately, there is no one in the Blood Slave Palace who can shoulder the responsibility of becoming the next palace lord and keeping the 6 countries in check. After I die, those people will definitely enter the secret place. They are courting death. I just want to protect them, but they don't know. The lady in the palace dress let out a long sigh. The other female cultivators at the side revealed a look of indignation. Humph. Palace lord is being nice to them, but they don't know it. They only know how to bite the hand that feeds them. In my opinion, we should let them enter the secret place and let them be eaten by those ferocious creatures. Palace lord, why don't you cripple your own cultivation base? As long as you cripple your own cultivation base, you can solve the flaw of the flower devil body. Another female cultivator asked carefully. No. If I lose my cultivation base, I will just be a cripple. What's the difference between that and death? If I keep my cultivation base, I can still protect the Blood Slave Palace for a period of time before I die. By the way, is there any news about number 431? It has been so many years. Is there still no news about her? Number 431 was the name of the red-haired human cauldron that Ning Fan subdued. There's no news at all. The 2 female cultivators sighed. They knew that their palace lord was a person who cherished old friendships. Is that so? The lady in the palace dress closed her eyes tiredly. At the next moment, her phoenix-like eyes widened in anger. She heard sounds and bugles coming from all directions. She saw the entire country being engulfed in the flames of war. Great enemies were invading. I haven't died yet and they are already so impatient, huh? **** The lady in the palace dress was enraged. She turned over and got off the bed. However, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. She coughed out blood and her face became even paler. She wiped away the blood and walked out of the Blood Slave Palace in anger. Outside the Blood Slave Palace, countless female cultivators of her country had already died in battle. The void fragmentation realm experts of the 6 countries stood in the sky. With a wave of their hands, they could reap the lives of divine transformation realm and void refinement realm female cultivators. Oh? Number 1 is actually still alive? A beautiful woman with scales on her face sneered. Number 1 was the name of the palace lord of the Blood Slave Palace. As for her, she was number 2, if number 1 dies, she could replace him. Stop it at once. Master has said that we flower devils are not allowed to kill each other. The lady in the palace dress rebuked angrily. Hee hee. Master has been dead for 6,400,000 years. As for us flower devils, we are no longer the batch that he raised. Why do we have to listen to his orders? Number 1, you don't have to use his name to suppress us. If you are sensible, cripple your own cultivation base and scram to one side. For the sake of our past relationship, we can spare your life. Another beautiful woman in black armor threatened coldly. She was number 3. She also had the cultivation base of the seventh heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Have you all forgotten the teachings of our ancestors? Even if our master is dead, we must still follow all of his orders unless the next master appears. The lady in the palace dress said while clenching her teeth. Of course we haven't forgotten. We are here to look for our master's belongings and to solve the flaws of the flower devils. Moreover, we are here to look for our master's token to become the master of the blood slave garden. As long as we find the token, even a mere palace lord like you will have to serve us as your master. Another beautiful woman said coldly. There is only one token and one master. Which one of you is going to be the master of the blood slave garden? The lady in the palace dress replied with a cold smile. This. The expressions of many void fragmentation realm female cultivators changed slightly. They began to be wary of one another. The beautiful woman in the scale armor giggled and waved her hand. Sisters, don't be provoked by this bitch. Who will inherit the token is a matter for the future. Let's destroy the blood slave palace first, enter the secret place and seize the token. Then, we will fight for the position of the master. What do you think? Elder sister is right. We were almost provoked by this bitch. Kill her. Humph. Let's do it. More than 100 void fragmentation realm female cultivators activated their secret techniques at the same time. Rays of blood light hit the sky and it immediately rained blood. The lady in the palace dress was shocked. She immediately ordered, all of you, quickly enter the blood slave palace. Don't get hit by the blood rain. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately took out a blood-colored formation plate and activated a blood-colored immortal formation outside the blood slave palace in an attempt to resist the blood rain. Outside the blood slave palace, 1/3 of the female cultivators escaped into the formation light of the palace. As for the other 2/3, their bodies were drenched by the blood rain. Their bodies dissolved into blood water uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, at least tens of thousands of divine transformation realm and void refinement realm female cultivators had fallen. Since all of you disobeyed the master's last order and killed the flower devil sisters, don't blame me for being merciless. Exquisite blood formation, kill. The blood-colored immortal formation suddenly shone brightly. Countless blood arrows shot out from the formation light. Each of the blood arrows was powerful enough to kill a cultivator instantly. All the void fragmentation realm experts of the 6 countries turned pale. Only the beautiful woman in the scale armor sneered. She raised her hand and took out another formation plate. Exquisite blood formation, kill. What she said was exactly the same as what the beautiful woman in the palace dress said. As soon as she raised her hand, all the void fragmentation realm experts of the 6 countries were protected by layers of blood-colored formation light. That blood-colored formation light was exactly the same as the formation light of the blood slave palace. Countless blood arrows also shot out and collided with the blood arrows that came from afar. Gradually, cracks appeared on the large formation light of the blood slave palace. Cracks also appeared on the formation light of the beautiful woman in the scale armor. In the end, the 2 formations were broken at the same time. All the formation plates in the hands of the beautiful woman in the scale armor and the woman in the palace dress were destroyed. You actually have the second immortal formation plate that our master created in the past. The woman in the palace dress said in disbelief. Humph. If I didn't have this item, how would I dare to come and find trouble with you? Now that you don't have the protection of the formation light, even though your cultivation base is high, your lifespan has reached its limit. If you recklessly use your cultivation base, I'm afraid you will die even faster. Hee hee. Sister, go and die now. Go. The beautiful woman in the scale armor waved her hand. The hundreds of void fragmentation realm female cultivators behind her all rushed towards the woman in the palace dress with ferocious killing intent. The woman in the palace dress wanted to perform a hand seal and continue to resist. However, she felt a pain in her chest again. She coughed out blood and her eyes were filled with despair. I'm afraid that the blood slave garden is going to suffer heavy casualties this time. Yes, she would die. All of these void fragmentation realm female cultivators would enter the secret place and die. It was her incompetence as the palace lord that led to this situation today. Palace lord. A familiar female voice suddenly entered the ears of the woman in the palace dress. She turned her head in disbelief and saw a ray of golden sword light rushing towards her from afar. Within that golden light, there was an unfamiliar man in white robes and a familiar red-haired woman. That was number 431 who had been missing for a long time. Sister, you. She had too many questions that she wanted to ask the red-haired human cauldron. For example, where did she go for the past tens of years? Another example was how she was bold enough to bring a man from the outside world into the blood slave garden. Doesn't she know that this is against the ancestral teachings? Before she had the chance to ask, that golden sword light had already blocked the path of the hundreds of void fragmentation realm female cultivators. A man. All the void fragmentation realm experts of the 6 countries were stunned. They did not expect that a man would actually appear in the blood slave garden. Inside the blood slave palace, countless female cultivators were also staring at that white-robed young man in disbelief. They had never seen a man in their entire lives. Take this pill to your palace lord and let her consume it. It will save her life. As for these human cauldrons, I will collect them. He gave the red-haired human cauldron a pill and ordered her to descend to the blood slave palace. His cold eyes swept across the hundreds of void fragmentation realm human cauldrons in front of him. Cauldrons, in his eyes, all of these flower devils were high-grade human cauldrons. Humph. This man seems to be the helper of number 1. Kill him. The beautiful lady in the scale armor ordered coldly. Before the hundreds of void fragmentation realm female cultivators could attack Ning Fan, he had already taken action. He took a step forward and turned into black robes. His eyes became even colder and merciless. He raised his hand and extracted and devoured their souls. His cultivation base was already close to that of a rogue immortal. At this moment, Ning Fan was even stronger than the palace lord of the blood slave palace. Moreover, his techniques had a heaven-defying effect on female cultivators. An imprisoning rope. The black-robed Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his large hand. Hundreds of imprisoning ropes flew out from his sleeves like silver snakes and flew towards each of the void fragmentation realm female cultivators. At this moment, Ning Fan's cultivation base had far surpassed the female cultivators on the scene. No one could escape from his imprisoning rope unless they were immortals. Bind. 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 Each of the void fragmentation realm female cultivators was tied up by the imprisoning rope and thrown outside the blood slave palace by Ning Fan without any mercy. It doesn't matter if one of them is broken, 2 of them are fine. Even if they are broken into 5 or 6 pieces, they can only be tied up obediently. The black-armored beautiful lady was terrified. She turned around and wanted to run away, but Ning Fan grabbed her and threw her to the ground. The scaly beautiful lady was scared to death. Ning Fan's current cultivation base was comparable to a rogue immortal. However, his combat power against female cultivators was almost comparable to a life immortal. It was a deadly restraint. She did not have any strength to resist at all. She gritted her teeth and took out a formation disc, trying to teleport away. However, Ning Fan raised his hand and crushed the formation disc. He then tied her up with the rope and carried her like a little chick. After keeping the ancient golden sword, Ning Fan landed on the ground. His eyes indifferently scanned across the female cultivators on the scene, and eventually, his gaze fell on the lady in palace attire. You are not the master of the blood slave garden. Let them go. You don't have the right to pluck them. The lady in palace attire reprimanded him sternly. She was not a fool. How could she not see that Ning Fan was an enemy and not a friend? Even if he saved the people of the blood slave palace, it was definitely not out of kindness. Interesting. What if I become the master of the blood slave garden? If you become the master of the blood slave garden, you can naturally pluck all the human cauldrons in this place. We were born to be human cauldrons for our master. As you wish. Ning Fan casually threw the scaly beautiful lady on the ground and instructed the red-haired human cauldron beside him. Tell the people of your blood slave palace to keep a close eye on these traitors. As for you, Ning Fan's gaze shifted to the lady in palace attire and gave her a rare smile. Bring me to the secret place. I will look for your messenger now and become the master of your blood slave garden. He still admired women with backbone. February 2nd, there are no more updates. Everyone, go to bed early. To be continued. Ning Fan did not directly pluck the 100+ void fragmentation realm human cauldrons that he captured. He already knew that as long as he obtained the token left behind by Fu Linglong, he would be able to inherit the position of the master of the blood slave garden and make all the flower devils in the entire blood world willingly become his cauldron. Since he could deal with the problem peacefully, he naturally would not force himself on the female cultivators of this place. The palace lord's mind raced. She gritted her teeth and really brought Ning Fan to the secret place. She could tell that Ning Fan's strength was above hers. Moreover, he was born to restrain female cultivators. His strength alone was enough to sweep across the entire blood world. Resisting was an unwise move. Since he wanted to go to the secret place, the palace lord would certainly not stop him. If Ning Fan really defeats the ferocious creature in the secret place and obtains Fu Linglong's token, he would become the master of the blood world. At that time, the palace lord would also bring the flower devils of this place to serve Ning Fan and become his cauldron without Ning Fan's command. If Ning Fan was not a match for the ferocious creature and died in the secret place, he would naturally not attack the female cultivators of this place. Why wouldn't he bring Ning Fan to the secret place? What do you think are my chances of becoming the master of the blood world? Ning Fan asked indifferently. 9 out of 10 chances of survival. The palace lord also answered indifferently. In her opinion, Ning Fan was not weak, but he was definitely not a match for that ferocious creature at the life immortal realm. What's your name? Number 1. Is that so? While speaking, the palace lord had already brought Ning Fan to the back garden of the blood slave palace. It was a garden that was sealed by blood marks. The two of them walked to the back of one of the artificial mountains in the garden. The palace lord made a hand seal and the artificial mountain suddenly disappeared, revealing a hole in the ground. This is the place where my master went into seclusion. That ferocious creature is inside. My master's belongings are also inside. The palace lord said indifferently. Ning Fan did not immediately enter the hole. Instead, he used the mind-reading technique to read her mind. After finding out that she was not lying, Ning Fan nodded and said, "Wait for me here." As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a ray of light and flew into the hole. The palace lord shook her head gently and sighed. "If you can really bring my master's token out, you will be my master. However, you can't do it. That ferocious creature isn't something you can defeat." The hole was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. After flying for an unknown period of time, he finally stepped on the ground. There was no path on 3 sides, only a 1 zhang tall passageway in front of him. The floor was paved with bluestone, and the walls on both sides were embedded with moonlight stones for illumination. There was an extremely dangerous aura looming in front of the tunnel. 30,000 feet ahead, there is a copper palace. That peak life immortal monster is there. You wait here, I will handle this battle. Luo Yu's voice rang out in his mind. Ning Fan remained silent for a moment. Then, he activated the power of the yin-yang locket and released Luo Yu from the profounding world. Today, Luo Yu was wrapped in a light pink dress with a white muslin garment on the outside, revealing her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. The hem of her dress was like moonlight flowing on the ground, and it was pulled up more than 3 feet. Her long black hair was casually tied up with a white hairband. He didn't dress up on purpose, but he had an extraordinary temperament. Luo Yu turned her head indifferently and gave Ning Fan an enchanting smile. Wait for me for 10 breaths. She only needed 10 breaths of time to exterminate the vicious creatures here. Just how confident was she? Ning Fan nodded. He trusted Luo Yu's strength very much. Now that Luo Yu's primordial spirit had completely recovered, she could display a trace of the strength of the true crossing realm. This kind of strength was enough to crush the vicious creatures here. Luo Yu took a step forward and her soft and boneless body suddenly turned into traces of water vapor, dispersing in the air. At the next moment, he heard a shrill roar of a beast coming from the front of the tunnel. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. On the 8th breath, Luo Yu's soft voice came from the front. Silly little brother, you can come over now. So fast. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. With a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. At the next moment, he appeared in a massive copper palace. The 4 sides of the copper palace were lit with everlasting lamps. The 4 walls were engraved with murals. At the center of the copper palace, Luo Yu stood elegantly on the head of a gigantic beast. that beast was already dead. Before Ning Fan could see the appearance of that gigantic beast clearly, it suddenly flashed with a bright light and turned into a blood-red talisman. Its spiritual light dimmed. Then, that talisman combusted without any fire and turned into ashes in an instant. Talisman demon. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. If he was not mistaken, the so-called vicious creature in the secret place was a talisman demon. The art of talismans was broad and profound. A powerful talisman master could summon a demon to attack the enemy by simply drawing a talisman. There were also many powerful cultivators who preferred to use talisman demons to guard their abode. Little brother's eyesight is really sharp. This vicious creature is a talisman demon. Luo Yu landed on the ground and flew to Ning Fan's side. Her face was slightly pale. It seemed like killing this talisman demon was not as easy as it seemed. After all, she was just in the form of her primordial spirit. Are you all right? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with concern. I'm fine. I just used the power of my primordial spirit recklessly. I'm just a little tired. It's all right. The stone chamber in front should be the place where Fu Linglong goes into seclusion. I can sense that there is the corpse of a thought fragmentation realm expert in that chamber. Let's use this corpse to resurrect. All right. The two of them walked forward. After passing through several copper palaces, they arrived at the stone chamber of a secret place. The stone chamber could not be opened from the outside. They could only break it open by force. The defense of the stone chamber was extremely strong. With Ning Fan's current strength, it was impossible for him to break it open. Luo Yu once again used up a lot of the power of her primordial spirit to break the stone chamber. The stone chamber was not big. It only had an ice bed, a bookshelf and a jade table. On the ice bed, there was a lady in blood-red clothes. She was extremely beautiful, but she was just a corpse. The owner of this corpse was the Lord of the Blood World who had fallen 6,400,000 years ago, Fu Linglong. Perhaps it was because of the cold chi of the ice bed, this lady's corpse had not rotted even after 6 million years. There was a stone door in the stone chamber. On the other side of the door was a massive stone palace. There was a massive blood formation in the stone palace. That blood formation was the teleportation formation that led directly to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. Luo Yu walked to the side of the ice bed and took off the storage pouch on Fu Linglong's waist. Without even looking at it, she directly passed it to Ning Fan. The token of the Lord of the Blood World is most likely in this storage pouch. If you get it, you can inherit the position of the Lord of the Blood World and control this flower devil cauldron as you please. Luo Yu then flipped through the jade slips on the bookshelf. After reading the contents, she sighed softly. They are all anecdotes and unofficial history related to immortal emperors. They are not very useful. It seems like this Fu Linglong wanted to enter seclusion here to become an immortal emperor in the past. Unfortunately, something happened and she died here. Ning Fan also looked at the jade slips and shook his head. None of them were useful. Then, he looked at the storage pouch again. There were many empty pill bottles inside. Judging from the pill fragrance left in the bottles, the pills inside were at least 9th Revolution pills. Unfortunately, they were all eaten by Fu Linglong. Cultivation methods, none. Magic treasures, none. Dao crystals, none. However, there was a blood jade token that caught Ning Fan's attention. There was only one word engraved on the token, kill. Just the word kill made Ning Fan's expression change. The killing intent contained in the token was very strong. This is the elder token of the Slaughter Palace. Silly brother, you've really picked up a treasure this time. However, this treasure is also a hot potato. Luo Yu looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile. What do you mean? Ning Fan asked with a frown. Luo Yu looked at the blood jade token fondly and sighed. Then, she returned the token to Ning Fan and began to explain the benefits of the token. All the heavenly laws of the four heavens were set by the Four Mysterious Sect. The Four Mysterious Sect was a great force that transcended the four heavens. It included tens of thousands of forces in the four heavens. Among the countless forces, the Western Heaven Jade Pool, the Eastern Heaven Godly Void Pavilion, the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace and the Southern Heaven Purple Mansion Academy were the biggest forces. Old Devil was the deacon of the four heavens. Thus, he was considered as a member of the Four Mysterious sect. The Four Mysterious sect was powerful, but it did not mean that they could cover the sky with one hand within the four heavens. For example, in the Eastern Heaven Immortal World, there was the Slaughter Palace that disobeyed the heavenly laws set by the Four Mysterious sect. The Slaughter Palace was also a transcendent force. It was said that they had Xianxia as their leader and their foundation was unfathomable. The Slaughter Palace rarely recruited disciples from the outside. They would only recruit one disciple every 1,000 years, and the disciples they recruited would definitely be invincible among their peers. Every disciple of the Slaughter Palace was a fiendish star that ran amok in the world. The elders of the Slaughter Palace had great authority. With the Elder Token in their hands, they could mobilize 100 true Immortal Realm assassins from the sect at any time. The elders of the Slaughter Palace were not appointed. Instead, they were promoted by killing each other. As long as one could kill the elders of the previous generation and obtain the Elder Token, one would become an elder of the Slaughter Palace. Since Ning Fan had Fu Linglong's Elder Token, he would be considered as an elder of the Slaughter Palace. He had the authority to mobilize 100 true Immortal Realm assassins from the palace. With 100 true Immortal Realm assassins, Ning Fan could wipe out most of the forces in the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. From this point of view, the Elder Token was definitely a good item that was hard to come by. However, if others know that Ning Fan had the Elder Token, there would be countless people who would hunt him down for it. After all, as long as they kill Ning Fan and obtain the Elder Token, they could become an elder of the Slaughter Palace. From this point of view, this token was definitely a disaster. After listening to Luo Yu's explanation, Ning Fan felt tempted but also helpless. Even though this token was good, it was not something that he could possess now. If he runs to the Slaughter Palace now and summon the true immortals to help him with the token, he was afraid that countless disciples of the Slaughter Palace would immediately kill him and seize the token. This token can only be seen but not used. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. There is another use for this Elder Token. Luo Yu continued. What is it? If you join the Slaughter Palace and take the initiative to hand over the Elder Token, it will be recorded as a merit and you will be rewarded personally by Xianxia. TSK. Xianxia of the Slaughter Palace is one of the top immortal emperors in the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. If he bestows you with the opportunity, it will be enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life. Oh? This Elder Token also has such a use? Ning Fan looked at the Blood Jade Token in his hand and remained silent for a while. Then, he said, forget it. The use of this token is not something that I care about now. With this token, I can subdue all the human cauldrons in the blood world. That's enough. What about you, little Yu heir? Do you want to be resurrected here with this corpse? That's what I plan to do. I need some pills that can speed up the fusion of primordial spirit and corpse. That's easy. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and tens of bottles of pills immediately appeared on the jade table beside him. Ning Fan looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitated. Luo Yu's primordial spirit had been completely restored and she had also found a perfect corpse. Moreover, she had pills that could speed up the fusion of her primordial spirit into her body. Her resurrection was finally imminent. If she succeeds in resurrecting, she would probably leave this place. Luo Yu averted her gaze, not daring to look at Ning Fan. She hid the reluctance in her heart deeply. She had to leave this place eventually. She had to leave this place quietly and search for opportunities in silence. She would cultivate to a higher cultivation realm step by step. Countless years later, when her cultivation realm was strong enough, she would avenge her clansman. Her enemy was too strong. She did not want to bring any trouble to Ning Fan. The grade of this physical body isn't low. If I use this body to resurrect, my cultivation base will certainly recover to the renunciation void realm in one go. However, the resurrection time will be relatively longer. It will take me at least 10 years to completely resurrect. I will seal this secret place and cultivate here for 10 years. 10 years later, come and find me. Okay. There are many void fragmentation realm human cauldrons in the blood world. If I pluck all of them, my cultivation base will certainly skyrocket. However, I will need a lot of time to cultivate. 10 years later, I will come and find you. Ning Fan glanced at Luo Yu apologetically. Then, he turned around and walked out of the secret place. He knew that because his cultivation realm was too low, Luo Yu did not tell him the things that were weighing on her heart. If his cultivation base was higher, perhaps Luo Yu would ask him for help. Luo Yu let out a soft sigh. Looking at Ning Fan's somewhat lonely back, she remained silent for a long time. When a shrill beast roar spread out of the secret place, the palace master of the Blood Slave Palace was completely dumbfounded. When Ning Fan appeared in front of her with the blood jade token in his hand, the palace master's beautiful face turned pale with fright. Without saying a word, she directly knelt in front of Ning Fan. This servant greets master. Master, as long as Ning Fan obtains this blood jade token, he would be the master of the blood world from today onwards. As for the female cultivators of the entire blood world, they would all become Ning Fan's human cauldrons. On this day, Ning Fan subdued the entire blood slave garden. There were a total of 100,000 female cultivators in the 7 countries of the blood world. All of them had become Ning Fan's human cauldrons. Even though there were a lot of human cauldrons, Ning Fan did not have the time to pluck them one by one. To the current him, plucking Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm human cauldrons was almost useless. The flower devils in the blood slave garden were all transformed from the blood burial grass. As soon as the flower devils in this place were born, they possessed Divine Transformation Realm cultivation base. However, because of that, their lifespans were reduced. After Ning Fan became the master of the blood world, the first thing he did was to plant a restriction on all the flower devils in this place. Then, he ordered all the Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm female cultivators to destroy their cultivation base and recultivate from scratch. Only by recultivating from scratch could the problem of their lifespans be eradicated. As for the 100+ Void Fragmentation Realm female cultivators, all of them were plucked by Ning Fan one by one. Through plucking, he destroyed their cultivation base and made them recultivate from scratch. After that, all 100,000 flower devils were kept into Ning Fan's cauldron world. The 7 countries of the blood world were all kept into Ning Fan's cauldron world. Currently, the blood world was already barren. Ning Fan entered the profounding world alone to enter seclusion. It was the first time he did not have Luo Yu by his side. From today onwards, he would no longer have this woman by his side. After plucking more than 100 Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldrons, the cultivation method of his yin-yang transformation improved to the 3rd and 4th level. One had to admit that the yin-yang transformation was gradually showing its powerful side. For ordinary devil cultivators, plucking a Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldron was equivalent to consuming a Void Fragmentation Realm Dao fruit. It could only increase their magic power by around 1 million units. If converted to magic power, it was only equivalent to 500 units. For some powerful devil cultivation methods, plucking a Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldron might be able to increase their magic power by 2,000 to 3,000 units. However, plucking a Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldron could increase his magic power by nearly 5,000 units. In addition to the divine effect of the ancient god heart aperture, a Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldron was equivalent to 10,000 units of magic power. After plucking all the human cauldrons, Ning Fan's magic power had reached a total of 4.3 million units. The yin-yang transformation was definitely not something that ordinary dual cultivation devil cultivation methods could be compared to. If he had 1,000 more Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldrons, Ning Fan was confident that he could attain the peak level of the 9 Shattering Realm in one go. Unfortunately, Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldrons were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. It was probably very difficult to find a second one like the blood world which had more than 100 Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldrons. Even in the 4 heavens, Void Fragmentation Realm human cauldrons were not easily obtainable. 10 years had passed. Ning Fan returned to the ruins of the Blood Slave Palace and entered the secret place to look for Luo Yu. Luo Yu had already removed the seal of the secret place. Currently, she had already been completely resurrected and refined her physical body, restoring her original appearance. She sat on the ice bed, quietly waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. She had no choice but to leave. However, before she leaves, she had something that she wanted to leave for him. Ning Fan walked to the stone chamber step by step with a heavy heart. Luo Yu was the woman who had accompanied him for the longest time. She had always stayed in the profounding world and accompanied him through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Since Luo Yu had been resurrected, it was time for her to leave. He was reluctant to part with her, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that his cultivation base was too weak. He could not help her or make her stay here. Moreover, what he had promised her in the past was to help her resurrect and let her go. Are you going to leave? Ning Fan looked at Luo Yu and said with a bitter smile. Since there is a passageway that leads to the eastern heaven here, I will go to the eastern heaven first. After that, I will go to the other worlds to search for opportunities and improve my strength. Where will you go? I don't know. I'll go wherever the opportunities are. Don't worry. I'm just at the abandoning void realm now. It's far from enough for me to take revenge. I won't joke around with my life. Come here. I have something to tell you. Ning Fan did not think about her anymore. He sat on the ice bed and leaned against Luo Yu. Just as he sat down, a pair of cold and soft lips moved closer to him. We're going to part ways soon. I'll give you something to remember. Isn't your steel of sun and moon still lacking the seconding spirit? Take mine. Ning Fan's eyes turned gentle. He did not push the cold person in his arms away. Instead, he turned around and pressed her down on the ice bed. His hands caressed her cold and soft waist through her thin shirt. Then, he slid into her shirt and wandered around freely. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes became clear. He frowned and asked, "What happened to the injury on your back?" "It's a very serious injury. Even though I borrowed someone else's body to reincarnate, the injury is still there." "Don't ask. Don't ask anything. Ning Fan, don't ask. Just treat this as a dream that you won't wake up from." She no longer called him silly brother but Ning Fan. At this moment, in Luo Yu's eyes, Ning Fan was the man she loved and nothing else. She felt a stinging pain. Red plum blossoms stained the ice bed. Luo Yu's eyelashes were filled with tears. She was not a weak person. However, at this moment, she had forgotten all the hatred and burdens she had to bear. She was willing to be weak for once. "This is just a dream," faint moans and moans reverberated in the stone gate. It was a very, very beautiful dream. After countless times, Ning Fan's body suddenly went numb and his consciousness became more and more blurry. He smiled bitterly. He was actually hit by Luo Yu's improved version of the Yin plucking finger. Although Luo Yu did not have the Yin Yang locket, she was also a cultivator of the Yin Yang transformation. Naturally, she knew some of the secret techniques that Ning Fan knew. It was Ning Fan's first time tasting the Yin plucking finger. He knew that Luo Yu was reluctant to leave him when he was awake. That was why she wanted to knock him out and leave him without saying goodbye. "Little you err." Ning Fan's drowsy eyes looked at Luo Yu, who was wearing her clothes and looking at him reluctantly. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. However, he could not grab anything in the end. "Ning Fan, I hope that we will meet again in this life." In his hazy state, Ning Fan saw the back of a lady in white robes walking towards the teleportation formation resolutely and a teardrop that fell on the floor. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. His cultivation base was at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm while Luo Yu was at the void renunciation realm. Luo Yu knew the secret technique of dual cultivation. Since she took the initiative to dual cultivate with Ning Fan naturally did not face any risks. She gave her Yuan Hong to Ning Fan, allowing his magic power to increase by 1 million Yuan Hui in just one night. In his dream, Ning Fan's magic power had reached 5.3 million Yuan Hui. His Yin Yang transformation cultivation method had reached the 3rd level, the 7th level. The seconding spirit of the steel of sun and moon was completed. Ning Fan did not have the mood to look at it. After waking up, he took the opportunity to break through to the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and casually broke the heavenly tribulation. His magic power had increased to 5 million Yuan Hui. However, Ning Fan did not feel happy at all. His heart was empty. Looking at the red plum blossoms on the ice bed, he remained silent. Did I finally wake up from the dream? Shame, shame, shame. Little Fan can't bear to part with the beauty. Shame, shame, shame. The beauty can't bear to part with little Fan either. Shame, shame, shame. Little Fanfans but is still naked until now. Shame, shame, shame. Actually, Tong Tong also wants to spend some time with little Fanfan. Unfortunately, she's too young. I don't want to. The little stutterer explained with a flushed face. Ning Fan looked at the sword pouch that was tossed aside and felt speechless. While he was feeling sad here, the 5 little creatures were stirring up trouble here. However, thanks to the 5 of them, Ning Fan's mood became much better. Be quiet. You guys are too noisy. Humph. The beauty is shouting so loudly and you don't even find it noisy. But when we whisper a few words, you find it noisy. You value your lover more than your friends. The few little creatures protested. Ning Fan was too lazy to argue with them. Only then did he have the mood to look at the changes in the profounding world. When he did so, his eyes could not help but widen in surprise. The time he could stay in the profounding world had increased to 1 year. As for the destructive power of the steel of sun and moon, it was already comparable to the attack of a life immortal realm expert. After putting on his clothes, Ning Fan took out the crystal containing the power of the purple sun from his storage pouch. His eyes flashed. If he devoured the 3rd sun, the profounding world would continue to level up, and the power of the steel of sun and moon would also continue to increase. At this moment, the power of the steel of sun and moon was enough to instantly kill a loose immortal. If it continued to improve, even an early-stage human profound realm life immortal would not be able to withstand an attack from the steel of sun and moon. When the purple sun energy was completely devoured, he could stay in the profounding world for 3 years. As for the power of the steel of sun and moon, Ning Fan gave it a try. Using the tablet technique once would consume all of his magic power, but it was enough to severely injure an early human profound life immortal realm expert. If Luo Yu hadn't given him the seconding spirit, he wouldn't have been able to devour the 3rd young spirit. Luo Yu was worried about him, so she helped him increase the might of the steel of sun and moon to increase his ability to protect himself. Ning Fan fell into silence again. 3 months later, Ning Fan completely stabilized his 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. Only then did he step into the teleportation formation that would take him to the Eastern Heaven immortal world. Unexpectedly, there was a small change in the teleportation formation during the teleportation. Every time the teleportation array was activated, it would take several years before it could be activated again. Neither Ning Fan nor Luo Yu knew about this. After Luo Yu left first, Ning Fan did not have to wait for several years. He immediately started the teleportation array. However, there was a slight deviation in the teleportation location. Ning Fan was accidentally teleported into a sea of light filled with layers of realm-breaking light, the realm-breaking light sea. Even a rogue immortal would die if he or she falls into it. Ning Fan, while feeling speechless, he forcefully rushed through the realm-breaking light sea by relying on the protection of 8,800 black stars. However, the moment he passed through the sea of light, he was already severely injured and on the verge of death. All he could see was a vast galaxy. Then, his vision blurred and he fell headfirst onto a black cultivation planet. This planet was called the Chaotic Devil Star. This star region was called the Chaotic Devil Star Sea. There were more than 7,000 cultivation countries on the Chaotic Devil Star. In a small devil sect in a low-grade cultivation country, a few gold core realm devil cultivators were kneeling in front of a devil statue. ****My Xianxia sect can't gather enough human cauldrons for our country. Our demise is imminent. I beg the old ancestor to show his spirit and grant us a way to survive." The few gold core realm old men were kowtowing in front of the devil statue. There were also tens of harmonious spirit realm cultivators behind them. All of a sudden, a ray of extraterrestrial devil light descended from the sky and landed on the ancestral temple of the Xianxia sect. A hole was formed in the main hall. The statue of the old ancestor was smashed into pieces. A white-robed young man who was bathed in blood and had monstrous devil chi appeared in the main hall. His body was glowing with strange black starlight. He stared at the crowd coldly. The old ancestor has shown his spirit? A group of devil cultivators of the Xianxia sect looked at the white-robed young man in disbelief. Could it be that this white-robed young man is their old ancestor Xianxia? Has he shown his spirit? Could it be that he has really shown his spirit? Greetings, old ancestor. Countless cries of joy immediately resounded in the main hall. Ning Fan's muscles and bones were all broken. At this moment, he could only hold his breath. He could not even exert his gold core realm cultivation base. He looked at the crowd coldly. Even though he did not know why they addressed him as Old Ancestor, he ordered, "Prepare a stone chamber. I'm going into seclusion immediately." Even though Ning Fan's injuries were severe, his aura made everyone in the Thousand Years sect feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The few elders of the Thousand Years sect had long regarded Ning Fan as the Old Ancestor's spirit manifestation. Seeing that the Old Ancestor had given his order, how would they dare to disobey? The few of them immediately ordered to prepare a stone chamber for Ning Fan to enter seclusion. No one was allowed to disturb him. Outside the stone keep, countless spiritual wine and spiritual fire were offered. Incense was burned and prayers were offered, thanking the Elder Ancestor for appearing and saving the Thousand Year sect from its predicament. At this moment, Ning Fan was busy recuperating. Naturally, he could not be bothered with the matters of the Xianxia sect. Even an ordinary life immortal wouldn't dare to cross the Realmbreaker Ocean by force. By relying on the star technique to protect his body, Ning Fan managed to do it. However, the injuries he suffered were too severe. According to his estimation, even if he used the star technique to heal himself, he would need at least a few hundred years to fully recover. It was obvious how serious the injury was. If he has the healing speed of the profounding world that was 100 times faster than normal, his injuries would only take a few years at most to fully recover. As soon as he entered the stone chamber, Ning Fan immediately went into the profounding world and recuperated in there for 3 years. 3 years had passed and Ning Fan's injuries had mostly healed. His cultivation base had also recovered to the late nascent soul realm. If he went into seclusion for another 3 years, he would be able to completely recover his cultivation. When the first 3 years of seclusion ended and Ning Fan returned to the stone chamber, he heard some sighs coming from outside the chamber. After listening to the discussion of the cultivators outside the stone fortress, Ning Fan roughly understood some things about the Thousand Year sect. The Thousand Year sect's fiendish cultivators had originally thought that the Patriarch would appear and help the Thousand Year sect escape this calamity. Who would have thought that as soon as the Old Ancestor manifested, he would run to the stone chamber to enter seclusion? This seclusion lasted for 3 years. This made the elders of the Thousand Year sect suffer. The Thousand Year sect was an inconspicuous little demonic sect on the Chaos Devil planet. It was under the control of the 100 Ghost sect, a mid-grade cultivation country. It was said that the Chaos Demon Star's Star Lord had fought with other Star Lords and was severely injured, requiring countless cauldrons to heal him. Therefore, the entire cultivation planet and the 7,000 cultivation countries were searching for cauldrons above the harmonious spirit realm for the Star Lord to heal his injuries. Those female devil sects only needed to hand over some harmonious spirit disciples and the task would be completed. However, the Thousand Year sect was not so lucky. There was not a single harmonious spirit evil woman in the entire sect. Since the sect couldn't provide human cauldrons, they could only go outside to catch them. Unfortunately, the entire Chaos Devil Star was busy catching human cauldrons. Any harmonious spirit female cultivator who was walking on the streets could be caught by someone. The Thousand Year sect had been capturing them for several months, but they only managed to capture 7 or 8 harmonious spirit female cultivators. Moreover, all of these female cultivators had already lost their primordial een. The higher-ups wanted the Xianxia sect to hand over 50 perfect cauldrons. Sadly, the Xianxia sect could not hand them over at all. If they couldn't hand it over, they could only buy cauldrons. Unfortunately, the entire cultivation planet was buying cauldrons. The price of a spirit-harmonizing cauldron was more expensive than a gold core Dao fruit. The Thousand Year sect couldn't afford a few spirit-harmonizing cauldrons at all. The higher-ups repeatedly extended the time limit, but the Thousand Year sect still could not hand it over. Ning Fan had been in seclusion for 3 years and his superiors had already urged him 7 to 8 times. This time, the higher-ups came again and said that if the Xianxia sect still couldn't hand over the cauldron, they would annihilate the entire sect. Patriarch, oh, Patriarch, please save our Thousand Year sect. More than 10 vein opening realm devil cultivators were crying and begging outside the stone chamber. Inside the chamber, however, Ning Fan's face was cold and indifferent. He was not moved at all. He was neither a relative nor a friend of the Thousand Year sect. Why would he help them, now that he had just ascended to the eastern heaven? He had yet to figure out where he was and his injuries had yet to fully recover. Thus, Ning Fan did not want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. No matter how these people cried and screamed, Ning Fan just treated them with indifference and remained unmoved. Don't think that the Thousand-Year sect was pitiful. From their way of doing things, one could tell that this was a devil sect that committed all sorts of crimes. If they were to be annihilated, then so be it. It had nothing to do with Ning Fan. I can only enter the profounding world again after 3 more days. This time, I can stay for 3 years. Since the completion of the seconding spirit, my minor 5-elemental physique has already broken through to the major 5-elemental physique. However, the 5 elements need to be perfected once again. After breaking through to the major 5-elemental physique, my physical body took the opportunity to break through to the second heavenly layer of the revered devil realm. Besides, after the completion of the seconding spirit, I have also obtained a brand new yin-yang secret technique. The seed of incense flame. As long as I plant the seed of incense flame in the human cauldrons that I subdue, even if the human cauldrons don't kowtow to my statue and offer incense to me, I can still slowly collect the power of incense. This seed of incense flame is harmless to them, but it is beneficial to me. These few days, I can enter the cauldron world and plant the seed of incense flame in my 100,000 human cauldrons. Ning Fan's body swayed and he entered the cauldron world. 1 day later, he finished planting the seeds and continued his seclusion in the stone chamber. In the outside world, the Thousand-Year sect was facing a calamity of life and death. A few elders of the Thousand-Year sect were kneeling in the main hall. 7 nascent soul realm old monsters were sitting on the seats of honor. These 7 nascent soul realm experts were devil cultivators from a mid-grade cultivation country. The one with the highest cultivation base among them was a half-step divine transformation realm cultivator. It was a man with a feminine appearance. He was wearing a bright red robe. He was holding a teacup and took a sip from it. Then, he said to the elders of the Thousand-Year sect in a strange tone. It has been 3 years and you still haven't gathered 50 melting spirit cauldrons. Hee hee. How dare you? This person's voice was extremely soft. It was neither a man nor a woman. How could the elders of the Thousand-Year sect have the guts to laugh at this old monster? This human demon old monster was the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect. Moreover, he was also the disciple of a void glimpse stage old monster. Even some divine transformation realm old monsters from high-grade cultivation countries would have to be polite when they meet the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect. Please calm down, my lord. It's not that we don't want to do our best. It's just that it's really difficult to find melting spirit cauldrons at this critical moment. A late gold core realm elder explained. I don't like those meaningless explanations. I only look at the results. In the past 3 years, I've sent people to ask for human cauldrons 8 times. You refused 8 times. Today is the 9th time and also the last time. I've come personally. If you still don't hand over the cauldrons, I don't mind annihilating your Thousand-Year sect. The cold words of the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect made all the cultivators of the Thousand-Year sect break out in cold sweat. The few elders exchanged glances with each other in despair. All of them were well aware that they absolutely could not hand over the cauldrons. However, they were not willing to bow down and die just like that. Their old ancestor had appeared and was now in seclusion in the Thousand-Year mountain. The late gold core realm old monster Xianxia gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to say. My old ancestor is currently in seclusion in the Thousand-Year mountain. He will never allow anyone to annihilate the Thousand-Year sect. What? Old ancestor Xianxia. Upon hearing this name, even an arrogant person like the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect was shocked. The Thousand-Year sect was a devil sect that was established 4,000 years ago. The first sect master was Old Ancestor Xianxia. Old Ancestor Xianxia was a ruthless person. Although he was at the late divine transformation realm, no devil cultivator below the void refinement realm on the entire chaotic devil star was a match for him. It was said that the star lord of another devil star took a fancy to this person and wanted to take him as his disciple. However, he was rejected. Even the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect had heard of such a powerful person. Therefore, when he first heard that Old Ancestor Xianxia was in the sect, his first reaction was fear. However, on second thought, didn't old ancestor Xianxia die in a great battle 4,000 years ago? If old ancestor Xianxia was still alive, would he tolerate his sect being bullied by others? I'm not in the mood to joke with you. According to what I know, old ancestor Xianxia died 4,000 years ago. The sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect snorted coldly. The late Gold Core Realm Elder immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, his expression was still arrogant. Although the old ancestor has died, we have been worshipping the devil statue every day and have already summoned the old ancestor's spiritual body back. The old ancestor had already manifested 3 years ago and is now in seclusion in the back mountain. I, old ancestor Xianxia, will never allow you to annihilate the 1,000-year sect. Haha, haha. The sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect suddenly burst into laughter. What did he hear just now? There was actually such a ridiculous thing in this world. This bunch of idiots from the 1,000-year sect actually managed to make the old ancestor manifest after worshipping the devil statue. This was too ridiculous. Manifest? He, old ancestor Xianxia, was not an immortal emperor. How could he make use of the golden temple to manifest? Only a few immortal emperors knew a thing or two about the great divine power of manifesting and descending upon the world. Judging from the confident tone of the 1,000-year sect members, it seemed like there was really someone impersonating old ancestor Xianxia and was in seclusion at the 1,000-year mountain. However, there was no need to ask to know that the person could only be an impersonator. Old ancestor Xianxia was already dead. This was an indisputable fact. Manifesting and whatnot were all nonsense. As for the impersonator, he had hidden at the 1,000-year mountain for 3 years and did not dare to stand up for the 1,000-year sect. He was most likely a liar who had not even formed his nascent soul. Interesting, interesting. You, lead the way. I'll go to the stone gate of the 1,000-year mountain right now and meet your old ancestor. I'm going to annihilate the 1,000-year sect anyway, so let's start with your old ancestor. The sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect sneered and led the other 6 nascent soul realm cultivators to the stone gate at the back of the mountain under the lead of a few elders. After being ridiculed by the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect, the elders of the 1,000 Years sect lost their confidence. The reason why they were certain that Ning Fan was the manifestation of their old ancestor was because the incident that day was too shocking. A ray of devil light descended from the sky and turned into Ning Fan, who was covered in devil chi. All of this was too coincidental. At that moment, Ning Fan's aura was unparalleled and it was not any weaker than the legendary old ancestor Xianxia. That was why they firmly believed that the senior from the devil Dao who descended from the sky was the manifestation of their old ancestor. Now that the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect said it, they began to doubt whether their old ancestor was real or not. If he was real, why did he not pay any attention to the 1,000-year sect after entering the stone gate for 3 years? Legend had it that old ancestor Xianxia was a devil lord who killed without batting an eyelid. He was never bullied by anyone. He was the only one who bullied others. The few old men sucked in a cold breath at the same time. It can't be. Could it be that the old ancestor in the stone gate was really a fake? At this moment, the few elders were not the only ones who had doubts. The harmonious spirit realm and vein opening realm disciples also had doubts. Today, the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect had threatened to annihilate the 1,000-year sect, but the old ancestor still didn't come out to protect the sect. Could it be that he was not the real old ancestor? Soon, they arrived at the back of the mountain. The sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect and the other 6 nascent soul realm cultivators stood proudly outside the stone gate, staring at it coldly. Especially the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect. His arrogant eyes were filled with mockery. He wanted to kill their old ancestor in front of the people of the 1,000-year sect and laugh at their foolishness. Then, he would slaughter the entire sect. You have been hiding in the stone gate for 3 years. Are you still not going to show yourself? Quickly come out and accept your death. The sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect shouted coldly. However, no sound came from the stone gate. Each of the disciples of the 1,000-year sect immediately showed an embarrassed and resentful expression. The sect master's words were a blatant provocation. If the person in the stone gate was really their old ancestor, he would have come out and killed all the intruders regardless of their background. Unfortunately, there was no movement inside the stone gate. It's not the old ancestor. It really isn't. Looking at the embarrassed expressions of the disciples of the Thousand-Year Sect, the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect laughed mockingly and continued speaking to the stone gate. It seems like you are not the real Thousand-Year Sect master. I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of the stone gate. Don't force me to break the stone gate. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. With every breath that the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect took, the despair in the hearts of the people of the Thousand-Year Sect grew. After 3 breaths, the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. A black ball of light appeared in his palm. With a light toss, the ball of light immediately hit the stone gate of the Thousand-Year Mountain at an astonishing speed. With a loud boom, the entire Thousand-Year Mountain collapsed and the stone gate shattered. The disciples of the Thousand-Year Sect immediately turned pale. Was this the power of the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect? This power was not much weaker than a soul formation old monster. The sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect closed his eyes and said indifferently, "You're the one who didn't come out of seclusion. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that you've been destroyed along with this mountain, you won't have the chance to come out of seclusion anymore." In his opinion, he had destroyed the Thousand-Year Mountain with a single strike. The old ancestor of the Shibei sect who had not even formed his nascent soul would definitely die in this round of attack. Next, it's time to annihilate the Thousand-Year Sect. Just as he was thinking about this, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at the ruins of the Thousand-Year Mountain in disbelief. The other 6 nascent soul realm cultivators also wore shocked expressions. Amidst the smoke and dust, a white-robed young man walked out from the ruins with a cold expression. The cultivation base that he revealed was at the late nascent soul realm. However, there was an aura force on his body that made the nascent soul realm of the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect tremble uncontrollably. Old ancestor. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is not dead. He must be the real old ancestor. The disciples of the Thousand-Year Sect immediately shouted. All of their shouts entered Ning Fan's ears, but it did not cause any ripples in his heart. He stared coldly at the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect. He really did not care whether this person could annihilate the Thousand-Year Sect or not. However, this person actually dared to attack his place of seclusion. He was really courting death. Calm down. This person must be carrying some kind of secret treasure that can increase his aura force. That's why he has such a terrifying aura force. His cultivation base is only at the late nascent soul realm. It's not worth mentioning at all. The sect master tried his best to calm his mind. However, he did not have the right to do so in front of Ning Fan. Just as his voice fell, he suddenly saw Ning Fan's eyes flashing with cold light. My current cultivation base is indeed not worth mentioning. However, killing all of you is not as difficult as pinching an ant to death. Ning Fan raised his hand and made a suction force. A vast suction force immediately drew the sect master of the Hundred Ghosts sect to him. Facing that suction force, he who was a dignified half-step divine transformation realm cultivator could not resist it at all. Ning Fan grabbed his neck and lifted him up high. His eyes were still cold. Meeting Ning Fan's merciless eyes, the sect master felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to break free from Ning Fan's evil grasp, but he could not do so at all. His heart was filled with fear. You're not at the nascent soul realm. You're definitely not a nascent soul realm cultivator. It's impossible for a nascent soul realm cultivator to take me down so easily. Did I say that I'm a nascent soul realm cultivator? Die. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and broke the sect master's neck. His hand was full of blood. The sect master's nascent soul tried to escape from his corpse but was caught by Ning Fan's palm again. Why you can't kill me? My master is one of the 17 devil guards under the Star Lord. You can't. Ning Fan was not interested in this person's background at all. Without saying anything, he directly searched his soul and memories. In just a moment, he obtained a large amount of information from the sect master's memory. Then, he swallowed his nascent soul mercilessly. When the other 6 nascent soul realm cultivators saw how terrifying Ning Fan's strength was, killing a half-step divine transformation realm cultivator was as easy as pinching an ant, they fled in terror. Sword light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. His black sword sense swept across the sky and reaped the lives of the 6 cultivators with ease. Don't you think it's too late to leave? The entire thousand-year sect fell into dead silence. Ning Fan's strength made them feel awe and fear. Old Ancestor is mighty. With a loud bang, all the cultivators of the thousand-year sect knelt down and kowtowed to Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not pay attention to them. Whether they live or die had nothing to do with him. I want to continue my seclusion here. All of you, retreat. As he raised his hand, the rubble of the 1,000 Years mountain that had collapsed suddenly turned into a mountain again. Without saying anything, Ning Fan flew into the stone chamber. A few days later, he entered the profoundine world again to heal his injuries. In the chaotic devil country, an old man with void glimpse stage cultivation base looked at the life token in his hand that had been broken into 2 halves. He was enraged. Who can tell me? Why did my disciple die in a mere low-grade cultivation country? Investigate. To be continued. On the chaotic devil star, a shocking piece of news quickly spread across the 7,000 cultivation countries. The treasured disciple of the drifting mountain patriarch, the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect, had actually been killed, and the person who killed his disciple was a cultivator from a low-ranked cultivation country. However, many of the old monsters had heard of this cultivator's name. Forefather Xianxia, 4,000 years ago, old ancestor Xianxia became the strongest being below the void refinement realm on the chaotic devil star with his late divine transformation realm cultivation base. 4,000 years later, old ancestor Xianxia was still alive. It was very likely that he had already broken through to the void refinement realm. After 4,000 years, forefather Xianxia must have become even more powerful. Even so, no one thought that forefather Thousand Autumns could afford to offend forefather Dangyu. Even though old ancestor Dangyu's cultivation base was only at the void glimpse stage, he was a 6th revolution pill refinement master. He was highly regarded by the chaotic devil Star Lord and was one of the 17 devil guards of the Star Lord. When old ancestor Dangyu brought the other 16 void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm devil guards to a low-grade cultivation country and surrounded the 1,000 Years sect, the entire planet shook. Meanwhile, all the cultivators of the 1,000 Year sect knelt down in fear. All 17 demon guards are mobilized. Not good, old ancestor has caused trouble. What should we do? No matter how powerful the old ancestor is, he's no match for the 17 demon guards. That's right. Among the 17 devil guards, there are 3 void fragmentation realm experts. The rest of them are experts who are strong enough to wipe out 7,000 cultivation countries. Old ancestor is definitely not a match for these devil guards. Moreover, the backer behind these devil guards is the dignified Star Lord of the chaotic devil star. That's an existence that we can't afford to offend. The elders of the 1,000 Year sect all looked defeated. The newcomer was too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't muster any will to resist. One should know that the chaotic devil star region had a total of 7 great devil stars and 7 great star lords. Each of them was an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm or above. Star-Lord Chaos Devil was a 6th Shatterer. In the entire chaotic devil star, there were only a dozen or so void fragmentation realm experts in the 7,000 cultivation countries. The Chaos Demon Star Lord alone could sweep across the entire Chaos Demon Star. Today, in order to avenge his disciple, old ancestor Che Yu had invited 3 void fragmentation realm experts to annihilate the Xianxia sect. No one thought that the Xianxia sect would be able to avoid this calamity. 1,000 Year sect, what a 1,000 Year sect! Patriarch Drifting Mountain stood in the sky, and 16 peerless experts stood behind him. He looked coldly at the kneeling members of the 1,000 Year sect and suddenly had an idea. I heard that Xianxia is still in seclusion? Yes. Elder Xianxia's faces were ashen as they answered every question. Hee, do you want to live? Patriarch Sweeping Peak sneered. Yes, all the members of the 1,000 Autumn sect shouted. Haha. I'll give all of you a chance. So long as all of you swear a Dao hard oath to draw a clear line between you and that kid, Xianxia, and betray him to submit to me, then I'll spare all of your lives. How about it? Really? All the cultivators of the 1,000 Year sect were filled with excitement. They admired forefather 1,000 Autumns only because they wanted to rely on him to survive. Now that they knew that their patriarch was no match for Patriarch Sweeping Mountain, how could they be loyal to their patriarch? If they could live by betraying the old ancestor, why would they hesitate to betray him? I'm willing to swear a great Tao heart oath that from this day onwards, I'll no longer have anything to do with Patriarch Xianxia. No, Taoist Xianxia. I'll only be loyal to Senior Daingyu. I'm willing to swear a great Tao heart oath. From today onwards, I'll no longer have anything to do with Taoist Xianxia and the Thousand Autumns sect. Looking at the cultivators of the Thousand Autumns sect who swore a great Tao heart oath in order to survive, the corners of old ancestor Sweeping Peak's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He had never thought of letting these people go. He just wanted to see how many of them were loyal to Ning Fan. Hee. None of them. How ironic. In order to protect the sect, that kid, Xianxia, killed my disciple and offended me. His disciple, on the other hand, directly betrayed him in order to survive. If he finds out about this, he'll probably be in great pain. Die. Old ancestor Sweeping Peak casually struck out a ray of sword light. That sword light immediately turned into a rain of swords, turning the entire Thousand Autumns sect into ruins. None of the cultivators of the Thousand Autumns sect survived. Their bodies could only be described as minced meat. Only their heads still maintained an expression of shock and fear. Do you think you can survive by betraying me? How ridiculous, old ancestor Sweeping Peak sneered. With a flick of his sleeve, thousands of heads piled up to form a human skull tower. He wanted to use this human skull tower to pay tribute to his disciple. However, this tower was still missing a human skull, Ning Fan's head. Old ancestor Sweeping Peak's figure flashed and landed outside the stone chamber of the Thousand Autumns mountain with the 16 experts behind him. He looked at the simple and crude stone chamber and saw through the scenery inside with a single glance. His brows were tightly knitted together. That kid, Xianxia, isn't inside the stone chamber. Damn it. Did he run away? Perhaps this person has gone into seclusion inside the heavenly dwelling. It's said that he has injuries on his body. Most likely, he is healing his injuries inside the heavenly dwelling. A first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old man guessed. Hiding inside the heavenly dwelling, huh? Elder Chu, tear this heavenly dwelling apart. Old ancestor Sweeping Peak said to the second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old man beside him. This is easy to break. The void fragmentation realm old man with the surname Chu pointed a finger at the Thousand Autumns mountain. All of a sudden, the entire Thousand Autumns mountain turned into ashes. He clawed at the empty space in front of him, trying to tear open the heavenly dwelling that Ning Fan was in. Tearing open the heavenly dwelling with a palm was an ability that every void fragmentation realm old monster had. Hiding inside the heavenly dwelling when facing the pursuit of a void fragmentation realm expert was no different from courting death. The scene of tearing open the heavenly dwelling as expected did not happen. There was no hidden heavenly dwelling in this place. Impossible. I can even tear open the spatial barrier of a high-grade heavenly dwelling. Could it be that that kid, Xianxia, didn't hide inside the heavenly dwelling but escaped in advance? The old man with the surname Chu said in disbelief. No. Xianxia must still be here. Even though I have yet to tear open the heavenly dwelling, I can sense a trace of undetectable world power in this place. I'm afraid that kid is not hiding inside the heavenly dwelling but inside a world treasure. A small Kiliacosm world treasure. Everyone including old ancestor Sweeping Peak revealed a look of greed. A small Kiliacosm world treasure was a good item. Even when facing the pursuit of an ordinary life immortal realm expert, one would be able to survive by hiding inside a small Kiliacosm world. Of course, there were also many life immortal realm experts who could break open a small Kiliacosm. If that kid, Xianxia, really hides inside a small Kiliacosm world, it will be a little tricky. Unless he leaves the small Kiliacosm himself, it's absolutely impossible to capture him. However, if it's for the small Kiliacosm world, what's the harm in waiting for him here for 100 years? I don't believe that he won't leave the small Kiliacosm for the rest of his life. Everyone sneered at the same time. Originally, Sweeping Peak came here just to kill Ning Fan and take revenge. But now, even if it's just for that small Kiliacosm world treasure, he still wanted to kill Ning Fan and seize the treasure. Old ancestor Sweeping Peak and the others sent a message transmitting flying sword to the Star Lord, informing him about the discovery of the small Kiliakosm world treasure. The Star Lord immediately gave an order, leaving Old Ancestor Sweeping Peak and the other 6 devil guards to stay here and wait for Ning Fan to show up so that they could kill him and seize the treasure. The remaining devil guards then returned to the chaotic devil country to report to the Star Lord and continue to search for human cauldrons to help the Star Lord heal his injuries. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, in the profounding world, Ning Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was bathing in the bright sunlight without saying a word. The steel of sun and moon had been upgraded again and again. The profounding world had also been upgraded again and again. This world was no longer barren and desolate. Instead, it was more like a paradise. The thatched cottage was still there. Unfortunately, the woman who lived inside had already left. Ning Fan's injuries had completely healed. Today, he was still the extremely powerful strongest devil in the 9 worlds. He had already learned about the overall strength of the chaotic devil star from the memories of the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect. The chaotic devil star was very weak. It was not worth mentioning. Because of this, Ning Fan could sense the strength of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. The Eastern Heaven Immortal World had countless star regions and cultivation planets. Cultivation planets were divided into 4 grades. A cultivation planet like the chaotic devil star was the lowest grade cultivation planet, a low-grade cultivation planet. In a low-grade cultivation planet, the Star Lord would at most be a rogue immortal or at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. A mid-grade cultivation planet would be guarded by a life immortal. A high-grade cultivation planet would even be guarded by a true immortal. The highest grade cultivation planet was called an immortal mansion planet. Usually, there would be immortal venerables or immortal kings guarding it. There might even be immortal emperors. To the 4 heavens, the lower worlds were indeed not worth mentioning. This chaotic devil Star Lord had a cultivation base of the 6th destruction realm. If he was in the lower worlds, he would be able to make a name for himself. However, in the upper worlds, he was not worth mentioning at all. The Eastern Heaven was very chaotic. The heavenly law of the 4 Phoenixes sect was useless here. Ning Fan also had the identity of an 8th grade immortal guard. This identity was only useful in the 4 Phoenixes sect. Unfortunately, it was useless in the Eastern Heaven. If a low-grade cultivation planet was destroyed, almost no one would care about it. Of course, if there were someone behind the destroyed low-grade cultivation planet, it would be a different story. My strength can allow me to move unhindered in the 9 worlds. However, in the 4 heavens, I'm only qualified to be the Star Lord of a low-grade cultivation planet. No wonder the 4 Phoenixes sect neglected the change of the divine sovereigns in the lower worlds. Who would spend the effort to manage such a weak lower world? In the eyes of the cultivators in the upper worlds, the 9 worlds is probably not much nobler than 9 low-grade cultivation planets. There are 3 reasons why I came to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. Firstly, to find the immortal soul grass and let Weiliang's soul grow. Secondly, to fulfill Senior Tai Su's last wish. To help my master collect his debt. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a yellowed promissory note. Then, he sighed helplessly. Even though the old devil was a little calculative when he asked him to collect his debt, 1 billion Dao crystals was not a small amount. If he has this amount of money, it would be much easier for him to break through his cultivation realm. Perhaps, he could use the Dao crystals to buy a large amount of pills for his cultivation or directly devour a large amount of Dao crystals to break through his cultivation realm. He had already left all the things that he should leave behind in the lower worlds. Now that he has arrived in the upper worlds, he did not need to worry about money anymore. If he runs out of money, he could just rob them again. My injuries have already healed. It's almost time for me to leave the chaotic devil star and head to the immortal soul star to look for the immortal soul grass. However, I wonder which star region is the immortal soul star. Immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi had once given Ning Fan an astrolabe which recorded the location of the black tortoise star in the northern heavens. The stars would move according to their trajectories. Therefore, there was no fixed map that could accurately depict the location of each star region and cultivation planet. The map of the 4 heavens was called an astrolabe. It could be used as a flying treasure. Of course, its main purpose was to be used as a map. Every star region had a specific astrolabe. Only by following the direction of the astrolabe could one find the star region and cultivation planet that one wanted to reach. In order to head to the immortal soul star, one must first know which star region the immortal soul star was located in and then purchase the astrolabe of that star region. Flying in a star palace was always very troublesome. Low-grade cultivation planets did not have astrolabes for sale. To create an astrolabe, one would need to borrow a trace of immortal power to deduce the position of the stars and condense the power of the starry sky into the astrolabe. Therefore, only powerful cultivators who were at the life immortal realm and above could create astrolabes. Normally, astrolabes were only sold on mid-grade cultivation planets. In order to head to the immortal soul star, I first need to find a mid-grade cultivation planet. Then, I will gather information there and purchase an astrolabe. The starry sky is boundless. If I just fly aimlessly, I don't know how long it will take for me to find a mid-grade cultivation planet, Ning Fan sighed softly. With a sway of his body, he left the profounding world. The moment he appeared in the outside world, 7 rays of killing intent immediately locked onto him. Moreover, a cold sneer entered Ning Fan's ears. Little Xianxia, you're finally willing to show yourself. The sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect is my disciple. The Xianxia sect has already been massacred by me. Under the order of the Star Lord, we will guard you here. Quickly hand over the small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure and I will leave your corpse intact. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. At this moment, he was standing on the ruins of the Xianxia mountain. Surrounding him were 7 devil cultivators with monstrous devil chi. 5 of them were at the void refinement realm while the other 2 were at the void fragmentation realm. The entire Xianxia sect had already been flattened. A tower of human skulls was built on top of the ruins. 3 years had passed and the human skulls had already rotted away. Ning Fan looked at the human skulls. His heart was still calm. He was a heartless person in the first place. The Xianxia sect had nothing to do with him. Oh? Little Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so indifferent after seeing the tower of human skulls of your disciples. You are indeed as cold-blooded and heartless as the rumors say. Actually, you really don't need to feel sad for them. They are just a group of rebels. In order to survive, they have already betrayed you. Old Ancestor Dang Yu's words were just to disturb Ning Fan's state of mind. He secretly made a hand seal and the ground trembled slightly. Then, 5 gigantic earth dragons drilled out from under Ning Fan's feet and bit his head from 5 different directions. Die. Ning Fan's expression remained cold from the beginning to the end. Whether the cultivators of the Xianxia sect had betrayed him or why they died, he really did not care at all. Old Ancestor Dang Yu's method of disturbing his state of mind was really clumsy. As for sneak attacks, they were equally clumsy. These 5 earth dragons were strong enough to kill ordinary void glimpse stage experts. However, they were not worth mentioning to Ning Fan at all. With a wave of his sleeve, the 5 earth dragons were directly turned into ashes by Ning Fan's wind. At the moment he made his move, Ning Fan's 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm aura force gushed out without any reservation. All of a sudden, the 7 devil guards including Old Ancestor Dang Yu wore an extremely terrified expression. Even the 2 void fragmentation realm experts who were guarding this place were filled with fear. They were just at the 1st and 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In front of Ning Fan, who was at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, they could not resist at all. 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This old ancestor Xianxia sect actually had a higher cultivation base than the Star Lord. Run! Without any hesitation, the 7 of them fled in different directions. Ning Fan flicked his finger and a gigantic illusory vortex appeared in front of the 7 of them, directly sucking them into it. In just an instant, all 6 of them were turned into pools of blood by the vortex. With a flick of his sleeve, the storage pouches of the 7 of them fell into Ning Fan's palm. Old Ancestor Dang Yu's primordial spirit also fell into Ning Fan's palm. Ning Fan mercilessly searched his soul and memory before killing him. After collecting the Tao crystals of the 7 of them, Ning Fan sent all the other magic treasures and pills into the cauldron world. Currently, there were already 100,000 cauldrons in the cauldron world. However, the leaders were still Bing Ling and Yu Ling. The 2 of them had already broken through to the peak nascent soul realm and were close to the divine transformation realm. The cultivation bases of the other female guards were also above the gold core realm. These female guards might not be able to join the battlefield, but they could cultivate in the rear. Through the Joss Flame seed, they could provide Ning Fan with an endless supply of Joss Flame power. Joss Flame power was an important way for immortals to improve their cultivation base. After doing all of this, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He took out the ancient golden sword and flew towards the chaotic devil country, the capital of the chaotic devil planet. Very good. In order to obtain a small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure, the Star Lord of the chaotic devil planet actually sent someone to kill him. He was never a person who would suffer losses. Since this Star Lord came to his doorstep, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. The sword light of the ancient golden sword was terrifying. It flew at full speed, shocking one cultivation country after another. All the devil cultivators who stood in his way were killed by Ning Fan with just a flick of his finger. In the chaotic devil country, the chaotic devil Star Lord stared at the urgent reports in his hands. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The 7 devil guards were all killed by that Taoist Xianxia. It has only been 4,000 years. How could this person become so strong? His cultivation base is already at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Star Lord, what should we do now? That person's cultivation base is terrifying. Those who stood in his way were all killed by him. Besides, Lord has yet to recover from his injuries. I'm afraid no one on the chaotic devil planet can stop him. A void fragmentation realm old monster looked at the chaotic devil Star Lord with a pale face. Quickly asked the other Star Lords for help. The chaotic devil Star Lord gritted his teeth and said, Isn't Lord not on good terms with the other Star Lords? Why would they come to save you? How dare they not come? The discord between us is just a private fight among ourselves. The 7 of us are the disciples of the 7 Fiend sect. If I die, they won't be able to escape the sect's punishment. Humph. The chaotic devil Star Lord let out a cold snort. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes turned cold. He wanted to see how bold and capable this old ancestor Xianxia was to dare to go against the 7 Star Lords of the chaotic devil star region at the same time. Even if this old ancestor Xianxia was stronger than the 7 Star Lords, would he still dare to go against the 7 Fiend sect? The 7 Fiend sect was a super force with a mid-human profound life immortal realm cultivator. To be continued. Ning Fan stood on the tip of the sword and flew towards the chaotic devil country at full speed. His eyes were cold and emotionless. That emotionlessness was the true coldness he had after his 7 emotions were extinguished. He would only put on a smile for his loved ones. He did not need to care about his enemies. Bone Dust Country, a void-grade cultivation country. When Ning Fan passed by this country, tens of thousands of cultivators formed a formation to stop him. Without saying a word, Ning Fan used the Maelstrom Void and sucked all of them into the Maelstrom Void, killing them all. Sword Abyss Country, a void-grade cultivation country. 100,000 sword cultivators stood in front of Ning Fan and formed a sword formation in an attempt to slow him down. As Ning Fan pointed his finger, an unimaginable destructive force immediately attacked them, turning all 100,000 cultivators into blood mist. Void-grade cultivation country, a body venerate country. 3,000 jade life body cultivators stood in front of Ning Fan, but all of them were crushed into powder by his punch. The strength of his punch was comparable to the attack of a 3rd heavenly layer Nirvana realm body cultivator. Void-grade cultivation country, Tianlan country, void-grade cultivation country, Huangfeng country, void-grade cultivation country, Nightless country. Every time Ning Fan arrived at a cultivation country, he would be stopped by someone. With his cultivation base, it was naturally impossible for him to be injured by them. His eyes gradually turned serious. Those people did not seem to want to kill him. Instead, they wanted to slow him down and stalling for time because he wants to wait for reinforcements. This Chaos Devil Star Lord is not someone who is easy to deal with. However, I don't know what cultivation base the reinforcements he is waiting for are. If they are below the Life Immortal realm, there's nothing to fear. If they are at the Life Immortal realm, I can still protect myself with the Black Devil escaping technique even if I can't defeat them. Ning Fan remained silent for a while and looked ahead. His eyes gradually turned colder. In front of him was the star capital of the chaotic devil planet, the chaotic devil country. Outside the chaotic devil planet, the country's protective grand formation was directly activated. The level of that formation was at the immortal grade. Inside the formation, there were millions of cultivators guarding it. Each of them looked at Ning Fan, who was standing outside through the formation light, with fear. Currently, there was no one on the chaotic devil planet who did not know that the old monster standing on the ancient golden sword was a devil lord who killed without batting an eye. His Dao name was Xianxia. Currently, the outside world was spreading rumors that old ancestor Xianxia had a cultivation base at the void fragmentation realm. Even at his peak, the Star Lord was no match for forefather Thousand Autumns, and now that he was still heavily injured, he was even less of a match for forefather Thousand Autumns. This immortal array was the final barrier of the chaotic demon kingdom. If it was broken, the chaotic demon kingdom would be destroyed. Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, please stop. It was our anarchy demon empire's fault for offending you in the past. However, you've also killed countless people along the way. You've already vented the resentment in your heart. If you don't retreat now, this old man can guarantee that you will regret it not long after. A fourth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old man in red robes threatened Ning Fan coldly through the immortal formation. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the 6 Star Lords would arrive at the chaotic demon empire to reinforce their Star Lord. When the time comes, the 7 great Star Lords will arrive together. Even if Ning Fan is a cultivator at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he would not be able to escape death. One should know that there was no lack of 7 Shatter-old monsters among the other Star Lords. There was even one 8 Shatterer. It's too late for regrets, is it? Ning Fan's expression was as cold as usual. Of course, he was not frightened by the red-robed old man's words. The reason why the defense of the immortal formation in front of him seemed strong was because it contained the Tao power of life and death. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and summoned a ray of black light. That ray of black light cut through the formation light of the immortal formation. Black devil scissors. The red-robed old man's eyes widened in shock. He could not see what kind of magic treasure Ning Fan was using at all. He only knew that it was extremely powerful, as it could even cut through the formation light. He quickly took out a formation plate and controlled the grand formation to repair the formation light. Without saying a word, Ning Fan changed his hand seals continuously. A single silhouette immediately turned into 100 silhouettes, 1,000 silhouettes, and then 10,000 silhouettes. Countless silhouettes cut through the immortal formation. The speed of breaking the formation was far faster than the speed of repairing it. Under the red-robed old man's astonished gaze, the immortal formation light was forcefully cut into countless pieces after 10 breaths. Immortal. The immortal formation is broken. This is bad. Retreat quickly. We are definitely not a match for this devil. The red-robed old man was horrified, and he immediately turned into a crimson streak of light and fled into the distance without another word. Ning Fan raised his hand and took out the black devil scissors. With a single cut, he cut that person into 2 pieces. Even his primordial spirit was cut into pieces. He pointed a finger at the ground and then raised his hand to the sky. Countless illusory vortexes immediately appeared on the ground and the sky. Millions of cultivators were sucked into the void of the vortexes, turning into pus and blood and dying. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He kept the black devil scissors and kept the countless storage pouches and Tao fruits into his cauldron world. Then, he stepped on the ancient sword and flew towards the direction of the chaotic devil palace. At this moment, the chaotic devil Star Lord was really panicking. The other 6 Star Lords had yet to arrive, but Ning Fan had already arrived outside the chaotic devil palace. He did not expect that the ambushes and the defense of the immortal formation could not stop Ning Fan's footsteps at all. Forcing himself to walk out of the chaotic devil palace, the chaotic devil Star Lord's eyes were extremely gloomy. He stared at Ning Fan, who was standing on the ancient sword in white robes. Xianxia, you are courting death. I will give you a chance to live. Get out of the chaotic devil star now, and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise. Noisy. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and Emperor Xia's sword appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and swung the sword. Golden light shone brightly. That sword attack was unstoppable when it was used by the current Ning Fan. With just a single sword attack, the chaotic devil palace was split apart. The sword light turned into rain and countless cultivators of the palace died under the sword rain. The chaotic devil Star Lord's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't because he reacted in time and escaped from the attack range of the sword rain, he would certainly be severely injured by it. This man is really strong. Even if I am in my peak condition, I still have no chance of winning against him. Damn it. Why aren't the other Star Lords here yet? It seems like I can only run away first. The chaotic devil Star Lord gritted his teeth and patted his storage pouch. He took out a jade slip and crushed it. Immediately, a tall and large star door appeared behind him. It could teleport him to the nearest cultivation planet. Seeing that the chaotic devil Star Lord wanted to run away, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his hand and slashed the star door. Then, he slashed the chaotic devil Star Lord's physical body into two. A trace of extremely panicked primordial spirit immediately shot out from the remains of the Star Lord. It cursed loudly while desperately trying to escape. You! How dare you destroy my physical body? How dare you? I am a dignified disciple of the Seven Fiends sect. What responded to the chaotic devil Star Lord was another trace of cold sword light that killed his primordial spirit. The devil cultivators who were lucky enough to survive stared at Ning Fan with fear. Their bodies were trembling and cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads. The dignified Star Lord of the chaotic devil star was actually killed by Ning Fan so easily. If this matter spreads out, the neighboring star regions would be shaken. If the Seven Fiends sect hears about it, they would probably be enraged. Seven Fiends sect. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He had already learned from the memories of old ancestor Dangyue that the seven great star lords of the chaotic devil star region were the disciples of the Seven Fiends sect. In other words, the entire chaotic devil star region was actually the territory of the Seven Fiends sect. The sect master of the Seven Fiends sect was a mid-human profound realm life immortal realm expert. Other than that, the members of the sect were all rogue immortals. Ning Fan knew that he was not a match for the sect master of the Seven Fiends sect. However, he had full confidence that he would not be afraid of the sect master. Was the Black Devil escaping technique a joke? Perhaps it was not enough to escape from the pursuit of a true immortal realm cultivator. However, there was almost no life immortal realm cultivators who could catch up to Ning Fan. How could the life-saving technique of the old devil when he was young be weak? Ignoring the threat of the Seven Fiends sect, Ning Fan began to search for the spoils of war in the ruins of the chaotic devil palace. The wealth of the entire cultivation planet was usually concentrated in the star capital. Along the way, Ning Fan had obtained more than 2 million Dao crystals. As for the other items, they were all given to the human cauldrons in the cauldron world. To the current Ning Fan, there was almost nothing useful on the entire chaotic devil star. The only things that were slightly useful were the 2 star discs that he obtained from the storage pouch of the chaotic devil star lord. One of them was the star disc of the chaotic devil star region while the other one was the star disc of the Seven Fiends star region. The Seven Fiends star region was the foundation of the Seven Fiends sect. Just as he finished searching for the treasures, the shrill whistling of 6 rays of traveling light resounded in the vast sky. They were the 6 star lords who had arrived late. When the 6 of them saw the ruins, their faces were filled with shock. They knew that they were late because they did not know whether the chaotic devil star lord was already dead or not. It would be fine if he was not dead. But if he is, according to the order of the Seven Fiends sect, the 7 great star lords must advance and retreat together when they encounter external enemies. If one of them dies, the other 6 would be held responsible. The 6 of them stared coldly at Ning Fan who was not far away and asked sternly. Where's the chaotic devil star lord? He died in my hands. Ning Fan replied coldly. You're courting death. The 6 of them were enraged. If the chaotic devil star lord dies, they would certainly be held responsible. All of this was because of Ning Fan. One of the 7 Fiends star lords could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He held a flying sword which was surrounded by the shadow of a dragon and turned it into a ray of sword light, aiming at Ning Fan. He was a sword cultivator. His cultivation base was just a step away from attaining the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In the eyes of this sword cultivator, there was only sharp killing intent. He wanted to chop Ning Fan into minced meat to vent the hatred in his heart. Those devil cultivators who were lucky enough to survive were all killed by the sword light before they could escape. It was enough to show how powerful this sword was. Space vortex, Ning Fan uttered 2 words indifferently. He just pointed his finger at the sky without revealing any expression. This sword cultivator Star Lord was not weak. However, in front of Ning Fan, he would not be able to survive even 1 round. A massive and illusory vortex suddenly appeared beneath the sword cultivator Star Lord's feet. Before he could react, he was sucked into the void of the vortex. Then, a miserable shriek resounded across the vast sky. What kind of ability is this? It can actually kill the ghost sword Star Lord in an instant. The remaining 5 Star Lords were greatly shocked. Even the Star Lord who was at the 8-break realm showed an extremely fearful expression. He took a large step forward and stared at Ning Fan coldly. His aura force of the 8-break realm swept across the area and said loudly, "Fellow Daoist Xianxia, you've killed 2 Star Lords of my chaotic Devil Star region in just 1 day. This grudge has been formed today. The next time we meet, it will be the day you die. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a cold snort and turned around, wanting to leave. The other 4 Star Lords also had the same expression. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with mockery. These people obviously wanted to run away, but they still pretended to be confident. Are they trying to make me fearful? Unfortunately, Ning Fan was never a person who knew how to show mercy. Since he had come, he could not leave anymore. Die. 5 illusory vortexes suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 5 Star Lords. 4 Star Lords were directly dragged into the void of the vortex. They let out a miserable shriek and died a violent death. As soon as the burly man saw Ning Fan killing them, his expression changed drastically. Seeing that both of his feet were sinking into the vortex bit by bit and could not get out, he gritted his teeth and used his finger light to forcefully cut off both of his feet. Then, he used the blood light to escape. This man was indeed a ruthless person. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ning Fan. No matter how ruthless he was, he could not escape from Ning Fan. Ning Fan casually took out the black devil scissors. A ray of black light flashed and the burly man was cut into 2. Then, he captured his primordial spirit and searched his soul and memories. After a long time, he devoured his primordial spirit and collected the storage pouches of the 6 Star Lords. Ning Fan flipped through the pouches and found out that most of the 6 Star Lords only had 2 star discs. One of them led to the Chaos Devil Star region while the other led to the 7 Fiend Star region. Only the 8 Star Lord had 3 star discs. The extra one led to the Lesser Marsh Star region. The main star of the Lesser Marsh Star region was a mid-grade cultivation star. It was guarded by several Life Immortal Realm cultivators. That place was not within the territory of the 7 Fiend sect. It was a famous trading star in the nearby star regions. If I go there, I can probably buy a star disc that leads to the Immortal Soul Star. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan did not bother to look at the dead and silent battlefield. He stepped on the ancient golden sword and flew away from the Chaos Devil Star region. Since he had killed all the 7 Star Lords of the Chaos Devil Star region, he might as well plunder 7 other cultivation stars. Buying a star disc required money. Thus, Ning Fan naturally wanted to plunder more Dao crystals. After a round of plundering, Ning Fan had a total of 13 million Dao crystals. He flew towards the Lesser Marsh Star region in a ray of traveling light. 3 days after he left, the death of the 7 Star Lords of the Chaos Devil Star region shocked a few star regions nearby. The 7 Fiend sect was enraged. They sent out 4 rogue immortals to hunt down the murderer and even offered a handsome reward. Arrogant disciple Qianxia, a cultivator at the 7 Star Breaking Realm who slaughtered the 7 Star region, will be rewarded with 30 million Dao crystals. The reward of 30 million Dao crystals was enough to attract many rogue immortal level bounty hunters to take action. Eastern Heaven was in chaos and wars. Naturally, there were many devil cultivators in those places. Ning Fan was not the only one who had killed Star Lords and plundered cultivation stars. Many other devil cultivators had done the same thing. There were very few devil cultivators below the Life Immortal Realm who could be rewarded with 30 million Dao crystals. On the other hand, the reward for Life Immortal Realm devil cultivators was much higher. The lowest reward was a few hundred million. However, it was rare for anyone to have the guts to hunt a life-immortal realm devil cultivator. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan finally arrived at the Lesser Marsh Star region. Along the way, he was attacked by several groups of cultivators. Most of them came for the reward. 30 million Dao crystals were not enough to tempt a life-immortal realm devil cultivator. The strongest cultivator who came was only a rogue immortal. Of course, all of them died in Ning Fan's hands. Even the 4 rogue immortals of the 7 Fiend sect died in his hands. These people did not earn any rewards, but they gave Ning Fan nearly 7 million Dao crystals instead. Ning Fan already had 20 million Dao crystals with him. He had even obtained the star plates of more than 10 star regions. All of them were the star plates of low-grade star regions which did not have many uses. There were 309 cultivation stars in the Lesser Marsh Star region in total. The main star was a mid-grade cultivation star while the rest were low-grade cultivation stars. When he arrived at the Lesser Marsh Star region, Ning Fan consciously restrained his malevolent qi. This star region was guarded by more than 1 life-immortal realm cultivators. Ning Fan naturally knew that this was not a place where he could act wantonly. Besides, his purpose of coming here this time was just to inquire about the immortal soul planet and purchase the star plates. He did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. 7 days later, Ning Fan arrived at the Lesser Marsh Star. The Lesser Marsh Star was a mid-grade cultivation star. It was as large as 100 low-grade cultivation stars. Outside the Lesser Marsh Star, there was a layer of faint blue formation light barrier. Outside the barrier, there were groups of void fragmentation realm cultivators patrolling. Some people could enter and leave the Xianxia planet freely, but others had to go through a check before they could enter. Ning Fan noticed that those who could enter the Lesser Marsh Star on their own were all people with identity tokens. In order to enter the Lesser Marsh Star, he would first need to obtain a token from the patrolling cultivators. Halt your steps. Do you have a token? A group of void fragmentation realm cultivators blocked Ning Fan's path with arrogant eyes. It's my first time coming to the Lesser Marsh Star. I don't have a token with me. May I know how I can obtain one? Pay 100,000 Dao crystals and you will get 1 token. The group of void fragmentation realm cultivators still spoke in an arrogant tone. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, he took out 100,000 Dao crystals and obtained the token from the patrolling cultivators. He did not expect that he did not need to verify his identity to obtain the token. Well, it makes sense. Who would expose their true identity when they are out in the world? It was more practical to charge money for entry. 1 token was worth 100,000 Dao crystals. Just by selling this token, the Lesser Marsh Star would be able to earn a lot of profit. The moment Ning Fan entered the formation light of the Lesser Marsh Star, he suddenly had a feeling that he was being probed. He looked at the blue formation light without batting an eyelid and fell into deep thought. This blue formation not only had defensive abilities, but it could also extend the divine sense of a life celestial cultivator to the entire cultivation planet. In other words, all the cultivators that entered Xianxia Star were under the surveillance of life immortals. If they did anything that was detrimental to Xianxia Star, they would be hunted down by a large number of experts. Now that he was on this cultivation planet, he couldn't act arrogantly anymore and had to restrain himself. Ning Fan passed through the atmospheric layer and descended all the way to the ground. Only when he landed on the ground did he find out why the Xianxia Star was called a trading star. The entire Xianxia planet was divided into East and West planets. The East planet was filled with sects, while the West planet was filled with trading cities of various sizes. The trading cities of Lesser Marsh planet were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Most of the yellow-level trading cities sold items that nascent soul and soul formation cultivators needed. The profound city of exchange was a paradise for void refinement cultivators. If it was a void fragmentation realm cultivator, most of them would go to the Earth-grade trading city. As for the sky-level trading city, the items sold there would tempt even life immortals. On the entire Xianxia planet, there were 100,000 yellow-level trading cities, 9,000 black-level trading cities, and 800 Earth-level trading cities. But there was only one sky-level trading city. There was a teleportation formation between each of the trading cities. Thus, the traffic was unimpeded. In each of the trading cities, there were specialized cultivators to receive visitors. As long as one paid a certain amount of immortal jade and Dao crystals, one could obtain the information they wanted from these cultivators. Ning Fan went straight to an Earth-level trading city and purchased the information he wanted from a divine transformation realm old man. May I know what Senior wants to purchase? The divine transformation realm old man kept the immortal jade and asked respectfully with his head lowered. I want to buy an astrolabe. Ning Fan said indifferently. An astrolabe? If it's an astrolabe from a low-grade star region, you can buy some in an Earth-level trading city. If you want to buy an astrolabe from a mid-grade star region or above, I'm afraid you can only buy it in a heaven-level trading city. Is that so? Ning Fan remained silent for a while and asked again. Where is the immortal soul star located? The immortal soul star. As soon as the divine transformation realm old man heard the name of the star, his eyes flashed with fear. Is there something wrong with this immortal soul star? Ning Fan noticed the unusual expression on the old man's face and frowned. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. The reason why Senior wants to buy an astrolabe isn't because you want to go to the immortal soul star, is it? I wonder why Senior wants to go to such a dangerous place. You just need to answer my question. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. The old man immediately broke out in cold sweat and cupped his fists to apologize. What a joke. Why did he ask about Ning Fan's secret? Since the immortal soul star was so dangerous, Ning Fan naturally had his reasons for wanting to go there. However, it was not something that a small divine transformation realm old man could ask. To be honest, the immortal soul star is located in a high-grade star region, ancient star region. It used to be a high-grade cultivation planet. Used to? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A high-grade cultivation planet was naturally a cultivation planet that was guarded by a true immortal. Could it be that the word used to means? Yes, it used to be. Millions of years ago, a great war broke out in the ancient star region. During that war, all 16 true immortals of the ancient star region were killed. The Slaughter Palace only sent out one true immortal assassin. Since then, the ancient star region has become a land without a master. Countless cultivators and bandits have been killing and plundering in that place. Speaking of this, the divine transformation realm old man's eyes were filled with deep fear. What he was afraid of was not the bandits but the great war that took the lives of 16 true immortals. Slaughter Palace. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. The experts of the Slaughter Palace were really powerful. A true immortal had actually slaughtered all the true immortals of an entire star region. If Ning Fan was really qualified to become an elder of the Slaughter Palace, wouldn't he be able to sweep across the eastern heaven by using the elder token to gather 100 true immortal assassins? Of course, this kind of thought was just a thought. That elder token was a hot potato and it was not something that he could control. Ning Fan's voice was not loud but the 3 words Slaughter Palace had entered the ears of many old monsters who had good hearing. There were more than 10 void fragmentation realm experts on the long street who heard Ning Fan's voice. As soon as they heard the 3 words Slaughter Palace, all of their faces turned pale and turned to leave. It was as if they had heard something extremely terrifying. Shoo! Senior, lower your voice. It's best not to mention the name of this force. There was once a true immortal who got drunk during a spiritual wine party. He talked about the deeds of the Slaughter Palace with a few of his friends. He seemed to have said a few impulsive words. After that, he was killed by the assassins of the Slaughter Palace. It's best not to mention this name if you can. The divine transformation realm old man had already transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. Ning Fan nodded his head. After a moment of silence, he asked, if I want to go to the immortal soul planet, I must buy an astrolabe of the ancient star region. Am I right? Yes. Is this astrolabe for sale in the Heaven Grade Trade City? Senior, you must be joking. It's extremely difficult to produce an astrolabe of a high-grade star region and its price is extremely high. Even if the Heaven Grade Trade City has it, they won't sell it directly. In a few days, there will be an auction in the Heaven Grade Trade City. It's said that a batch of astrolabes of high-grade star regions will be participating in the auction. Senior, you can try your luck there. In recent years, there are very few cultivators who would go to the ancient star region. Naturally, not many of them would produce an astrolabe of the ancient star region. Whether you can find an astrolabe of the ancient star region or not will depend on your luck. Luck, huh? Ning Fan then gave the divine transformation realm old man some immortal jade. The latter naturally thanked him profusely. Ning Fan did not stay in the Earth-grade trade city for too long. With the power of the teleportation formation, he directly teleported to the outside of the heaven-grade trade city. However, before he could enter the heaven-grade trade city, he was stopped by two burly men at the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Those whose cultivation bases are lower than the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm are not allowed to enter the heaven-grade trade city. Ning Fan frowned. He did not expect the heaven-grade trade city to have such a rule. Inwardly, he was thinking if he should reveal the strength of his incarnation and enter the heaven-grade trade city. All of a sudden, Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He pointed at a skinny young man who was dressed as a man. Her cultivation base is only at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Why can she enter? Could it be because she has a Fate Immortal Realm cultivator following her? She is a high-grade 6th Revolution Pill Master. Pill Masters whose pill refinement mastery has reached the high-grade 6th Revolution can also enter. I see. Ning Fan's mind moved. The power of his peak grade 6th Revolution medicine soul slightly spread out so that the two burly men could sense it. The two of them were also experienced and knowledgeable people. As soon as they saw the strength of Ning Fan's medicine soul, they immediately squeezed out a smile and said, I didn't expect this master to be a peak grade 6th Revolution Pill Master. Forgive me for my rudeness. With Master's identity, of course, you can enter the Heaven Grade Trade City. There are many medicine shops in the eastern part of the city. If Master needs spiritual medicines, you can go there to buy them. There is a medicine shop in the western part of the city. Master can sell and buy finished pills there. Thank you. Ning Fan cupped his fists at the two of them and entered the Heaven Grade Trade City. The young man who had just entered the city looked at Ning Fan with a strange look and asked in the direction where there was no one around him. How old is this person's bone age? More than 1,000 years. Suddenly, a voice transmitted into the young man's sea of consciousness. What? His pill refinement talent is actually so much higher than mine? It was hard to tell whether the young man was happy or dissatisfied. His expression was very complicated. Uncle Wei, how about letting him accompany me to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region? Grandaunt, please don't joke with me. His identity is unknown. How can he accompany you to that kind of holy land for pill refinement masters? I was just saying it casually. The young man sighed in frustration. Sect Master has already chosen the person who will go with you. I don't like him. I don't want to go with him. The young man's clear eyes revealed a hint of disgust. He stomped his feet and walked towards the center of the city. A Life Immortal Realm cultivator with the surname Wei who was hiding in the dark immediately chased after him. To be continued. The heavenly level trading city was not big. There were only dozens of markets. Most of the cultivators in the city were at the 8th fragmentation realm and above. There were also Life Immortal Realm cultivators. Occasionally, there would be Life Immortal Realm cultivators flying across the sky. They would always attract the attention of many Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly gloomy. There were many Life Immortal Realm cultivators here. Most of them were here to buy the items they needed. He had to keep a low profile. He must not cause any trouble in the vicinity of Little Zay Planet. After visiting more than 40 markets in the city, Ning Fan managed to buy more than 10 star discs of low-grade star domains and 2 mid-grade star domains. However, he did not see any star plates of high-grade star domains, let alone the ancient star plate. It seemed like what the Divine Transformation Realm old man said was true. All high-grade star plates would only be auctioned in the heavenly level trading city. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the giant golden palace floating in the sky with a frown. That palace was the only auction house in the city. It was said that a Life Immortal Realm cultivator of Little Zay Planet was personally overseeing it. This city would hold an auction every 10 years. There was still a year before the next auction would be held. According to the rules of Little Zay Planet, the items that would be auctioned in the past auctions would be announced in advance. Cultivators who want to participate in the auction would only need to spend a small amount of Dao crystals to buy information jade slips. Other than the final items that would not be announced, all the other auction items would be known in advance. Ning Fan bought an information jade slip from the auction house and went to a spiritual tea house in the northern part of the city. He sat by the window and sipped his tea while carefully reading the jade slip in his hand. After a long time, Ning Fan finished reading the jade slip. His brows were tightly knitted together and he remained silent. Among the items that would be auctioned in this auction, the ancient star plate that Ning Fan wanted was included. However, the price of the star plate far exceeded Ning Fan's expectations. The star plate of a low-grade star domain only required several tens of thousands of Dao crystals. The most expensive one would not exceed 100,000 Dao crystals. The star plate of a mid-grade star domain only required a few 100,000 Dao crystals. The most expensive one would not exceed 1 million Dao crystals. The star plate of a high-grade star domain, however, cost more than 10 million Dao crystals. As for the star plate of the ancient star domain, its starting price was as high as 50 million Dao crystals, 50 million Dao crystals, and this was only the starting price. After a round of bidding, the price of the star plate could go even higher, possibly even surpassing 100 million. He touched his storage pouch and sighed gently. He only had 20 million Dao crystals with him. It was not enough for him to bid for the star plate of the ancient star domain. There were many good items in this auction. For example, the Yuhua pill, the starting price of the low-grade 8th Revolution Ascension pill was as high as 30 million Dao crystals. Similarly, it was not something that Ning Fan could afford. The Life Immortal Dao fruit. The starting price was as high as 1 billion Dao crystals. This was not something that Ning Fan could dream of. These things were actually not the final items. He really didn't know what kind of priceless item the finale would be. Ning Fan sipped his tea while muttering to himself. For the first time, he felt that he was very, very poor. He was determined to obtain the ancient star domain's astrolabe. For the sake of the immortal soul grass and for Mu Weiliang, he had to obtain the astrolabe no matter what. If he didn't have enough money, he had to think of a way to get it. In this heaven-ranked trading city, there were countless ways to make money. If your alchemy skills are high enough, you can make money by refining pills. If you are in urgent need of money, you can also sell your treasures for money. There was also a gambling house here. You can try your luck there. Ning Fan pondered carefully. With his current peak 6th Revolution pill refinement realm, he could only concoct low-grade 7th Revolution pills at most. He could not make a lot of money from refining 7th grade pills. Even if he painstakingly concocted pills for a year in the profounding world, he could only earn a few 100,000 Dao crystals at most. Ning Fan threw the idea of concocting pills to the back of his mind. Should he sell some of his treasures in exchange for Dao crystals? The market price of a small Kiliacosm world treasure was around 50 million Dao crystals. The cauldron ring and Yuan Yao jade were valuable items. Unfortunately, these items had a special meaning to Ning Fan. It was impossible for him to sell them. As for the incense demon puppet, black devil scissors and other treasures, they were also valuable items. Ning Fan would not sell them. As for the other treasures, they were either important, not suitable to be exposed, or worthless. For a moment, Ning Fan really did not have anything to sell. Speechlessly, he took out the astrolabe that Meng Xuanzi gave him. Only now did he know how valuable this astrolabe was. An astrolabe of a high-grade star domain could be auctioned for more than 100 million Dao crystals. If this astrolabe of the Emperor star domain was sold, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. Of course, Ning Fan would not sell this item. This item was related to a North Heaven immortal emperor. If he sold it, he would certainly attract the secret attention of countless old monsters and cause endless troubles. After keeping the astrolabe, Ning Fan took out the yellowed promissory note. It would be great if he could find Wei Wuji who owed him money. Then, he would be able to solve his current problem of lacking money. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not know Wei Wuji's appearance, cultivation base, and identity. The only thing he knew was that this person was a cultivator from the Eastern Heaven immortal world and had some unclear entanglements with Old Devil. In the Eastern Heaven, there were at least a few 100,000 people called Wei Wuji. How would Ning Fan know which one of them was Wei Wuji who owed him money? Even if he knew, where could he find this person in such a short time? Unexpectedly, the dignified great devil Ning would also be troubled by his lack of money one day. Should I go to the casino to try my luck? My luck seems to have always been good. Just as Ning Fan was thinking about this, his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He saw a red-robed old man sitting opposite of Ning Fan with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and said to Ning Fan with a smile, "Fellow Taoist seems to be in a difficult situation. I wonder if this old man can help you." This was a rogue immortal cultivator. The baleful qi on his body was very strong, but he concealed it very well. This person looked kind on the surface, but he was not necessarily a kind person. "Who are you?" Ning Fan's eyes were so sharp that they actually pierced the red-robed old man's sea of consciousness. The old man's eyes slightly trembled. Then, he narrowed them. He seemed to have underestimated Ning Fan. However, it was not a big deal. Hee. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I have a way to make money. I can help fellow Taoist earn Tao crystals. If I'm not mistaken, there should be something that fellow Taoist needs in this auction. Looking at fellow Taoist's expression, it seems like you still lack some Tao crystals. As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, he quietly looked at Ning Fan, as if he was waiting for Ning Fan to ask him a question. Ask him what exactly his way to make money is. Ning Fan gave the red-robed old man a deep look. Then, he subtly glanced at the long street outside the window and continued to sip his spiritual tea. His eyes seemed to be deep in thought, but he did not answer the old man. The red-robed old man did not get angry. After giving an awkward smile, he continued. "Why don't you ask me what my way to make money is? What I want to know is why you want to find me, a mere seventh fragmented realm cultivator, to conspire with you when you have such a way to make money." As if he could see the vigilance in Ning Fan's eyes, the old man chuckled and explained. Hee. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist's pill refinement should be above the high-grade 6th revolution, since you can enter the heaven-grade trading city with your 7th fragmented realm cultivation base, right? So what if I am? Hee. To tell you the truth, I found an ancient herb that is 1 million years old on an abandoned planet outside of Lesser Marsh Star. That herb has already gained sentience and is hiding inside the planet. I can't find it no matter how hard I try. That's why I need to borrow the power of fellow Taoist's medicine soul to find it. Abandoned planet. 1 million years old ancient herb, Ning Fan muttered to himself. His eyes were drifting around. No one knew what he was thinking about. The so-called abandoned planet was a cultivation planet that did not have any spiritual qi and was not suitable for cultivation. As for 1 million years old ancient herbs, they were extremely precious items. If a mortal consumes 1 million years old ancient herb, they would not die. Instead, they could directly ascend to immortality. The market price of a 1 million years old ancient herb was usually more than several billion Tao crystals. If that abandoned planet really had a 1 million years old ancient herb, Ning Fan really wanted to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the red-robed old man. His expression did not change at all. The old man's eyes slightly narrowed. After thinking for a while, he took out a storage pouch from his sleeve. There were 2 million Tao crystals in the pouch. If fellow Taoist helps me find the herb, I'm willing to pay you 5 million Tao crystals. These 2 million Tao crystals can be considered as a deposit. I'll pay you first. It's enough to prove my sincerity. I also know that 5 million Tao crystals is a little too little for fellow Taoist to help me find 1 million years old ancient herbs. However, fellow Taoist also needs to understand that you are just a 7th fragmentation realm cultivator. As for that 1 million years old ancient herb, it has already gained sentience and its strength is not inferior to that of a rogue immortal. You can't help me capture the ancient herb, and I don't need you to do that either. I also don't intend to share the extra money with you. The red-robed old man did not mince his words. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he said. Ning Fan's eyes flickered a few times. With an inexplicable meaning, he accepted the 2 million Tao crystals. When will we depart? Immediately. The red-robed old man replied. Where is that abandoned planet? South of the Lesser Marsh Star. I can't tell you the exact location for the time being. Fellow Taoist just needs to follow me closely and you will naturally reach that abandoned planet. Is that so? In that case, let's go. Ning Fan looked at the people in the tea house. Many of them were giving him strange looks, but he did not expose them. Fellow Taoist is really a straightforward person. Haha. The red-robed old man laughed heartily. With a flash, he turned into a ray of fiery red traveling light and dashed out of the lesser marsh star. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. He followed closely behind the old man in a flash. The two of them traveled all the way south. After traveling for about 10 days, they finally saw an abandoned planet. The red-robed old man landed on the planet. Ning Fan, however, stood in midair and did not descend. Hee. Fellow Taoist, you must be very tired after traveling for 10 days. Why don't you take a rest on this planet? When your magic power is replenished, we will begin to look for ancient herbs. What do you think? Ning Fan ignored the old man and continued to stand in midair. However, the hint of sarcasm in his eyes was no longer concealed. The red-robed old man seemed to have understood something. His face instantly turned gloomy and he sneered, revealing a ghastly look of killing intent. When did you see through my plan? From the very beginning, Ning Fan was not a fool. He did not believe that there would be such a good thing that would fall from the sky and that someone would conspire with him for wealth. Humph. Fellow Taoist, you clearly know that I have ulterior motives, but you still dare to come here with me. You really have guts. You are indeed worthy of being the devil lord who slaughtered the 7 Stars bloody massacre. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, we are short of money recently. How about we borrow your head? The red-robed old man clapped his hands. The 6 rogue immortals who had been lying in ambush immediately revealed themselves. With a flash, they surrounded Ning Fan in the middle. Including the red-robed old man, there were a total of 7 rogue immortals here. Each of these rogue immortals had greedy eyes. They wanted to kill Ning Fan in exchange for the red reward. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the 7 rogue immortals. When he discovered that 2 of them were actually devils who offered bounties, he nodded with satisfaction. One of them would reward 8 million Dao crystals while the other would reward 15 million Dao crystals. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist. The reason I came here is because I'm short on money and I want to borrow your heads. Ha ha ha. The 7 rogue immortals, including the red-robed old man, seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous. They raised their heads and laughed out loud. A 7 fragmentation realm cultivator actually dared to challenge 7 rogue immortals. He is indeed arrogant, no wonder he dared to provoke the 7 fiends sect. Hee. Kill. Leave behind your primordial spirit and your head. After that, destroy your primordial spirit and seal the remaining primordial spirit power into your head. Bring it to the slaughter pavilion in the western part of the heaven-level trading city to exchange for the red reward. What the red-robed old man said was the method to exchange for the red reward in the eastern heaven immortal world. The slaughter pavilion was a branch of the slaughter palace. It specialized in accepting and issuing bounty missions and collecting intermediary fees. Of course, when the disciples of the Slaughter Palace went out for adventures, they would also accept some missions with high rewards from the Slaughter Pavilion. As soon as the red-robed old man gave the order, the other 6 rogue immortals immediately released a vast amount of magic power and attacked Ning Fan with all kinds of divine abilities. Ning Fan did not dodge or evade. Instead, faint black starlight floated around his body. When the divine abilities of the 6 rogue immortals landed on Ning Fan's body, the injuries they inflicted were not light, but they were healed in an instant. Star healing technique. Besides, this young man's star healing technique is very powerful. He can actually withstand our attacks without suffering any damage. The 7 rogue immortals were shocked. At the same time, Ning Fan moved. With a single step, he turned into a black robe and raised his hand to extract their souls. His cultivation base instantly rose to the limit of the rogue immortal realm, his body turned into a black shadow and dissipated. At the same time, the 7 rogue immortals felt a sense of impending death. This old ancestor Xianxia's divine abilities are not weak. Only life immortals can kill him. Run quickly. The red-robed old man gritted his teeth and gave the order to everyone. Each of them fled in different directions. They were not slow in escaping, but the black shadow was even faster. A one-sided battle unfolded in the void. Ning Fan's current magic power was even stronger than ordinary rogue immortals. Ordinary rogue immortals would not be able to withstand the Black Torrent spirit-splitting technique at all. The 7 rogue immortals were all trapped in the Black Shadow, resisting the Black Shadow's attack with great difficulty. It was too late for regrets. If they knew that this old ancestor Xianxia was so ruthless, they would not have dared to come and take the red reward. They had been careless. How could a devil with a bounty of 30 million Dao crystals be an easy target? Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. One by one, the rogue immortals were killed in the blood mist. In the end, except for the red-robed old man, all 6 rogue immortals were killed. The 2 rogue immortals who were given the red reward were specially dealt with by Ning Fan. After their primordial spirits were destroyed, the remaining power of their primordial spirits was sealed in their respective heads. After sealing their bloody heads, he kept them into his storage pouch. The Black Shadow twisted, intending to kill the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said with extreme fear, I still have my primordial yang. Since he still had his primordial yang, it meant that he was an old virgin. In the cultivation world, there were definitely not many old virgins who had cultivated to the rogue immortal realm. The red-robed old man said that just to save his life. Even though he also knew that he would end up in a terrible state if he revealed this secret. You still have your primordial yang, huh? Ning Fan's cold laughter sounded from the Black Shadow. He severely injured the red-robed old man with a single strike but did not kill him. The illusion technique of his left eye flashed, causing the old man to fall unconscious. He took out a peak immortal void realm rope magic treasure and tied the old man up like a dumpling. The red-robed old man's storage pouch and the storage pouch of the other 6 rogue immortals all belonged to Ning Fan. In this battle, Ning Fan obtained a total of 8 million Dao crystals. In addition to the 2 million Dao crystals that the red-robed old man used to confuse Ning Fan, he obtained a total of 10 million Dao crystals. The heads of the 2 devil cultivators were still worth 23 million Dao crystals. After deducting the intermediary fee, Ning Fan could still get a huge sum of money. As for this red-robed old man, he was a valuable object. A human cauldron. Moreover, he was a male cauldron with his primordial yang. To some life-immortal devils, this red-robed old man was very attractive. If they use a secret technique to increase his cultivation base, he would be a life-immortal male cauldron. After a night of passion, the life-immortal devils would obtain great benefits while the red-robed old man would definitely die. It was not difficult to sell this kind of male cauldron for 10 million Dao crystals. This was the reason why Ning Fan spared his life. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a hint of disdain when he casually searched the old man's soul and memories, turning him into an idiot. It turned out that this red-robed old man was a habitual offender on Little Z Star. He often tricked the bounty devils who had just entered Little Z Star and killed them to obtain rewards. No wonder the people in the tea house looked at him with such strange eyes. No one reminded Ning Fan to be careful of the red-robed old man. This was the cold and indifferent cultivation world. It was also the cultivation world that Ning Fan hated. After keeping the old man, Ning Fan returned to Little Z Star. He went to the male cauldron pavilion in the northern part of the city. That place specialized in selling and purchasing male cauldrons that still had primordial yang energy. Even though the red-robed old man had become an idiot, it did not stop others from plucking him. This old man who often killed people for their wealth would never expect that he would be captured by Ning Fan one day and turned into an idiot to be sold as a male cauldron. After selling the red-robed old man, Ning Fan earned 10 million Dao crystals. He now had 40 million Dao crystals on him. His figure flashed and he headed to the slaughter pavilion. Even though Ning Fan was set up as a reward, the slaughter pavilion had its own rules. The devil cultivators who came to offer rewards were still guests even if they were set up as rewards. The cultivators of the slaughter pavilion would not attack them. Every time a devil with a bounty completes a mission in the slaughter pavilion, they would be given 1 year of safety. Within this 1 year, the disciples of the slaughter pavilion would definitely not assassinate the devil who offered the bounty. If the total bounty of the other devils who were killed by the devil who offered the bounty exceeded their own bounty, the disciples of the slaughter pavilion would completely give up on killing that person. Of course, it was not the disciples of the slaughter pavilion's concern whether the others would kill the devil or not. Other than obtaining Dao crystals, the other benefit that Ning Fan got from killing the other devils was that he could avoid confronting the slaughter pavilion. This time, the total bounty of the 2 devils he killed had already reached 23 million Dao crystals. As long as he kills another devil with a bounty of 7 million Dao crystals, he would no longer need to worry about the disciples of the slaughter pavilion attacking him. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, are you here to submit a mission? In the slaughter pavilion, a middle-aged man in green robes who looked refined squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Fan with a smile. He was a rogue immortal cultivator. Even though this person was a rogue immortal, he gave Ning Fan a sense of danger. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. If he were to fight this person, even if he wins, he would suffer serious injuries. This person was not one of the 7 rogue immortals. Moreover, this person was able to see through his origin at first glance. Ning Fan could not help but feel apprehensive. It seemed like he had already been targeted by the people of the slaughter pavilion as soon as he entered the lesser marsh planet. If he did not come to submit the bounty this time, there would most likely be disciples of the slaughter pavilion assassinating him. The people who would come to assassinate him would definitely not be the life immortals of the slaughter pavilion. Even though Ning Fan was not afraid of them, he did not want to get involved with a colossal organization like the slaughter pavilion. That's right. I am indeed here to submit a mission. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and 2 heads of the rogue immortals fell on the counter in front of the man in green robes. All of a sudden, the man in green robes opened his eyes and said in astonishment. Crimson Ghost Lu Wei with a bounty of 8 million Dao crystals. Channel of the Devil Formation with a bounty of 15 million Dao crystals. Fellow Taoist is indeed a person of the 7 stars Bloody Slaughter Pavilion. You have just entered the lesser marsh planet and you have already killed 2 bounty devils. How much bounty can I get? Ning Fan asked directly. 80%. 4 million Dao crystals. As soon as the man in green robes finished speaking, he transmitted a few words to the inner room. Then, a little boy with bloodshot eyes walked out of the counter and handed over a heavy storage pouch to Ning Fan. Even though the little boy was only an intermediate gold core expert, the baleful chi on his body was extremely strong. He had even killed a peak gold core expert before. Is a little boy of the slaughter pavilion so powerful? Ning Fan withdrew his gaze, kept the Dao crystals, turned around and left. He was not surprised that the slaughter pavilion would take 20% of the bounty. Looking at Ning Fan's back, the eyes of the man in green robes suddenly became filled with interest. A good seedling. If there is a chance, this kid may be able to join my slaughter pavilion. Someone, pass on my order. The people who were supposed to be sent to kill Xianxia are to withdraw immediately. Within 2 years, they are not allowed to attack him. After walking out of the slaughter pavilion, Ning Fan looked at the void fragmentation old monsters walking on the long street, as if he was looking for those bounty devils. Killing people to collect bounties was indeed the fastest way to earn money. Unfortunately, even though he found a few bounty devils on the planet, they wouldn't leave the planet in a short period of time. Ning Fan didn't dare to take action on the planet. Even the red-robed old man and the others wouldn't dare to take action until Ning Fan was lured out of the planet. Ning Fan already had 4 million Dao crystals, which was only enough to pay for the starting price of the ancient star plate. If the price was raised, Ning Fan wouldn't be able to buy the ancient star plate. Sure enough, he still had to go to the casino to try his luck. After all, a fat sheep like the red-robed old man could only be found by chance. Oh? This fellow Taoist seems to be in a dilemma. Do you not have enough Dao crystals to spend? This humble Taoist knows an excellent place that can increase the number of Dao crystals by several folds within a day. Would you like to go there and try your luck? A rogue immortal old Taoist with a face full of smiles suddenly appeared in front of Ning Fan and cupped his fists. Ning Fan was speechless. Did he look like a fat sheep? Did he look gullible? Why did he meet a fraud again? The place of earning money that you mentioned, could it be the Immortal Fortune Casino in the southern part of the city? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Fellow Taoist is really a wise man. You actually know what I'm talking about. To be honest, I'm good at reading faces and observing people's luck. Fellow Taoist's luck is just ordinary. I suppose your luck has always been poor. However, today is different. The secrets of heaven have shifted to the east. Fellow Taoists, luck actually has the tendency of reversing the dragon's flow. There is a saying in the Tao of luck. If one's luck is black, when the will of heaven is reversed, the secrets of heaven will shift to the east. If one's luck is extremely black, one's immortal luck can be reversed. It can't be wrong. Fellow Taoists, luck today is extremely good. It is comparable to the luck of an immortal emperor. If you go to the Immortal Fortune Casino, you will certainly reap great rewards. The old Taoist spoke like a fraud. Of course, he could see that Ning Fan's luck was close to black. It was extremely bad luck. When he said that the secrets of heaven have shifted to the east, the secrets of heaven will be reversed, and one's immortal luck can be reversed, he wasn't lying. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. No matter how unlucky a person is, there will also be a time when he or she gets lucky. When the secrets of heaven shift to the east and the secrets of heaven are leaked, the cultivators with the worst luck would usually be blessed with great luck. Of course, it would only last for a short while. However, the old Taoist knew that this wasn't the time for the secrets of heaven to shift to the east. If Ning Fan went to the casino now, he would only lose all of his fortune. He would definitely not get that little bit of luck. He was a fraud and a shill. He specially pulled cultivators with bad luck like Ning Fan to deliver money to the casino and get a commission. When Ning Fan came out from the slaughter pavilion, he saw it. No matter if Ning Fan went to issue a mission or submit it, he would have a lot of Tao crystals on him. If he tricked Ning Fan into going to the casino, he could probably get a lot of Tao crystals. Ning Fan looked at the Taoist fraud speechlessly and said indifferently, "Thank you for leading the way. I just happen to have some spare money. I want to try my luck at the Immortal Fortune Casino." He took the bait. The old Taoist fraud did not show any joy on his face, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Haha. Watch how this poor Taoist will squeeze you dry, you little fat sheep, 2 halves, to be continued. The old Taoist enthusiastically led the way for Ning Fan. Along the way, some of the cultivators who had been deceived by the old Taoist stared at him in silence. As for those who knew the old Taoist's background, they looked at Ning Fan with sympathy. They knew that Ning Fan was the next fat sheep that the old Taoist had set his eyes on. No one reminded Ning Fan not to go to the gambling house. The old Taoist had the entire Immortal Fortune gambling house behind him, and one of the 3 life immortals in Xianxia Star was behind it, Fortune Master. No one would risk offending a life immortal for an outsider like Ning Fan. When they arrived at the Heavenly Fortune gambling house, the gatekeepers looked at Ning Fan with a strange expression when they saw him walking with the old Taoist. "Thank you for your hard work, Taoist Qin." The gatekeepers cupped their fists at the old Taoist politely. During this period of time, the old Taoist had deceived too many fat sheep and earned a lot of profits for the gambling house. It was only right for them to thank him for his hard work. Haha. It's not hard at all. The old Taoist revealed a knowing expression and smiled at the gatekeepers. Then, he brought Ning Fan into the gambling house. As soon as they entered the gambling house, many cultivators shifted their gaze to the old Taoist and Ning Fan, who was behind him. Their gazes towards Ning Fan were filled with a strange expression. Ning Fan ignored them. He knew very well whether his luck was good or not. His eyes swept across the gambling house with a slightly surprised expression. The gambling house of the immortal world was indeed different from the gambling houses in the mortal world. The gambling houses in the mortal world were nothing more than Pai Gao and Civ. However, immortals did not gamble on these things. There were 2 things that immortals gambled on: fate and luck. The Immortal Fortune gambling house was an open-air gambling house that occupied hundreds of acres of land. There was a golden wall in the middle that divided the gambling house into 2. The gambling house was not big, and there were tens of layers of immortal formations around it. Anyone who dared to make a move in the gambling house would end up in a miserable state. The gambling house in the Western gambling house was about luck, while the gambling house in the Eastern gambling house was about fate. What was gambling? To put it bluntly, it was cutting stones. Cutting divine chests. There were many divine chests that were passed down in the ancient times. Some people who were proficient in the Tao of gambling could determine the type of divine chests based on their appearance and qi. Divine chests were divided into more than 10 categories, such as military chests, beast chests, medicinal chests, scriptures chests, and ominous chests. Different types of divine treasures would seal different things. For example, the weapon vault usually sealed primordial mystical weapons and magic treasures used by ancient fiend gods. There were strong and weak divine weapons, good and bad magic treasures, intact and damaged. Whatever divine weapon or dharma treasure they cut out depended on their luck. Of course, a little bit of stone cutting experience could also be used, but most cultivators gambled on their luck. There were adult demonic beasts as well as demonic beast eggs in the beast vault. If there was a need for demonic pets or mounts, he could collect them and try his luck. What was sealed in the medicine treasury were all spirit herbs. There were spirit herbs that were millions of years old, and there were also spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Sealed in the scriptures were all kinds of ancient fiend god cultivation techniques. Some were strong, some were weak, and it all depended on luck. Is it the vault of death? Ominous treasure was a general concept, and any bad thing that appeared could be considered an ominous treasure, and there was no way to distinguish it. Someone once cut out a true immortal realm ferocious beast from a beast vault, causing the deaths of countless people. That was an ominous treasure. Someone once cut out a highly poisonous medicine from a medicine treasury and killed several life immortals on the spot. That was also an ominous treasure. Someone once cut out a bloodthirsty devil weapon from a weapon vault and sucked the blood essence of all the cultivators who gambled at the scene dry and killed them. That was also an ominous treasure. If one did not get any benefits from cutting out a divine treasure but only a disaster, it would be considered an ominous treasure. The old Taoist priest enthusiastically told Ning Fan about the rules of stone cutting. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was a little absent-minded. His spirit sense had already drifted to the East gambling house. The West gambling house gambled on luck while the East gambling house gambled on life. There were many ways to gamble with one's life. For example, two people would fight to the death. The winner would obtain a large number of Tao crystals while the winner would also obtain a large number of Tao crystals. Another example would be to challenge the life and death formation door. There were 4 formation doors. 2 of them would survive and the other 2 would die. If they succeeded, they would live and get the money. If they failed, they would lose their lives and die. Is this the gambling game between immortals? Fate. Ning Fan's eyes were blank for a moment. The gamblers in the gambling house might seem stupid, but which cultivator wasn't? When cultivators cultivated the Tao, didn't they have to gamble with their lives and luck to find a way forward? Gambling wasn't funny. Every cultivator in the world gambled and Ning Fan was no exception. His stake was his life. What he wanted to win was the happiness of the woman behind him. Why is fellow Taoist looking at the East gambling house? Could it be that fellow Taoist wants to gamble with your life? You can't do that. The old Taoist priest tried to dissuade Ning Fan. If he gambled on luck, he would at most lose all his money but his life wouldn't be in danger. If he gambled with his life, he would die in the East gambling house if he was unlucky. Although the old Taoist priest wanted to cheat Ning Fan of his money, he didn't want Ning Fan to die. His dissuasion made Ning Fan's brows twitch. He gave the old Taoist priest a meaningful glance. This old Taoist priest still has some conscience. Fine, I won't pursue the old Taoist priest's crime of cheating me. Don't worry. I won't gamble with my life. At least, I won't gamble with my life for the Tao crystals. What's worth me risking my life isn't the Tao crystals. Ning Fan said indifferently. Hee. I'm relieved that fellow Taoist thinks like this. Gambling is just for fun. Even if you lose all your Tao crystals, it's just for fun. If you lose your life, it's really stupid. Hee. Let's not talk about this. What kind of divine chests do you want to cut? Different types of divine chests were classified and placed in the same place. At this moment, there were many cultivators carefully cutting the divine chests that they had bought with the Tao blade that was specially made by the gambling house. Ning Fan thought to himself. Even though he had good luck, it wasn't a wise move to cut the stones with his luck alone. After all, there was still a technique to cut the stones. And that technique was in the abilities of each cultivator. Ning Fan's demon and devil blood was of the ancestral grade. Even if he stood far away, he could faintly sense the grade of the bloodline of the demonic beasts and devil beasts in the beast chests. Those with high-grade bloodline were naturally rare beasts. Those with low-grade bloodline were naturally second-class beasts. However, Ning Fan could only sense the bloodline of the seal beast in most of the beast chests. He could not sense a small portion of them. Those that he could not sense were the divine beasts of the divine race. Ning Fan's divine blood was not of the ancestral grade. Thus, he could not sense the quality of the divine beast's bloodline through the divine chests. On this star, Ning Fan was the only one who possessed the ancestral grade demon and devil blood. With this, he could easily identify rare demonic beasts and cut out precious divine chests to sell them in exchange for Dao crystals. I've decided. I'll cut it. Before Ning Fan could say the two words beast chests, exclamations of surprise suddenly resounded from the crowd of cultivators in the distance. Incredible. Truly incredible. This young master has cut out another 300,000 years old spiritual herb. Tisk tsk tsk. He only spent 10,000 Dao crystals to buy this piece of divine chests. However, the spiritual herb he cut out can be sold for 400,000 Dao crystals. He's making a huge profit. It's nothing. This young master has just cut out a piece of divine chests that is worth 20,000 Dao crystals and got a 600,000 years old spiritual herb from it. That spiritual herb can be sold for 2 million Dao crystals. Following the exclamations of the crowd, Ning Fan shifted his gaze and saw a petite young master who was choosing the divine chests. Rather than calling her a young master, it would be more accurate to call her a girl dressed as a man. That person was dressed in green robes. He was wearing a secret treasure that could disguise the chi of a man. However, Ning Fan's bewitching technique was so powerful that it was impossible for him to not be able to tell the difference between a man and a woman. Not only could he tell that this was a young girl, but he could also tell that this girl's appearance was peerless. She was a true beauty. He also recognized that he had met this girl before when he entered the city. He remembered that the young girl was a 6th Revolution pill refinement master. He remembered that the girl had a life immortal protecting her, so she must have a powerful background. Many void fragmentation realm old monsters glanced at the young master greedily. Of course, they were not interested in the young master's body but the various ancient medicines in his storage pouch. Behind the young master, a black-robed old man's eyes suddenly flashed. His mid-human profound realm aura force dispersed and all the void fragmentation realm old monsters' expressions changed drastically. Life. Life immortal. This kid has the protection of a fate immortal. Just where did he come from? I don't know, but there's no doubt that this child's background is extremely great. With the protection of this life immortal, we must not do anything to this kid, otherwise, our lives will be in danger. Killing is forbidden in this Xianxia star, but to a life immortal old monster, there's no place that they can't kill. The group of void fragmentation realm old monsters were terrified. None of them dared to have any evil intentions towards the young master. The green-robed young master turned his head and glared at the black-robed life immortal and said unhappily, "Uncle Wei, don't release your aura force recklessly. You're disturbing my medicine soul. I can't even tell which divine chests contain good medicines. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk this old servant deserves to die. This old servant will stay quietly at one side and no longer release my aura force recklessly." The black-robed life immortal smiled apologetically. This old servant, this title made countless people turn pale with fright. What kind of great force could enslave an mid-human profound realm life immortal? It must at least be a true immortal force. That fair and tender young master was actually an important disciple of a true immortal force? We can't offend him. We absolutely can't offend him. At this moment, even the 3 life immortals who were secretly observing the security of the Xianxia star through the immortal formation were shocked. They wouldn't dare to offend a disciple of a true immortal force. The background of this little ancestor is really too great, a disciple of a true immortal. Ning Fan murmured to himself. He was also very interested in that young lady. That young lady's cultivation base was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, her medicine soul was terrifyingly strong. Her pill refinement realm was already very close to the 7th revolution. That lady's bone age was less than 8,000 years old. Her cultivation base and pill refinement realm had already reached such a level. As expected, the disciples of a true immortal force weren't mediocre. That lady's true identity must be an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Eastern Heaven. This is it. Uncle Wei, lend me your Dao weapon again. I want to cut the stone. Yes. The black-robed life immortal immediately raised his palm and summoned a fiery red flying knife. The temperature of the flying knife was terrifying. It was the temperature of the great Dao. If this flying knife hits a person, even an early human profound realm life immortal would be burnt to ashes on the spot. Dao weapon. Is this the Dao weapon that only a few immortals have? Tisk tsk tsk. A great Dao weapon. After refining it, it is much stronger than an immemorial divine weapon. The young master took the flying knife and bought a medicinal treasure worth 100,000 Dao crystals. Then, he slowly cut it open. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to know what other rare spiritual herbs this young master would get. This time, it was a divine treasure worth 100,000 Dao crystals. Could it be that he would get an ancient herb that was 1 million years old? Old Daoist divine fraud looked as if his father had just died. He wanted to cry but had no tears. No one knew that this young master was also a fat sheep that he had tricked to cut the stone, a fat sheep. He was a fat sheep. Damn it. I wonder how many rare spiritual herbs he had taken from the gambling house. Big loss, big loss. This time, he would definitely be severely punished by Master Luck. Ning Fan did not care about what the young lady got. What he was more concerned about was the Dao weapon in her hand. Dao weapon. Ning Fan also had a great Dao weapon. His Dao weapon was the memory-severing Dao sword. It was the Dao of memory. It could sever people's memories. Judging from the tone of the cultivators here, a Dao weapon was an extremely rare immortal weapon even among immortals. However, a Dao weapon still needed to be refined seriously in order to unleash its great power. Ning Fan's memory-severing Dao sword seemed to have never been refined before, and he did not know how to refine a Dao weapon at all. If I have the time, I should look for some methods to refine a Dao weapon and turn my memory-severing Dao sword into a powerful Dao weapon. In the future, a Dao weapon would certainly be a great help when he faces powerful life immortal realm enemies. As for immemorial divine weapons, they seem to be really outdated. Unless they were divine weapons made from high-grade star iron, only then would they be helpful to Ning Fan. This is. After the young master made the last cut, the eyes of countless cultivators at the scene became as hot as fire. This time, what the young master's ancestor got out was not a single spiritual herb but an entire spiritual root. A spiritual root that was filled with immortality peaches. It was the legendary immortality peach tree. More than 10 life immortal realm cultivators flew over from all directions. They had long been paying attention to the situation here. They already knew that this young master had a powerful background and they could not afford to offend him. They also knew how mysterious this immortality peach tree was. They came here just to buy 1 or 2 immortality peaches from this young master with Dao crystals. As soon as he saw so many life immortal realm cultivators, the black-robed life immortal realm cultivator immediately became nervous. He took half a step to the side and protected the young master behind him, afraid that someone would attack him out of greed. The 3 life immortals of Xiaoxia realm including Master Yun chuckled and took a few steps forward. They cupped their fists at the black-robed life immortal realm cultivators. You don't have to worry. We will never attack the people of the medicine sect. We don't have the guts to do so. These life immortal realm cultivators had already seen through the young master's background. Thus, they naturally did not dare to offend him. Medicine sect. As soon as they heard the name of the medicine sect, all the cultivators at the scene were shocked. There were 2 great pill concoction sects in the Eastern Heaven immortal world. One was the pill sect while the other was the medicine sect. In recent years, the strength of the medicine sect was vaguely above that of the pill sect. It was already showing signs of becoming the #1 pill concoction sect in the Eastern Heaven. The sect master of the medicine sect was very mysterious. He had always been elusive. Outsiders did not even know his real name. However, there was once a true immortal realm force that offended the medicine sect. Half a year later, that true immortal realm force was annihilated by 19 true immortals. It was said that the 19 true immortals were hired by the sect master of the medicine sect. The scariness of the medicine sect was evident. The black-robed life immortal realm cultivator was slightly relieved when he saw that the true immortals knew what was good for them. However, he still had his guard up. On the other hand, the young master had a leisurely expression. He waved his hand and said, "Uncle Wei, don't be nervous. Before I left, my master gave me a 9-revolution death-chasing pill. Whoever kills me will be crazily avenged by my master. They won't dare to touch me. My master is the sect master of the medicine sect. 9-revolution death-chasing pill." A few of the life immortals gasped. Some of them gritted their teeth and erased the trace of killing intent in their hearts. The death-chasing pill was a tracking pill. If the user of the pill was killed, the concoction master would know who the killer was. There were high and low grades of the death-chasing pill. If it was the 9-revolution death-chasing pill, even if a true immortal harmed the young master, the sect master of the medicine sect would also know. This young master was the only disciple of the sect master of the medicine sect. The sect master of the medicine sect valued her very much. If someone harmed her, he would definitely do his best to avenge her. We wouldn't dare. Why would we attack the disciple of the sect master of the medicine sect for an external object? A few life immortal old monsters smiled embarrassedly. The young master wasn't interested in their attitude at all. She walked around the peach tree 3 times and examined it with the power of her medicine soul. After that, she remained silent. After a long time, she retracted her medicine soul and revealed a disappointed look. It's just a 3,000 years old peach tree. A 3,000 years old peach can delay the heavenly tribulation for 3,000 years. It's not that useful. Not that useful? Not that useful? Each of the life immortals was speechless. How could a heavenly material and earthly treasure that could delay the heavenly tribulation for 3,000 years be useless? If those life immortals who had gone through countless heavenly tribulations didn't have the confidence to pass the next heavenly tribulation, they could live for 3,000 years by just eating a peach of immortality. How could such a life-saving treasure be useless? However, a 3,000 years old peach of immortality was only useful to life immortals. It was indeed useless to true immortals. Perhaps the young master was speaking for her master when she said that it was useless. "TSK, I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore. Uncle Wei, please keep the immortality peach tree. Let's go back and rest." "I'm so tired." The young master stretched his back comfortably. Under the sunlight, his pure little face was as bright and beautiful as the first warm sun. The life immortal with the surname Wei didn't dare to be slow. He immediately put away the immortal peach tree. He could only show a helpless expression towards those life immortals who wanted to buy the immortal peaches. His little ancestor didn't seem to want to sell peaches, so it was useless even if these people wanted to buy them. Who asked his little ancestor to never lack money? The most stingy sect master in the world was the most generous to this little disciple. Every year, a red packet would be worth hundreds of millions of Dao crystal. All the disciples of the herbal sect knew that their eldest senior sister, Ouyang Yuan, was the fairest, richest and most beautiful woman in the herbal sect. Why is it you? You also want to cut divine treasures for fun? Are you here to cut the medicine and hide it? Quickly cut it for me to see. Ouyang Yuan suddenly saw Ning Fan, who was standing behind the crowd, and revealed a bright smile. Ning Fan was startled. He didn't expect that a girl whom he had only met once would remember him. The eyes of all the old monsters on the scene instantly focused on Ning Fan. Who is this person? He actually knows a disciple of the medicine sect? I've seen this person before. He's the devil lord of the bloody slaughter, chaotic devil 7 stars, old devil Xianxia. What? The old devil who rewarded me with 30 million gold coins? It's him. Some time ago, I saw Hong Mo and the others trying to trick him in the tea house. In the end, after he left with them, Hong Mo and the others never returned. As for the 2 devil lords who were originally in the group of Hong Mo, they were all taken away by someone else. Hong Mo was sold to the male cauldron pavilion. Needless to say, he was the one who eliminated Hong Mo and the others all by himself. The old Taoist priest's face instantly turned pale. The little sheep that he had his eyes on turned out to be such a ruthless devil lord. That's right. Didn't I see the little sheep going to the slaughter pavilion? That's to receive the reward. The reward of the heads of 2 devil lords. I'm finished. Of all the people I could have tricked, why did I have to trick such a ruthless devil lord? Shameless! Shameless! Why does such a ruthless devil lord look like a little sheep? Only a ghost would be able to tell that he is a great devil lord. Oh? You're Taoist priest Xianxia? I've heard of you before. You're quite powerful, aren't you? You even dared to eliminate the subordinate forces of the Seven Fiend sect. Hee hee. Actually, I also hate the Seven Fiend sect very much. Ouyang Wan spoke to Ning Fan with a smile as if they were very familiar with each other. Ning Fan's expression was extremely strange. Ever since he entered the Eastern Heaven, he had never called himself Old Ancestor Xianxia. Even when he occasionally talks to others, he always calls himself Ning Fan. Why does everyone think that I'm Old Ancestor Xianxia? Actually, he really did not mind using his real name. After all, there were at least a few million people who called himself Ning Fan in the Four Heavens. Who would know that he had ascended from the lower world? Taoist priest, quickly cut the herbs and hide them. I'm still waiting. Let me see if you can get anything good out of them. If you can get a 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb, I'll recommend you to my master and let you become the second senior brother of the medicine sect. You'll be my junior brother who is second only to me, okay? Ning Fan shook his head, declining to comment on Ouyang Wan's words. Speaking of which, this was actually his first encounter with Ouyang Wan. Back at the city gate, he had only seen her from afar, so it didn't really count. It was his first time meeting a person, but he was so enthusiastic towards him. It was really hard for him to bear. However, Ning Fan had to admit that Ouyang Wan had a unique temperament that was very attractive. Her smile was like the rising sun, giving people a sense of warmth. My apologies, I already have a master and I will not be joining another sect. At the very least, he would not be joining the medicine sect as a disciple. If he had to join the medicine sect, he would do so as a guest elder. However, if he wanted to be a guest elder of a true immortal force, he should at least have the strength of a life immortal. Ning Fan was well aware of his own limitations. He would not be so arrogant as to join the medicine sect. Furthermore, he was busy searching for the immortal soul herb and did not have the time to join the herbal sect. Speaking of which, Ning Fan was the dignified sect master of the Black Devil sect. This status was not low at all. However, it seemed to be useless in the Eastern Heaven. Ah? You have a master? What a pity. By the way, how about I recommend you to be a guest elder of my medicine sect? Ouyang Wan said with a smile. Little master, you can't. The lowest requirement to become a guest elder of the herbal sect is to have a life immortal cultivation or a pill refinement mastery above the 7th revolution. This person is not qualified. Life Immortal Wei said anxiously. Uncle Wei, it seems like you can't go against my decision? Ouyang Wan smiled at the Life Immortal surnamed Wei. She was in a good mood. The Life Immortal with the surname Wei felt helpless. He looked at Ning Fan and smiled bitterly. Little friend Xianxia, my little master's medicine soul is unique. She can sense the good and the bad of a person's heart. The person she hates must have a hateful side and the person she likes must have a good side that no one knows about. Young master has a good impression of you. Although young friend has a bad reputation, you are definitely not a crafty person. It's just that my medicine sect is extremely strict when it comes to accepting disciples, and it's even stricter when it comes to recruiting guest elders. Little friend, do you think about this matter regarding guest elders? All right. Indeed, he was not strong enough to resist the eldest Miss Thai. Then, he would change his strategy and beg Ning Fan to give up on becoming the medicine sect's foreign elder. Ning Fan naturally understood what the Life Immortal Realm cultivator with the surname Wei meant. He knows that he does not have the right to become a foreign elder of the medicine sect, but he has no desire to hug the medicine sect's thigh. This Life Immortal surnamed Wei seemed to have underestimated him. Senior, don't worry. I know my own limits. I will not accept the position of guest elder. He then turned towards Ouyang Wan and cupped his fists politely towards her. I appreciate Lady Ouyang Wan's good intentions. However, I still have important matters to attend to and I really have no intention of joining the medicine sect. These words were spoken through voice transmission. Ning Fan speculated that the reason why Ouyang Wan hid her gender was probably because she was afraid that her gender would attract trouble. Therefore, he would not expose Ouyang Wan's identity as a woman in front of outsiders. After hearing Ning Fan's words, Ouyang Wan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. At the same time, a hint of pity rose in her heart. What surprised her was that Ning Fan had already seen through her identity as a woman. It was a pity that a talented Pildao elite like Ning Fan was actually unwilling to join the medicine sect. It made her feel indignant for a pearl that was covered in dust. Her medicine soul was very special. It was a 5-colored medicine soul recorded in the ancient legends. She was able to repeatedly find good medicine troves because of her 5-colored medicine soul, not because her medicine soul was close to rank 7. With her 5-colored medicine soul, she could see through people's hearts. With just a glance, she could tell whether a person was good or evil. She could tell that even though Ning Fan was not a kind person, he was not a cunning person either. Forget it. If you are unwilling to join the medicine sect, I will not force you. How about we become friends? My name is Ouyang Wan and your Dao name is Xianxia. Could it be that your real name is also Xianxia? Ouyang Wan asked using voice transmission. Friends? Ning Fan was stunned. He had a lot of women but he had very few friends. Ning Gu was his younger brother. They could not be considered as friends, right? In terms of friends, Mu Luo was one. Lu Haiyue was one. Wu Chen was also one. As for the rest, there seemed to be none. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to be friends with me, let's just forget about it. Ouyang Wan did not act pretentiously and replied him using voice transmission with a faint smile. Ning Fan. Ning Fan replied and walked towards the small garden that was filled with medicine troves. No matter what, he could see that this lady did not have any evil intentions towards him. Her medicine soul was very powerful. He could not read her mind through the mind-reading technique. Also, he did not want to do that. Since this lady kept wanting to watch him cut the medicine troves, he might as well cut a few. His medicine soul was not as powerful as Ouyang Wan's 5-colored medicine soul. However, his luck was better than hers. After hearing Ning Fan tell her his real name, Ouyang Wan revealed a warm smile. She quietly watched him choose the medicine troves but did not say anything to disturb or help him. Pieces of gigantic bluestone were piled up in the small garden. All of them were divine chests. The price of each bluestone was clearly marked on it. The lowest price was 10,000 while the highest price could even reach 10 million. Ning Fan walked in the small garden and touched each bluestone with his palm. However, he did not spread out his medicine soul to sense them. With the level of his medicine soul, it was impossible for him to sense the spiritual herbs through the seal of the divine chests. His medicine soul was not the legendary medicine soul from the ancient times. It was not that powerful. He closed his eyes, and wisps of black light of providence gradually rose around his body. Ordinary cultivators could not see the light of luck. However, those who could enter the heaven-grade trading city would not be ordinary cultivators. Black luck. It's the worst luck. This young man's luck is so bad but he still dares to cut the divine chests. Master Luck looked at Ning Fan with a strange expression. After all, he was the one who opened this immortal luck casino. After running a gambling house for his entire life, he had seen all kinds of cultivators, including cultivators with bad luck. There had never been a cultivator with bad luck who could win half a Dao crystal from the gambling den. They had always suffered a huge loss. From his point of view, if Ning Fan, this unlucky cultivator, cut open the divine chests, he would certainly not get anything good out of it. Instead, he would just be wasting his money. Normally, a life immortal realm expert like him would not pay attention to a junior at the 7th broken realm like Ning Fan. If it wasn't because he could tell that Ning Fan had a close relationship with the disciples of the medicine sect, he would not care about what color Ning Fan's luck was. The other old monsters on the scene also looked at Ning Fan with strange gazes. The life immortal with the surname Wei, who was standing behind Ouyang Wan, shook his head speechlessly. It's actually bad luck. Ouyang Wan's eyes flickered with surprise. In her opinion, Ning Fan should not be a person with extremely bad luck. Her senses had always been very accurate. After all, her 5-colored medicine soul was very sensitive. She firmly believed in her intuition. She firmly believed that Ning Fan would be able to find out something unexpected. Uncle Wei, do you also think that he will lose money like the others? Of course. He has bad luck. It wouldn't be strange for him to get 100-years-old spiritual herb. He might even get a dangerous treasure. As soon as the life immortal with the surname Wei mentioned the word dangerous treasure, the expressions of all the cultivators on the scene including the life immortal realm experts changed and they hurriedly retreated. It was really hard to say, since Ning Fan's luck was extremely bad, the possibility of him getting a dangerous treasure was definitely not small. Perhaps many people here would die because of Ning Fan's dangerous treasure. Ning Fan closed his eyes and walked across the small garden. His palms touched the blue stones one after another. Cutting the medicinal chests could only depend on luck. Firstly, he had no experience and secondly, he did not have a powerful medicine soul. With his purple luck, Ning Fan would have a mysterious feeling in his heart when he passed by some blue stones occasionally. Every time that happened, he would open his eyes and pay the Dao crystals to buy the medicinal chests. Along the way to the end of the small garden, Ning Fan had already bought 17 medicinal chests. Among them, the cheapest one was worth 50,000 Dao crystals while the most expensive one was worth 10 million Dao crystals. This young man is really generous. Is he actually going to cut 10 million divine chests? ****. No matter how rich he is, he can't be so wasteful like this. He has bad luck. The 10 million divine chests that he has chosen definitely won't have anything good. Is he going to cut the stones now? He won't really get a dangerous treasure, will he? Voices of discussion spread in the surroundings but none of them could disturb Ning Fan's state of mind. Looking at the 17 blue stones in front of him, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was the one who chose the divine chests. Even if all of them were to suffer a loss, he would not care at all. Since he had chosen the path that he wanted to walk on, he must have the courage to bear all the consequences. To cut the stones, he would need to buy a blade of Dao power that was specially made by the Heavenly Fortune Casino. Each blade cost 500,000 Dao crystals. Ouyang Wan released the power of her medicine soul and sensed the 17 divine chests that Ning Fan had chosen. Her tranquil and small face gradually turned solemn. There was even a hint of disbelief. This place actually has such an item. Why didn't I notice it before? Did I miss it? Ouyang Wan let out a faint sigh and wiped away the frustration on her face. She walked to Ning Fan's side and turned around to instruct the life immortal Wei. Uncle Wei, lend me your Dao weapon. I will help him cut the stones. Dao weapons belong to the cultivator themselves. They were born because of the Dao. Outsiders could not take them away. They could be lent to others. However, as long as the cultivator willed it, it would return to their body. The life immortal Wei smiled awkwardly and took out a fiery red flying dagger. He did not want to show off his Dao weapon too much. However, since the young master had instructed him to do so, how could he refuse? You want to help me cut the stones? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn as if he had noticed something. His gaze swept across the 17 blue stones. Trust me. Ouyang Wan's eyes also turned slightly solemn. Ning Fan seemed to have understood something and gave Ouyang Wan a grateful smile. He knew that Ouyang Wan wanted to help him. Therefore, even though he was heartless, he would still give her a kind smile. Ning Fan raised his palm. Traces of the power of memory formed in his palm like wind and snow, turning into a small black golden sword. At the moment the small sword appeared, even the life immortals present were shocked. Dao weapon. This kid's cultivation base is only at the 7th Shatterer level, but he has a Dao weapon. This is the second step in 10th realm. This child actually cultivated the power of concepts to the second step. The life immortal with the surname Wei was also shocked. He had always been proud of the fact that few life immortals of the same level as him had a Dao weapon, but he did. Now that they saw Ning Fan actually had a Dao soldier, how could they not be shocked? To be able to possess a Dao weapon before becoming an immortal, which one of them wasn't a person with shocking aptitude? Previously, he had underestimated Ning Fan. With such a high aptitude, why can't he be a guest of the medicine sect? This is your Dao soldier? Ouyang Wan's mouth was agape. With her status and experience, it was rare for her to be so surprised. Okay, I'll lend you the stone. Ning Fan passed the small black golden sword to Ouyang Wan. Since she treated him with sincerity, he would naturally return the favor. Receiving the small black gold sword, Ouyang caressed the ice-cold body of the sword. She realized that this Dao weapon had not been refined. But when he thought about it, he felt that it was normal. Refining a Dao soldier required at least a life immortal's cultivation. You don't mind embarrassing yourself, do you? Ouyang revealed a sly look. I don't mind. It's fine as long as I don't lose my life. Ning Fan's words carried a deep meaning. He knew that the divine chests that he had chosen must contain some extraordinary items. If it's a grave, it would certainly kill countless people, including himself. If it's a treasure tomb, there might be some extremely rare and precious ancient medicines inside. Cutting it open in front of everyone might cause too many people to hunt him down. Ouyang wanted to help him avoid cutting the divine chests. Both of them were not related to each other, but Ouyang wanted to help him. This was what made Ning Fan sigh with emotion. It was also what made him feel grateful towards Ouyang. Then I'll cut it open. I'll cut this one that's worth 100,000 first. Ouyang raised her hand and the small black gold sword turned into a black sword that was 3 feet long. She did not cut the stone carefully like how she usually did. Instead, she directly cut the green stone into 2 with a slash. *chi* with a slash of the sword, all the spiritual medicines inside the divine chests were cut into 2 pieces. Their medicinal chi rapidly flowed away. Countless cultivators were shocked by Ouyang shocking method of cutting the stone. Ning Fan, however, was not surprised at all. He shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, luck is really unreliable. The spiritual medicine that was destroyed by Ouyang was a stock of 100 years old spiritual medicine. Naturally, no one would feel sorry for the destruction of this kind of spiritual medicine. One of the treasures was actually a 100-year-old spiritual herb. Each of the old monsters looked at Ning Fan with deep sympathy. This was the black luck. Spending 100,000 Dao crystals only to get 100 years old spiritual medicine. How pitiful. Next, the one that's worth 50,000. *chi* another slash of the sword. A stock of 1,000 years old spiritual medicine was cut into pieces by Ouyang. *cough*, 1,000 years old spiritual medicine. This kid has lost another 50,000 Dao crystals. When Ouyang saw that Ning Fan's expression did not change, she smiled and continued to cut the stone. Next, the one that's worth 200,000. *chi* 500 years old spiritual medicine. Next, the one that's worth 500,000. *chi* a 10,000 years old spiritual medicine. Next, not long after, Ouyang had cut open 11 medicinal chests. There were only 6 left. Among the 11 spiritual medicines that she cut, the oldest one was only 20,000 years old. I'm not cutting anymore. I'll return this Dao weapon to you. It's useless to cut it again. As for the remaining 6 medicinal chests, I'll keep them as souvenirs. Ouyang returned the small black golden sword to Ning Fan and winked at him in an unnoticeable manner. Ning Fan understood her meaning and nodded his head, keeping the remaining 6 medicinal chests into his storage pouch. The others looked at Ning Fan with sympathy. He had spent more than 10 million Dao crystals, but all he got was a pile of trash spiritual medicines. As expected of a cultivator with black luck. He would definitely lose every bet. The remaining 6 medicinal chests are not ominous treasures. You can cut them in a place where there's no one around. Don't let anyone see you. Otherwise, even a true immortal might kill you and snatch your treasures. Ouyang then said to Ning Fan using telepathy. Thank you. Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Ouyang returned his gesture with a smile. Your luck is really good. Perhaps it's because you appeared here that your luck interfered with me. That's why I didn't notice the existence of that thing. However, the Tao of luck doesn't necessarily mean that the higher the luck, the better. Sometimes, things will go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Just like what happened today, you might get yourself into trouble by relying too much on luck. You have to be more careful in the future, Tao Master Ning. Ning Fan thanked Ouyang again for her reminder. Ning Fan knew that she was right. Luck could help Ning Fan cut out some good items. However, if his luck was too good, it might cause him to cut out something too precious in front of everyone, which would make those powerful cultivators jealous and fight for the treasures. This was the calamity brought about by luck. The Tao of the world. Things will always go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It's just like luck and life. The two extremes of life and death are life and death. The end of life is death while the end of death is life. This is the life and death in the cycle of samsara. Transcending the cycle of life and death and attaining immortality, there's no end to this longevity. If immortality is destroyed, it means eternal death and there's no way to reincarnate. Things will go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Ning Fan's heart was filled with enlightenment. Ouyang Yuan, on the other hand, showed a bored expression and wanted to leave. Do you still want to continue cutting the stones? If not, I'm not going to watch anymore. I'll be leaving first. I still want to cut some beast chests. Ning Fan nodded his head. He did not forget his original intention. Wasn't the purpose of coming to the casino to earn money? Most of the 6 beast chests were rare herbs. They could not be sold casually. If he wants to earn money, he could not count on those 6 beast chests anymore. Beast chests? As soon as Ouyang Yuan heard his words, her eyes immediately lit up. She seemed to be very interested. Then, continue cutting. I want to see what interesting things you can get from them. However, you have to be more careful this time because I don't really know how to distinguish between good and bad beast chests. If you get another rare beast chests, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you conceal it. It's alright. I still know a little about the pros and cons of beast chests. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan walked towards the small garden where the beast chests were placed. Each of the void fragmentation realm old monsters was speechless when they saw Ning Fan still daring to cut the stones after losing more than 10 million Dao crystals. 10 million Dao crystals was a huge amount of money to a void fragmentation realm expert. No matter how rich Ning Fan was, he did not need to go against money, right? He clearly knew that his luck was bad, but he still wanted to cut the stones. He was really not turning back until he hit the wall. Perhaps, this was the psychology of gamblers. The more they lost, the more they wanted to fight and the more they would lose. The life immortal realm experts at the scene also shook their heads slightly. They looked down on Ning Fan's determination. As a cultivator, there was no harm in gambling one's luck or one's life. However, the biggest taboo was not being able to afford to lose. Being unable to afford to lose meant that this person's determination was too weak. How could the path of cultivation be smooth sailing? How could one win every single time? If one does not have a strong heart and accept failure calmly, it would be very difficult to reach the peak of the path of cultivation. While everyone was thinking about it, Ning Fan had already bought a beast chest worth 1 million Dao crystals and started to cut the stones. Ning Fan knew what he would get from the stones with his ancestral blood. He was not worried at all. The old monsters at the scene, however, shook their heads and sighed. There's no need to look anymore. This young man must have thrown the Dao crystals into the water again. Perhaps, he might get a small vein opening realm beast from the stone chests. Ning Fan closed his eyes and cut the stones. With his ancestral blood, he knew the location of the demonic beasts in the divine chests. He held the small black golden sword in his hand and cut the stones at an extremely fast speed. The others were worried about him, afraid that he would accidentally cut the beast chests to death. However, he was not worried at all. Very soon, the stone clothes were completely cut off. As expected, many people guessed the beginning of the beast chests correctly. They guessed that the small beast in the beast chests was a small vein opening realm beast. However, no one guessed the ending correctly. When they saw the cute and obedient furry beast sleeping soundly, everyone was shocked. When Ning Fan carried the furry little beast into his arms, the immortal cloud casino was already full of discussions. True blood demonic beast. It's a true spirit seed with a pure bloodline. This beast has just opened up its demon veins and has never awakened its blood. It is already a beast with true blood. If it goes through 3 rounds of awakening its bloodline might even reach the king grade. This beast is very likely to become a king beast in the future. Speaking of which, what kind of beast is this? Why have I never heard of it before? This is I recognize this beast. This beast is an extinct ancient true spirit, Ling Xian. What? It's actually Ling Xian. It's said that once it goes through 9 rounds of evolution, it will dare to feed on true immortals. If we can keep this beast as our demon pet and raise it until it goes through 9 rounds of evolution. Each of the life immortal realm old monsters stared at the white furry ball in Ning Fan's arms greedily. Ning Fan was straightforward. After cutting out this beast, he did not plan to keep it. He also did not have the patience to spend hundreds of thousands of years to raise it until it goes through 9 rounds of evolution. The reason why he cut out this beast was just to sell it for money. 100 million Dao crystals for this beast. He asked for a price that shocked all the life immortal realm experts present. 100 million? 100 million is enough to buy such a promising demonic beast, even though this beast might not be able to awaken its king grade bloodline, and even if it does, it might not be able to complete 9 rounds of evolution. Spending 100 million Dao crystals to buy a possibility was still worth it. Just when a few life immortal realm experts wanted to buy this beast, Ouyangwan stared at the white furry ball in Ning Fan's arms and said in a low voice. That. This little thing is so cute. I want it. Can you sell it to me? Asterisk swoosh asterisk. As soon as Ouyangwan spoke, the few life immortal realm experts who wanted to buy this beast sighed and did not dare to compete with her. How would they dare to compete with the medicine sect for this beast? You want it? Ning Fan was stunned. After thinking for a while, he directly handed the furry ball to Ouyangwan. If you want it, I'll give it to you as a token of my appreciation. If it wasn't for Ouyangwan, Ning Fan would probably get into big trouble from the medicine vault. Ning Fan disdained to ask for this 100 million Dao crystals from his benefactor. Among the beast vaults in this place, there were plenty of beasts that could earn him money. Giving one to Ouyangwan was not a big deal. Are you giving it to me? Ouyangwan hugged the furry ball lovingly. When she looked at Ning Fan, a hint of a smile reached the bottom of her eyes. Then I won't stand on ceremony and accept it. This little furry ball is so cute. Let's call it Ning Xiaoqiao and call it Hairy Ball for your nickname. What? The life immortal realm expert with the surname Wei was shocked. As far as he knew, there were countless men who wanted to curry favor with her. However, his little ancestor had never accepted any gifts from any man. She actually accepted the thing that Ning Fan gave her. Was it because she really liked this little animal, or? Ning Fan was speechless. It's enough to just call that ugly little fellow Hairy Ball. Why did she call him Ning Xiaoqiao? His surname is Ning. Is Ouyangwan trying to humiliate him? This lady can't be that bored, right? Does she like him? No way. Even though this lady has a good impression of him, she doesn't have any feelings for him. At most, they are just friends. Is it just a prank between friends? Forget it. So be it, Ning Xiaoqiao. Oh right. Isn't that old ancestor Xianxia a cultivator with bad luck? How did he manage to get such a powerful beast vault? Could it be that today is the day when the heavenly secret officially moves to the east? It's the day when people with bad luck like us can make a comeback. The old Taoist priest kept pinching his fingers and calculating with a puzzled expression. That's not right. That's not right. The heavenly secret is still intact today. It hasn't moved to the east. How did this little fat lamb manage to get such a valuable beast vault? The old Taoist priest looked at Ning Fan with a puzzled expression while some life immortal realm old monsters fell into deep thought. Did you step on dog poop when you went out today? The old Taoist priest suddenly pointed at Ning Fan and asked with a nervous expression. That's right. It must be Ning Fan who stepped on dog poop when he went out. If that's not the case, then he must have made a huge mistake in calculating the heavenly secret. The reason why the old Taoist priest swindled and deceived people for so many years was because of his flawless calculation. If he really miscalculated the heavenly secret once, he would be wrong every time in the future. It's over. It's all over. I hope it's not a mistake. Stepped on dog poop? Ning Fan looked at the old Taoist priest speechlessly. If he really had to step on a pile of dog poop to get lucky once, he would have no idea how much dog poop he would step on in his life. Ignoring the old Taoist priest, Ning Fan continued to choose the beast vault. The old Taoist priest, on the other hand, raised his head and laughed heartily. He gradually regained his confidence. That's right, this little fat lamb just got lucky once. It shouldn't be the second time. The heavenly secret will move to the east in an instant. He won't get lucky twice in a row. I want this. Ning Fan bought another beast vault at the price of 2 million Dao crystals. The old Taoist priest's heart immediately jumped to his throat. Those life immortal realm experts, however, looked at Ning Fan seriously. No one disturbed him while he was cutting the stones. All of them noticed that Ning Fan did not choose the beast vault because of his luck, it was his divine ability. This young man has the ability to distinguish the quality of the beast vaults. Asterisk swish asterisk swish asterisk. Ning Fan rapidly cut open pieces of the stone. At the moment he cut open the stone, the chi of a ferocious beast that was comparable to a life immortal realm expert spread out from the divine vault. It was a flying beast that was shrouded in blood light. Its face could not be seen clearly. Without saying a word, Ning Fan hurriedly retreated to the back of the life immortal realm experts and said indifferently, "I'll sell this beast for 100 million Dao crystals. Those who want it will have to capture it first and then pay for it. This is the true spirit blood goose." All the life immortal realm experts immediately held their breaths. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Immediately, 3 early human profound realm old monsters made their moves to capture that ferocious beast. Even though the beast was only at the early human profound realm, its speed was not any slower than a late human profound realm expert. It was an excellent mount. Haha. No one is allowed to snatch this true spirit blood goose from me. I'm going to buy this beast. A mid-human profound realm short old man whose body was covered in blood chi casually tossed a storage pouch to Ning Fan. There were 200 million Dao crystals inside. Consider the extra money as a reward for you. I've set up a reward of 100 million Dao crystals to search for the true spirit blood goose everywhere. However, I couldn't find it no matter where I went. This beast is compatible with the cultivation method that I cultivate. If I ride this mount, its speed will definitely surpass the human profound realm. Those who are not ghost profound realm cultivators can forget about surpassing me in speed. No one is allowed to snatch this beast from me. 1/2, to be continued, don't even think about snatching this beast from me. The short old man leaped into the sky and attacked in a domineering manner. His hands were like bones, but they were as fast as lightning. In an instant, he slapped the 3 life immortals 3 times. The 3 life immortals were early human profound realm experts. They were in charge of a region. They were enraged when they saw the short old man's arrogance. Their angry expressions had just appeared, but when they saw the 3 bloody handprints coming at them, the 3 of them broke out in a cold sweat. Blood void handprint. Your Xianxia. The 3 of them took out their immortal treasures without hesitation. However, their treasures were smashed by the bloody handprints. The 3 of them felt a pain in their chests and fell heavily to the ground. Although they weren't seriously injured, their breathing was chaotic. The impact of the 3 life immortals hitting the ground caused the entire Xianxia star to tremble. Xianxia. This is Xianxia star, not a place for you to act presumptuously. Master Yun and the other 2 Xianxia star fate immortals took a step forward and looked at the short old man solemnly. The short old man's name was Xianxia. He was a great devil in the Eastern Heaven immortal world. He had killed countless people and was rewarded with 2 billion Dao crystals. Although he was a mid-human profound realm expert, he was only half a step away from the late human profound realm. He had killed more than 10 life immortal old monsters. He was definitely a ruthless person. Even some late human profound realm old monsters would be afraid of him and wouldn't want to get involved with him. Among the life immortals present, there were only 2 late human profound realm experts. They weren't Xianxia star fate immortals, so they didn't want to interfere with Xianxia's business. Life immortal Wei's eyes were extremely solemn. He immediately protected Ouyang Wan behind him. He was a mid-human profound realm expert and had a Dao weapon, but he was still no match for Xianxia. Don't worry. I just happened to pass by the sky-level trading city and found a true spirit blood goose here. I got excited and came to join in the fun. I don't have any intention to kill. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill anyone. Xianxia laughed and licked his lips as he looked at the true spirit blood goose that was about to fly. Little guy, I've been wanting a true spirit blood goose for a long time. Do you want to come with me? That voice carried the ability to bewitch. Shui Kongzi's eyes turned crimson, and a red light shot toward the true spirit blood goose like lightning. Extreme Intent Realm. Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The Extreme Intent Realm was the power that came from the heavenly tribulation. Bone Sovereign possessed such strength, and it was unexpected that Shui Kongzi possessed it as well. Moreover, Shui Kongzi's extreme realm strength was thousands of times stronger than the Bone Emperor's. As soon as Shui Kongzi sensed Shui Kongzi's G-realm strength, Shui Yan's body trembled, and she no longer dared to resist. Shui Kongzi nodded with satisfaction. He recalled the red lightning and took out a beast taming ring. He placed it on the blood goose's neck and sat on it. Make it bigger. Shui Kongzi commanded. Squawk, squawk. The blood goose chirped obediently and flew into the sky, growing to a length of 500,000 feet. All the cultivators in the sky-level trading city gasped when they saw the giant blood goose in the sky. A life immortal level demon beast. Shui Kongzi nodded his head in satisfaction once again. Then, he looked down at the crowd and looked at Ning Fan. Then, he cupped his fists and greeted him. Little friend Xianxia, I'm really grateful to you. If it wasn't for the true spirit blood goose that you gave me, I don't know how long I would have to search for it to get a mount like this. To be honest, I'm not a good person. However, I've always been able to distinguish between kindness and hatred. Since you've helped me find the true spirit blood goose, I owe you a favor. When I came to this star, I once saw the sect master of the Seven Fiends sect in a low-grade star region. He was personally leading a group of people to look for you, wanting to kill you as soon as possible. Hee. I've already obtained the true spirit blood goose and I'm preparing to leave the Lesser Marsh star. On my way back, I'll help you solve some problems. Shui Kongzi laughed heartily. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and turned into a ray of blood light, flying away from the Lesser Marsh star. He had really gone to avenge Ning Fan. According to rumors, he had killed all the experts sent by the Seven Fiends sect and even injured the mid-human Profound Realm sect master of the Seven Fiends sect, forcing him to return to the sect for seclusion to heal his wounds. However, that was a story to be told later. Ning Fan looked at the escaping light that Shui Kongzi left in and then looked at the Dao crystal in his hand with a thoughtful expression. Did the sect master of the Seven Fiends sect personally come to seek revenge on me? This Shui Kongzi seems to be forthright, but I wonder if he's really such a straightforward person. Is he going to deal with the Seven Fiends sect when he said that he'll help me solve some problems? Or is he going to inform the Seven Fiends sect about my whereabouts? It was just Ning Fan's first meeting with Shui Kongzi. It was certainly impossible for him to trust him. Fortunately, whether Shui Kongzi was kind or malicious, Ning Fan was not afraid. Whether the sect master of the Seven Fiends sect chased after him or not, Ning Fan was not afraid. He only needed to use the Black Devil escape and he would be able to escape openly without being afraid of being pursued by any life immortal realm cultivators. Of course, if Shui Kongzi really helps him to deal with the Seven Fiends sect, Ning Fan would definitely remember this favor. After keeping the 200 million Dao crystals, Ning Fan looked at the expressions of the life immortals present and fell into deep thought. The life immortals present were already convinced that even though Ning Fan's luck was not good, his abilities were astonishing and he had the means to identify the quality of the beast vaults. Some of the life immortals were still waiting for him to cut out the powerful demon beasts to purchase. However, Master Yun and the other life immortals of the Lesser Marsh star were looking at him with complicated expressions. They wanted to see him continue to cut out the beast vaults, but they were also afraid that he would take away all the good things, making them feel heartache. Ning Fan fell into silence. Shui Kongzi's Dao was extreme. He would do anything to the extreme. The Dao of luck also had extreme changes. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Ning Fan was seriously thinking about this principle. If he continues to cut out the precious spiritual beasts, he was afraid that he would offend the 3 life immortals of the Lesser Marsh star. He still wanted to participate in the auction. He did not want to cause any more trouble. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan held the small black golden sword and bought another 21 beast vaults. He only cut out 2 of them and both of them were true spirit mounts. He sold them to 2 life immortals and earned another 200 million Dao crystals. As for the remaining 19 beast vaults, he gave them to the 3 true immortals of the Lesser Marsh Star. Ning Fan did not say much. However, which old monster here was not a shrewd person? All of them knew what Ning Fan's intention was. Needless to say, the demon beasts and devil beasts hidden in these 19 beast vaults were certainly precious. Ning Fan bought them but did not take them. Instead, he gave them to Master Yun and the other 2 life immortals. Master Yun and the other 2 life immortals immediately looked at Ning Fan with a friendly smile. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Yuan, Ning Fan left the Immortal Luck gambling house and found a temporary palace to settle down in for seclusion. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Perhaps he could cut out all the precious beast vaults and earn billions of Dao crystals. However, he definitely would not be able to bring these Dao crystals out of the Lesser Marsh Star with his life. After visiting the Immortal Luck gambling house once, Ning Fan already had 420 million Dao crystals. With such wealth, it would not be difficult for him to bid for the star plate of the ancient realm. He just had to wait for a year before the auction would begin. Inside the temporary palace, Ning Fan dismissed all the female cultivators who were serving him. Then, with a sway of his body, he entered the profounding world. The empty thatched hut always reminded Ning Fan of the lady who had already left. A trace of longing rose in his heart. However, he quickly hid it deep in his heart. Today, he did not come here to see the treasures and think of her. He came here to cut the medicinal herbs. Ouyang Yuan helped him cover it up and didn't reveal the elixirs in the 6 herb vaults to the world. Since they were not exposed, it saved him a lot of trouble. Ning Fan really wanted to know what kind of spiritual medicines were sealed in the 6 medicinal herbs vaults that could make Ouyang Yuan's face turn solemn. Even if she cut out a 3,000 years old immortal peach tree, Ouyang Yuan still looked indifferent. However, one should know that the market price of a 3,000 years old immortal peach was 500 million Dao crystals. There were dozens of immortal peaches on the tree, but Ouyang Yuan did not care at all. Is this lady too rich, or does she have no concept of money at all? When he thought about how the dignified sect master of the Black Devil clan, an old devil with a true immortal realm cultivation base, actually held a grudge over 1 billion Dao crystals, he felt speechless. Thinking about it carefully, the one who would hold a grudge over such a boring matter should be the old devil. The person who seems to be the stingiest is actually the person with the broadest heart. He always tolerated the sinful disciple who betrayed him. Speaking of which, after all these years, Ming Kei should have already returned to the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan. With her royal bloodline, she would most likely become a demon ancestor with ancestral bloodline after awakening her blood 3 times. After awakening her blood, that little girl might already be at the life immortal realm. After 100 years or even a few thousand years, I can only look up to that little girl. I still need to work harder to improve my cultivation base. Ning Fan cleared his mind. He turned his hand and condensed his Dao power, turning it into the memory-severing Dao sword. He took out a medicinal herb vault and began to carefully cut out the stone clothes of the divine treasure vault. Gradually, a golden apple came into his sight. Ning Fan's eyes widened. He had heard of this fruit before. This fruit was called the Golden Divine Fruit. It used to grow in the ancient Heavenly Court. Before the Heavenly Court was destroyed, it was rumored that the heavenly deities of the ancient Heavenly Court often consumed the Golden Divine Fruit to temper their bodies. The medicinal power of a Golden Divine Fruit was enough to raise a Nirvana realm cultivator's body refinement realm by 1 heavenly layer. The value of a Golden Divine Fruit was equivalent to an emergence pill. This fruit was even more precious than the emergence pill. Since the ancient Heavenly Court had been destroyed, this fruit had already gone extinct. It was basically a priceless item. This fruit is really good. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to cut open the other 5 medicinal treasures. Instead, he patiently consumed the Golden Divine Fruit and slowly refined it. He activated the power of the ancestral talisman and borrowed its power to devour the Golden Divine Fruit. Of course, the speed at which he consumed it was extremely fast. 1 month passed in the profounding world. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Golden rays of light shot out from them. He suddenly rose to his feet. His ancient devil essence chi sword. His ancient devil cultivation base had broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the revered devil realm. After resting for a few days, Ning Fan went to cut open the 2nd medicinal treasure. After cutting open the layers of stone, a purple gourd appeared in front of his eyes. The surface of the gourd was surrounded by layers of purple qi. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not know what kind of spiritual medicine this gourd was. When he wanted to pick up the gourd to take a closer look, he realized that it was as heavy as a mountain. He could not lift it at all. His physical body at the third heavenly layer of the revered devil realm could not even lift a gourd. Each of the purple qi on the gourd was as heavy as a mountain. These purple qi are innate qi. This gourd is an innate spiritual item. Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Innate spiritual items were the materials used to refine innate treasures. Innate treasures also had another name, the treasures of immortal emperors. Immortal emperors' treasures were not as common as other magic treasures. Even an immortal emperor would only have 2 to 3 innate treasures at most. From this, it could be seen how rare this treasure was. If this gourd were to be taken out in public, it would probably cause a commotion immediately. It might even attract immortal emperors to snatch the gourd and refine it into a treasure. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Could it be that the reason why Ouyang Yuan protected me was because she was afraid that others would know about this purple gourd? Since I can't carry this gourd anymore, I might as well leave it in the profounding world. If I have the qualifications to refine innate treasures in the future, I will use this gourd to refine treasures. Ning Fan pointed at it with his finger. The soil under the gourd immediately surged upwards and lifted the gourd. In an instant, a massive gourd mountain appeared in front of Ning Fan. The purple gourd was placed on the peak of the gourd mountain. After placing the purple gourd in place, Ning Fan went to another place. He took out the third medicinal treasure and slowly cut off the stone cover. The third medicinal treasure was a 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb that looked like a Ganoderma. It was shrouded in green light. Ning Fan did not know the name of this herb. Hence, he decided to call it green Ganoderma. Ning Fan held the green Ganoderma in his hand and remained silent. A 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb had extremely strong medicinal power. If a cultivator's physical body was strong enough to withstand the medicinal power, they could directly consume it and become an immortal with the help of the vast medicinal power. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have such a strong physical body. Even Ming Ke would need to cultivate to the 8th and 9th fragmentation realm before she dared to forcefully consume a 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb with her pale devil body. This herb was temporarily useless to him. However, if Ning Fan consumes it when he becomes an immortal, it would certainly boost his magic power and allow him to break through the shackles of the mortal profound realm. I'll keep it for myself when I become an immortal. Ning Fan made up his mind. He sealed the green Ganoderma and kept it in a jade box. Then, he took out the fourth medicinal treasure. He waved the memory-severing Dao sword again and slowly cut off the stone cover. The fourth tuft of spiritual herb was another 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb. It was in the shape of a ginseng. It had small wings and was surrounded by bloody light. I don't know what this herb is. Let's call it bloodwing ginseng for now. I'll keep it for myself when I become an immortal. The bloodwing ginseng was also sealed and kept away by Ning Fan. He consecutively took out 2 tufts of 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs. However, he did not recognize any of them. He could not help but admit that he should learn how to identify ancient herbs. Perhaps it would be a good choice to go to the medicine sect to learn pill refinement techniques. However, Ning Fan did not have the mood to do those things for the time being. His goal was to head to the ancient realm to search for the immortal soul grass. Ning Fan took out the 5th medicinal treasure and cut it open bit by bit. What appeared before his eyes was an immortal peach tree. It was a withered immortal peach tree. Although the tree was already dead, there were still 2 fragrant peaches on it. This wasn't a 3,000-year-old immortal peach or a 6,000-year-old immortal peach, but a 9,000-year-old immortal peach. A 3,000-year-old peach could help a life immortal delay a heavenly tribulation for 3,000 years. A 6,000-year-old immortal peach could help a perfected immortal delay the heavenly tribulations for 6,000 years. A 9,000-year-old immortal peach could help immortal venerables, immortal kings, and immortal emperors delay their heavenly tribulations for 9,000 years. What Ning Fan obtained was just a withered immortal peach tree which could no longer produce more immortal peaches. However, just 2 9,000-year-old Saturn peaches were enough to attract the attention of perfected immortals and immortal emperors. Innate purple gourd, 9,000 years old immortal peach. If these things are really seen by others, I won't be able to protect them, Ning Fan sighed softly. If it wasn't for Ouyang recognizing what was inside the medicine, he would have been in big trouble. If one's luck was good, it might attract a great calamity instead. If his luck was bad, he might be able to save his life. When mortals died, they could reincarnate. The death of an immortal was eternal. Ning Fan remained silent for a long time. Eventually, he took out the sixth medicine. After removing the stone layer bit by bit, what fell into his eyes was a fruit that emitted 9-colored light. It was only the size of a longan, but it had the power to bewitch the heavenly fate. When Ning Fan looked at the 9-colored dragon eye, he felt as if he had seen something unbelievable. No, that's not right. What Ouyang wanted to hide for him was not the innate purple gourd nor the 9,000-year-old immortal peach. Even if those two items were seen by others, Ning Fan would at most not be able to keep them. If he hands them over obediently, he might not necessarily die. However, once this item appears in the world, it was unknown how many immortal emperors would fight for it. When that time comes, rivers of blood would flow in countless star regions. The origin of this 9-colored dragon eye was extraordinary. Any pill refinement master who was at the 6th revolution and above would certainly have heard of this rare treasure. This fruit was called the Heavenly Luck Fruit. It grew on the Heavenly Luck Tree. This tree was born according to the heavenly fate. It was a mysterious tree in ancient times. According to legends, this fruit could greatly increase a cultivator's illusory luck. At the end of the path of cultivation, most of the time, it was not aptitude that mattered but luck. In ancient times, many immortal emperors did not have excellent aptitudes. There were even many people with mediocre aptitudes who cultivated to the immortal emperor realm step by step. However, it was rare for immortal emperors to have extremely bad luck. Most of them had 7-colored luck. Those with extremely bad luck would naturally have almost no luck. Without luck, it would be very difficult for them to cultivate to that legendary realm. Of course, there were also some people with extremely bad luck who forcefully became immortal emperors. Luck was not omnipotent, but it was indeed very important. Ning Fan held the heavenly luck fruit in his palm. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Aptitude, temperament, hard work, luck, fate. There were too many factors that determined a cultivator's success. To stand at the peak of 1 billion worlds like immortal sovereign Zido, it was not something that could be achieved by just saying I will work harder than anyone else. No one could be compared to Zido. His aptitude, temperament, luck and fate were unparalleled. It was precisely because of this that he could stand at the peak of all living beings after putting in so much effort. Luck, huh? Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes which shone brightly. He swallowed the heavenly luck fruit in one gulp and sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly refining the medicinal power of the fruit. Gradually, wisps of light of providence rose from his body. Under Ning Fan's will, the black light of luck temporarily turned purple in color. As for the purple light of luck, it gradually flew to the sky and condensed into a gigantic purple umbrella, the umbrella of luck, one-colored immortal luck. Just a single heavenly luck fruit had raised Ning Fan's luck from mortal luck to immortal luck. A gigantic purple umbrella of luck appeared in the sky above the entire Xianxia star. Countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the sky. Most of them were at a loss. Only those life immortal realm experts and a few void fragmentation realm old monsters knew what this umbrella represented. Someone has condensed the umbrella of luck on my Xianxia star. His luck has broken through to the first colored immortal luck. Who is this person? Among the life immortal realm, there are very few who can condense the umbrella of luck. Only those who have reached the true immortal realm would be able to condense the umbrella of luck one after another. Could it be that there is a true immortal senior who is living in seclusion on my Xianxia star to cultivate the technique of luck? All of a sudden, all the life immortal realm experts looked at each other in shock. However, none of them dared to inquire about the identity of that true immortal senior. What a joke! Since that person is living in seclusion here, he naturally does not want others to know his identity. Aren't you just looking for trouble by investigating him when you know that he is unwilling? Even though they did not dare to investigate, the three of them still cautiously issued a secret order. From today onwards, the cultivators of Xianxia Star were not allowed to offend those cultivators who looked ordinary. The more ordinary they looked, the more likely they were to be true immortal old monsters. After all, how could a real true immortal show you how powerful he is? The word powerful was not written on his face. On the Xiaoxia star, only one person knew who condensed the umbrella of luck. When Ouyangwan, who was bathing in her room, heard the exclamations of the people on Xiaoxia star, she immediately draped her wet long hair and wrapped herself in a bath towel. She walked to the window and looked at the incomparably dazzling umbrella of luck in the vast starry sky. The corner of her mouth curved into a warm smile. A furry ball dived into her bosom at the right time and rubbed itself against her bosom. Fortunately, it was a female, otherwise, Ouyangwan would have sent it flying away. She hated all male animals. Little Ball Ning, look quickly. Isn't that umbrella beautiful? Remember, that's the umbrella of luck that your father condensed. Ouyangwan's eyes were filled with teasing. There was no affection at all. At most, she only had a good impression of him, which was at the level of a friend. What she said was just a joke between friends. If Ningfan knew that Ouyangwan had found him a little furry daughter, he would probably be speechless. A year had passed in the outside world. The commotion caused by the umbrella of luck had already calmed down. In the profounding world, Ningfan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He slowly stood up and shook off the dust on his body. With a thought in his mind, his luck was still hidden in black. He spread his palm, and with another thought in his mind, an imprint of a purple umbrella slowly appeared on his left palm. Ningfan had never obtained the cultivation method of luck. Thus, he naturally did not know that when mortal luck is cultivated to the extreme, it would turn into an umbrella and turn into immortal luck. However, he was very sure that his current luck had already transcended from mortal luck and reached the level of immortal luck. Immortal luck, huh? Not bad. The auction is about to begin, right? Ningfan's body flashed and he left the profounding world. He summoned his maidservant and casually asked for some information. According to the maidservant, there were still 7 days before the auction would begin. According to the maidservant, there was a true immortal realm old monster hiding in the Xiaoxia star now. He was cultivating the technique of luck and condensing the umbrella of luck there. According to the maidservant, about 1 year ago, the cultivators of the Seven Fiends sect were ambushed by an expert in the Xiaoxia star region. Other than the sect master of the Seven Fiends sect who managed to escape with severe injuries, all the other experts were killed. It was said that the expert who ambushed the Seven Fiends sect was riding a blood-red bird. The first piece of information was useful to Ningfan. Ningfan completely ignored the second piece of information. After all, he was that mysterious true immortal. As for the third piece of information, Ningfan was almost certain that the person who ambushed the Seven Fiends sect was Xue Kongzi, who said that he would return the favor a year ago. From the looks of it, that Xue Kongzi was really a forthright person. He actually helped me solve the problem of the Seven Fiends sect. If I have the chance in the future, I will return the favor to him. 7 days later, the auction would begin. Ningfan's body flashed and he flew towards the golden palace in the sky. Before he entered the auction palace, the cultivators guarding the entrance of the palace had already cupped their fists towards Ningfan respectfully. "Senior, are you old ancestor Xianxia?" "Yes. I see. Senior Xianxia can head to the VIP seats on the 3rd floor of the auction palace." "The 3rd floor?" Ningfan was slightly surprised. Only those with a background of at least life immortal realm could go to the VIP seats on the 3rd floor. With Ningfan's cultivation base and background, he could only go to the 2nd floor at most. "Yes. The 3 old ancestors have instructed us not to neglect Senior Xianxia since you are a distinguished guest," the guard said respectfully. "Is that so?" Ningfan did not say much. Under the guidance of a few maids, he entered the auction palace and went straight to the VIP seats on the 3rd floor. Inwardly, he was wondering if the 3 life immortals of the Xiaoxia star were so friendly to him because of the 19 beast vaults or because of the medicine sect. While he was pondering, a young man in green robes in front of him gently waved at him with a bright smile. That young man was sitting alone on a long chair with a small fur ball in his arms. "Taoist priest, please sit here." Ouyangwan was sitting on a long chair which could seat 2 to 3 people. However, if she was unwilling, who would dare to sit with her? Sure enough, the life immortals of the Xiaoxia star would only give me special treatment because of the medicine sect. If I also have the cultivation base of a life immortal realm, Ningfan sighed softly. He did not reject Ouyangwan's invitation. He walked towards her and sat beside her. All of a sudden, a cold gaze came from one of the seats at the side. Ning Fan frowned slightly and looked towards that seat. He saw a young man in black robes whose hair was tied up with a purple jade bun. The young man was looking at him with an unfriendly and threatening expression. "You better stay away from her." The young man in black robes transmitted his voice to him. "Her?" Ning Fan looked at Ouyang who was beside him and thought to himself. Could that young man in black robes be Ouyang pursuer? Behind the young man in black robes stood 4 mid-human profound realm experts. Although this lineup made Ning Fan wary, it was not enough to make him fearful. Ignoring that person, Ning Fan took the spiritual tea on the table and filled a cup for himself. Then, he began to drink it. After being ignored by Ning Fan, the gloomy expression between the brows of the young man in black robes disappeared. Then, he gave an indifferent order to a life immortal realm expert behind him. "Find out who that person is. His chi is restrained. My chi is useless against him. He is not an ordinary person." "Understood." That life immortal realm expert knelt down towards his young master. Then, his figure suddenly faded and disappeared from the spot. "Are you angry?" Ouyang smiled apologetically. "You want to use me as a cover to make that person retreat, huh? Miss Ouyang, you're really good at scheming." Ning Fan's expression was still indifferent. "I didn't scheme against you. Who the hell knew that he followed me here? Uncle Wei has gone missing. I was worried about him and wanted to wait for you to come and discuss it with you. I was so engrossed in this matter that I didn't notice that they had also come." Ouyang transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. "Gone missing?" Ning Fan's eyes flashed. No wonder he did not see that life immortal Wei today. It turned out that he had actually gone missing. However, how could a dignified mid-human profound realm life immortal realm expert go missing for no reason? That life immortal Wei was Ouyang guard. It was impossible for him to leave on his own. In other words, someone had either killed or captured him. "Do you have his life plate?" "Yes. His life plate is still intact," Ouyang said worriedly. "Capture him alive. Is there any way to find out his approximate location?" My medicine sect has a secret technique that allows us to sense Uncle Wei's location with his life plate. He isn't on the Xianxia star, but he is still in the Xianxia star region. This is all I can sense." Ning Fan remained silent. That life immortal Wei was most likely captured by someone else. Unless the other party was a true immortal realm expert, only then would they be able to capture him in the Xianxia star without anyone noticing. If the other party was a life immortal realm expert, he would not be able to hide from the life immortal realm's senses. Then, he would have to make that life immortal Wei leave the Xianxia star willingly before capturing him alive. Who is the other party? What is their objective? Ning Fan was not a person who liked to cause trouble. However, when he saw Ouyang worried expression, he could not help but sigh. He owed her his life. No matter how troublesome this matter is, he could not avoid it alone. "Why did you come to me for a discussion?" Ning Fan asked with a frown. "I trust you. I think you will definitely help me." Ouyang smiled. "Who are those people?" "They are from the Qiu clan. They are the allies of the medicine sect." When she mentioned the Qiu clan, Ouyang unconsciously frowned. "Qiu clan?" Ning Fan was puzzled. "You don't know about the Qiu clan?" The Qiu clan is a large clan in Eastern Heaven. There are 3 true immortals in the clan. How could you not know about it? Ouyang expressed her surprise. Any cultivator of Eastern Heaven who has cultivated to Ning Fan's level would definitely know about the Qiu clan. Are they suspicious? Ning Fan's eyes seemed to have understood something. He glanced at the seat beside him and saw the warm smile of the black-robed young man. This smile was completely different from the previous cold smile. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I want all the information about the life immortal Wei and the specific time of his disappearance. All right. Ouyang thought for a while and took out a jade slip from her storage pouch, passing it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's spirit sense went into the jade slip and began to read it carefully. Wei Qi, the 7th slave of the sect master of the medicine sect. He is one of the 19 medicine guards of the sect. All the medicine guards of the sect have the surname Wei and follow the sect master's surname. The sect master's name is Wei Wuji. He took Wei Qi as his slave on a certain day in a certain star region. He went missing 3 months ago. After reading each piece of information, Ning Fan fell into silence. Wei Wuji. Wei Wuji. The sect master of the medicine sect is actually called Wei Wuji, the sect master of the medicine sect. This identity is similar to the old devil in terms of cultivation base. His strength might not be any weaker than the old devil. If he really owes the old devil money on purpose, the old devil might not be able to get it. Ning Fan took out a yellowing promissory note speechlessly. After thinking for a while, he placed it in front of Ouyang. Miss Ouyang, do you find the handwriting of this promissory note familiar? Yes. This is my master's handwriting. Eh? A promissory note. This is. When she saw the content of the promissory note, Ouyang's pretty face instantly turned red. What's wrong? You. Are you Han Yuanji's disciple? Yes. Ning Fan thought for a while and felt that there was no need to hide his identity. Since the old devil asked him to find Wei Wuji to collect the debt, he was not afraid of exposing his identity. In other words, Wei Wuji was not an enemy. Can I help my master to return the money to you? I will return you 2 billion. No, 10 billion Dao crystals. Ouyang's tone sounded a little pleading. 2 halves, to be continued. Ning Fan calmly looked at Ouyang Nuanyuan. Before, Ouyang Nuanyuan only saw Ning Fan as a friend, but at this moment, when Ning Fan looked at her, her eyes became a bit flustered. This IOU will make things difficult for you. How could Ning Fan not see the complicated changes in Ouyang Nuanyuan's expression? Shame, pleading, annoyance, helplessness. With Ning Fan's wisdom, he could naturally guess that this IOU was not as simple as it looked on the surface. Ouyang Nuanyuan did not answer and only nodded with a blushing face. I will give you 10 billion Dao crystals, give me the IOU, okay? She was actually begging with soft words. Ning Fan did not speak, but he was sure of one thing. This IOU truly made things difficult for Ouyang Nuanyuan. After knowing that the person who owed him money was the sect master of the medicine school, Ning Fan faintly felt that the old monster gave him this IOU with a deep meaning. Perhaps there was something Ning Fan did not know behind this IOU. Of course, the old monster's original intention was to help Ning Fan find a backer in the eastern sky. Perhaps he wanted to tie Ning Fan and the medicine school together so that Ning Fan would have a safe journey. Ning Fan understood the old monster's concern. As for this debt, Ning Fan was not prepared to help the old monster collect it. Hiss, Ning Fan casually tore the IOU into countless pieces. With a wave of his hand, the fluttering pieces of paper fell to the ground and were burned by the black demonic flame, turning into ashes. When the wind blew, they turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. Why did you destroy the IOU? Ouyang Nuanyuan was startled. She didn't understand why Ning Fan destroyed the IOU. It is an eyesore. Ning Fan was still expressionlessly tasting the spirit tea. He was not shameless enough to use a IOU to make things difficult for his benefactor. So what if it was 1 billion Dao crystals? So what if it was 10 billion Dao crystals? It could not change his principles. Thank you. Ouyang Nuanyuan quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly as usual. Just a small matter. Your hairy ball is already a harmonious spirit? It has only been a year, but its cultivation has grown quite fast. Ning Fan touched Hairy Ball in Ouyang Nuanyuan's bosom. Hairy Ball was originally a true blood spirit, so it was born with a proud character and never let anyone other than Ouyang Nuanyuan touch it. However, Ning Fan was a demon ancestor, so Hairy Ball instinctively feared Ning Fan. Not only did it not resist, but it also revealed an obedient expression. Call me daddy, Ouyang ordered with a smile. Awoo, awoo. Is Furball calling for daddy? Ning Fan looked at Ouyang speechlessly. He retracted his hand, shook his head and closed his eyes to rest. Ouyang mood suddenly improved when she saw Ning Fan being humiliated. She happily teased Furball. The gloom brought about by Wei Qi's disappearance had dissipated a lot. Time ticked by, and gradually, the third floor of the auction palace was filled with people. On the auction stage below, the sage-like luck master coughed lightly. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. The Xiaoxia planet's auction is held once every 10 years. Many of you here are regular customers of the auction, but there are also many who are attending it for the first time. Therefore, I still have to explain the rules. You're not allowed to hurt others during the auction. On the Xiaoxia planet, killing and robbing was forbidden. All auction items go to the highest bidder. If any fellow Daoist doesn't have enough Dao crystals on him, he can use other items to offset the price. If you win something but don't have the money to pay, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Master Luck's cold eyes swept across the entire place. Many void fragmentation realm old monsters' eyes trembled, not daring to look him in the eye. Alright, these are the rules. Next, the auction will begin. As soon as Master Luck finished speaking, 2 rogue immortal ladies carried a treasure onto the stage. It was a dragon pearl, the dragon pearl of a life immortal realm demonic dragon. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. As expected of a heaven-grade trading city, it was impossible for an auction of such a high level to be auctioned off for ordinary items. This is the dragon pearl of a mid-human profound realm demonic dragon. If a void fragmentation realm fellow refines it, it can increase your magic power by 100,000 Dao crystals. The starting price is 1 million Dao crystals. As soon as the price was announced, many void fragmentation realm old monsters sucked in a cold breath. To some void fragmentation realm experts, 1 million Dao crystals was a huge sum of money. However, immediately after that, the bidding voices rose one after another. 1, 5 million. 2 million. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million. The one who made the bid was not a void fragmentation realm expert but a life immortal realm old man on the 3rd floor. Countless void fragmentation realm old monsters cursed silently. You're a dignified life immortal realm senior. Why are you fighting with a junior for 100,000 life periods of magic power? Sensing everyone's confusion, the life immortal elder smiled and said, I once found an ancient pill recipe. This life immortal dragon pearl is one of the main ingredients. Fine. Senior Life Immortal was obviously determined to get the dragon pearl, so who would dare to fight with him? Ning Fan was also very interested in that dragon pearl. If 10 million Dao crystals could increase his magic power by 100,000 yuan, he would only need a few 100 million Dao crystals to cultivate to the peak of the 9-breaking realm. Currently, he could only increase his magic power by 10,000 yuan by refining 2 million Dao crystals. In terms of price-performance ratio, the Dragon Balls were naturally higher. However, since a Life Immortal Realm expert was participating in the auction, Ning Fan did not want to compete with them. His wealth was not as strong as that of the Life Immortal. In the end, the Dragon Ball would still belong to the Life Immortal. He just raised the price and created an enemy for no reason. Furball's father, do you want the Dragon Pearl? Ouyang Wan asked with a smile. Ning Fan nearly choked on a mouthful of spiritual tea. Furball's father? He had a new nickname, not really. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, Ouyang Wan had already bid softly. 11 million. As soon as they heard someone challenging a Life Immortal Realm expert, everyone turned to look at Ouyang Wan. Even that Life Immortal Realm expert looked at her angrily. However, when they saw that the person who bid was Ouyang Wan, all of them shut their mouths. Even that elderly Life Immortal Realm expert revealed an awkward expression and smiled apologetically at Ouyang Wan. Since little friend needs this item, I will reluctantly part with it. Thank you. Ouyang Wan stood up and cupped her fists at the elderly Life Immortal Realm expert, looking rather valiant. That elderly Life Immortal Realm expert immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum flower and kept saying you're welcome. You're welcome. How would he dare to compete with the disciple of the medicine sect master? Today, he received Ouyang Wan's thanks after giving up a dragon pearl. It made him feel that it was a very wise decision to give up the dragon pearl. Ouyang Wan lightly leaped down from the 3rd floor. Like a fluttering butterfly, she nimbly landed on the jade platform below. After paying the money and keeping the dragon pearl, Ouyang Wan returned to Ning Fan's side and gave it to him with a sweet smile. This is for you. This, if you treat me as a friend, then don't treat me like an outsider. You weren't so hesitant when you tore up the promissory note. Why didn't you keep the dragon pearl for yourself? With your wealth, it should be easy for you to purchase heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures to break through your cultivation realm, right? Ning Fan asked. My body's condition is very complicated. It's not that easy to improve my cultivation realm. Ouyang Wan smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Ning Fan sighed and kept the jade box that contained the dragon pearl into his storage pouch. All of a sudden, he felt a cold and sharp gaze piercing towards him. He turned his head and saw the black-robed young man from Chou clan looking at him with a cold smile. In his hand, there was a jade slip containing information. The Life Immortal Realm expert who left earlier had already returned after collecting the information. Xianxia, right? My name is Chou Lu. I hope you will remember this name for the rest of your life. After the black-robed young man transmitted his voice, he crushed the jade slip. His early human profound cultivation realm flashed and disappeared. Then, he stood up and left with a flick of his sleeve. However, before he left, he said to Ouyang Wan with a meaningful tone. You will regret this. Early human profound. Ouyang Wan was slightly surprised. Ning Fan was also slightly surprised. However, when he saw that this person's bone age was 70,000 years old, he revealed a strange expression. It turned out to be an old monster who was 70,000 years old. I thought he was another peerless young man. Judging from Ouyang Wan's astonishment, this person had just broken through to the Life Immortal realm not long ago. Did he spend 70,000 years to become an immortal? I seem to have implicated you. That fellow is very vengeful. Ouyang Wan bit her lips and said. You only realized now that you have implicated me? Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this woman is really slow when it comes to the matters between men and women? He is the companion that my master has chosen for me. He is the companion that will enter the extreme dance sacred region. However, I don't want to go with you. His thoughts aren't pure. I can feel it. By the way, can you accompany me to the extreme dance sacred region? In another 100 years, the extreme dance sacred region will open. That place is the paradise for the pill refinement masters of the Eastern Heaven. Ouyang Wan looked at Ning Fan expectantly. However, Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. After 100 years, I might not even be in the Eastern Heaven immortal world anymore. What if you are still here? Ouyang Wan smiled warmly. If you are still here, can you accompany me? We'll talk about it later, alright. Tell me when you have made up your mind. If you really want to go, I will definitely ask my master to give you that slot. Ouyang Wan did not want to dwell on this issue. She hugged Harry Ball and continued to watch the auction. The items that were auctioned next were immortal treasures, immortal techniques and various fiend god cultivation methods. At this moment, Ning Fan finally knew that fiend god cultivation methods were divided by stars. The highest was 9 stars. It was just 1 star away. It was said that there was a divine tomb in the godly void pavilion where fiend god cultivation methods would often fly out. Unfortunately, most of the cultivation methods that flew out were either 1 or 2 stars. Seeing that Ning Fan knew nothing about the grades of the fiend god cultivation methods, Ouyang Wan told him everything she knew. The Black Demon Art was a 5 stars devil cultivation method, the Corpse Devil Record was a 4 stars devil cultivation method and the Nirvana Scripture was a 6 stars devil cultivation method. As for the yin-yang transformation, he had never heard Ouyang Wan mention it before. How many stars is the yin-yang transformation? Ning Fan asked hesitantly. Since so many people disdained the yin-yang transformation, the grade of this cultivation method should not be too high. Half a star. Cough *******. Ning Fan choked on his tea once again. The yin-yang transformation that he had painstakingly cultivated was not even 1 star. Was it really that low? Thinking about it, without the yin-yang locket, the yin-yang transformation was really very weak. Without the yin-yang locket, it would be very difficult for Ning Fan to display so many heaven-defying techniques. He would also not be able to fuse ice and fire and combine yin and yang into one. He would also not be able to control the profounding world and control the steel of sun and moon. However, Ning Fan had the yin-yang locket. This cultivation method was not ordinary. It should be said that it was heaven-defying and terrifying. You. Don't tell me that you cultivated the yin-yang transformation? Ouyang Wan looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. Ning Fan actually cultivated such a low-grade and wretched devil cultivation method. Yes. Because of some reasons, the first devil cultivation method that I cultivated was the yin-yang transformation. Ning Fan did not deny it and only gave a brief explanation. Oh, Ouyang Yuan was a little depressed. She could almost imagine the scene of Ning Fan plucking her cauldron. Ning Fan sighed softly and did not say anything. The truth was the truth. He did not bother to deny it. The auction was still going on. A day had passed and only 1/3 of the auction had been completed. The next auction item was the emergence pill. Ning Fan valued this pill very much. Previously, Ning Fan did not have enough wealth and he did not have the confidence to obtain this pill. Now, however, he was extremely confident that he could obtain this pill. I don't need to explain the medicinal effects of the emergence pill. The starting price is 30 million Dao crystals. As soon as Master Yun's voice fell, the bidding voices rose one after another like a tidal wave. 31 million. 32 million. 33 million. The price of the emergence pill soared all the way to 69 million Dao crystals. Those who were competing for this pill were all cultivators of the 8-break realm. They knew that as long as they obtained this pill, they could directly break through to the 9-break realm and there was a chance for them to break through to the life immortal realm. 100 million Dao crystals. Ning Fan quietly called out the price. He could see that there were 3 life immortal realm cultivators who were hesitating whether they should bid for this pill for their juniors or not. However, after Ning Fan raised the price to 100 million, the 3 life immortal realm cultivators immediately shook their heads and sighed. They no longer had the intention to bid for this pill. It was not that they could not afford 100 million Dao crystals. It was just that it was not worth it to spend such a huge amount of money for an outsider. With this amount of Dao crystals, they could greatly improve their cultivation bases. When all the void fragmentation realm cultivators saw Ning Fan calling out the price and saw him sitting together with the people of the medicine sect, they neither had the ability nor the courage to continue bidding. Ning Fan got off the jade platform and paid for the pill. Then, he returned to the 3rd floor. Ouyang Yuan looked like she had a lot on her mind. When she saw Ning Fan returning after winning the bid for the emergence pill, she bit her lips and said to him, "The yin-yang transformation is really not a good cultivation method. Why don't you come to the medicine sect? I will ask my master to impart you a 5-star cultivation method to concoct the emergence pill for you. What do you think?" Ning Fan was suddenly stunned. This tone of hers sounded so familiar. Didn't Bei Yao, Yuan Yao, say the same thing in the past? She said that she would give him the strongest cultivation method. He suddenly realized that there was a hint of affection in Ouyang Yuan's eyes. "I appreciate your kindness. However, you have your own path and I have mine. You don't need to help me with anything. We are friends. As a friend, I just want to help you. Is my cultivation method really that bad?" Ning Fan asked with a smile. Others will say that you. Say that I'm shameless? Ouyang Yuan bit her lips, not knowing how to answer him. Do you think that I'm shameless? Ning Fan asked with a smile. No. Your heart is very kind and gentle. Even though it's barren, it's full of sunshine. I felt it from the first time I met you. It's enough that you know. What others say has nothing to do with me. Ning Fan quietly drank the spiritual tea with a calm expression. Ouyang Yuan seemed to have figured something out. She heaved a long sigh of relief and began to play with the little fur ball again. Then, she apologized to Ning Fan. You must have your reasons. Ning Fan did not answer her. He just looked at the auction hall below. Dazzling items were being auctioned one after another. Eventually, even the life immortal Dao fruit was bought by someone. The person who bought the life immortal Dao fruit was an old man at the life immortal realm who had scars all over his body. The final price was 2 billion Dao crystals. His cultivation base was at the peak of the human profound realm. The reason why he bought the Dao fruit was to advance to the ghost profound realm. Naturally, he would not allow anyone to snatch it from him. This time, even Ouyang Yuan did not try to snatch the life immortal Dao fruit even though she knew that Ning Fan really wanted it. That old monster is a member of the pill sect. He won't care about the reputation of the medicine sect. If we offend him, both you and I will die. Ouyang Yuan transmitted her voice to him. Pill sect, huh? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, he and the Pale sect were enemies on a narrow road. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have the strength to make this person stay. Otherwise, he would not mind letting a life immortal realm expert of the Pale sect die. On the third day, Master Luck finally began to auction the star disk of a high-grade star field. Those who would buy a high-grade star disk were mostly life immortal realm experts. The star disk of the ancient star region was bought by Ning Fan at the price of 80 million Dao crystals. It was much less than the expected price. Are you going to the ancient star region? Ouyang asked with concern. I'm going. That place is very dangerous, I have no choice but to go. Ning Fan smiled faintly. It was just 4 words, but they expressed his determination. Ouyang was slightly stunned. Then, she giggled and stroked the little furball in her arms. She then said in a casual tone. Furball's father, if you go to the ancient star region, you must be careful. If you really encounter any difficulties, you can go to the 100 Medicines sect in the Hidden Sea planet and look for an old man who sweeps the floor. His name is Xianxia. He is an 8th revolution pill refinement master. Xianxia. Ning Fan silently remembered this name. He always felt that this name was a little awkward. Whenever he thought of this name, he would imagine a wretched old man who was greedy for money. Ning Fan suddenly remembered that he still had 3 semi-finished emergence pills with him. It seemed like he could ask Xianxia to concoct them into finished products. However, just thinking about it made him feel that he would be extorted of a lot of money if he asked this person to help him. Take this hairpin. If he doesn't help you, just show it to him and he will help you. Ouyang took out a warm jade hairpin and gave it to Ning Fan. Her expression was very calm. However, Ning Fan still noticed that the tips of her ears turned slightly red. This warm jade hairpin was most likely the girl's personal item. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You promised to help me find Uncle Wei and I will help you as well. We don't owe each other anything. Don't you think so, Furball's father? Ouyang gently patted Furball's back. Furball immediately looked at Ning Fan and howled, calling him father. Ning Fan felt helpless. He shifted his gaze away and went to the auction house. He had already gotten what he needed. In fact, he no longer had much interest in the auction. However, he was still very curious about the final item. He really wanted to know what the final item would be. On the 4th day, the auction came to an end. The final item finally appeared. It was a palm-sized formation mark. It lay quietly in the jade box and was sealed by layers of formation light. This item is a corner of the formation mark that a fellow Taoist found in the divine tomb. The formation mark of an immortal emperor. A corner of the formation mark can kill all cultivators below the true immortal realm. However, it can only be used once. The starting price is 10 billion Dao crystals. A few life immortal realm experts who were hiding their identities suddenly breathed rapidly. They came here just for a corner of the formation mark of an immortal emperor. They were buying this formation pattern for the life immortal clan behind them. As long as they had this formation pattern, even a true immortal would fear them. The moment he saw this formation rune, the yin-yang locket in his body suddenly throbbed. His gaze shook. There was an unusually familiar aura in this corner of the formation pattern. The aura of the ancient chaos heavenly emperor. However, the divine ability contained in this corner of the formation pattern did not only contain the power of the yin-yang transformation, but also the power of another cultivation technique. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was proficient in 2 cultivation techniques. One was the yin-yang transformation and the other was the chaos loop art. The former was called the yin-yang inheritance. Without the yin-yang locket, the yin-yang transformation was worthless. The latter was called the chaotic truth inheritance by the later generations, and it was the strongest defensive technique of the ancient chaos heavenly emperor. It was the heavenly Tao that was in chaos. The most shocking battle of ancient chaos was when stars appeared in his left eye, right eye, and glabella at the same time. The 27 stars turned into moons and he killed 27 immortal sovereigns with a single finger. That magical finger was the offensive technique of the chaotic loop technique. Ning Fan took a light breath. There's no mistaking it. In this corner of the formation, there's the power of yin and yang, as well as the power of chaotic rings. There's no doubt that this was a corner of the formation pattern that ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor personally laid down. This formation pattern was found in the divine tomb. It said that there are countless inheritances of ancient fiend gods and devils in the divine tomb. I wonder if there's any chaotic truth inheritance in the divine tomb. As the successor of ancient chaos, it'll be a pity if I don't learn the chaotic loop art. Speaking of which, this corner of the formation pattern is also very useful to me. If I have this corner of the formation pattern, I'll naturally have one more life-saving technique. Just as Ning Fan was thinking about it, the yin-yang locket suddenly emitted a faint light as if it had gained sentience. The corner of the Immortal Emperor's formation pattern that was tightly sealed suddenly flashed and vanished without a trace. That formation pattern appeared in the profound Yin world, 15 billion, 16 billion, 17 billion. A few mysterious life immortal realm experts were bidding desperately. All of a sudden, all of them were dumbfounded and stopped bidding. Master Yun was trying to raise the price a little more. According to his estimation, this corner of the formation could be sold for at least 20 billion. Unexpectedly, when the price was raised to 17 billion, there was no one else bidding anymore. Moreover, everyone's eyes looked as if they had seen something that they couldn't understand. Master Yun followed the gaze of the crowd, turned around and looked at the empty jade box that was sealed by layers of formation light behind him. In an instant, he was also dumbfounded. Who is it? Who stole that corner of the formation? Who is it? Master Yun was shocked and angry, but more than that, he was shocked. The person who could take away a corner of the formation pattern in front of everyone must have a cultivation base that far surpassed all the life immortal realm experts present. It couldn't be a true immortal of the true crossing realm or the void abandoning realm. Even a true immortal of the thought fragmentation realm wouldn't be able to do this. Master Yun, who was standing beside the formation, didn't even notice that the formation pattern had disappeared without a trace. Immortal Venerable. It's at least an Immortal Venerable. There must be a senior Immortal Venerable who is interested in this formation pattern, so. No one knew which void fragmentation old monster said, but the whole place fell into dead silence. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. First, there was a true immortal who was hiding in the Xianxia star to cultivate the technique of luck. Then, there was another Immortal Venerable who was hiding in the auction house and quietly took away a corner of the formation pattern of the Immortal Emperor. Immortal Venerable, Immortal Venerable. An existence of that level could cover the entire Xianxia star with a single finger. Who would dare to say anything about what he was going to take away from this place? Master Yun complained incessantly. This formation pattern was actually left here by a ghost profound realm life immortal for the auction. Now that the mysterious Immortal Venerable had taken away the formation pattern, he naturally didn't dare to pursue the responsibility of an Immortal Venerable. However, since the formation pattern was lost, he had to compensate that ghost profound realm life immortal crystals. At the very least, he had to compensate that person with 10 billion Dao crystals. Sigh, how terrifying. An Immortal Venerable actually took away the formation pattern of a great sovereign. Ouyang revealed a nervous expression. She could not help but tighten her arms that were holding the little fur ball. That's right. How terrifying, Ning Fan smiled bitterly. If the life immortals here knew that he was the one who took away the formation pattern, the consequences would be truly terrifying. He wondered if a group of life immortals would gang up on him and beat him to death. 1/2, Happy Double 7th Festival. To be continued. Ning Fan didn't expect that a corner of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's formation runes would be stolen by the Yin-Yang locket. However, there was no reason for him to reject a formation mark that he had picked up for free. Besides, it was impossible for Ning Fan to return the formation mark with both hands. This was the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's formation runes, and he was the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The auction has ended. Master Yun let out a long sigh and announced weakly. The old monsters left in a hurry, afraid that the celestial sovereign was still hiding here and something unexpected would happen. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Celestial sovereigns were also known as 10,000 ancient celestial sovereigns. They were people who had transcended the ages and were above countless true immortals. No true immortal could defeat an Immortal Venerable, let alone a life immortal. The difference between a life immortal and an Immortal Venerable was like the difference between a vein opening and a void fragmentation. Ning Fan and Ouyang also stood up at the same time, preparing to leave. Ning Fan was not afraid of that non-existent immortal venerate 10,000 ancient. Now that the auction had ended, it was time for him to deal with another matter. Do you know which area of the Xiaoxia Star region Senior Wei Qi is currently at? Ning Fan asked Ouyang Wan through telepathy. It's probably in this area. Ouyang Wan took out Wei Qi's life token and made some deductions. Then, she took out the astrolabe of the Xiaoxia galaxy and made some deductions on it. The location was roughly in the northern region of Xiaoxia Star region. The Xiaoxia North region is a vast sea of stars. How are we going to find a person? Damn it, why did someone capture Uncle Wei? Perhaps, that person came for you. Ning Fan said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Ouyang Wan was confused. It's nothing, I just have some guesses. Don't worry, I'm proficient in a secret technique, and I'm best at finding people in a wide area. The Xiaoxia North region is indeed vast. With my cultivation level, I'll be able to find Senior Wei Qi's whereabouts after casting the mystic skill more than 10 times. The secret technique that Ning Fan mentioned was naturally the Rain Ancestors' heavenly peering rain technique. As Ning Fan's spirit sense and magic power improved, the search range of his peering heaven rain technique also increased continuously. The two of them left the Xiaoxia planet, and Ouyang Wan kept the little fur ball into the spirit beast bag. After all, its cultivation was too low, and it could not withstand the power of the void. Ning Fan rode the ancient sword and held the star compass in his hand, carrying Ouyang Wan all the way to the northern region. Every day he traveled, he would display the heavenly peering rain technique. The rain spell could cover half of a low-level planet region with its immortal will. Every time he used the rain spell, rain would fall from the void between several low-ranked cultivation planets. Such a powerful technique. Ouyang Wan's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. Even a life immortal wouldn't be able to spread their spirit sense this far. Only a true immortal of the crossing truth realm could extend his divine sense to half the distance of a low-grade starfield. This technique consumed a lot of Ning Fan's magical power. Every time he used the rain technique, he would need a lot of time to recover his magical power. On the third day, Ning Fan and Ouyang Wan settled down on an abandoned planet to rest. Just as he recovered a little of his magic power, several sharp killing intents rushed towards this abandoned planet. They were 3 rogue immortals. Judging from their appearances, Ning Fan remembered that they were the 3 devil lords with a bounty of 6 million, 9 million and 9.5 million respectively. Ning Fan did not act immediately. He wanted to know if these people were coming for him or Ouyang Wan. Ouyang Wan was slightly nervous. Although she was an expert in alchemy, due to her body condition, she was not good at fighting. Her cultivation was also weak. Don't be afraid. Ning Fan smiled faintly. That smile had a strange power that made Ouyang Wan feel relieved. I'm not afraid. The 3 rogue immortals looked at Ning Fan and exclaimed in surprise. Old Ancestor Xianxia. This doesn't match the information we have. Ouyang Wan isn't alone. Retreat. With just this sentence, Ning Fan was already convinced that the 3 of them were coming for Ouyang Wan. Moreover, they had a plan in mind. Ning Fan's appearance had disrupted their plan. As expected, Ning Fan seemed to have confirmed something. If that's the case, I should be able to obtain a lot of information after killing the 3 of them and searching their souls and memories. He took a step forward and turned into black robes. After extracting and devouring their souls, Ning Fan's body suddenly turned into black shadows that spread out and swept towards the 3 rogue immortals. Black Tempest Soul Splitting Technique. At the moment the technique was displayed, the expressions of the 3 rogue immortals changed drastically. Realizing that they had nowhere to run, their eyes flashed with extreme ruthlessness. Each of them exploded their primordial spirit without any hesitation. Rumble rumble rumble. The power of the self-detonation of 3 rogue immortals was so powerful that even an ordinary life immortal realm expert would have to fend it off in a flurry. The aftermath of the self-detonation went straight for Ouyang Wan. They actually wanted to kill her even if they had to risk their lives. Be careful. Ning Fan's expression changed. The black shadows scattered and condensed, appearing in front of Ouyang Wan in the blink of an eye. However, he could not get close to her in time. At this distance, he could not keep Ouyang Wan inside the Yuanyao world to avoid the magic technique. This distance could not help Ouyang Wan avoid the aftermath of the self-detonation of the three rogue immortals. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Black starlight flashed around his body. He opened his mouth and swallowed the self-detonation of the three rogue immortals into his stomach. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. The sound of the explosion came from Ning Fan's stomach. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and took a step back. He actually destroyed the cultivation planet that was on the verge of collapsing. His injuries were not light. Ning Fan. All of a sudden, Ouyang Wan's face turned pale. She held on to Ning Fan, who was falling from the void. When she touched Ning Fan's ice-cold hand, her heart turned cold. Ouyang Wan's five-colored medicine soul entered Ning Fan's body. When she sensed the severe injuries in his body, she felt extremely guilty. If it wasn't because he wanted to save her, Ning Fan had a way to withstand the self-detonation of the three rogue immortals without swallowing the self-detonation wave. How could his injuries be light after swallowing the self-detonation wave into his body? I'm fine. It's just that my magic power has yet to recover in the first place. That's why I look a little weak. Ning Fan gritted his teeth slightly and summoned the ancient golden sword, making it hover in the void. The two of them landed on the ancient sword. They finally had a place to stand. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ancient sword. He quickly consumed a pill and used the starlight to heal his injuries. His injuries were indeed a little heavy. However, it was far from the injuries he suffered when he forcefully broke through the realm-breaking light sea. In at most 2 hours, Ning Fan's injuries would be completely healed. This was the power of 8,800 black stars. If he condenses 10,000 black stars, he would not be afraid even when facing an early profound mortal realm life immortal realm expert. He would be unscathed in 100 battles. When Ouyang Wan saw that Ning Fan's injuries were recovering rapidly, she felt slightly relieved. However, she was still filled with guilt. She did not say thank you because she understood that a shallow word of gratitude could not express anything at all. They want to kill you. Why do you think they want to kill you? And why do they want to capture Wei Qi? 2 hours later, Ning Fan's injuries were fully healed. His magic power had returned to its peak. I don't know. Ouyang Wan shook her head helplessly. Even though the medicine sect was powerful, it definitely had a lot of enemies. She could not think of anyone who wanted to kill her. However, with her sharp mind, she instantly understood the deeper meaning of Ning Fan's words. Killing with a borrowed knife. Ouyang Wan suddenly exclaimed. The person who could capture Senior Wei Qi naturally has the ability to kill you. However, he doesn't dare to do so. Your body contains the 9 revolutions death-chasing pill which was concocted by your master. If that person directly kills you, your master will certainly notice it. Therefore, he captured Wei Qi and lured you out of Xianxia Star. Then, he asked unrelated people to kill you. If I'm not mistaken, these assassins don't know who their employer is at all. It's useless even if they search their memories. After you die, Wei Qi will die as well. Then, no one will know who killed you. Ning Fan analyzed carefully. Ouyang Wan nodded her head. She completely agreed with Ning Fan's analysis. Who is it that wants to kill me? How many true immortals are there in the medicine sect? Ning Fan did not answer her question but asked another question instead. There's only my master. Wait. You mean this person is a member of my medicine sect? Otherwise, who else would be able to lure Wei Qi out of Xianxia Star willingly and capture him? If this person is a member of the medicine sect, everything will make sense. He's an acquaintance. Therefore, he only needs to send a voice transmission flying sword to lure Wei Qi out. If he's an acquaintance, as long as he has a life immortal realm cultivation base, he can trick Wei Qi and capture him even if his cultivation base is lower than Wei Qi's. Of course, there's also the possibility that this person's cultivation base is extremely high and has reached the ghost profound realm. If he's a member of the medicine sect, he's naturally afraid that your master will know his identity. Impossible. All the uncles in the medicine sect are very kind to me. I can sense it. It's hard to predict a person's heart. Your medicine soul is special, but it's not omnipotent. Your medicine soul can sense the evil in people's hearts. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have the ability to hide his true self. Forget it. This is just my speculation. Perhaps he's not a member of the medicine sect at all. You don't have to take it seriously. I've rested enough. Let's continue our search for Senior Wei Qi. However, from now on, you must be extremely careful. If anything happens, I will immediately keep you in my small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure. You must be mentally prepared. I got it. Yangwan was feeling a little down. She naturally understood the principle that it was hard to predict a person's heart. However, she had never doubted her uncles. She had always treated the seniors of the medicine sect as her uncles. If she was really betrayed by her uncles, it would be no different from being betrayed by her family. The heartache could not be soothed by saying that it was hard to predict a person's heart. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, almost every day, Ning Fan and Yangwan would be chased by a group of assassins. This time, Ning Fan had learned his lesson. Every time he encountered an enemy, he would immediately keep Yangwan in the Yuanya world. Then, he would carry out a one-sided slaughter on those assassins. These assassins were basically devils with bounties. After Ning Fan killed them all along the way, he had collected the heads of 17 devils with bounties. The total bounty had reached 140 million Dao crystals. All of the remaining assassins died by self-detonation. Ning Fan also searched the memories of some of them. As expected, there was no useful information. 15 days later, Ning Fan used the heaven-peering rain technique again. Rain fell on Tiantai Star. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He had found Wei Qi's whereabouts on Tiantai Star. Even though he had found him, he could not go there immediately. He needed to recover his magic power first. As expected, there were no true immortals among the enemies. It was good news. However, there were 2 early human Profound Realm life immortals. It would not be easy to save them. Ning Fan told Yangwan the appearance of the 2 life immortals. After seeing them, Yangwan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these 2 people were not from the medicine sect. On the contrary, they were from the pill sect. Hee. Harry Ball's father, you guessed it wrong. The enemies are from the pill sect. Yangwan's mood turned from gloomy to sunny. Is that so? It couldn't be better. Ning Fan turned his hand and took out a small golden sword. It was a sword light that was condensed from 1200 traces of sword ancestor's sword chi given to him by Emperor Xia. It could severely injure a life immortal with a single strike. Together with the attack from the steel of sun and moon, Ning Fan was confident that he could severely injure the 2 life immortals. However, it would only severely injure them. If he wants to kill them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With his current abilities, it would be very difficult for him to break through an immortal-grade defensive technique. If the steel of sun and moon and the small golden sword were to attack a life immortal at the same time, there was a high chance that he could kill one of them. However, the other person was definitely not someone Ning Fan could hurt. Of course, he still had a corner of the Great Sovereign Realm formation mark in his hand. However, this formation mark could kill all immortals below the true immortal realm. It could only be used once. If he uses it to kill 2 early human Profound Realm life immortals, it would be too wasteful. Tiantai Star, Cloud Cliff Sect. Inside the Cloud Cliff Sect, there was dead silence. The entire sect had been massacred. On Tiantai Star, countless cultivation countries, sects, and Xiao clan members were massacred. Their corpses were everywhere. On the peak of Cloud Cliff Mountain, an old man in black robes who was covered in wounds was imprisoned in a stone chamber. That old man was none other than Wei Qi. Currently, he had been planted with layers of restrictive spells. He could neither speak nor use any of his magic power. He could only use his eyes to express his anger. In front of him stood 2 pill sect life immortals. Both of them were wearing green pill robes. One of them was tall while the other was fat. The 2 of them were fiddling with the storage pouch in their hands. One of them nodded his head in satisfaction while the other one's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. I didn't expect that after massacring an entire low-grade cultivation planet, we would only get this little thing. There really isn't any profit to be gained from a low-grade cultivation planet. The taller life immortal said indignantly. However, after massacring an entire cultivation planet, my soul banner has collected quite a number of high-quality living souls. Its power has increased by quite a lot. The fat life immortal chuckled. His face was full of fats. While the two of them were talking, their eyes suddenly turned cold and they exchanged glances. The taller life immortal continued to watch over Wei Qi while the fat life immortal flashed. His body turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the ground beneath his feet. Outside the Cloud Cliff Mountain, a young man in black robes appeared. The two Pale Sect life immortals had naturally heard about this young man in black robes. He was none other than Ning Fan, who had killed countless of their assassins. It was said that Ning Fan was traveling with the eldest miss of the Ouyang family. Since he was here, Ouyang Nuan was most likely nearby as well. Looking at Ning Fan's fearless expression, perhaps he already knew that there were two life immortals guarding this place. Is he trying to lure us away from our territory? Are there any other reinforcements who are trying to save Wei Qi? With that thought in mind, the two life immortal realm experts would certainly not attack a void fragmentation realm kid at the same time. One of them would kill Ning Fan while the other would stay behind to prevent the enemy from luring them away from their territory. Ning Fan's eyes were cold as he stared at the Cloud Cliff Mountain. Before he showed himself, he had already unleashed his full combat power. Thus, he naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of a life immortal realm expert. When he sensed that a life immortal realm expert was missing from the stone chamber on the peak of the Cloud Cliff Mountain, Ning Fan's heart was filled with alarm. With his current cultivation base, it would be very difficult for him to detect a sneak attack from a life immortal realm expert. Fortunately, after cultivating the great five elements physique, Ning Fan's perception towards the power of the five elements had become especially sharp. All of a sudden, Ning Fan leaped into the sky and looked down at the ground. The fat life immortal realm expert suddenly emerged from the ground. He raised his hand and clawed at the place where Ning Fan was standing just now. Fortunately, Ning Fan reacted in time and managed to avoid the attack. As soon as the attack missed its target, a large piece of land was immediately torn apart. The entire cultivation planet was shaking violently. This was the power of a life immortal realm expert's casual attack. The word immortal was far beyond the reach of a first-step cultivator. A life immortal realm expert isn't someone I can defeat. Ning Fan frowned. Even though he knew that he was not as strong as the fat life immortal realm expert, he would never back down. He was indebted to Ouyang Nuan. He would certainly help her. Young man, you're really fast at escaping. It seems like you're going to be a decent living soul. The fat life immortal realm expert licked his lips and continued. If you hand Ouyang Nuan over willingly, I will spare your spiritual consciousness and let you be a happy living soul. However, if you remain stubborn, the fat life immortal realm expert suddenly took out a devil flag which was filled with devil chi. It was a low-grade immortal treasure. As soon as the flag rose into the sky, billions of living souls flew out from it. For a moment, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Yin chi covered the sky and ghosts wailed and gods howled. As soon as the billions of living souls appeared, they immediately fused with one another. In an instant, they turned into 72 giant ghosts. Each of them had the cultivation base of a rogue immortal. If you remain stubborn, I will certainly make you beg for death. The fat life immortal realm expert sneered. Is that so? Ning Fan took a deep breath and abruptly raised his palm towards the sky. Immediately, a 60,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large fire monument appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and made a series of hand seals. The fire monument immediately rose into the sky and turned into a gigantic mountain made of yin flames. The mountain was only 60,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall. However, its weight was as heavy as half a low-grade cultivation planet. As for Ning Fan, 90% of his magic power had been consumed in just a few seconds. Dual Spirit Monument Technique, Yin Flames Mountain. Fall. As soon as he said that, the gigantic mountain made of yin flames immediately smashed down at a terrifying speed. The Devil Flag Immortal Treasure was directly smashed into pieces by the gigantic mountain made of yin flames. The 72 rogue immortal realm experts were instantly smashed into meat paste by the gigantic mountain made of yin flames. The originally arrogant fat life immortal realm expert no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance on his face. As soon as he saw the gigantic mountain made of yin flames crashing down, his soul almost left his body. Without saying a word, he fled into the ground. He could not imagine that an ant who was just at the 7th break realm could actually display such a terrifying ability. He desperately fled into the cultivation planet of Tiantai planet, hoping to avoid the attack of the gigantic mountain. Unfortunately, he had overestimated the power of the gigantic mountain. The force of the gigantic mountain heavily smashed onto the cultivation planet. The entire planet immediately trembled and the mountain shook. Then, with a loud rumbling sound, the planet was split into two halves. A low-grade cultivation planet was crushed by Ning Fan's ability just like that. Fortunately, even though the planet was split apart, it was still temporarily pieced together and did not split into two halves. The Fat Life Immortal Realm expert who was hiding underground was directly thrown out of the ground by the tremendous force. As soon as he came out of the ground, he immediately fell to the ground and coughed out blood. His body was almost flattened into a meat paste. However, he was still alive. However, his injuries were extremely severe. Without 1,000 years of recuperation, he would definitely not be able to recover. At this moment, he was extremely weak and his strength had been reduced by 70%. However, he was so angry that he laughed. "Little Xianxia, how dare you hurt me? If I don't kill you, I swear that I'm not a man." Ning Fan, who was also extremely weak, looked at the Fat Life Immortal Realm expert expressionlessly. However, his hand quietly reached into his sleeve. There was a small golden sword there, 2 halves, no more updates. Happy double 7th festival, everyone. To be continued. Xianxia, I have to admit that your divine ability is very powerful. However, it is a pity that with your cultivation, using that kind of attack once will almost exhaust all of your magic power. Perhaps you are invincible below the Life Immortal Realm, but if you want to surpass the Immortal Realm and challenge a Life Immortal, you have no chance of winning. Life-burning pill. Even though the Fat Life Immortal was severely injured, his aura force was still far stronger than Ning Fan's. He took out a fiery red pill and swallowed it. Then, he walked towards Ning Fan step by step. With every step he took, his flesh and blood would burn on their own, disappearing at an astonishing speed while his injuries healed at a rapid pace. After taking 10 steps, the Fat Life Immortal was only 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan. He had already become as thin as a stick. His injuries were mostly healed within 10 steps. Ning Fan's eyes darkened slightly. This person was a pill ancestor expert, so he was naturally a pill cultivator. As an alchemist, he naturally had quite a few medicinal pills on him. Using medicinal pills to aid in battle and heal, he was truly a troublesome opponent. They couldn't give him any more time to heal. The Fat Life Immortal Realm expert suddenly raised his head and stared at Ning Fan coldly. With a sneer, he took out another ice blue pill and was about to consume it. It was a secret pill that could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time. Ning Fan, of course, would not give the Fat Immortal Life Immortal any more time to consume the pills. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at him. 4 illusory vortexes appeared around the Fat Immortal Life Immortal. Between the two whirlpools, beams of light shot out and pierced through the Life Immortal's body. The light beams crossed each other. For a moment, the Fat Life Immortal couldn't move and couldn't put the pill into his mouth. This was one of the ways to cast the whirlpool spell, whirlpool intersecting. This technique was unable to harm a cultivator, but it could borrow the power of the heavenly grottos to lock the space around the cultivator, making it impossible for him to move. The moment he locked the Fat Life Immortal's hand, he tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and put his left hand into his sleeve. His eyes were cold as he stared at the Fat Life Immortal. The Fat Life Immortal squinted his eyes as he was frozen by the light pillar. When he saw Ning Fan dashing towards him, he sneered. Not a bad technique. It's a pity that you haven't cultivated this technique to its peak. Otherwise, even if you haven't entered the Life Immortal realm, you can easily stop me with this technique. But now, don't even think about stopping me. Break! The Fat Life Immortal's energy shook, and the 4 illusory whirlpools immediately shattered. Looking at Ning Fan who was coming towards him, the Fat Life Immortal Realm Immortal flicked the icy blue pill in his hand and changed his hand's seals. This ice blue pill could be consumed, but it could also be used as a hidden weapon. Streams of ice flames flowed out from the pill. In an instant, the pill turned into the shadow of a dark blue ice flame giant. It raised its hand and threw a punch at Ning Fan. Boom, this punch came too quickly. Ning Fan hurriedly turned his body into a black shadow, but he was still severely injured by this attack. His entire body was in excruciating pain as if it was being torn apart. When the black shadow condensed again, Ning Fan had already passed the ice flame giant and appeared 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the obese life immortal. His face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were severe, but the ruthlessness in his eyes did not diminish. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, but it only made his fighting spirit soar to the skies. With a flip of his hand, a small golden sword appeared in his left palm. He raised his hand and threw it at the fat life immortal's dantian. On the other side, the fat life immortal realm immortal snorted coldly after severely injuring Ning Fan with a single blow. He was quite disdainful of Ning Fan's arrogance. In his opinion, Ning Fan would at most be killed after receiving 7 to 8 more punches from the ice flame giant. He admitted that Ning Fan was definitely an unrivaled expert at the first step of Dao cultivation. Unfortunately, even so, he did not believe that Ning Fan could defeat him. How can an ant at the first step of Dao cultivation defeat an immortal at the second step? The fat life immortal realm immortal sneered. Just as he was about to perform a hand seal to command the ice flame giant to attack Ning Fan again, all of a sudden, the fat life immortal realm immortal raised his hand and took out a small golden sword when he saw Ning Fan approaching him. The moment he saw the small golden sword, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His expression changed drastically. From this small golden sword, he felt a sense of crisis of certain death. This time, the power of the small golden sword's attack was even slightly stronger than the previous Flame Mountain. With the current weakened body of the fat life immortal realm immortal, he certainly could not withstand such an attack. Impossible. You're just a 7th step broken realm cultivator. Why do you have so many powerful trump cards? I don't believe it. The fat life immortal realm immortal's expression was ferocious and crazy. He patted his storage pouch and took out a handful of colorful pills. Then, he swallowed all of them. At the same time, the small golden sword flashed and turned into 1,200 rays of sword light with terrifying power. They formed a storm of blades that engulfed him. The rays of sword light easily cut his immortal body, streaks of sword chi easily surged into his body and destroyed his immortal meridians and essence spirit without restraint. The powerful power of the pills was forcefully repairing the broken body of the fat life immortal realm immortal. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. He attacked crazily, crushing the rays of sword light with every raise of his hand. His injuries were getting worse and his chi was getting weaker and weaker. However, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. The sword chi was decreasing continuously. His life force was also decreasing at a faster speed. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Feeling the chi in his body getting weaker and weaker, the fat life immortal realm immortal gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. I've underestimated Ning Fan too much. A mere 7th step broken realm immortal was actually this strong. His strength was not much weaker than mine. However, an ant will always be an ant. It's not that easy to kill me. Immortal shattering technique. Without any hesitation, the fat life immortal realm immortal began to form hand seals with all 10 of his fingers, displaying a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known in the Four Heavens immortal world. It was a technique that countless immortals would only display when they were risking their lives. The immortal shattering technique could suppress all injuries within a short period of time, allowing the user to unleash their full strength at the cost of falling from the immortal realm forever. It was a life-saving technique that many immortals who were in a desperate situation would use. The hand seals of the immortal shattering technique were very complicated. However, with the fat life immortal realm immortal speed, he had already formed hundreds of hand seals in just a few moments. He had completed half of the hand seals. I can't let him finish forming the hand seals. Ning Fan's body was surrounded by starlight. He dashed into the storm of blades and his body was immediately penetrated by countless rays of sword light. Even though the injuries in his body were getting worse, Ning Fan did not hesitate at all. He raised his palm and his memory power condensed into a small black golden sword. The small sword grew in the wind and immediately turned into a 3 chi long black golden sword. The sword slashed down mercilessly, cutting off one of the fat life immortal realm immortal's arm and forcefully interrupting his hand seals. Ah! The fat life immortal realm immortal shrieked in pain and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. He did not expect that Ning Fan would rush into the storm of blades without hesitation in order to stop him from using the immortal shattering technique. Ning Fan suffered the attacks of the sword light together with him. Ning Fan was unafraid of death. Moreover, he did not expect that Ning Fan had actually cultivated a type of Dao weapon. Even though that Dao weapon had never been refined before, it was too sharp. With just a single strike, it cut off his arm. Ning Fan was a lunatic. A lunatic who was not afraid of death. A lunatic who possessed a great Dao weapon. The Fat Life Immortal Realm Immortal hated himself for underestimating Ning Fan. If he had consumed all of his trump cards right from the start, he would certainly be able to kill Ning Fan before Ning Fan could use his trump cards. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Which Life Immortal Realm Immortal would use all of his trump cards against an ant like Junior? Who would have thought that Ning Fan's combat power would be so high even though his cultivation base was low? At this moment, the Fat Life Immortal Realm Immortal was trapped in the storm of sword light. If he does not use the immortal shattering technique to suppress his injuries and increase his strength to forcefully break through the sword light, he would certainly die under the endless sword chi of the sword ancestor. Fight with your life. He wanted to fight Ning Fan to the death, but Ning Fan was also fighting him to the death. Now that he had lost an arm, he no longer had the chance to fight for his life. The next moment, the Fat Life Fairy's face twisted. He almost wanted to laugh out loud. If the immortal shattering art was blocked, he would definitely die in this storm of swords. He couldn't escape, he had nowhere to run, he would die without a doubt. Since he was going to die anyway, he must drag Ning Fan down with him before he dies. Explode. The Fat Life Immortal smirked. He wanted to detonate his primordial spirit and perish together with Ning Fan under the sky-covering sword light. Not in vain, not in vain. Since Ning Fan was able to cultivate a Dao soldier when he was at the void fragmentation realm, his innate potential was definitely enough to shock the world. Being able to drag Ning Fan down with me before I die is really worth it. Let's die together. Boom, an unimaginable explosion spread across the entire planet. The entire planet was under the attack of the Fat Life Celestial's self-destruction storm. Mountains and rivers were destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Spirit chi was crazily flowing away, and one cultivation country after another was razed to the ground. This was the power of a life immortal self-destruction. After this battle, Tiantai planet would completely become a wasteland. No cultivators could stay and cultivate on this planet anymore. What? Old Man Gu was actually forced to such a state by that junior that he actually self-destructed? That junior is actually so powerful? The tall life immortal used all of his magic power to create a magic barrier to protect the entire Cloud Cliff Mountain. With his cultivation base, it was difficult for him to self-destruct under the explosion of a life immortal of the same level as him. However, he had no choice but to use some of his magic power to protect the Cloud Cliff Mountain. It was because Wei Qi was still imprisoned in the mountain. Before Ouyang Yuan died, Wei Qi must not die yet. As such, the tall life immortal was inevitably injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Even though it was just a light injury, it was still terrifying. After all, he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was his first time seeing a life immortal expert being forced into a corner by a first-step cultivator and having no choice but to self-destruct. Fortunately, it was the Fat Life Immortal who attacked Ning Fan just now and not him. If he was the one who attacked Ning Fan, he would probably end up like the Fat Life Immortal, being forced to perish together with Ning Fan. Little Xianxia, what a powerful junior. However, this junior must have died after being hit by the destructive force of Old Man Gu's self-destruction. After all, he was at the center of the explosion of a life immortal. Even if he hides in the small Kiliacosm, he might not be able to avoid the damage. That Old Man Gu was able to drag a peerless genius down with him before he dies. The tall life immortal shook his head and sighed. After experiencing the baptism of the Fat Life Immortal's self-destruction, the entire Tiantai planet had become a real wasteland. Other than the Cloud Cliff Mountain, there was no other mountain left on the entire cultivation planet. Perhaps it was time to change the place where Wei Qi was imprisoned. Before Old Man Gu died, he still needed to report to that person. Wei Qi was also injured by the aftermath of the explosion. He was chained tightly to the stone wall and his body was covered with countless layers of seals, preventing him from using his magic power. However, he was not completely unaware of the situation in the outside world. He had sensed that Ning Fan had come to Tiantai planet. He could guess that the reason Ning Fan came here was most likely to save him. As for the person who could invite Ning Fan, it was probably his mistress. That little friend Xianxia came to save me, but he lost his life for me. I owe him a favor, but I will never be able to repay him. I wonder where my mistress is now. I hope she didn't follow you to Tiantai planet. The most dangerous people on Tiantai planet are not the people of the pill sect but the scum of my medicine sect. When he thought of how he was captured, Wei Chi's heart was filled with rage. He really wanted to curse that traitor, but he could not make any sound because of the seals on his body. When he recalled the tragic battle where Ning Fan perished together with the life immortal, Wei Chi was filled with sorrow. Just as he was feeling sad, he suddenly saw the tall life immortal walking towards him. He took out a key and unlocked the shackles on his body. Wei Chi. You have eaten the immortal sealing pill of my pill sect. Don't even think about using any of your magic power. You have been struck by my pill sect's dark word technique. Don't even think about speaking. Now, I am going to unlock your shackles and bring you to another cultivation planet to continue to imprison you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to play any tricks and don't try to escape. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you halfway. Wei Chi snorted coldly and glared at the tall life immortal. His eyes were filled with anger, but he did not resist. Now that he was on the chopping block, he would not make things difficult for the tall life immortal at this moment, even though he was furious. The heavy shackles were unlocked one by one. Just as the tall life immortal was about to lock Wei Chi into his heavenly abode and bring him away, a sharp sword light suddenly came from behind. He saw a young man in black robes who was covered in blood holding a black golden longsword with a pair of cold eyes. His body turned into a sword light and dashed towards the stone chamber. Little friend Xianxia is actually still alive. Good. Good. This is great. Wei Chi was both surprised and delighted. How is this possible? This man is just at the 7th fragmentation realm. It's impossible for him to survive from Old Man Gu's self-detonation storm. How did he survive? While the tall life immortal was still in shock, the black golden longsword had already pierced through his face. Half an inch more and it would have pierced through his skull. He already knew that Ning Fan's sword was an indestructible weapon of the Great Tao from the previous battle. Thus, he naturally did not dare to face this sword head-on with his physical body. However, with his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to be pierced by Ning Fan's sword, which did not have any special abilities even if he was slightly distracted. With a sway of his body, the tall life immortal turned into a ray of green traveling light and flew 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, away from the stone chamber on Cloud Cliff Mountain. His face was still filled with disbelief. He could not figure out how Ning Fan survived the self-detonation of a life immortal. Of course, he did not know that Ning Fan had already entered the profounding world the moment the fat life immortal decided to self-detonate. Even though he was lucky enough to avoid the extremely terrifying self-detonation of a life immortal, he was still injured by the sword ancestor's sword chi. As expected, a life immortal was not someone he could defeat. He had used up all of his trump cards and only managed to kill the fat life immortal by luck. The difficulty he had to go through was not worth mentioning to others. In addition to his previous injuries, Ning Fan was currently extremely weak. It was difficult for him to even stand. However, he still left the profounding world unexpectedly and showed himself just to save Wei Chi. If the taller life immortal took Wei Chi away and locked him up in another place, more life immortals might be summoned to guard him. At that time, it would be impossible to rescue Wei Chi. He had promised Ouyang Wan that he would save 7th Wei, so he would definitely do it. Stroking Yuan Yaoyu, a ray of light flashed, and Ouyang Wan walked out of the light. Seeing Ning Fan's heavily injured appearance and seeing Wei Chi falling to the ground while being protected by Ning Fan, his heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. The perception of the 5-colored medicine soul was very powerful. Even though she was in the Yuanyao world, she could clearly see the entire battle in the outside world. When she saw Ning Fan forcing the Fat Life Immortal Realm Cultivator to retreat with his 7th Break Realm Cultivation base, she almost wanted to applaud for him. When she saw the Fat Life Immortal explode, Ouyang Wan almost fainted. She thought that Ning Fan would die under the self-detonation of a life immortal realm expert. If Ning Fan dies because of her, she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. At that moment, she regretted asking for Ning Fan's help and getting him involved in this matter. Fortunately, she sensed that Ning Fan had escaped into a medium kiliocosm treasure and avoided the self-detonation of a life immortal realm expert. That made her feel slightly relieved. At the same time, she was surprised that Ning Fan actually had a medium kiliocosm treasure. Now that she was released from the Yuanyao world by Ning Fan, Ouyang looked at Ning Fan's back that was covered in blood. Her heart was filled with guilt and gratitude. She did not ask why Ning Fan had a medium kiliocosm treasure. She was not prepared to ask or tell anyone about Ning Fan's secret. She wanted to keep this secret for Ning Fan. Is there any way to help Senior Wei Qi recover his combat power? Ning Fan's voice was very soft and weak. Yes. Seventh uncle was hit by the pill sect's dark word technique and immortal bestowment pill. I can neutralize both of them instantly. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, seventh uncle can recover 30% of his combat power. That's enough to deal with another life immortal realm expert. While answering Ning Fan's question, Ouyang took out 2 pills and fed them to Wei Qi. Wei Qi, on the other hand, stared at Ning Fan's back deeply and said with clenched teeth. 10 breaths. Little friend, buy me 10 breaths of time. Even if I have to harm myself, I will still forcefully recover 10% of my magic power within 10 breaths and eliminate that vile spawn of the pill sect. There was still a life immortal realm expert in this place. It was impossible for Wei Qi to have the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn to recover his strength. 10 breaths, is it? Ning Fan did not say much. With a flash, he appeared outside the stone chamber and stared coldly at the tall life immortal realm expert who was approaching him. The tall life immortal realm expert had already seen Ning Fan release Ouyang and treat Wei Qi's injuries. He would not give Wei Qi the chance to recover his magic power. After all, Wei Qi was at the mid-human profound realm which was higher than him. Moreover, he had a Dao weapon and his combat power was extremely high. Even if he could only recover 10% of his magic power, it would still be enough to kill him. He had to kill Wei Qi before he could recover his magic power. Since Ouyang had already shown herself, Wei Qi would be useless to her. Junior, do you think you can withstand a single blow from me with your current state? Quick! The tall life immortal realm expert looked at Ning Fan disdainfully. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of treasure light, aiming at Ning Fan's neck. It was a silver ring magic treasure with a hook on it. Once it is used, it could easily cut off the head of a first-step cultivator. The tall life immortal realm expert found it hard to believe that Ning Fan could survive the self-destruction of a life immortal realm expert. The number of techniques the 7-breaking realm junior had made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Even so, the tall life immortal realm expert did not think that Ning Fan could survive the attack of the silver ring immortal treasure. After all, it was difficult for Ning Fan to even stand at the moment. He might not even be able to defeat a cultivator at the 6th or 5th breaking realm. Ning Fan held the black gold Dao sword tightly and sighed softly. Now that he was in a desperate situation, he really had no choice but to use that technique. The consequences of this technique were too great. However, it seemed like he had no other choice now. Ning Fan was hesitating. All of a sudden, he saw the silver ring in front of him split into 3. One of the rings went straight for him which he could not avoid. The other 2 rings went around him and attacked Wei Qi and Ouyang who were behind him. The tall life immortal realm expert decided to be more cautious. Even though he firmly believed that he had the strength to kill Ning Fan instantly, he still wanted to be absolutely safe. If Ning Fan really had a technique that could forcefully hold on for 10 breaths, it would not be fun anymore. It would be better to kill Ouyang and Wei Qi first and then slowly torture Ning Fan to death. He must not give Wei Qi the chance to recover his magic power. Ah! The shadow of the ring slashed at Ouyang. She cried out in pain and felt that her body was about to be cut into 2 by the ring. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he muttered 2 words and his body turned into a ray of blood light, disappearing on the spot. Being disintegration, the devil sense that was sealed in his heart seemed to have found a crack. Traces of it flowed out from the seal of the Ming wheel and spread throughout Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan merged with the Dao sword in his hand. His body was surrounded by blood light and he turned into a blood devil. However, a ray of blood light flashed and the three ring shadows were all cut into pieces. Wei Qi and Ouyang Yuan did not die. At the next moment, outside the Cloud Cliff Mountain, blood light soared to the sky. A blood devil whose entire body was burning with blood qi appeared in front of the tall life immortal realm cultivator. He raised his head and stared at the tall life immortal realm cultivator with ferocious eyes. With a claw of his hand, an extremely terrifying blood-red sword light gushed out from his palm, as if it was going to cut heaven and earth into pieces. Ning Fan's consciousness gradually blurred. At the moment when he completely lost his mind, he saw the terrified expression of the tall life immortal realm cultivator. He seemed to have heard the heart-wrenching cry of a woman. It sounded a little like Ouyang Yuan's voice. After that, he completely lost his consciousness. He could no longer remember what his blood devil body had done. His body was torn apart by the sword light, stitched up by the star technique and corroded by the devil sense. He fell into a deep sleep as if he was about to fall into an eternal slumber within the devil sense. The world of his mind was filled with blood red. It was being corroded by the devil sense. Ning Fan's mind was wandering. He did not know where he should go. After an unknown period of time, he seemed to have heard a voice calling him. Gradually, the blood-red color in his mind began to fade. Gradually, the devil sense returned to the seal of the Ming wheel. The seal was being repaired bit by bit. Who is it? Who is saving me? Ning Fan really wanted to open his eyes to take a look. However, his eyelids were too heavy and he could not open his eyes. He looked inside his body and found that the devil sense had been sealed back into his heart. It was really a blessing in misfortune. He could vaguely hear the voices of a few children. Ancestor Qian has instructed us to serve this person well and not to neglect him. The voices at the back gradually became indistinct. Gradually, a trace of hypnotic medicinal power flowed through Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan fell into a deep slumber again. He did not know how long he had slept. When he woke up again, he finally opened his eyes. What came into his sight was a simple and crude Dao house. He was lying on the bed. Beside the bed, a little Dao child was holding a large palm leaf fan. He was fanning the wind and driving away the mosquitoes for Ning Fan. As soon as he saw Ning Fan wake up, the little Dao child exclaimed as if he had seen something unbelievable. He's awake. He's awake. The person that Ancestor Qian picked up has actually woken up. I have never seen anyone who could survive after suffering such severe injuries. Ancestor Qian's pill healing technique is really amazing. After the little Daoist boy shouted, many little Daoist boys immediately rushed into the Daoist house to watch the show. These little Dao children were all vein-opening realm cultivators. None of them were at the harmonious spirit realm. Ning Fan's throat was burning and his head was buzzing. After the commotion, he felt his headache getting worse. Thus, he asked with a slight frown. Where am I? Who saved me? Where is the person who came with me? This is the 100 Medicine sect of the Hidden Sea planet. The person who saved you is Ancestor Qian of my sect. No one came with you. You were picked up by Ancestor Qian. A little Dao child answered all of Ning Fan's questions respectfully. His cultivation base was low and he could not tell how high Ning Fan's cultivation base was. However, he had seen Ning Fan being severely injured and on the verge of death. He had never seen such terrifying injuries in his life. A person who could survive after suffering such injuries must be a senior expert. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect him. The Hidden Sea planet. 100 Medicine sect? Ning Fan forced himself to sit up. His eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Isn't the Hidden Sea planet a cultivation planet in the ancient star region? Ning Fan had heard about the 100 Medicine sect from Ouyang Yuan before. At that time, she even gave him a warm jade hairpin and told him to come to the 100 Medicine sect to seek help from an old man with the surname Qian when he is in trouble. Is that old man with the surname Qian the Ancestor Qian that the little Dao children mentioned? Wasn't he fighting against a life immortal realm cultivator in the Xianxia star region? Ning Fan remembered that he was forced to use the forbidden technique, weapon disintegration. He could not remember what happened after that. What happened after that? Who sent him to the Hidden Sea planet? What about Wei Qi? What about Ouyang Yuan? As soon as he thought about it, Ning Fan immediately felt a pain as if his sea of consciousness was being torn apart. He could not help but suck in a cold breath. All the things he brought with him were still there. No one had touched them. Humph. What a lucky guy. Even after suffering such serious injuries, he could still survive the backlash of the devil sense. He actually managed to wake up after sleeping for 7 years. A wizened old man wearing a linen Taoist robe and a Taoist hat walked into the Taoist house. Upon seeing the wizened old man, all the children knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. "Greetings, Grandmaster Qian." Ning Fan, on the other hand, was shocked. He had actually been unconscious for 7 years. "You may dispense with the formalities. You may all withdraw. This old man is going to treat this little friend's injuries." The shriveled old man's face darkened. He waved his hand, and the group of little Taoists immediately left respectfully. "Do you want to know why you appeared in the ancient realm? Senior, please tell me." Ning Fan was temporarily unable to get off the bed, so he could only cup his fists and salute the wizened old man. He could not see through this person's exact cultivation level, but he could roughly tell that this person was a perfected immortal. This person's medicine soul power was extremely strong. He was at least an 8th revolution pill refinement master. It seemed like this person was the Qian Kaiyan that Ouyang Wan mentioned. "Little girl Nguyen brought you here." "Ouyang Wan? Where is she?" "Dead." "Impossible." Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He did not believe that Ouyang Wan would die. "You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, take a look at your medicine soul. Is it 5-colored? Humph." The shriveled old man's face darkened. He slammed the door and walked out of the Dao house. Only then did Ning Fan look at his own body. He suddenly realized that his medicine soul had turned into 5 different colors. The form of his medicine soul was no longer a black butterfly. Instead, it was a 5-colored butterfly. Ning Fan vaguely remembered that the color of Ouyang Wan's medicine soul seemed to be 5-colored. Why did I obtain the same medicine soul ability as Ouyang Wan? What exactly happened to Ouyang Wan? Is she really dead like what that old man with the surname Qian said? Impossible. Ning Fan gritted his teeth and forced himself to get off the bed. However, he fell to the ground instead. He did not believe that Ouyang Wan would die. However, what was going on with this 5-colored medicine soul? What exactly happened after he lost his mind? Hell! Hell! A snow-white little furball appeared out of nowhere and threw itself into Ning Fan's arms. It stuck out its small tongue and licked Ning Fan's finger, attracting his attention. "Isn't this ugly little thing the spirit choice that I gave to Ouyang Wan? I remember that its real name is Ning Xia Bixiu and its nickname is Harry Ball." Harry Ball's cultivation base was already at the harmonious spirit realm. With a light leap, it used its demonic power to write a few words on the ground. "Nuan Nuan, trapped, forbidden area, crepe myrtle pond." Ning Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. After thinking for a while, he erased the words on the ground. "Ouyang Wan isn't dead, right?" Hell! Hell! The little furball nodded. "She's trapped in the crepe myrtle pond? Is she in danger?" Ning Fan asked again. Hell! Hell! The little furball shook its head. "Is that so?" Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly. That damn true immortal Qian actually lied to him. Ouyang Wan isn't dead. She's not in danger for the time being, fortunately. That's right. Old man Qian seems to have a deep relationship with Ouyang Wan. How could he let anything happen to her? Ning Fan felt relieved. Then, his vision turned black and he fainted again. Outside the door, old man Qian walked in angrily. He looked at the words on the ground, then looked at Harry Ball and Ning Fan again. His face darkened again. "Little fellow, who asked you to speak the truth? Go and find your mother." Rumble the true immortal Qian kicked Harry Ball. The force of his kick was very mysterious. It did not hurt Harry Ball at all but sent it flying. It flew around the hidden sea star for more than 10 rounds before landing precisely in a purple pond in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the 100 Medicines sect. The force of this true immortal Qian's kick was really horrifying. As for his turbid eyes, after kicking Furball away, a look of regret gradually appeared in them. That silly girl is really a silly girl. How could she give her origin medicine soul to someone else so casually? Now, how am I going to extend your life? How are you going to face others in this life? How are you going to face others? The number one beauty of the 100 Medicines sect, Ouyang. To hell with the number one beauty title. From now on, it's just an ironic title. Old Man Xian kicked Ning Fan onto the bed and fed him a pill which was filled with spiritual qi. After letting out a long sigh, he turned around and walked out of the Dao house. Then, he instructed the little Taoists who were waiting outside. I'm going to lead the 100 Medicines sect for a few years. Take good care of that brat. Don't neglect him. Yes. What? Old Man Qian is leaving? Where is Old Man Qian going? All of a sudden, all the little Taoists panicked. I'm not in a good mood. I'm going to leave this planet for a few years to kill a few evil creatures. I don't have time to stay here and play. No. This is the ancient star field, a place where bandits run rampant. Without Old Man Qian, our 100 Medicines sect will certainly be annihilated by a large wave of bandits. The little Taoists cried. What are you afraid of? Isn't there someone lying in this Dao house? If the 100 Medicines sect is in trouble, ask him to help. Tell him that if he can't protect the 100 Medicines sect and the Purple Myrtle Pond, no one can save Ouyang. Old Man Qian cursed the little Taoists who were kneeling on the ground in frustration. Then, he turned into a ray of light and left the hidden sea star. Very soon, the news that Old Man Qian was going to lead the 100 Medicines sect for a few years spread across the entire sect. It even spread across the entire hidden sea star at an astonishing speed. Most of the 100 Medicines sect's outer sect disciples were at the vein opening realm while the inner sect disciples were at the harmonious spirit realm. Only those with a gold core cultivation could become the outer sect elders. The inner sect elders were all nascent soul cultivators. The sect master of 100 Medicinal sect was a spirit-severing old man. His other identity was a 5th revolution pill master. With such a cultivation base and identity, it was impossible for them to protect the 100 Medicines sect in the secluded sea star where bandits ran amok. The cultivation base that Old Man Qian revealed in the 100 Medicinal sect was at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His pill refinement mastery was at the low-grade 7th revolution. Other than Ning Fan, no one in the 100 Medicines sect knew about Old Man Qian's true immortal realm cultivation base and 8th revolution pill refinement technique. With Old Man Qian's departure, the entire 100 Medicines sect was thrown into chaos. In fact, this was not the first time that old ancestor Qian had left the 100 Medicines sect. It was common for him to leave for decades at a time. However, the ancient star field had been in chaos recently. The capital of the hidden sea star had just been attacked by a group of bandits with green scarves on their heads, and the star master had been killed. Green scarf bandits. He was one of the 72 bandit cultivators in the ancient star sector. The leader of the green scarf bandits was a loose immortal old monster. After he killed the star master of the hidden sea star, he had been purging the old void fragmentation forces of the hidden sea star. It was said that the 100 Medicines sect was also being purged. The sect master originally thought that with old ancestor Qian's 7th revolution pill refinement mastery, he might have a way to invite a few loose immortal experts to help the 100 Medicines sect and the entire hidden sea star overcome the crisis. Now, a great disaster was about to befall them, but old ancestor Qian just had to choose this time to leave. If the green scarf bandits were to slaughter their way to the entrance, who would be able to save the 100 Medicines sect? Do I really have to seek help from the young man that old ancestor Qian saved? Isn't that young man severely injured? Hasn't he been unconscious for a few years? He can't even protect himself, so how can he protect the 100 Medicines sect? What cultivation base does that young man have? Could he be a senior at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? So what if he really has the cultivation base of the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? Our opponents are the green scarf bandits. In front of the great army of the green scarf bandits, killing one cultivator is nothing. Outside the Dao house where Ning Fan was unconscious, the sect master of the 100 Medicines sect and a few nascent soul realm elders were sighing and pacing back and forth. The sect master of the 100 Medicines sect had already sealed off the news, not allowing anyone to leak the news of old ancestor Qian leaving the planet. On the hidden sea star, many forces were slaughtered and absorbed by the new Star Lord every day. One after another, cultivation countries were engulfed by the flames of war. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Gradually, the flames of war reached the nearby cultivation countries. Finally, on the 4th month, it reached the ancient medicine country where the 100 Medicine sect was located. When the army of bandits with green scarves on their heads invaded the ancient medicine country like locusts, countless cultivators of the ancient medicine country ran to the entrance of the 100 Medicine sect and begged old ancestor Qian to help. In the ancient medicine country, old ancestor Qian was the only void fragmentation realm cultivator. With his 5th revolution fragmentation realm cultivation base, he might not be a match for the green scarf bandits. However, all the cultivators of the Hidden Sea Star knew that old ancestor Qian was a low-grade 7th revolution pill refinement master. His pill refinement mastery was something that even the leader of the green scarf bandits would not dare to underestimate. Old ancestor Qian, please save the cultivators of our ancient medicine country. The green scarf bandits are here. Can old ancestor Qian bear to see our ancient medicine country being annihilated by thousands of bandits? Old ancestor, please kill the bandits and save the ancient medicine country from danger. Countless voices of begging faintly entered Ning Fan's ears. After another 4 months of unconsciousness, Ning Fan woke up in a daze. The serious injuries in his body had completely healed. During the past 4 months, even though he was unconscious, he could faintly feel that there was a pill with a huge amount of energy inside his body. Its medicinal power was healing the serious injuries caused by the backlash of the devil sense. I'm afraid that the lowest grade of that pill is at least 9th revolution. Is it the pill that old ancestor Qian gave me? Why is it so noisy outside? Ning Fan pushed the door and walked out of the Dao house. What he saw was the cultivators of the 100 Medicine sect kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Outside the 100 Medicine sect, there were also countless cultivators of the ancient medicine country kneeling on the ground. In the sky, there were tens of thousands of experts who were wearing green scarves. They were flying across the sky with terrifying killing intent. Tell me the current situation in one sentence. Ning Fan ordered a spirit-severing realm old man beside him. He was the sect master of the 100 Medicine sect. Old ancestor Qian has left the planet. He instructed us to ask Senior to help if the ancient medicine sect is in trouble. If the ancient medicine sect is annihilated and we lose the purple myrtle pond, Ouyang Wan will definitely die. Got it. Ning Fan looked at the sky full of bandits with green scarves wrapped around their heads. His eyes flashed with cold light. He spread his spirit sense and found the location of the purple myrtle pond. He could sense Ouyang Wan's chi there. A group of bandits was boldly attacking the purple myrtle pond. They are courting death. To be continued. When the 7 ships carrying tens of thousands of green scarf bandits appeared above the 100 Medicine sect, all the cultivators from the ancient medicine kingdom revealed expressions of despair. As the cyan scarf bandits on one of the star boats flew towards the Myrtle Lake, despair appeared on the sect master of the 100 Medicine sect's face. On the main mountain of the 100 Medicine sect, there was a protective formation. It was a high-grade immortal void realm formation, and the source of its power was hidden under the crepe myrtle pond in the forbidden area of the back mountain. The other party attacked the crepe myrtle pond as soon as they arrived. It was obvious that they were accompanied by experts who were proficient in formations and had seen through the formation of 100 Medicine sect. It's over. Old ancestor Qian isn't here and the grand formation source has been seen through. Our 100 Medicine sect is going to be annihilated soon. The sect master of the 100 Medicinal Herbs sect let out a long sigh. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he saw Ning Fan's figure flashing and dashing towards the purple myrtle pond. His eyes were like an eternally unmelting ice. His traveling light seemed to be much faster than old ancestor Qian, who was at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Could it be that this senior's cultivation base is above the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? Our 100 Medicine sect is saved. The cultivators of the 100 Medicine sect were crying tears of joy. The cultivators from the ancient medicine kingdom didn't know that the old man had disappeared, but after seeing someone attack the green scarf bandits, and it was an extremely strong one at that, they naturally shed tears of joy. Is there still hope for the ancient medicine kingdom? In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan was already standing in midair above the purple myrtle pond. He scanned the area below with his spirit sense and saw that Ouyang Wan was inside a thatched cottage at the edge of the pond. As soon as he saw Ouyang Wan's condition, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. Ouyang Wan was indeed not dead, but how did she become like this? According to his plan, there shouldn't have been any mistakes, so why was he in a coma for 7 years? Why did Ouyang end up like this? Puzzled, still puzzled. Ning Fan's heart was filled with bewilderment. Everything went according to plan during the battle that day. The steel of sun and moon and the sword ancestor's sword chi forcefully killed one of the life immortals. Then, he took the opportunity to force the second life immortal away and save Wei Qi. As long as he could hold on for 10 breaths, Wei Qi would be able to slightly recover his magical power and fight against a high-level life immortal, right? At that time, Ning Fan's magic power was already depleted. He was unable to escape with Ouyang and Wei Qi using the Black Devil escaping art. He did not take them into the Yuanya realm because ordinary small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures could not defend against the attacks of life immortals. In the beginning, he had hidden Ouyang in the Yuanya world. That was why the two life immortals did not know that he possessed a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. After releasing Ouyang, they already knew that even if they kept Ouyang away, the small Kiliacosm would still be easily destroyed by a life immortal. At that time, he had already entered the Profoundine world once. Naturally, he would not be able to enter again within the next 3 days. It would take a lot of time to set up a corner of the formation pattern. Moreover, the formation pattern involved too many things. At that time, he was still in Xiaoxia Starfield. If he had set up the formation pattern and used the formation position to kill the life immortal guarding Wei Qi, it would be extremely easy. However, the horrifying fluctuation of the formation pattern would definitely attract countless life immortals to spy on it. Therefore, Ning Fan did not plan to use the formation marks from the very beginning. It was naturally impossible to have the time to set up the formation patterns when the battle was at its climax. Therefore, the only way to stop a life immortal for 10 breaths was to use the army disintegration technique. The weapon dissolution would trigger the devouring of the devil sense. However, if it was just 10 breaths of time, Ning Fan believed that Ouyang would have a way to help him suppress the devil sense. When he undid it, he only tore a small crack on the seal of the underworld wheel and drew out a strand of demonic thoughts. Under that level of devil sense, it would not be a big deal even if he temporarily lost his sanity. After all, even when Ning Fan was completely immersed in the devil sense, he could still slightly control the devil sense and fight against the old ancestor of ancient Zong. As long as the weapon dissolution was eroded by a small amount of devil sense for 10 breaths, he would be able to stop a life immortal. Ning Fan did not expect himself to kill a life immortal. Even if the weapon dissolution technique was fully activated, it would only be comparable to a life immortal. Now that he had drawn out a small amount of devil sense, he was not a match for a life immortal at all. He just wanted to buy himself 10 breaths of time. As long as he could buy himself 10 breaths of time, Wei Qi would be able to recover 10% of his magic power. At that time, Wei Qi could easily kill a life immortal and he could also easily knock out Ning Fan who had lost his sanity. With Ouyang wealth, it should not be difficult for her to help him seal a small amount of devil sense. He would probably wake up after being unconscious for 3 to 5 days. Ning Fan would never fall unconscious in front of outsiders. However, he trusted Ouyang. That was why he dared to use the weapon dissolution technique recklessly. Everything was going according to plan. The worst-case scenario was that the devil sense would completely erupt and he would return to his original state. How was it possible for him to fall unconscious for 7 years? The amount of body-devouring devil sense he had was limited. It was impossible for him to suffer such a heavy injury. Something unexpected must have happened during his weapon dissolution technique that caused Ouyang to suffer such an unforeseen event, causing her to fall unconscious for 7 years. Did I miss something on that day? Speaking of which, since Ouyang is here, where is Wei Qi? Ning Fan looked inside his body and found that the crack on the seal of his Ming wheel was terrifyingly huge. Someone deliberately tore the crack. Who was it? The crack was closed by a 5-colored force. Was that force Ouyang power? I don't understand. I don't understand. What did I miss that day? Why was the crack torn by someone? Who did it? Why did Ouyang send me to the ancient star region? Where is Wei Qi? Wasn't he saved by me? Why didn't he protect Ouyang along the way? Are you the helper that Xianxia of the 100 Medicine sect hired? According to the information that I have gathered, there is no 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator in the 100 Medicine sect. Are you trying to avenge the 100 Medicine sect? Where is that old man Xianxia? Ask him to come out and talk to our big brother. He is a 7th revolution pill master. He is qualified but you are not. All of the green scarf bandits leaped down from the ship and stood in midair, surrounding Ning Fan. The person who spoke just now was a burly man at the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His head was wrapped in a green scarf and he had leopard-like eyes and a beard. He was the 2nd leader of the green scarf bandits. In his eyes, Ning Fan was just a 7th break realm cultivator who was not his match. It was not like he had never killed a 7th break realm cultivator before. He had killed countless of them during the green scarf bandits' journey in the star region. It was absolutely impossible for Ning Fan to protect the 100 Medicine sect alone. The reason why he did not immediately give the order to attack Ning Fan was because he wanted to meet the low-grade 7th revolution pill master of the 100 Medicine sect, Xianxia. The green scarf bandits had everything. The only thing they lacked was a 7th revolution pill master and above. As soon as the leader of the green scarf bandits entered the hidden sea star, he had already heard of Xianxia's name. Xianxia's pill refinement technique was brilliant. His pill healing technique was even more brilliant. Many pill refinement masters were proficient in pill refinement techniques and could concoct high-grade pills. However, they were not good at healing and prolonging the life of others. The so-called pill healing technique was to know countless secret techniques of the Tao of pills. Even if they did not have any pills in their hands, they could still use the power of their medicine soul to save others' lives. After the green scarf bandits entered the ancient medicine kingdom, they did not kill wantonly like before. They were giving Xianxia face. They wanted to subdue Xianxia and make him their ship's doctor. The reason why they pretended to attack the Purple Myrtle Pond was also to scare Xianxia and force him to show himself. However, they did not expect that the one who was forced to show himself was not Xianxia but Ning Fan. The 2nd leader did not put Ning Fan in his eyes. However, he still gave Ning Fan some face by not attacking him immediately. He was still waiting for Xianxia to show himself. This pill doctor was very powerful. Their boss had told them to get him. The Xianxia that you guys are looking for is not in the 100 Medicine sect. In the sect, I am the only void fragmentation realm expert who can fight you. Get out of the ancient medicine kingdom within 3 breaths and I can spare your lives. Ning Fan said with an expressionless face. As soon as he said that, all the green scarf bandits on the 7 ships fell into a dead silence. Then, they burst into deafening laughter. This man is really arrogant. Does he think that he can fight against the 70,000 strong army of our green scarf bandits alone? So what if he's at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? I wonder how many rogue immortals have died in the hands of our green scarf bandits. This man is extremely arrogant. There's no need to hold back. Just kill him. After we kill this man and slaughter the entire ancient medicine kingdom, I don't believe that Xianxia won't show himself. When the time comes, we will capture him, plant a mental seal on him and force him to be our ship's doctor. Since he doesn't want to accept a toast, let's punish him. Amidst the laughter from all directions, countless green scarf bandits rushed down the ship like wolves and tigers towards Ning Fan. All of these green scarf bandits were experts above the void refinement realm. It was no wonder that they could travel in the universe. 70,000 void refinement realm experts, 200 void fragmentation realm experts and 7 leaders. It was said that the 2nd to the 7th leaders were at the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Only the 1st leader was a rogue immortal. Facing this group of green scarf bandits that were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, even a rogue immortal could only hope to escape. Star sacrifice arrow. Understood. Behind the countless green scarf bandits, a rogue immortal with a face full of scars gave an order. Then, all 70,000 green scarf bandits, regardless of their strength, drew a green bow and shot spiritual arrows at Ning Fan. 70,000 void refinement realm arrow lights and 200 void fragmentation realm arrow lights were enough to kill even a rogue immortal. The light of the arrow lights lit up the dark starry sky. Each of the cultivators of the ancient medicine kingdom was shocked. Are these the well-trained bandits of the ancient era? They were one of the 72 bandit groups in the ancient era star region. Even though they did not have a life immortal guarding them, even an early mortal profound realm life immortal would not dare to attack them. The green scarf bandits. ****Fortunately, old ancestor Qian has left. Even if he is here, what can he do? I didn't expect these green scarf bandits to be so strong. Other than life immortal realm experts, who else can fight against them? What a pity. Our ancient medicine kingdom is really going to perish. There's one more thing that we regret. We still don't know this senior's name. He risked his life for our ancient medicine kingdom, but we don't even know his name. Each of the cultivators of the ancient medicine kingdom sighed. None of them thought that Ning Fan could protect himself from the arrows that filled the sky. Even if Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, it was impossible for him to survive. Even if he was a rogue immortal, it was impossible for him to survive. Countless old monsters closed their eyes, bowing their heads and waiting for their deaths. Some beautiful female cultivators' faces were drained of blood and they let out a sorrowful smile. If the ancient medicine kingdom falls, they would probably become the cauldrons of others. What? How is this possible? All of a sudden, an exclamation of disbelief came from one of the children's mouth. At the next moment, all the cultivators of the ancient medicine kingdom were shocked. The 70,000 green scarf bandits were staring at Ning Fan in disbelief. Ning Fan did not dodge or evade the 70,000 arrows that were aimed at him. He allowed the arrows to hit his body, but he was not harmed at all. Instead, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The attacks from those who were below the rogue immortal realm could not even break the defense of Ning Fan's physical body. Ning Fan's physical body could directly defend against all attacks below the rogue immortal realm. He had the physical body of a third transformation corpse devil. After completing the third transformation of the demonic corpse, he obtained two great benefits. Firstly, his lifespan was limitless. Secondly, his physical defense was comparable to a 9th sky of Nirvana realm physique cultivator. He could ignore all attacks under the level of an individual immortal. There were 70,000 green scarf bandits and 200 void fragmentation realm experts. None of the 6 leaders could hurt Ning Fan. The only one who could slightly break through Ning Fan's physical defense was the bandit leader. Die. Sword light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. His black sword scent spread wildly in the vast sky, mincing each of the void refinement realm cultivators into minced meat. In the blink of an eye, all 70,000 void refinement realm bandits were killed. There were only 200 plus void fragmentation realm bandits left. What a powerful sword sense. It can even kill void refinement realm experts in an instant. Each of the void fragmentation realm experts sucked in a cold breath. They could not help but take half a step back. The 200 plus void fragmentation realm experts actually felt suffocated when facing Ning Fan alone. The sense of pressure that Ning Fan gave them was just too strong. It was comparable to that of a life immortal realm expert they had been killing for a long time. Thus, they instinctively began to fear Ning Fan. All of you stand down. Leave this person to me. The bandit leader's expression was extremely solemn. He walked out of the crowd and walked towards Ning Fan step by step. Every time he took a step forward, his aura force would increase a little. Every time he took a step forward, the blood-red light of the ring-shaped machete in his hand would become a little denser. He was accumulating his blade force. He was going to kill Ning Fan with a shadowless slash when his blade force was at its strongest. Ning Fan looked at the bandit leader expressionlessly from the beginning to the end. Finally, the bandit leader's blade force had reached its peak. The general situation of the entire hidden sea star was disrupted by him alone. This ray of blade light was enough to instantly kill an ordinary rogue immortal. The bandit leader was very confident that he could kill Ning Fan with a single slash. Die. With a *G* sound, the bandit leader's figure disappeared. A green blade light that connected the heavens and the earth slashed down at Ning Fan's head at a horrifying speed. If this slash hits Ning Fan, he would definitely die. The residual force of the blade light would also leave a huge crack on the surface of the hidden sea star. This slash had nearly exhausted all of the bandit leader's magic power. It was his trump card. This young man must die. He shouldn't have given me the chance to gather my blade force. The bandit leader laughed heartily and ordered arrogantly. The moment this young man dies will be the moment the ancient medicine kingdom is slaughtered. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly resounded, causing the bandit leader's smile to freeze on his face. Ning Fan slowly raised his palm. His palm was covered with black starlight and he directly pressed it on the blade light above his head. The blade light, which was powerful enough to kill an ordinary rogue immortal, was easily held in Ning Fan's hand. That blade light could not break Ning Fan's palm at all. The power of the blade light was rapidly weakening. Ning Fan suddenly took a step forward and clenched his fist. The green blade light immediately shattered into countless light spots and disappeared, shattered. The blade light was shattered. The strongest ability of the leader of the Green Scarf Bandit was easily blocked by Ning Fan with just a lift of his hand. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who exactly are you? Only an old monster at the life immortal realm can withstand my blade light so calmly. Since you can withstand my blade light so easily, you definitely can't be a nobody. Since when did someone like you appear in the ancient star region? The bandit leader's expression changed drastically. Each of the void fragmentation realm bandits looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. There is no need to explain to a bunch of dead people. Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into black robes. His body suddenly shattered into countless black butterflies. Black Tempest Soul Splitting Technique. After obtaining the power of the five-colored medicine soul, Ning Fan realized that his control of magic power was unprecedentedly precise. The power of the Black Tempest Soul Splitting Technique had also greatly improved. The overwhelming number of black butterflies drowned the 200 void fragmentation realm bandits, including the bandit leader. Miserable screams came from the group of butterflies. There was a void fragmentation realm bandit dying every second. 10 breaths later, the vast sky was filled with dead silence. Only the 7-star ships that were floating in the sky were left. There was not a single living person on the ships. Countless blood rain, minced meat, storage pouches and Dao fruits fell to the ground. Ning Fan, however, did not have the mood to pick them up. There were still many treasures on the 7 ships. They were obtained by the Green Scarf Bandits along the way. Ning Fan was not in the mood to look at them. Where is the sect master of the 100 Medicine Sect? Ning Fan turned back into his white robes and asked indifferently. 1/3, to be continued. Where's the sect master of the 100 Medicine Sect? Ning Fan turned back into his white robes and asked indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it gave off a bone-piercing chill. After all, he had just slaughtered the entire 70,000 Green Scarf Bandits. This junior is here. May I know what instructions does senior have for me? The sect master took a step forward in fear and bowed with his fists cupped. Refine the flesh and blood essence of the 70,000 Green Scarf Bandits. Sort out all the spoils and pass them to me. Yes. I want to enter the Crepe Myrtle Pond. I don't want anyone to disturb me for the time being. Yes. Ning Fan was not in the mood to clean up the battlefield himself. He landed on the bank of the pond and walked towards the thatched cottage step by step. Ning Fan stopped outside the cottage but did not push the door open. He could feel that his arrival had caused the woman inside to feel rather uneasy. Can I come in? No. Xianxia bit her lips and said. Is that so? What exactly happened that day? Did something happen that I missed? Why did you become like this? Ning Fan sighed softly and pushed the door open. Inside the cottage, a girl in green robes was sitting with her back facing the door. When she felt Ning Fan's arrival, her shoulders trembled slightly. A few strands of her black hair that was once as black as ink had turned white. Her skin that used to be as smooth as silk was now wrinkled in many places. She did not dare to turn her head to look at Ning Fan. The death chi on her body was very heavy. It was a sign that her lifespan was coming to an end. Currently, Xianxia's lifespan was coming to an end. She looked like an old woman with one foot in the grave. Don't look. Xianxia begged helplessly. Ning Fan did not say much. He just quietly walked behind Xianxia and placed his palm on her shoulder. There was no softness as he expected. There was only a skinny feeling. Old as an old woman, Weiqi isn't here. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Xianxia remained silent. Her eyes were filled with unerasable pain. He betrayed us, didn't he? No, he didn't. He was controlled by the centrifugal pill of the pill sect. He didn't do it on purpose. Xianxia calmed herself down and explained to Ning Fan seriously. As soon as she turned around, she immediately realized that her current hideous appearance was completely exposed to Ning Fan. She hurriedly covered her face with both of her hands. 10 breaths. I managed to hold on for 10 breaths, but no strong reinforcements came. Instead, I was attacked from both sides. Is that so? Was he the one who tore open the devil sense seal in my body? Tell me, what happened that day, Miss Nguyen? Ning Fan gently squatted down and looked at Ouyang Nguyen's wrinkled face. There was not a single trace of disgust on his face. Instead, there was always a gentle smile on his face. Ouyang Nguyen was too ashamed to show her face. She wanted to avoid Ning Fan's gaze and get up to escape, but Ning Fan grabbed her arm and gently pressed her back onto the chair. Sit properly, hold this ugly thing, and tell me what happened that day. Ning Fan ordered in a domineering manner. With a wave of his hand, a fur ball appeared in his hand and he threw it into Ouyang Nguyen's bosom. Ouyang Nguyen rolled her eyes at Ning Fan and said discontentedly, "It's not ugly. It's your daughter, Ning Xiaoqiu. Why do I hear this little fellow calling you Nguyen Nguyen's mother? I'm the father, and you're the mother? Is this what you want to express?" Ning Fan teased. "No, it's not. It's just calling me randomly. I have never taught it to call me that." Ouyang Nguyen patted Furball's small buttocks angrily. "She really did not teach it to call me that way. It was Furball who figured it out on its own. The true blood spirit selection was so smart. If the man was the father, wouldn't the woman be the mother?" Furball let out a low howl, expressing that it felt wronged for being beaten. After being messed up by Ning Fan and this little fellow, Ouyang Nguyen could not help but be in a good mood. For a moment, she actually forgot about her appearance. What exactly happened that day? Your lifespan is short. What's going on? Is there anything I can help you with? You can't help me. Really? Don't worry. Don't blame yourself. I originally only have 2,000 years of lifespan left. Because I saved you, I have 20 years left. Actually, to me, whether it's 2,000 years or 20 years, it really doesn't make a difference. In the end, I can't escape death, can I? Ouyang Nguyen looked at Ning Fan quietly with a hint of a smile in her eyes. It was very warm, just like the rising sun. Have you heard of the innate medicinal body? Those who are born with the innate medicinal body will be born with a medicine soul. They are natural fifth revolution pill masters. This is not luck, but a curse. No one with the innate medicinal body can live more than 10,000 years. 10,000 years is the limit of the lifespan of those who are born with the innate medicinal body. Those who are born with the innate medicinal body will never be able to become an immortal in this life and will never have the possibility of immortality. Master knew that I wouldn't live for long. So even though he was a little stingy, he still gave me a lot of money, hoping that I would live a happy life in my remaining years. Master has given me a lot of protective treasures, but I have never worn them. Do you know why? Because I want to die. I want to die in the hands of unfamiliar devils and bandits. That way, Master won't have to go to the true immortal forbidden lands again and again in order to find the item that can save me. There were a few times when Master almost died in those true immortal forbidden lands. Do you know how much I blame myself? He gave me the 9 revolution death-chasing pill and planted an order in me. He forbade me to commit suicide and forbade anyone to kill me. He must save me. I am very grateful, but more than that, I blame myself. For some people, the longer they live, the more burdens they will bring to their loved ones. I really don't want to live anymore. Unfortunately, I met you. You let me know that it's really interesting to live. However, I have harmed you in the end. If it wasn't because I begged you to help me save someone, you wouldn't have been ambushed by Seventh Uncle. The devil sense wouldn't have invaded your body and you wouldn't have nearly lost your life. My life is the same as harming others and myself. It was me who separated the origin of the medicine soul in my body to help you seal the gap of the devil sense. It's because I was the one who caused that gap. I have lived a very, very tiring life for the past 8,000 years. I have lived enough of it. I want to spend the remaining 20 years in peace. I don't want to harm anyone. I don't want to blame myself and feel guilty anymore. I don't want to owe anyone anything. Ouyang Nguyen was supposed to tell him the truth of that day, but she could not help but tell him the things that had been bothering her for many years. She was the disciple of the sect master of the medicine sect. It would be easy for her to become an immortal. However, she couldn't achieve immortality. She was the owner of the legendary five-colored medicine soul. She was a rare pill refinement genius that was hard to find even in 100 generations. However, she had no chance to reach the pinnacle of the Tao of Pill. Do you still remember that promissory note? That's not a promissory note. It's a bet. When I was still very young, your master and my master met each other in a gambling house on a certain cultivation planet. Both of them made a bet with 1 billion Tao crystals. Your master said that he would certainly accept a disciple in the future who could cure me. I didn't want you to be troubled because of my body. That's why I wanted to take back the promissory note. However, you misunderstood something and tore it apart. At that time, I was thinking that your master must not have told you the true meaning of the promissory note. However, you still tore it apart because you were worried that I would be troubled. I'm really very touched. No one can save me. I don't need anyone to save me either. I'm just very, very tired. Ouyang Wan fell asleep due to exhaustion. Her body tilted slightly to one side and she fell into Ning Fan's arms. Faint breathing sounds could be heard. She still did not tell Ning Fan the truth of that day. However, Ning Fan had already understood the reason why she was in a coma for 7 years from her words. The reason was Wei Qi's betrayal. When Wei Qi was captured, Ning Fan initially guessed that a traitor of the medicine sect had lured him out of the Xianxia star. He had never thought that Wei Qi was actually controlled by the centrifugal pill of the pill sect and he left the Xianxia star on his own. The medicinal effect of the centrifugal pill was to control a person without anyone knowing. The medicinal effect of the centrifugal pill would last for a lifetime, perhaps even Wei Qi himself did not know that he had been drugged by someone. When Ning Fan used the weapon disintegration style to block 10 breaths of the life immortal realm cultivator, what awaited him was Wei Qi's attack on his abdomen and back. I really missed it. Even if I activate the formation marks at the beginning and kill the 2 life immortals of the pill sect, I would most likely be sneak attacked by Wei Qi. I've missed Wei Qi. The person I wanted to save turned out to be the most dangerous enemy. However, how did Ning Fan survive the joint attack of Wei Qi and the life immortal realm cultivator? How did Ouyang Wan bring him to the ancient star region? Why did she bring him to the hidden sea star? There were still some questions that he did not have answers to. However, Ning Fan did not want to wake Ouyang Wan up and ask her about it. He carried Ouyang Wan to the bed and gently placed her down. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed and quietly looked at Ouyang Wan's sleeping face. His brows were slightly knitted. Is there really no way to prolong her life? Harry Ball snuggled comfortably in Ouyang Wan's bed with a carefree look. It had no idea that its mother was about to die. *Chi** a ray of traveling light landed lightly outside the purple myrtle pond. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He walked out of the cottage and saw that old man Qian had already returned. Didn't Senior leave the planet? Ning Fan cupped his fists and greeted him. I went on a long journey and wanted to kill a few people. However, I was worried about your character. So, I thought I should come back and have a look. Did Nuan Nuan meet you? Old man Qian's tone was a little strange. Humph. Once that girl lost her appearance, she didn't even want to meet me. How could she meet you? Sure enough, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Old man Qian's tone was sour. When he thought of Ouyang Wan's current miserable state, he became speechless. Senior, do you know how to prolong the life of an innate medicinal body? Ning Fan suddenly asked. Oh? You want to save Nuan Nuan? Do you think you can get that thing with your insignificant cultivation base? Old man Qian harumphed coldly with disdain. That thing? What thing? Could it be that there's really a way to prolong Ouyang Wan's life? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. There is. In ancient times, there was an immortal emperor called Great Emperor Chongsheng. He created 3 pieces of longevity jade in his life. Any living being that refines this jade into their body can achieve immortality. Remember, it's any living being. Be it a mortal or a plant, as long as they can get their hands on this longevity jade, their innate medicinal body can also prolong their life. Among the 3 pieces of longevity jade, one was destroyed in the ancient war, one was lost in a true immortal's forbidden land and its whereabouts are unknown, while the last one is in the hands of Shah Di of the Slaughter Palace. Which one do you think you can find? Nuan Nuan's master has been to countless ancient forbidden lands for 4 days, but he couldn't find the missing piece of longevity jade. Do you think you can find it? You can't even enter the outer area of those forbidden lands, right? Any life immortal realm or true immortal realm ferocious beast can swallow you in a single bite. Old man Qian looked at Ning Fan with disdain and snorted coldly. Ever since Ouyang Wan carried the half-dead Ning Fan and knelt in front of him to beg him to save her, he found Ning Fan to be an eyesore. Longevity jade? Doesn't Shadi have one? Why don't you go to the slaughter palace and ask for it? With the medicine sect's resources, it's not like you can't get something good to exchange for a piece of longevity jade, right? Ning Fan asked doubtfully. Ask for something from Shadi? Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. Little friend, you are really courageous. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. If little friend dares to go to the slaughter palace and ask for something from Shadi, I know, the medicine sect will agree to it without hesitation no matter what condition Shadi offers to exchange for the jade. Old man Qian looked at Ning Fan as if he was looking at an idiot. Ning Fan was like a fledgling who had just entered the starry sky and did not know how terrifying Shadi was. Asking for something from Shadi. Does this brat think that the sect master of the medicine sect has never been there before? On that day, when the sect master of the medicine sect said that he wanted to meet Shadi and ask for his longevity jade, he was almost surrounded and attacked by the experts of the slaughter palace. Tens of millions of years ago, there was an immortal emperor who fancied a tuft of innate spiritual herb that belonged to Shadi. He wanted to ask for it, but he was directly injured by Shadi's finger and had to leave the slaughter palace in a sorry state. Whatever Shadi fancied, he would definitely get it. Whatever he fancied, he would never allow anyone to covet it. Wanting to obtain the longevity jade from Shadi was harder than ascending to the heavens. If Ning Fan goes to ask for Shadi's longevity jade, his ending would definitely be very miserable. No. With his cultivation base, how would he be qualified to enter the bloody slaughter world, let alone meet Shadi? Asking for something from Shadi will result in a miserable ending? Ning Fan looked at old man Qian thoughtfully. Of course. You will die a horrible death. Old man Qian sneered. No one has ever been able to get what they want from Shadi, huh? It's not like no one has ever done it before. If one possesses the cultivation base of the inner sect of the slaughter palace and has made a great contribution, he or she can ask for a reward from Shadi. If Shadi is in a good mood, he might give the person what he or she wants. If Shadi is in a bad mood, he or she might just press the person into meat paste with just a finger. If I make a great contribution, I can ask for a reward from Shadi? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled again. If I present the elder token that has been lost for a long time, would it be considered as a great contribution? If I want to present the token, I must first become a disciple of the slaughter palace and then find a way to enter the bloody slaughter world, meet Shadi personally and present the token on the spot. If I reveal the fact that I have the elder token before meeting Shadi, I'm afraid that countless experts of the slaughter palace will immediately kill me and snatch my elder token. Whether presenting the elder token is considered as a great contribution or not, I still need to verify it. If this is feasible, I also need to think about how to meet Shadi step by step. Ning Fan knitted his brows tightly. Ouyang Nuan's matter had successfully made him pay attention. Wei Qi betrayed him. He was saved because of Ouyang Nuan. Although he had returned a favor, he also owed her another favor for saving his life. In the end, he still has to return the favor. I'm not in a good mood right now. I'm going to kill a few people. You take good care of little girl Nuan. If you do anything to her, I will certainly cut you into 8 pieces. Humph. The old man surnamed Qian's eyes flashed fiercely. He took a step forward and merged with heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he traveled a distance of a star field and disappeared. Ground shrinking into an inch. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. This old man Qian is really powerful. He actually managed to comprehend the ground shrinking technique. A long time after the elderly man had left, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. He had come to the ancient realm for the celestial soul herb. From today onwards, he would start searching for the whereabouts of the immortal soul herb. At the same time, he had to collect all sorts of information about the slaughter palace. As long as there was the slightest possibility, he would help Ouyang Wan get the longevity jade. he had to return the favor that he owed, 2/3, to be continued. The water of the crepe myrtle pond would emit a faint purple mist. This fog had the ability to slow down aging, which was the reason why Youngwon stayed here. She only had 20 years left to live. The purple mist could not extend her lifespan. At most, it could only slow down her aging. Ning Fan decided to leave the 100 Medicines sect and the hidden sea star to search for the immortal soul grass on the immortal soul star. He still needed to find a slaughter pavilion to hand over the head of the demon man that he had killed 7 years ago and buy information about the slaughter hall from there. Other than accepting and issuing missions, the slaughter pavilion also sold all kinds of information. As long as one could afford it, it was not impossible to find out the whereabouts of an immortal emperor. The best way for Ning Fan to obtain information about the longevity jade was to go to the slaughter pavilion. He had to leave secluded sea star, but he was not willing to leave Ouyang alone on secluded sea star to die. Thus, the entire purple myrtle pond was destroyed by Ning Fan. He condensed the pond water into a piece of purple jade the size of a fingernail, threaded it with a thread, and put it on Youngwon's neck. This way, even if Youngwon left the netherworld star, the purple jade stone would still be able to provide purple mist to slow down Youngwon's aging. With the destruction of the crepe myrtle pond, the 100 Medicine sect's protective array was also destroyed. The cultivators of the sect wanted to cry but had no tears. Youngwon looked at him speechlessly. Ning Fan did not know the cost of the crepe myrtle pond, but she did. That was the spirit pool that her master had spent 10 billion Dao crystals to create. Xianxia's identity was very special. The reason he stayed on planet Secluded Sea was because he wanted to use the purple mist here to create an unaging spring pool to protect Ouyang. Otherwise, why would a dignified true immortal like him have to conceal his identity and call himself an ancestor in this small 100 Medicines sect, Senior? If Senior Qian returns and sees that you destroyed the crepe myrtle pond that he spent billions of Dao crystals and countless efforts to build, I'm afraid he will fight you to the death. Youngwon hugged Furball. Her face was covered with a green veil, and her white hair was tied up with a warm jade hairpin. She had given that hairpin to Ning Fan in the past as a keepsake for him to seek help from Qian Kaiyan. Now, however, she no longer needed it. After putting on the purple jade, Ouyangwan's skin no longer looked as old and withered as before. It had regained some of its vitality. When she heard that Ning Fan wanted to bring her along with him, her dull eyes also lit up with a hint of a smile. This crepe myrtle pond, why is it so expensive? Forget it, the pond is already ruined, it's too late to say anything. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. After killing the green turban bandits, he had seized more than 300 million Dao crystals and countless spoils of war. Among them, there was also a low-grade immortal formation disc. Using this formation disc, Ning Fan laid down an immortal realm grand formation around the 100 Medicine sect and passed it to the sect master. No matter what, Qian Kaiyan was the nominal old ancestor of the 100 Medicine sect. He had asked Ning Fan to protect the sect, but Ning Fan wanted to leave and even destroyed the purple myrtle pond and the immortal void realm sect protection grand formation of the sect. Compensating with an immortal formation to protect the 100 Medicine sect could be considered as a token of his sincerity. If Ouyang was already incurable, Ning Fan might stay in the 100 Medicine sect and protect it for the next 20 years out of his desire to repay her kindness. He would accompany her for the last 20 years of her life. Now that he knew that Ouyang still had a way to survive, how could he let her stay here and wait for her death? The longevity jade was hard to come by, but if one did not try, how would one know that it was impossible? Cough cough cough. Furball's dad, where are we going? The immortal soul star. Ouyang sat on the ancient golden sword while holding the small furball in her arms. Her complexion looked a little weak and she would cough from time to time. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was riding the ancient sword while holding the star compass of the ancient star region in his hand. Then, he flew towards the immortal soul star planet at full speed. He had set up a formation around the ancient sword to prevent Ouyang from getting hurt by the wind of the void. At this moment, Ouyang was weaker than ever before. She could not travel in the void with her own strength at all. The immortal soul star? This star used to be the main star of the ancient star region. It was a high-grade cultivation star. The soul race on this star used to be the overlord of the ancient star region. However, due to some unknown reasons, the Slaughter Palace annihilated the Soul race in a single night. All the true immortals of the ancient star region also died in that battle. Cough cough cough. Today, the immortal Soul Star has already become the temporary shelter of countless cultivators and bandits. If we go to the immortal Soul Star, we must be more careful. Xianxia knitted her brows and coughed softly again. She tried her best to lower her voice as she was afraid that the sound of her coughing would disgust Ning Fan. She did not mind becoming ugly and sickly. However, she was afraid that Ning Fan would dislike her unsightly appearance. Don't talk too much. Conserve your strength. When we go to the immortal Soul Star this time, I will try to find out more about the longevity jade. It will certainly help you to prolong your life. Ning Fan smiled and held Xianxia's skinny and soft palm. Then, he transferred traces of magic power into her body to make her feel better. His gaze towards Xianxia did not change at all. It was not because he sympathized with her but because he did not care about her appearance. To him, all the beauties in the world were just like skeletons that passed his eyes. How do you know that the longevity jade can save me? Who told you that? Could it be that stinky old man with the surname Qian? Xianxia was flustered. She really had enough of living. She did not want to let the people who cared about her risk their lives to search for the jade just to keep herself alive. In order to let her live for 10,000 years, her master had gone to the true immortal Forbidden Lands time and time again to search for the jade. There were a few times where he almost lost his life. Today, Ning Fan actually wanted to search for the jade for her as well. What did she, Xianxia, do to make so many people risk their lives for her? It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Why do you have to do this for me? Did I beg you to do this? I just want to die peacefully. I don't want to owe anyone anything at all. You don't understand anything at all. Xianxia was a little agitated. How about we make a bet? Ning Fan suddenly smiled. Bet? What kind of bet? Xianxia was stunned. Let's bet whether I can extend your life or not. What do you think? To be honest, I really don't have much confidence in finding the longevity jade for you. However, if I don't give it a try, I won't be satisfied. How about this? If I succeed in finding the longevity jade for you and extend your life, you will lose the bet. You have to promise me one thing. If I can't find the longevity jade in the end, I will promise you one thing even if I lose the bet. I will help you fulfill your last wish. Do you want to bet with me? Ning Fan looked at Xianxia with a faint smile, waiting for her answer. If you win, what do you want me to promise you? Xianxia asked nervously. If I win, you have to spend a night with me. Ning Fan purposely put on an evil expression. Of course, it was just an act. Pervert. Xianxia angrily kicked him, but before she could reach Ning Fan, her ankle was caught by Ning Fan's. She originally thought that Ning Fan's would bring up some serious reason, but who would have thought that Ning Fan's head was filled with shit, spending so much effort to save her? Was it really just to spend a night with her? Shameless, perverted, and shameless. How come she didn't realize that Ning Fan was such an unreliable man before? Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction after seeing that Xianxia's sadness had lessened a lot. He finally understood the old monster's motive for saying those shameless words in the past. At that time, the old monster said that he saved his beloved wife in order to have sex with her, causing Ning Fan to despise him. But now, it seemed like the old monster was only using his indecency to ease the atmosphere and dispel Ning Fan's worries. Okay, I'll bet. I don't believe that you can find the longevity jade and save me. If you really can, Xianxia, will spend a night with you. I just don't believe it. At this moment, Xianxia regained her valiant and heroic spirit. She even dared to accept such a bet. Compared to her previous state of waiting for death, the current Xianxia once again had the ardent desire to live. Even if the hope of survival was very slim, she was no longer pessimistic. At this moment, she wanted to live. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction again. Since it could rekindle Xianxia's hope of survival, the existence of this bet became meaningful. He did not mention what would happen if he loses, and Xianxia also did not ask about it. If Ning Fan loses the bet, Xianxia would die. neither of them wanted to see this result. The sword light flashed for 10 days. 10 days later, a scarred cultivation planet covered in blood mist appeared in front of them. The Immortal Soul Planet. The Immortal Soul Planet was once a high-grade cultivation planet. However, it was massacred by the Slaughter Palace. The baleful blood mist had yet to disperse and the spiritual chi on the planet had become extremely thin due to the great battle in the past. This planet was no longer suitable for cultivators to cultivate. However, due to its special location, it became the temporary resting place for many ancient realm bandits. The ancient realm star region was a place where bandits ran amok. Killing people and robbing their treasures was almost a common occurrence. During Ning Fan's journey to the Immortal Soul Planet, he was attacked 37 times within 10 days. These bandits were either Void Refinement Realm experts or ordinary Void Fragmentation Realm experts. None of them were a match for Ning Fan. Occasionally, there would be a few rogue Immortal Realm bandits blocking his way. However, they were all killed by Ning Fan with a raise of his hand. There were many bandits in the ancient realm but there were no true immortals among them. The strongest bandits were the 10 Life Immortal Realm bandits. Each of the 10 Life Immortal Realm bandits led a powerful bandit army. Each of them occupied a mid-grade cultivation planet that had yet to lose its spiritual chi. These 10 Life Immortal Realm bandits were called the 10 Heavenly Monarchs of the Ancient Realm. The 10 bandit armies of the 10 Heavenly Monarchs and the other 62 bandit armies including the Green Scarf Bandits made up the 72 bandits. The 72 bandits were enemies but not friends. Therefore, even though Ning Fan had annihilated the Green Scarf Bandits, he would not offend anyone. If there are other bandit armies that attack Ning Fan, their motive would definitely not be to avenge the Green Scarf Bandits but to kill and rob their treasures. Chi the ancient sword light pierced through the layer of blood mist of the Immortal Soul Planet and descended towards the only massive cultivation city on the planet. This city was called East Soul City. It used to be the capital of the Immortal Soul Planet and was occupied by the Soul Race. After the Soul Race was annihilated, a slaughter pavilion was built in the city and it took control of the entire city. Other than East Soul City, there were no other cultivation cities on the Immortal Soul Planet. The boundless land that came into view was a blood-red desert. Occasionally, some bandits would enter East Soul City in order to pay for rewards, post rewards, or gather information. Gradually, countless cultivation shops were built in the city. Of course, the owners of the shops were all bandits. Occasionally, there would be cultivators who did not know the background of East Soul Planet. They would buy precious magic treasures and spiritual herbs from some shops and reveal their wealth. However, as soon as they stepped out of the shop, they would be killed and robbed by the bandits in the shops. Due to the reputation of the slaughter pavilion, even the 10 great heavenly monarchs of the ancient realm did not dare to carry out a large-scale massacre in East Soul City. Occasionally, there would be casualties in the city. However, they were all small-scale battles which did not affect the overall situation. When they arrived outside the city, Ning Fan kept the ancient golden sword and entered the city side by side with Ouyang Wan. There was no one guarding the city gate. The long streets were filled with bandits with strange appearances. 4 burly bandits with black snake tattoos on their left arms were squatting at the side of the long street. They were drinking strong wine while facing the sandstorm that filled the city. The 4 of them were at the 8th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. As soon as they saw Ning Fan and Ouyang Wan approaching them, the 4 of them sneered coldly. Their eyes turned sinister. Without needing any reason, they directly tried to kill Ning Fan and Ouyang Wan. They have black snake tattoos on their left arms. They are the members of the Black Snake Bandits. The Black Snake Bandits are one of the 72 bandits. They are not a force of the 10 heavenly monarchs. They love to rob and kill cultivators who pass by. My weak body can't be hidden from those with discerning eyes. Besides, the cultivation level you revealed is only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. They must think that we are weak and easy to bully. That's why they want to kill us and rob our treasures. Ouyang Wan secretly transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. Do I really look so weak and easy to bully? Ning Fan chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with immense killing intent. He pointed his finger and a ray of black devil flame shot out from his finger and split into 4. The devil flame flashed and disappeared. The 4 burly bandits were immediately engulfed by the black devil flame. In just a moment, the four of them let out a miserable shriek and were burned into 4 piles of ashes by the devil flame. As for their storage pouches, Ning Fan casually took them away. His skillful action made countless bandits who were paying attention to him feel embarrassed. Ning Fan was a professional when it came to killing people and robbing their treasures. Kiss in the dark, countless bandits sucked in a cold breath. Their eyes were either filled with fear or respect as they looked at Ning Fan and his group who were leaving calmly. In the ancient realm where bandits ran rampant, the strong had always been respected. Ning Fan had killed 4 8-break realm cultivators with just a raise of his hand. His strength was comparable to a rogue immortal. No one dared to underestimate him. Isn't he old devil Xianxia who rewarded us with 30 million Dao crystals? TSK. 30 million Dao crystals is really tempting. Unfortunately, he is just too strong. We can't get his head. A few bandits flipped through the bounty posters in their hands and sighed. They were just low-grade void fragmentation realm cultivators. They were no match for Ning Fan. Oh? 30 million Dao crystals? Even if we can't get it, it doesn't mean others can't. One of them shifted his gaze towards a dark corner. There were already many rogue immortal bandits who were tempted by Ning Fan's bounty. This brat has killed the 4 leaders of the Black Snake bandits. That old devil Black Snake will certainly not let this matter go. At this moment, that old devil Black Snake is handing in the bounty mission in the slaughter pavilion. Judging from the direction that old devil Xianxia is heading towards, it seems like he is also going to the slaughter pavilion. Hee. There is going to be a good show in the slaughter pavilion. That old devil Black Snake is the most protective one. He would never allow anyone to kill his own bandits. Some bandits who had nothing better to do sneered and followed behind Ning Fan from a distance. They wanted to go to the slaughter pavilion to watch the show. Ning Fan frowned. However, he did not kill the bored bandits behind him. This place was already very close to the slaughter pavilion. It was not advisable to kill near it. Ouyangwan walked for a long distance and her face began to turn pale again. It seemed like she wanted to tell Ning Fan something. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she coughed softly and could not speak a word. Ning Fan's eyes turned gentle. He gently held Ouyangwan's hand and transferred his magic force to her. Ouyangwan's expression gradually eased. She retracted her hand imperceptibly and transmitted her voice to him. In the Eastern Heaven Immortal world, there is a slaughter pavilion on the main planet of every mid-grade star region and above. The pavilion master of the slaughter pavilion on a mid-grade cultivation planet is at least a rogue immortal realm cultivator. Occasionally, there will also be a life immortal realm cultivator guarding the pavilion. The pavilion master of the slaughter pavilion on a high-grade cultivation planet is at least a peak ghost profound realm cultivator. Occasionally, there will also be some true transcending realm true immortals guarding the high-grade slaughter pavilion. This slaughter pavilion is built on the immortal soul planet. Its pavilion master is at least a peak ghost profound realm cultivator. *********. Ning Fan transferred some magic force to Ouyangwan and said with a faint smile. Are you trying to tell me not to cause any trouble near the slaughter pavilion and offend this pavilion master? Ouyangwan answered softly. Don't worry. I know my limits. I won't act recklessly in a place like this. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He entered the slaughter pavilion side by side with Ouyangwan. As soon as they stepped into the slaughter pavilion, a trace of spirit sense which was filled with immense baleful chi immediately scanned the two of them. Soon after, a soft exclamation of surprise rang out from the slaughter pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was not spacious. Countless bounties were hung on the walls on both sides. There was still a counter in front of them. An old man with a black snake tattoo on his left arm was leading a group of people to submit their tasks. Their expressions were extremely respectful. On the counter, there were 7 human heads. All of them were the heads of the bounty devils. The eyes of the slaughter pavilion master did not look at those human heads, nor did he look at the old man with the black snake. Instead, he briefly glanced at Ouyangwan. Eventually, his eyes stopped at Ning Fan with an inexplicable feeling. The sound of surprise was made by this person. It was a burly man who was on the verge of breaking through to the true immortal realm. He had a tall and sturdy body. His black hair was like a waterfall and his face was covered with a blood ghost mask. The mask was a spiritual equipment that could conceal the person's appearance and aura. The burly man's eyes stayed on Ning Fan for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a hint of a strange smile. He smiled the moment the old man with the black snake and the others saw the smile on the ghost-faced pavilion master's face. They broke out in cold sweat. They looked at Ning Fan with sympathy because they knew that once the ghost-faced pavilion master revealed a smile, it meant that he was going to kill someone. Ning Fan would die. 3/3, to be continued. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Ouyang Yuan and took half a step back, staring at the ghost-faced pavilion master with extreme vigilance. The ghost-faced pavilion master had a shocking cultivation level and was only one step away from the crossing reality state. This person was smiling. Why was he smiling? Why did this person make a sound of surprise? Could it be that he had discovered the Elder Token on him? Before he entered the Immortal Soul Planet, he had already placed the Elder Token of the Slaughter Palace in the Profounding World. Logically speaking, even an immortal emperor might not be able to detect the existence of an Elder Token through an emperor artifact. However, there were always exceptions. Ning Fan was not sure whether the Immortal Realm experts of the Slaughter Palace had a secret technique that allowed them to sense the presence of the Elder's order. After the incident of Wei Qi's betrayal, Ning Fan became more cautious than before. If the ghost-faced pavilion master really discovered his Elder Token and wanted to attack him, he would immediately use the Black Devil escape art to escape from this place and set up a corner of the ancient Chaos Grand Monarch's ultimate killing rune in space to fight with him. The air in the slaughter pavilion seemed to freeze in an instant. Ouyang Yuan was also a little nervous. She had heard that the slaughter pavilion master was the most temperamental person in this place. He was usually as cold as ice and never smiled. But once he smiled, he would definitely kill someone. Did this ghost-faced pavilion master want to kill Ning Fan? Why, she wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want Ning Fan to die. She couldn't allow Ning Fan to die. Slightly gritting her teeth, Ouyang Yuan stepped forward and stood in front of Ning Fan's. She mustered up her courage and looked at the ghost-faced pavilion master. I am the disciple of the medicine sect master, Ouyang Yuan. He is my husband. If you hurt him, even though the medicine sect is not as powerful as the massacre hall, they will not let this matter rest. What? Someone from the herbal sect. The expressions of Old Devil Black Snake and the other bandits changed upon hearing the name of the herbal sect. The medicine sect was indeed not as powerful as the Slaughter Palace, but it was still the #1 alchemy sect in Eastern Heaven. Even many immortal venerables would occasionally go to the medicine sect to ask for pills. Even this group of lawless bandits would not dare to provoke a colossus like the medicine sect. They had also heard of the disciple of the medicine sect master, Ouyang Yuan. It was said that the sect master of the medicine sect was extremely stingy and cold towards others. However, he pampered his disciple to the extreme and was extremely generous. If someone offended the sect leader of the herbal sect, they might be able to appease the sect leader of the herbal sect, who valued wealth as much as his life, by shedding some blood and paying a large number of Dao crystals. However, if anyone were to offend Ouyang Yuan, the medicine sect master would never let them off. He would grind their bones into dust and his methods would be extremely cold-blooded. The Black Snake Demon and the rest gulped. If the woman before them was truly Ouyang Yuan, then she was the person that the sect master of the medicine sect valued the most. They would never dare to provoke her. Even the half-step true immortal ghost-faced pavilion master would have to fear the prestige of the medicine sect. But, is this woman really Ouyang Yuan? Old Fiend Black Snake and company carefully sized up Ouyang Yuan. At this moment, Ouyang Yuan was wearing a purple jade. Her appearance could not be said to be old, but it could not be said to be too young or too beautiful. Her white hair was an eyesore, and her small body was too thin. Could a woman like this be the #1 beauty in the medicine sect? It was said that the medicine faction's head disciple, Ouyang Yuan, was a peerless beauty. In the entire eastern sky, she could be considered a first-class beauty. How could the woman in front of him be a beauty? It was impossible for this woman to be Ouyang Yuan. She scared me to death. I thought this woman was really the head disciple of the medicine sect. If she is really the head disciple of the medicine sect, she must have a peerless beauty and she must be protected by one of the 19 medicine guards of the medicine sect. Humph. This woman is not Ouyang Yuan at all. The black snake demon sneered and said disdainfully. Ouyang Nuan's face under the light veil became even paler. She laughed at herself. That's right. Now that she no longer had a peerless beauty and Wei Qi was no longer protecting her, who would believe that she was Ouyang Nuan? She was the head disciple of the medicine sect. Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the black snake demon and the others. He did not say anything and quietly pulled Ouyang Nuan behind him. His heart was filled with a warm feeling. This woman can't even protect herself, yet she still wants to protect me. Silly. Interesting. The head disciple of the medicine sect, huh? Interesting. How dare you threaten me? The ghost-faced pavilion master's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Fan. He lifted his finger and pointed at Ning Fan's heart. Ouyang Nuan's face turned pale with fright while the black snake demon and the others sneered. They all thought that the ghost-faced pavilion master was going to kill Ning Fan out of anger. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. This ghost-faced pavilion master's attack was too fast. It was so fast that he had no time to defend himself. Even if he escaped with the Black Devil escape, he would most likely be affected by the force of this finger. Although this person had yet to break through to the true immortal realm, his strength was probably stronger than some true immortals. Gritting his teeth, Ning Fan was about to use the Black Devil escape to escape. Suddenly, he stopped and his eyes were filled with confusion. He realized that although the finger of the ghost-faced pavilion master was extremely sharp, he did not want to kill him. Instead, he wanted to help him. The force of that finger contained some kind of extremely mysterious baleful qi that seemed to be able to suppress the devil sense. Could it be that this person wants to help me suppress the devil sense? But why does he want to help me? While thinking, Ning Fan gritted his teeth and chose not to escape. Instead, he took the attack from the ghost-faced pavilion master. When the finger touched his chest, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He coughed out a mouthful of black blood, but his eyes were filled with gratitude. The ghost-faced pavilion master's finger landed on Ning Fan's chest and infused the baleful qi into it, merging it with the devil sense. At this moment, Ning Fan was incomparably shocked to find out that he could use his own baleful qi to suppress the devil sense. He could even control the devil sense in his body. If the devil sense were to devour his heart again, he would no longer be lost as long as he used his baleful qi to protect his heart. Ning. Husband, are you alright? Are you alright? Don't scare Nuan Air. When Ouyang Nuan saw Ning Fan spurting out blood from his middle finger, she felt as if her heart was being pierced by a knife. It was so painful, she raised her head and stared at the ghost-faced pavilion master coldly. She hated herself for being weak and weak. She hated herself for not being able to tear this person into pieces. For the first time in her life, Ouyang Nuan had the intention to kill someone. Don't be afraid. I'm not dead. This senior doesn't have any evil intentions towards me. Just now, he helped me to control the devil sense in my body. Ning Fan smiled at Ouyang Nuan and transmitted his voice to her. Really? How is that possible? The people of the Slaughter Palace only know how to kill and never save people. He is a dignified half-step true immortal. Why would he help you control the devil's sense? Besides, even my master, Senior Qian, couldn't completely suppress the devil sense in your body. What kind of ability does this person have to help you control the devil sense? Ouyang Nuan's face was filled with disbelief as she transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. No matter what, she finally felt relieved after hearing that Ning Fan was fine. At that moment just now, she was really afraid that Ning Fan would die in the hands of this ghost-faced pavilion master. Thank you. Ning Fan cupped his fists at the ghost-faced pavilion master. He was clearly hit by the finger, but not only was he unharmed, he even became more spirited than before. The mouthful of black blood that he spat out was probably the component of the devil sense that was hard to control. After getting rid of these components, the devil sense had already become a part of Ning Fan's strength, a force that could increase his strength. Ning Fan was also very surprised. The Quasi-Emperor Tai Wu could not help him control the devil sense. Even Qian Kaiyan, who was a dignified true immortal, could not do it. However, the ghost-faced pavilion master, who was a half-step true immortal, did it. It was not because his cultivation base was higher than the Quasi-Emperor Tai Wu. Instead, it was because his finger technique was too mysterious. It seemed to be able to restrain baleful qi and devil sense. Without a doubt, that finger technique was the Slaughter Palace's divine ability. Ning Fan's mind raced. Perhaps the divine ability of the Slaughter Palace itself was based on baleful qi and devil sense. That was why it could control the baleful qi and devil sense so easily. In that case, if I can really join the Slaughter Palace, not only will I not need to get rid of the devil sense in my body, it can even become a powerful killing method for me. The ghost-faced pavilion master only responded indifferently to Ning Fan's thanks. His body flashed and he returned to the other side of the counter. The old devil Black Snake and the others looked at Ning Fan in confusion. They could not understand why Ning Fan was not killed by the ghost-faced pavilion master and was merely injured by a finger. Could it be that the ghost-faced pavilion master was in a good mood today and spared Ning Fan's life out of kindness? Was that why Ning Fan thanked him? What a lucky kid. The old devil Black Snake sighed with emotion. These 7 heads are worth 50 million Dao crystals. After deducting 20%, you will get 40 million Dao crystals. The ghost-faced pavilion master flicked his sleeve and kept the 7 heads. Then, he lifted his finger and a storage pouch appeared on the counter. It contained 40 million Dao crystals. The old devil Black Snake took the storage pouch and bowed respectfully to the ghost-faced pavilion master without saying a word. Then, the group of them left the slaughter pavilion in a hurry, not daring to stay any longer. Looking at the old devil Black Snake's figure that left in a hurry, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He naturally noticed that the group of bandits had a black snake tattoo on their left arm. They were all members of the Black Snake Bandits. That black-robed rogue immortal old man is the bandit leader of the Black Snake Bandits, the old devil Black Snake. This person is very protective of his people. If he finds out that 4 of his subordinates were killed by you after he returns, he will certainly bring his men back to seek revenge. Ouyangwan reminded him through telepathy. Don't be afraid. I, your husband, am very powerful. Even if the Black Snake Bandits are abandoned, they won't be a threat to me. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Saying that you are my husband is just an expedient measure. Ouyangwan said angrily. I, on the other hand, feel that this title isn't bad. Ning Fan smiled and raised his head. His smile faded and he stared at the ghost-faced pavilion master with a solemn expression. Why did this person help me? Does he have some ulterior motives or is he just being kind? Is this person a friend or a foe? Little friend Xianxia, you don't have to worry. I don't have any evil intentions or ulterior motives in helping you. I am just doing it on a whim. I have heard from the pavilion master of Xianxia that you are a good seedling who cultivates the Tao of slaughter. Today, I can see that it is indeed true. Since you are able to cultivate so much devil sense when you are just at the void fragmentation realm, you will certainly be a promising talent if you join my Tao of slaughter. The ghost-faced pavilion master seemed to have seen through Ning Fan's concerns and explained with an indifferent tone. I see. Ning Fan nodded his head, seemingly accepting this reason. If this ghost-faced pavilion master had already heard about me from Lord Zhu of the slaughter pavilion of Xianxia and helped me out of cherishing talent, then everything would naturally make sense. However, was this really the case? Ning Fan faintly felt that there was another reason why this person helped him. Cultivators at the second step of Tao cultivation were also fond of spiritual equipment. The spiritual equipment above the profound spirit realm was divided into 3 grades: immortal grade, true grade, and emperor grade. The ghost mask that this ghost-faced pavilion master was wearing was a true grade spiritual equipment. It could conceal one's chi without exposing a single bit. Even ordinary true immortals would not be able to detect his chi and appearance. Even though the ghost-faced pavilion master's chi was concealed, Ning Fan still felt a sense of familiarity from him. The burly figure of this person was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. This sense of familiarity came and went quickly. When Ning Fan carefully examined the figure of the ghost-faced pavilion master again, he felt that such a burly figure was just too common in the cultivation world. Was that sense of familiarity just an illusion? Forget it. No matter if this person was a friend or foe, Ning Fan decided to keep his guard up against him. What happened to Wei Qi had alerted Ning Fan. The reason why I came here today is to submit the Red Bounty mission and buy some information. Recollecting his thoughts, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 17 sealed human heads. They were the heads of the devils that he had killed previously. The ghost-faced pavilion master's eyes swept across the human heads and said indifferently, "These 17 human heads are worth 140 million Dao crystals. After deducting 20%, you will get 112 million Dao crystals. At the same time, the total reward you have obtained is more than 30 million Dao crystals. No disciples of the Slaughter Palace will attack you." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost-faced pavilion master flicked his sleeve and kept the 17 human heads. Then, he took out a storage pouch and placed it on the counter. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to take the storage pouch. Instead, he asked, "I want to buy some information from you. May I know the price?" "One information, one price. Tell me the information you want and I will tell you the price. Pay me and I will give you the information in the jade slip." The ghost-faced pavilion master's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. The way he addressed Ning Fan had changed from this seat to I. His tone actually carried a hint of intimacy. "Ning Fan, he really doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. He only has good intentions. My 5-colored medicine soul can sense people's hearts." "But why?" Ouyang Wan transmitted her voice to Ning Fan doubtfully. "I don't know. Don't trust the medicine soul too much. It's hard to predict a person's heart," Ning Fan replied. After a short moment of silence, he asked the ghost-faced pavilion master in a distant tone. "I need some immortal soul herbs. Where can I find them?" The immortal soul herbs originally grew on the immortal soul star. However, the immortal soul star was barren now. Not even a single blade of grass could be found there. The information about the immortal soul herbs? The price is 200 million Dao crystals. 200 million for a piece of information. Ning Fan sighed softly. He took out 88 million Dao crystals from his storage pouch and put them into another storage pouch. Then, he placed it on the counter. Together with the previous reward, it was exactly 200 million. "This is the information you want." The ghost-faced pavilion master kept the Dao crystals and took out a blood-red jade slip, handing it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan received the jade slip and scanned its contents with his spirit sense. His expression immediately changed. There were only a few simple sentences in the information. "Ever since the immortal soul star was destroyed, there are no more immortal soul herbs in this world. However, there are still a small number of seeds of the immortal soul herb remaining in this world. There are also a few descendants of the soul race who have the secret technique to grow the immortal soul herb. The immortal soul herb cannot be grown without the secret technique of the soul race." Ning Fan spent 200 million Dao crystals to buy a piece of information, but it was not very useful. "I also have the information about the seeds of the immortal soul herb and the secret technique to grow the immortal soul herb. Do you want to buy them?" the ghost-faced pavilion master asked with a smile. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, his expression turned strange. This slaughter pavilion sure knows how to make money. They can even sell the information about the immortal soul herb like this. He was determined to get the immortal soul herb. Since there were no more immortal soul herbs in this world, he could only find the seeds and the secret technique to grow them himself. He must buy these 2 pieces of information. "May I know how much these 2 pieces of information are worth?" Ning Fan asked. "The information about the seeds is 200 million Dao crystals, while the information about the secret technique is 300 million Dao crystals. 500 million, huh?" Ning Fan scanned his storage pouch with his spirit sense. At this moment, there were only 450 million Dao crystals left in his storage pouch. He did not expect the information of the slaughter pavilion to be so expensive. He was already considered very rich among the 4 Heavens Void Fragmentation Realm experts. However, he could not afford a few pieces of information at all. "Husband, this is for you." When Ouyang saw Ning Fan's embarrassed look, she found it interesting. She untied her storage pouch and handed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan lacked money, but she had never lacked it. She could tell that the information about the immortal soul herb was extremely important to Ning Fan. Since Ning Fan could not afford it, she would help him buy it. "This is your money. How can I use it?" Ning Fan's expression was slightly awkward. "I have even given my life to you. What's the harm in giving you some worldly possessions?" I will give you my storage pouch now. Do you think you don't need to spend money to find the longevity jade? You don't need to treat me like an outsider. Ouyang hugged the little furball in her arms. She was in a good mood. A woo? A woo? The little furball looked at Ningfan in confusion. It did not understand why its father would feel ashamed spending its mother's money. It's me who is too meticulous about the small details. Ningfan's expression changed and he kept Ouyang storage pouch without changing his expression. He took out 500 million Dao crystals from it and paid Ghostface Pavilion Master to buy 2 sets of information. Ningfan could not help but admit that Ouyang was much richer than him. There were actually more than 50 billion Dao crystals in that small storage pouch. There were more than 20 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs, 7 9th revolution healing pills and 1 58th revolution healing pills. There was also the 3,000 years old immortal peach tree and various rare ancient herbs. The total value of the items in this storage pouch was at least 100 billion Dao crystals. After scanning the 2 sets of information with his spirit sense, Ningfan's expression changed again. The secret technique of planting the immortal soul herb was in the hands of Hun Tianjun, one of the 10 ancient heavenly monarchs. Hun Tianjun was a descendant of the soul race. He possessed the spiritual plant scripture which recorded the secret technique of planting the immortal soul herb. That spiritual plant scripture was stored in Hun Tianjun's treasure vault. If one wants to obtain this scripture, he would have to steal it. Hun Tianjun was cold-blooded and cruel by nature. He was a natural-born bandit. It was absolutely impossible to buy the spiritual plant scripture from him. The information about the secret technique of planting the immortal soul herb was extremely useful to Ningfan. The 300 million Dao crystals were not spent in vain. As for the information about the seeds of the immortal soul herb, it was too much of a loss. There was only one sentence in this piece of information: I happen to have a small bag of the seeds of the immortal soul herb. Do you want it? Ningfan looked at Ghostface Pavilion Master speechlessly. Does Senior really have the seeds of the immortal soul herb? Of course I do. Ghostface Pavilion Master said seriously. Ningfan remained silent. He was a little confused about the situation. Is this Ghostface Pavilion Master trying to deceive me of the Dao crystals on purpose? This person purposely sold the information separately. Even though he had the seeds of the immortal soul herb in his hands, he did not sell them to him directly. Instead, he said that he had the seeds of the immortal soul herb after earning more money. Would a dignified half-step true immortal realm old monster really covet Ningfan's hundreds of millions of Dao crystals? With Ghostface Pavilion Master's strength, wouldn't it be faster to snatch Ouyang 50 billion Dao crystals from Ningfan's hands? Ningfan could not understand it. If this person was not greedy for money, then he was purposely making fun of him. What exactly is this person planning? Why did he do so many illogical things? Haha. I really don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to play a little joke with an old friend. Why are you so nervous, Brother Ning? Ghostface Pavilion Master could no longer hold back his laughter and burst into laughter. Ningfan was stunned. Then, he suddenly understood something and looked at Ghostface Pavilion Master in disbelief. It's you. That's right. It's me. Brother Ning, how have you been? Ghostface Pavilion Master laughed. He put away the Ghostface spiritual outfit and revealed his true appearance. The way he looked at Ningfan was filled with a sincere smile. How? How is this possible? The Ghostface assassin of the Slaughter Palace actually showed his true appearance? Ouyang stared at Ningfan in disbelief. In the Slaughter Palace, not everyone had a ghost face. Only a small number of experts were recognized by Sha Di and were given the ghost face spiritual outfit. Even the members of the Slaughter Palace rarely knew whether or not each other had a ghost face and what kind of ghost face they had. She did not expect that the Ghostface Pavilion Master of the Slaughter Pavilion would meet Ningfan with his true appearance. Moreover, it seemed like he was Ningfan's old friend, husband. Who is he? Ouyang asked speechlessly. No wonder Ghostface Pavilion Master helped Ningfan to suppress his devil sense. It turned out that he was Ningfan's friend. However, this friend of his was too unkind. He didn't reveal his identity earlier and made her worry for half a day. Without waiting for Ning Fan's introduction, Ghost-Face Pavilion Master laughed and introduced himself. I am Wu Chen, the Wu who has no respect for the law and the Chen who massacred people in a city. There were outsiders here just now, so it was really inconvenient for me to reveal my identity. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Sister-in-law. Ouyang Wan blushed and did not know what to say. Wu Chen suddenly stopped smiling. He took out a small green pouch and passed it to Ning Fan. I was joking with Brother Ning just now. I hope Brother Ning won't mind. This is the seed of the immortal soul grass that I obtained by chance. If Brother Ning needs it, you can just take it. As for the secret technique of planting the immortal soul grass, I will accompany Brother Ning to find that Han Tianjun later. I believe he won't dare to refuse to hand over the secret technique. Thank you. Ning Fan cupped his fists and bowed. He naturally did not mind Wu Chen's teasing. Wu Chen waved his hand, signaling Ning Fan not to be so courteous. Then, he glanced at Ouyang Wan again and said to Ning Fan with a slight frown. Sister-in-law's body doesn't seem to be in good condition. Brother Ning, are you here to inquire about other information? Yes. The reason why I came here today is not only to inquire about the immortal soul grass but also about the longevity jade. I want to join the slaughter palace. After making a great contribution, I will ask Sha Di to bestow me the longevity jade. Ning Fan did not need to lie to Wu Chen. He did not have many good friends and Wu Chen was one of them. You want the longevity jade that belongs to Sha Di? Wu Chen's expression changed drastically. After taking a deep breath, Wu Chen's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He tried to dissuade Ning Fan. No one is allowed to covet the item that belongs to Sha Di. Even if you join the slaughter palace and become its disciple, making a great contribution, it will still be very difficult for you to get that longevity jade. As far as I know, Sha Di values this item very much. It seems like it holds a special meaning to him. He will not bestow the jade to anyone. If you ask for the jade, you might infuriate him and he will directly sentence you to death. Even if I offer the elder token to him, I won't be able to get it. I have to get the longevity jade. Even though I know the chances are slim, I still want to go to the slaughter palace and give it a try. If I don't have this jade. Ning Fan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Then, he looked at Ouyang Wan who was beside him. Without the longevity jade, Ouyang Wan would certainly die 20 years later. All the emotions in his heart were stuck in his chest, making him feel annoyed. He did not want to watch Ouyang Wan die in front of him. He must do something. The elder token. Could it be the elder token of Elder Linglong? How is this possible? How could the elder token that Sha Di could not find anywhere in the world be in your hands? Wu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. To be continued. Elder's order. Elder Linglong's elder order. Wu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Now, there was only one elder order that the slaughter palace had yet to retrieve. That elder token was also of special significance to Sha Di. Where did Ning Fan find the elder token? You don't know where I found the elder's order? Ning Fan looked at Wu Chen in surprise. Didn't Wu Chen tell him to use the ascension passage? Could it be that there was something inside that Wu Chen didn't know about? How would I know where you found the elder's token? If I knew, I would have taken it myself and brought it back to Slaughter Palace. Do you think it's your turn to take it? Do you know how much Sha Di values that elder's token? If we can retrieve that token, the merit would be really. Wu Chen looked at Ning Fan enviously. He really envied Ning Fan to death. He could find the item that the killing emperor had been longing for. If Ning Fan was just a stranger, perhaps Wu Chen would have already killed him to seize his treasures and token to claim credit. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was his friend. He would never take away his friend's treasure. This was his principle. Seeing that Wu Chen really did not know anything about it, Ning Fan could not help but laugh and explain. Do you still remember our reunion in the Sword World? Didn't you help me calculate an ascension passage? It's in the Rain World. I found the Elder's Order in that ascension passage. What? Where did you find the Elder Order? So it's there. No wonder the Sha Di couldn't find the Elder's Order even after searching the entire Four Heavens immortal realm. Wu Chen suddenly had the urge to strangle himself, when he helped Ning Fan calculate the ascension passage back then, it was definitely just a sudden impulse. He just wanted to calculate which ascension would be the most helpful to Ning Fan. As a result, he accidentally calculated that there was an ascension passage hidden in the rain world. Unfortunately, that was all he could calculate. As for which almighty being had secretly opened up the passageway, he couldn't figure it out. He didn't expect that he, Wu Chen, would be able to predict the location of Elder Linglong's death and the location of the Elder Token with just a simple calculation with his fingers. At that time, he had already fully comprehended the truth and was in a hurry to return to Eastern Sky. Unexpectedly, he didn't have the time to investigate that passage. Just like that, Wu Chen miserably missed the opportunity to become an elder. This was Ning Fan's chance. It was a chance that Wu Chen had given to him. Others could not find the place of Fu Linglong's death even if they were courting death. Wu Chen, on the other hand, had found the place, but he did not have the opportunity to find the Elder Token. Ning Fan was the only one who obtained Fu Linglong's Elder Token by accident. If he presents the token to Sha Di in exchange for the longevity jade, Sha Di might really agree to it. Of course, it was just a possibility. Brother Ning, you definitely don't have black luck. At the very least, you have the first grade of mortal luck, the purple luck. Wu Chen looked at Ning Fan confidently. Oh? Brother Wu, why are you so sure that I don't have black luck? Ning Fan smiled noncommittally. Nonsense. Can a cultivator with bad luck find something that even an immortal emperor can't? Wu Chen snorted coldly. Seeing that Ning Fan did not know much about fate, he briefly explained the relationship between the strength of one's fate and the number of fortuitous encounters. The amount of fortuitous encounters a cultivator had was related to their luck and cultivation level. At the same cultivation level, those with stronger providence would naturally have more fortuitous encounters. For those with the same luck, the weaker their cultivation level was, the more fortuitous encounters they would have. Wu Chen was also a cultivator with purple luck. Unfortunately, he did not have the fortuitous encounter to obtain that Elder Token because his cultivation level was too high. As a half-step true Immortal Realm cultivator, it was really not strange for him to have purple luck. Cultivators at the same level as him would at least have purple luck. It was very difficult for the fortuitous encounters bestowed by the heavens to Wu Chen. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. His cultivation level was still very low. If he had purple luck, the benefits would naturally be great. If a void fragmentation realm cultivator of the same level as him were to compete for fortuitous encounters, who could compete with Ning Fan for purple luck? Most of the cultivators with the same luck were life immortal realm cultivators. If they were to compete for fortuitous encounters, not many of them would be able to compete with Ning Fan. Wu Chen still did not know that Ning Fan already had the first color of immortal luck. In the Eastern Heaven Immortal World, normally, only cultivators at the True Crossing Realm could cultivate their luck to the first color. However, Ning Fan had cultivated one color of immortal luck when he was at the Void Fragmentation Realm. In other words, most of the old monsters at the True Crossing Realm would not be able to compete with Ning Fan for fortuitous encounters. After all, Ning Fan's cultivation level could not be any lower among those who had the same luck as him. No wonder I was able to obtain heaven-defying treasures time and time again even though I only had purple luck in the past. So this is the reason. There are also benefits to having a low cultivation level, right? Ning Fan muttered to himself thoughtfully. After talking a lot of nonsense, Wu Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and smiled awkwardly. I forgot that we were talking about the longevity jade. Why are we getting further and further away from the topic? I suppose the reason why Ning Fan is so persistent in searching for the longevity jade is because of my sister-in-law, right? Wu Chen glanced at Ouyangwan and let out a long sigh. Even though he had only met Ning Fan a few times, they hit it off very well. Moreover, he knew Ning Fan's character very well. If it wasn't for this woman, why would Ning Fan risk the wrath of Sha Di and insist on going to the Slaughter Palace to obtain the longevity jade? Yes. Without the longevity jade, Nguyen Air will die 20 years later. Ning Fan frowned and said. Nguyen Air. Ouyangwan's cheeks turned red again. She moved her feet slightly and stomped on Ning Fan's body a few times as a warning. Since when did she allow Ning Fan to call her that? Just as I expected. Since Brother Ning has found the Elder Command Token, then everything will be much easier. The merit of presenting the token is enough for Sha Di to consider giving you the longevity jade. Of course, it's just a consideration. No one knows whether Sha Di will actually give you the longevity jade or not. I still have to try before I can be satisfied, don't I? Ning Fan sighed. Go and try. However, before that, Ning Fan must first find a way to join the Slaughter Palace and meet Sha Di personally. Then, he will present the token to him. Before he presents the token, he must not reveal any information about the token to prevent the old monsters in the palace from killing him and snatching the token. Speaking of which, Brother Ning's luck is really good. Our Slaughter Palace will only recruit one disciple every 1,000 years. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony of the Slaughter Palace this time will be 10 years later. Sister-in-law still has 20 years to live. As long as Brother Ning can join the Slaughter Palace before that and present the Elder Token to obtain the longevity jade, her life will be saved. However, it's not an easy task to go to the main palace of the Slaughter Palace within 10 years to participate in the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. Wu Chen held his chin and frowned as if he was thinking of a solution. Ouyang looked at Ning Fan blankly. She never knew that Ning Fan had actually decided to go to the Slaughter Palace to obtain the most dangerous longevity jade to help her prolong her life. Yes, the longevity jade was the most difficult and dangerous one to obtain. The danger of obtaining the jade from Sha Di was incomparable to the danger in the true immortal land. It was completely a gamble. Fu Linglong's elder token was just a wager. Ning Fan was betting that Sha Di would give him the longevity jade in consideration of his contribution in presenting the token. If he loses the wager, even if he did not die after obtaining the Void Glimpse stage-killing Emperor's jade, he would still end up in a miserable state. If Sha Di wants to kill or punish someone, there was almost no one in the Eastern Heaven who could save him. Ning Fan, let's go look for money. No, let's go look for my master. Let's go look for the longevity jade in the true immortal land. Don't take the jade from Sha Di. It's too dangerous. Ouyang bit her lips and advised him. You've said that your master has traveled to countless true immortal land in the four heavens immortal worlds for 8,000 years, but he still could not find that longevity jade. That longevity jade is just too difficult to find. Sha Di's jade is the most likely to be obtained. Let's go and try. Even if we can't get the jade, Sha Di will probably spare my life considering my contribution in presenting the token. But what if Brother Ning is in trouble, I will go and save him. No matter what, I will definitely protect your life. My ancestors have been members of the Slaughter Palace for generations. My ancestors had made great contributions and were given a death exemption token. With this token in hand, apart from the crime of betraying the palace, you can be exempted from any crime. After pondering for a moment, Wu Chen took out a golden token from his storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan. The word exemption was engraved on the token. It was written in divine seal script. This token was Wu Chen's life-saving item. It was incomparably precious. Ning Fan's eyes widened slightly. He looked deeply at Wu Chen and received the death exemption token without rejecting it. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Wu Chen shook his head disapprovingly and laughed. What kindness? I just don't want to lose a fair-weather friend like you. He had never befriended anyone in his life. Ning Fan was his first fair-weather friend. They drank wine together, watched the rain together and comprehended the Tao together. When his friend is in trouble, he would naturally do his best to help him. If he is in trouble, Ning Fan would certainly not ignore him. The main hall of the Slaughter Palace is located in the Blood Sea Star region of the Imperial Star region. From here, you will need to cross 15 high-grade star regions, 200 mid-grade star regions and 5,000 low-grade star regions to reach the Blood Sea Star region. It's just too far away. With my speed, it will take me 12 to 13 years to reach the Blood Sea Star region even if I fly at full speed. Even if I have the intention to send you guys to the Blood Sea Star region, I won't be able to reach it within 10 years. Moreover, I'm currently in charge of overseeing this slaughter pavilion, so I can't leave this pavilion for too long. I can only leave the pavilion for more than a month after someone else replaces me. Therefore, Brother Ning can only rely on yourself to go to Blood Sea Star Field this time. The Blood Sea Star Field is the Imperial Star Field. You'll need the Imperial Star Plate to get there. It's very difficult for cultivators from the outside world to buy the Blood Sea Star Plate. This is my star plate. You can use it. If you want to reach the Blood Sea Star Field within 10 years, you can only buy a large number of Stargate Jade Slips. A set of Stargate Jade Slips has 100,000 Dao crystals, and you will need about 300,000 Jade Slips. How many Dao crystals does Brother Ning currently have? Wu Chen took out his Emperor Star Disc and gave it to Ning Fan. The Stargate Jade Slip was a special kind of Realm Gate Jade Slip. It could open the Stargate and allow one to travel 500 billion miles in one go. It was a must-have item for many Life Immortal Realm cultivators, and it was very expensive. Due to the slow opening of the Stargate, it wasn't suitable to open the Stargate to escape during battle. However, the Stargate Jade Slip would be very useful if it was used for traveling. A Stargate Jade Slip was priced at 100,000 myriad Tau crystals. 10 Stargate Jade Slips were more than enough to pass through a low-level starfield. About 500 to 600 Stargate Jade Slips were needed to pass through a mid-level starfield. About 10,000 Stargate Jade Slips were needed to pass through a high-level starfield. Based on this calculation, if he wanted to reach the Blood Sea Star Field quickly, he would need to buy about 300,000 Stargate Jade Slips. According to the price of 100,000 Dao crystals per Stargate Jade Slip, he would need at least 30 billion Dao crystals. It doesn't matter. We have 50 billion Dao crystals. It's enough to buy the Jade Slips. I just don't know where I can buy so many Stargate Jade Slips. When the Life Immortal Realm cultivators travel, they usually only bring a few thousand Stargate Jade Slips. 300,000 Stargate Jade Slips isn't a small number. I'm afraid even an ordinary mid-level trading planet doesn't have so many of them. Ouyang was quite familiar with space travel. Knowing that it wasn't easy to buy 300,000 Stargate Jade Slips, she felt a little worried. It's alright. As long as we have enough money, just leave it to me. I will definitely be able to buy 300,000 Stargate Jade Slips within a month. Within this month, Brother Ning and sister-in-law will stay here and wait for my good news. Brother Ning, give me 30 billion Dao crystals. I will help you buy the Jade Slips. I don't need 30 billion. 20 billion is enough. Those Life Immortal Realm forces won't dare to refuse me even if the price is lower when they see me buying them. Wu Chen laughed and asked for the 20 billion Dao crystals from Ning Fan. Then, he changed his appearance and revealed his ghost face. He concealed his chi and walked into the inner room of the slaughter pavilion. After that, he gave a few instructions to the children. Then, he strode out of the slaughter pavilion, leaving Ning Fan and Ouyang to look at each other. Big Brother Wu Chen is really a good person. He actually helped us with all his heart. Ouyang sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay the favor I owe him in this lifetime. Ning Fan sighed softly. A feeling that he had never felt before suddenly rose in his heart. 2 Gold Core Realm children with bloodshot eyes walked out of the inner room. One of them stayed outside and was in charge of receiving the other cultivators and handing over the tasks. The other person led Ning Fan and Ouyang into the inner room to rest. This place was the slaughter pavilion. It was extremely safe. If Ning Fan and Ouyang stayed here, even the 10 great heavenly monarchs of the ancient star region would not dare to trespass this place and find trouble with Ning Fan. Wu Chen would leave the ancient star region for a month and head to some of the bigger star regions nearby to plunder star plates. As for Ning Fan and Ouyang, they would stay in the slaughter pavilion for a month. 1 month later, Wu Chen returned with 300,000 star plates. Then, he brought Ning Fan to Hun Tianjun to ask for the spiritual plant scripture. During this month, Ning Fan decided to improve his strength properly. He still had 1 ascension pill, 1 life immortal dragon pearl, and more than 30 billion Dao crystals. Ning Fan pondered for a while and called the child over. He wanted to ask him to buy another emergence pill in Eastern Spirit City. The child was a member of the slaughter pavilion. The bandits outside would not dare to kill him and seize his treasures. Ning Fan decided to improve his cultivation base to the peak of the void fragmentation realm before he leaves the slaughter pavilion. After that, he would go to the profounding world and improve his cultivation base within a month. As for Ouyang, she would stay in the Yuanya world to rest for the time being. After all, it would be hard for him to feel at ease if he left her outside. Old Devil Black Snake nearly went mad with anger. As soon as he left the slaughter pavilion, he heard that the 4 leaders of his Black Snake bandits were killed by Ning Fan. In a fit of rage, Old Devil Black Snake immediately summoned all the Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Black Snake bandits and secretly surrounded the slaughter pavilion. He did not dare to enter the slaughter pavilion and act wantonly. However, as soon as Ning Fan steps out of the pavilion, he would certainly tear him into pieces. He was just that overbearing and protective of his people. Since Ning Fan touched his people, he deserved to die. Time passed by slowly. Ever since Ning Fan entered the slaughter pavilion, he never came out again. After a long time, Ghostface Pavilion Master walked out with a cold aura. As soon as he saw Old Devil Black Snake, he sneered. "If you don't leave within 3 breaths, you will die." When Old Devil Black Snake and the other bandits heard Ghostface Pavilion Master's cold words, their souls almost left their bodies. No one dared to disobey his orders. Even the 10 heavenly monarchs would not dare to speak loudly in front of him. At this moment, Old Devil Black Snake no longer remembered his hatred towards Ning Fan. Without hesitation, he directly gave the order. "Retreat! Retreat!" They had no choice but to retreat. Didn't they hear Ghostface Pavilion Master's order? If they don't leave within 3 breaths, they will die. All the Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Black Snake bandits used their fastest speed to escape from this place. Old Fiend Black Snake smiled apologetically at Ghostface Pavilion Master before glaring fiercely at Slaughter Pavilion Master. He cursed softly, "Thousand Autumn, consider yourself lucky. The next time we meet, I'll definitely tear you to shreds." With a sneer, Old Devil Black Snake desperately escaped from this place, not daring to touch Ghostface Pavilion Master's tiger whiskers. He did not know that when he threatened to tear Ning Fan into pieces, Ghostface Pavilion Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the end, it turned into a ferocious smile. This was Wu Chen's smile when he was about to kill. Without any explanation or warning, Wu Chen suddenly took a step forward. His body turned into hundreds of blood shadows and chased after each of the bandits. The blood shadows had already caught up with each of the bandits at a terrifying speed. With a sweep, all of them lost their flesh and blood, turning into dried bones that fell from the sky. The scene was extremely horrifying. After a breath, all the bandits were dead, turning into white bones that littered the ground. Old Devil Black Snake could not understand why Ghostface Pavilion Master would kill him all of a sudden. Hundreds of blood shadows merged into one. Wu Chen licked his lips and sneered. He kept the hundreds of storage pouches and flew towards the outside of the ancient star region. How could this bunch of cats and dogs harm his friends? To be continued. Inside the profounding world, days and nights changed. In a slightly old thatched hut, a white-robed young man was sitting cross-legged on a bed. White mist lingered around his body as he was refining the power of the emergence pill. The white-robed young man's expression was cold. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His black hair fluttered along with his aura force. 2 emergence pills, 1 life immortal dragon pearl, as well as countless pills and Dao crystals. With Ouyang Nuan's money, Ning Fan bought enough items to increase his cultivation base. He was confident that he could reach the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm within a month. With Ning Fan's personality, he disdained to borrow the power of others to increase his strength. However, the current situation was special. It was not the time to be mindful of trifles. After Wu Chen left, Ning Fan inquired about the situation of the disciple recruitment ceremony from the attendant in the slaughter pavilion. Ning Fan could not help but feel shocked after he inquired about it. Most of the cultivators of the slaughter palace were born in the bloody slaughtering world. It was very difficult for cultivators from the outside to join the slaughter palace. Every 1,000 years, the slaughter palace would only hold a disciple recruitment ceremony to recruit a disciple from the outside. In every disciple recruitment ceremony, there would be tens of thousands of cultivators from the Eastern Heaven who wanted to join the Slaughter Palace. The Slaughter Palace's criteria for accepting disciples from the outside was very strict. In order to participate in the ceremony, one must at least meet 2 major criteria. First, one must have a cultivation base above the Void Fragmentation Realm. Second, one's bone age must not exceed 30,000 years. Above the four heavens, void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm cultivators with a bone age of less than 20,000 years were considered as cultivators of the younger generation. According to the calculation of one generation every 20,000 years, the participants of each disciple recruitment ceremony would not only include the young talents of the current generation but also those from the previous generation. Ning Fan knew his own limitations. In terms of cultivation aptitude, he cultivated 3 clans at the same time. He had the ancestral blood of 2 clans and the royal blood of 1 clan. In the entire Eastern Heaven, no one in the current generation or the previous generation could compare to him. In terms of cultivation level, he might not be able to be ranked among the top cultivators with a bone age of 30,000 years. After all, his bone age was only slightly more than 1,000 years. In the Eastern Heaven immortal world, even though there were only a few who could attain immortality within 30,000 years, it was not impossible. The prodigy of the Northern Heaven, Western Emperor Xianxia, had already reached the void fragmentation realm with a bone age of 2,000 years. His cultivation aptitude could be ranked among the top 4 in the current generation of the Northern Heaven. But his cultivation was far from being the highest in this generation of North Sky. After all, he had only cultivated for a short period of time, and was only praised for his aptitude. If Ning Fan wanted to obtain the longevity jade, the first step was to stand out from the tens of thousands of Eastern Sky's geniuses who were below 30,000 years old and become the champion of the disciple recruitment ceremony. This was the only way to join the slaughter temple. After all, every 1,000 years, the slaughter hall would only recruit the strongest person from the outside. All of the tens of thousands of geniuses participating in the competition were at the void fragmentation realm. Among them, there was no lack of rogue immortals or even life immortals. According to what Xiao Tong knew, currently in the entire Eastern Sky, there were a total of 7 life immortals whose skeletal age did not exceed 30,000. Among them, 4 of them had strong backgrounds, and they would not abandon the forces behind them to join the slaughter palace. Only the 3 of them did not have any background, but they all had the intention to join the slaughter palace. They might be able to participate in the recruitment ceremony of the slaughter palace. These 3 people all had the cultivation of the human profound initial stage, and were the Eastern Sky's heaven's chosen characters of the previous generation. Within 10 years, it was definitely impossible for Ning Fan to become an immortal. His comprehension of the Tao of life and death had yet to reach perfection. Immortal ascension was about comprehension. It wasn't something that could be comprehended overnight, nor was it something that could be achieved by accelerating time. Before participating in the competition, Ning Fan could at most cultivate to the peak of the void fragmentation realm. At that time, with the devil sense and the steel of sun and moon in his body, Ning Fan might be able to compete with a few life immortal heavens chosen. Time passed day after day. Ning Fan's magic power was also increasing at a terrifying speed. 6 million yuan hui, 7 million yuan hui, 8 million yuan hui. When his magic power exceeded 10 million yuan hui, Ning Fan was surprised to find that his magic power was gradually unable to be accurately measured. Even though he could not measure it accurately, he could still feel the magic power in his body continuously increasing. Magic power is immeasurable. Ning Fan's eyes flashed, as if he had understood something. From 60 years of magic power to 1 yuan hui, it was a qualitative change in magic power. From measurable magic power to immeasurable magic power, it was another qualitative change. The magic power of the first step of Tao cultivation was like the grains of sand in the desert. No matter how many there were, it could still be counted. The magic power of the second step of Tao cultivation was like the water droplets in the lake. The size of the water droplets could be changed. It was no longer possible to accurately measure the number of water droplets. However, the increase of the water in the lake could still be seen. Ning Fan's cultivation base continued to increase, the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and the peak of the 9 heavenly layers of the void fragmentation realm. Within a month, he had achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation base. His cultivation base had already reached the peak level of the 9 shattering realm. His magic power could no longer increase any further. 2 breakthroughs meant that he had experienced 2 sovereign lightning tribulations. The sovereign Qi dragon was already 90 feet long, and the might of a single strand of sovereign qi was equivalent to 90 strands of sovereign qi. 1 month later, Ning Fan left the profounding world. His qi had undergone a drastic change. It became indistinct, difficult to find, and immeasurable. It faintly carried the aura of an untainted immortal. Little Qiuqiu, look, your father is not far from becoming an immortal. I'm afraid he will become an immortal in another 100 or 200 years at most. After Ning Fan left the profounding world, he naturally released Ouyang back to the outside world. Ouyang said with a smile as she stroked the little fur ball in her arms. She was in a good mood. The reason why she was happy was because she found out that Ning Fan did not treat her as an outsider and used her money to buy pills to improve his cultivation base. From then on, she had left a mark on his life. From now on, even if she dies, she would never be forgotten by him. Your complexion looks a little worse. Ning Fan looked at Ouyang's increasingly pale face and frowned. You're mistaken. My complexion looks very good. Am I right, little Qiuqiu? Ouyang played with the little fur ball as if nothing had happened. She did not want Ning Fan to worry about her body. Is that so? Ning Fan did not say anything else. He just held Ouyang's hand, which was playing with the fur ball, as if nothing had happened, and channeled his magic power into her body. Ouyang's shoulders trembled. She did not withdraw her hand. Instead, her lowered eyes carried a sweet smile. Cough. It seems like I've come back at a bad time. A burly man with a ghost face appeared in the inner room of the slaughter pavilion. His face was covered with dust and his body reeked of blood. His eyes were filled with fatigue. Big Brother Wu, you're back. Ouyang quickly withdrew her hand. Her ears were red. Brother Wu, are you injured? Ning Fan asked with a frown. Ning Fan did not know that Wu Chen had gone to 7 to 8 mid-grade star regions in the past month just to buy enough Stargate jade slips. Some life immortal realm forces were unwilling to sell the jade slips at a low price. Thus, Wu Chen directly used force to buy the jade slips. Even so, he only managed to buy 150 to 60,000 jade slips. He still needed half of the jade slips to fly to the Blood Sea Star region. Seeing that 1 month was almost up, Wu Chen went to a high-grade star region and forcefully bought the jade slips from a true crossing realm force at a low price. Of course, the other party was unwilling to sell them. He fought a hard battle with that true immortal realm true immortal. In the end, he won, but he was slightly injured. However, after the battle, he finally bought enough Stargate jade slips. It's just a minor injury. There are a total of 350,000 jade slips in this storage pouch. It's enough for you to use. Wu Chen waved his hand, indicating that his injury was fine. Then, he laughed and tossed a heavy storage pouch to Ning Fan. Ning Fan caught the storage pouch and gave Wu Chen a deep look. Then, he kept all the jade slips but did not thank him. I'll just keep my gratitude in my heart and find a chance to repay him in the future. I've already bought enough Stargate jade slips. You just need to get your hands on that spiritual plant scripture and you can depart to the Blood Sea Star region. Let's go. I'll accompany you to find Han Tianjun and ask for the spiritual plant scripture. I don't think he will dare to refuse. Wu Chen smiled domineeringly. He stomped on the ground and a blood-red lotus suddenly rose from the ground. Slaughter Lotus. This is the genuine grade flying escape spiritual equipment of the Slaughter Palace. Its speed is comparable to that of a true immortal realm true immortal. Moreover, it doesn't consume any magic power when flying. Ouyang exclaimed softly. Not bad. Ning Fan nodded his head and praised. Haha. I used my killing points to exchange for this in the Slaughter Palace. In the future, when Brother Ning enters the Slaughter Palace, you can also complete missions to obtain killing points. Then, you can use the killing points to exchange for the items you want. Wu Chen laughed heartily. As soon as he stepped on the lotus, it immediately turned into a ray of blood-red light. Carrying the 3 of them, it disappeared from the Slaughter Palace in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Heavenly Star, Empty Soul Mountain, Soul Lord's Stronghold. This was a mid-grade cultivation planet. It was occupied by Han Tianjun, one of the 10 ancient heavenly lords. Han Tianjun was an early profound human life immortal realm life immortal. Currently, he was sitting in the main hall of the stronghold, looking down at a group of guests with a cold expression. There were only 7 people in this group. All of them wore green sword robes and carried green sword cases on their backs. All of their cultivation bases were at the Rogue Immortal realm. None of them were at the Life Immortal realm. However, when facing Hun Tianjun, who was at the Life Immortal realm, their expressions were extremely arrogant. "Cultivators of the mysterious sword sect, why have you come to me?" Hun Tianjun asked coldly. Mysterious sword sect. It was a Life Immortal realm force in Wufeng Star region of the Eastern Heaven Immortal world. The sect master of the mysterious sword sect was an old monster at the peak human profound realm. Even Hun Tianjun was quite afraid of him. Even though he was afraid of the prestige of the sect master of the mysterious sword sect, he did not like the arrogant attitude of the 7 rogue immortals. "The sect master of my sect is willing to pay 2 billion Dao crystals. Heavenly Lord, please kill 2 people." The leader of the 7 rogue immortals took out a heavy storage pouch. He took a few steps forward and handed it to Hun Tianjun. 2 billion? Kill who? Hun Tianjun retracted his cold expression and squinted his eyes slightly. Without changing his expression, he activated his spirit sense and scanned through the storage pouch in his hand. There were indeed 2 billion Dao crystals in the storage pouch. One had to admit that Hun Tianjun was very tempted. He was lacking an item to make a breakthrough. However, that item was too precious. If he had these 2 billion Dao crystals, he was confident that he could buy that item and advance his cultivation base to the mid-human profound realm. The 2 people that Heavenly Lord needs to kill are currently in the Ancient Star region. One of them is Daoist Xianxia and the other is a white-haired female cultivator who is traveling with him, Daoist Xianxia. Is there such a person among the Eastern Heaven Fate Immortals? Hun Tianjun was slightly surprised. In his subconscious mind, a person who was worth 2 billion Dao crystals was at least a mortal profound life immortal. However, in his impression, there was no Daoist Xianxia among the Eastern Heaven Fate Immortals. Heavenly Lord, that Daoist Xianxia is not a life immortal but a void fragmentation realm cultivator. He is a devil with a bounty of 30 million Dao crystals. A rogue immortal bandit secretly transmitted his voice to Hun Tianjun. Just a void fragmentation realm devil with a bounty of 30 million Dao crystals? Hun Tianjun was startled at first. Then, he sneered disdainfully and said to the 7 rogue immortals. "All right. This old man will agree to it. These 2 people will certainly die in the Ancient Star region within 3 days. Does the sect master of your sect need the heads of these 2 people? If you need. No need. Just do it cleanly. Farewell." The 7 rogue immortals cupped their fists indifferently and left. Looking at the backs of the 7 people leaving, Hun Tianjuan's eyes flashed with cold light and he snorted coldly. Humph. Hiding the head but showing the tail. With Hun Tianjuan's eyesight, he had already noticed that the 7 rogue immortals were just puppets. They were not real living people. This time, the one who asked him to kill them was most likely a life immortal puppet master who did not want to reveal his true identity. That was why he sent his puppets. After all, Hun Tianjun was an old monster who had been a bandit for countless years. How could he not see that the one who wanted to kill Daoist Xianxia was not the mysterious sword sect but someone else? As for who it was, he did not care. He also did not care why the other party wanted to kill Daoist Xianxia. It was enough for him to get rid of a disaster after receiving money from others. "Qin Hu, I will give you half a day to find out the whereabouts of Daoist Xianxia and the white-haired female cultivator. At that time, this old man will personally take action and exterminate these 2 people." "Yes." Hun Tianjun gave the order. A silver-armored man beside him immediately left in a hurry to find out the whereabouts of Daoist Xianxia. After only 2 hours, the silver-armored man returned to the main hall. His expression was extremely strange and his body was trembling slightly. He looked at Hun Tianjun as if he wanted to say something. "You found out the whereabouts of Daoist Xianxia so quickly?" Hun Tianjun was slightly surprised. "No. Daoist Xianxia came to me himself. At this moment, he is outside the Empty Soul Mountain. The white-haired female is also beside him." "Oh? Interesting. I was just about to kill him and he actually came to me himself." good, good, good. Han Tianjun was overjoyed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked again. Why did this person come to my empty soul mountain? Heaven Lord, he came here to ask for the spiritual plant scripture. He said that he will only give you 10 breaths of time before you hand over the scripture. Oh? A mere void fragmentation realm ant dares to come to my empty soul mountain, threaten me and rob my things? Han Tianjun seemed to have heard something unbelievable. After a while, he burst into laughter. I have cultivated for 300,000 years. I have seen countless arrogant people. However, it is my first time seeing someone as arrogant as this young man. A mere void fragmentation realm junior with a bounty of 30 million gold coins actually dares to come to my empty soul mountain and threaten me. Interesting. Really interesting. I must kill this young man. Han Tianjuan's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He stood up abruptly and was about to leave the hall to kill Ning Fan. However, he was stopped by the silver-armored man who looked pale. Heaven Lord, this man must not be touched. The spiritual plant scripture must be given to him. What do you mean? Why can't I touch this man? Han Tianjun felt uneasy for no reason. Because. The silver-armored man who used to kill people like scything flax was actually trembling in fear at the moment. He could not utter a complete sentence while stammering. At this moment, a cold laughter filled with immense baleful chi spread across the entire Empty Soul Mountain in an instant. Humph. Empty Soul Mountain. I have given you 10 breaths of time to hand over the spiritual plant scripture. Now that 10 breaths of time has passed, you still refuse to hand it over. Are you trying to force me to massacre the entire Empty Soul Mountain? That voice was extremely domineering, the strength of that voice was unquestionable, that voice carried boundless baleful chi. After that cold harumph, the physical bodies of countless void refinement realm experts and low-level void fragmentation realm experts exploded into blood mist and died. Miserable shrieks resounded across the entire Empty Soul Mountain in an instant. That cold harumph entered Han Tianjuan's ears. He felt an intense pain as if his sea of consciousness was being shattered. All of a sudden, he coughed out blood incessantly. His face turned pale and he was barely breathing. Without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he flew out of the main hall without hesitation and flew to the peak of the Empty Soul Mountain. His eyes were filled with deep fear as he stared at the ghost-faced expert who was standing on a blood-red lotus. Pavilion Lord, please calm down. Pavilion Lord, please calm down. I will send someone to get the spiritual plant scripture right now. Someone, quickly bring the spiritual plant scripture from the treasure vault and send it to the Pavilion Lord. No mistakes are allowed. Han Tianjuan's expression was extremely flustered. His heart was filled with fear. He had never expected that the ghost-faced Pavilion Lord who was in charge of the immortal soul planet would actually come to Heavenshan planet. Why did he come here? Wait a minute. He came together with these two people. Han Tianjun stared at Ning Fan and Ouyang Wan who were sitting on the lotus with his mouth agape. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Aren't these two people the cultivators of the mysterious sword sect asked him to kill? I'm not in a good mood right now. It's because I accidentally heard a piece of news outside your Empty Soul Mountain just now. I heard that you've been entrusted by someone to kill my friend. Wu Chen's cold voice entered Han Tianjuan's ears, causing him to almost fall to the ground in fear. Friend, how is this possible? The person he wants to kill is actually the friend of this ghost-faced Pavilion Lord. How dare he kill the friend of this ghost-faced Pavilion Lord? He had witnessed Wu Chen's terror with his own eyes. Wu Chen had been in charge of the ancient star region for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years ago, the overlord of the ancient star region was not the 10 heavenly monarchs of today. Instead, it was a true immortal realm bandit cultivator at the true crossing realm. That bandit cultivator had a total of 47 life immortal realm subordinates. However, on the day when Wu Chen arrived at the ancient star region, he killed that true immortal realm bandit cultivators all by himself. On that day, blood flowed like a river in the ancient star region. The number of bandit cultivators who died was at least 100 million. Since then, Wu Chen had been in charge of the immortal soul planet and the entire ancient star region had been obedient for tens of thousands of years. Putting aside the fact that Wu Chen was a member of the Slaughter Palace, the Slaughter Pavilion Lord and a ghost-faced assassin. His brutal battle record alone was enough to make all the bandit cultivators in the ancient star region tremble in fear upon hearing his name. If Han Tianjun had known that Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan were Wu Chen's friends, he would not have dared to accept this mission even if they gave him 20 billion Dao crystals. This time, he had poked a huge hole in the basket. You are a descendant of the soul race. You should have a natal soul jade, right? Wu Chen said coldly. I'm willing to give you my natal soul jade in exchange for your life. Han Tianjun let out a long sigh. He gritted his teeth and suddenly patted the top of his head, opening the top of his skull. His primordial spirit immediately flew out from the top of his skull. His primordial spirit glowed with a strange soul light. It was almost transparent. In the small primordial spirit's hand was a purple jade pendant. He gritted his teeth and changed his hand seal. The purple jade pendant immediately separated from his primordial spirit. All of a sudden, Han Tianjuan's primordial spirit withered and his cultivation base began to decline. Originally, his cultivation base was already very close to breaking through to the mid-human profound realm. Now, however, his cultivation base was falling rapidly and was on the verge of falling to the early human profound realm. He was just a step away from falling to the void fragmentation realm. Removing the soul jade from his primordial spirit would definitely cause him great harm. However, in order to save his life, he naturally acted decisively. He would not destroy his own path of survival just for a piece of soul jade. After withdrawing his primordial spirit back into his body, Han Tianjun respectfully handed the soul jade to Wu Chen. Wu Chen looked at the soul jade in his hand and nodded his head in satisfaction. I need to find an opportunity to help my sister-in-law refine this jade. Even though it can't extend her lifespan, it can slightly restore the power of her medicine soul. At least, she won't be as weak as she is now. It's a pity that the soul race has already been annihilated. Otherwise, if I have thousands of natal immortal soul jades, it would be possible to extend my sister-in-law's lifespan. As soon as Ning Fan received the soul jade, his palm instantly froze into ice. This soul jade was so cold. However, it contained an immeasurable soul power which could nourish a cultivator's medicine soul. With a thought, a trace of black devil flame rose from the center of his palm. With a slight turn, the ice gradually melted. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan temporarily sealed this soul jade in a jade box. This item could indeed help Ouyang Yuan recover her soul power. However, now was not the right time to refine this jade. Seeing that Wu Chen's anger subsided a little after receiving the soul jade, Han Tianjun could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like Wu Chen would not massacre Tianjun's star anymore after receiving the soul jade. Not long after, a bandit of the Eight Broken Realm flew to Wu Chen while trembling with fear and trepidation. He cupped his fists and presented the book to Wu Chen. This book was none other than the spiritual plant scripture. It recorded the secret technique of growing immortal soul herbs. Wu Chen flipped through the pages of the spiritual plant scripture and found that there were no mistakes in it. Then, he passed it to Ning Fan and kept it properly. After that, he looked at the southeast direction of Tianjun's star with slight disdain and said with a cold gaze. Brother Ning, the one who wants to kill you and your sister-in-law is a natal immortal realm puppet master who has just broken through to the early human profound realm. He has quite a number of powerful rogue immortal realm puppets with him. However, he doesn't have any natal immortal realm puppets. Do you need my help to eliminate him? No need. If he is just a puppet master who has just become an immortal realm puppet master, I don't think he will be a match for me. Ning Fan shook his head. Wu Chen had already helped him enough. There was no need for him to trouble Wu Chen for things that he could do. Since that's the case, let's part ways on this star. Take this jade slip. It contains the detailed introduction of the disciple acceptance ceremony of the Slaughter Palace. In the first round of the disciple acceptance ceremony, you will need to hand in the slaughter badges. There are 3 types of badges. Forget it. When you have time, read through this jade slip. You should understand it. There are countless badges that you can collect along the way to the Blood Sea Star region. I don't think you will be lonely. Wu Chen passed a blood-red jade slip to Ning Fan and let out a long sigh. Brother Ning, this is all I can do to help you. Whether you can successfully join the Slaughter Palace and obtain the longevity jade or not, it all depends on your own ability. Be careful along the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chen cupped his fists at Ning Fan solemnly. Farewell. Ning Fan also cupped his fists at Wu Chen. Then, he turned around and stared coldly at the southeast direction of the heavenly star. He took out the ancient golden sword and left with Ouyang Wan without turning back. If he had enough time, he would not mind staying in the ancient star region to have another drink and discuss the Tao with Wu Chen. Unfortunately, there was not much time left for him. He must reach the Blood Sea Star region within 10 years. Before heading to the Blood Sea Star region, there was still an early Profound Realm puppet master that he needed to kill. That person did not have any life immortal puppets with him. Ning Fan was not afraid no matter how many rogue immortal puppets he has. Currently, Ning Fan's cultivation base was already at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If he uses baleful qi to subdue the devil and control the devil sense, he would be able to fight against an early Profound Realm expert. Ning Fan, be careful. Ouyang Wan said worriedly. Don't worry. Ning Fan formed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and displayed the heaven-peering rain technique. He did not display this technique to its limit. Instead, he just extended his spirit sense to a distance of 1 billion li * 500 m per li, through the rain curtain. This distance was far beyond the range of the spirit sense of an early Profound Realm life immortal. Ning Fan would discover the other party's existence before they discover him. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He sent a telepathic message to Ouyang Wan and sent her and the little furball into the Yuanya world temporarily. Then, his eyes turned sharp. He stepped on a golden sword light and dashed towards a certain cave dwelling on an abandoned planet. Inside a cave on a barren mountain on the abandoned planet, 7 sword cultivator puppets were guarding the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, an early Profound Realm life immortal who was dressed in green pill robes was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His 10 fingers were forming hand seals. White mist lingered above his head. One could vaguely see an illusory lead-colored lotus slowly taking shape. At the crucial moment, the lead-colored lotus shattered with a bang. I didn't expect this ancient divine ability that I found by chance to be so difficult to cultivate. What exactly am I missing? Why am I still unable to cultivate it? While the pill-robed life immortal was pondering, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Who is it? Show yourself. As he was busy cultivating the secret technique, he did not notice that the enemy was already so close to the cave. Sure enough, it's someone from the Pale sect again. A cold voice suddenly came from outside the cave. To be continued. As expected, it's someone from the Pale sect again. A cold voice suddenly came from outside the cave. The one who spoke was a white-robed young man who was standing outside the cave coldly. The pill-robed life immortal was shocked at first when someone got so close to him. When he saw who it was, he sneered coldly. So it's you. Little Xianxia. I didn't expect that you would come to me to die instead of me coming to kill you. Die. The pill-robed life immortal stomped on the ground. An unimaginable destructive force immediately engulfed the entire abandoned planet. With a loud bang, the abandoned planet that was already on the verge of collapse was crushed by the pill-robed life immortal's stomp. The destructive force that was formed by that stomp rushed towards Ning Fan's face, producing countless loud rumbling sounds. Ning Fan's eyes remained unmoved. Faint black starlight surrounded his body. He allowed the destructive force to hit his body, but he did not dodge or evade it. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. The piercingly cold void storm quickly engulfed Ning Fan's figure. Hee hee. You're just an ant. The pill-robed life immortal sneered and walked towards the center of the storm. From his point of view, Ning Fan was just a void fragmentation realm ant. He definitely could not withstand the force of his stomp. According to the information he received, Ning Fan had a small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure on him. Ouyang Wan was probably still hiding inside the Cosmos treasure. The pill-robed life immortal was going to collect his spoils of war. After taking away Ning Fan's small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure, he would release Ouyang Wan and kill her. Soul extraction. A faint voice suddenly came from the void storm. Ning Fan's body was bathed in black starlight. He walked out of the void storm step by step without any injuries. He raised his hand and extracted the void soul. As soon as he swallowed it, his chi rose rapidly. He was just a step away from reaching the early human profound realm. Unfortunately, it was the bottleneck of the immortal realm. No matter how powerful the soul extraction technique is, it could not help Ning Fan advance to the life immortal realm. As for the incarnation technique, he did not need to use it for the time being. Starlight healing technique. It's actually the legendary Black Starlight. The pill-robed life immortal was shocked at first. Then, his eyes filled with greed and he licked his lips. Good. Good. Junior, if you hand over the cultivation method of the Black Star technique obediently, I can let you go. After I kill you, I can let your soul enter samsara again. Let my soul enter samsara again. Ning Fan was speechless. Did he still have the qualification to enter the samsara again? He had probably been abandoned by the samsara long ago. Ning Fan didn't know the cultivation method of the Black Star art. The reason why he could form his first life Black Star was due to a heaven-sent opportunity. He did not have a cultivation technique on hand. Even if Ning Fan possesses the Black Star cultivation method, he would not hand it over to the life immortal in the pill robes. He would never let this life immortal realm cultivator go. Of course, after this battle, Ning Fan would learn a lesson. He would no longer reveal the Black Star healing art in public. At most, he would hide the starlight inside his body to heal his wounds in order to avoid attracting the attention of other old monsters. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, if you don't hand over the complete cultivation method of the Black Star art. Before the life immortal could finish his sneer, he suddenly revealed a furious expression. Ning Fan's figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind the life immortal realm cultivator. A black golden longsword appeared in his hand out of nowhere and he swung it at the latter's head. A strong sense of danger immediately rose in the life immortal realm cultivator's heart. His back was drenched in cold sweat. His body immediately turned into pale shadows and dispersed, dodging Ning Fan's sword attack by a hair's breadth. As soon as the sword slashed through the air, the boundless hollow space was split open by the black golden sword light with a *chi* sound. Under the layers of hollow space, it was an even deeper and serene void. The pale shadows condensed again. The life immortal realm cultivator was already 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang away from Ning Fan. Looking at the layers of hollow space that were split open, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really a Dao soldier. At first, I didn't believe that a void fragmentation realm kid would have a Dao soldier. I didn't expect it to be true. Fortunately, this Dao soldier has yet to be refined and its power is still weak. Otherwise, even if I use the pill shadow incarnation technique, I wouldn't be able to avoid the destructive power of that sword attack. I would certainly die. It seems like I have underestimated this kid too much. No wonder Old Man Gu, Old Man Gao and the spy Wei Qi in the medicine sect would all die in his hands. The life immortal realm cultivator's eyes turned sharp. His hand seals suddenly changed and a vast aura force rose around his body. 7 puppets formation. As he gave the command, the eyes of the 7 rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets which were standing at the side blankly suddenly glowed with green light. They rode on their flying swords and stood in 7 different directions, surrounding Ning Fan in the middle. *chi****. The 7 rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets performed hand seals at the same time. 7 flying swords hovered in 7 different directions, forming a sword formation. Countless rays of sword light immediately engulfed Ning Fan. Rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets, huh? Ning Fan did not even bother to look at the sword chi that pierced into his body. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in black starlight. None of the rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets could hurt him at all. Seeing that the 7 puppets could not hurt Ning Fan, the life immortal realm cultivator's eyes turned grim. He was a pill ancestor realm cultivator, but he was not a high-grade pill refinement master. Instead, he was a puppet master that was rarely seen in the Eastern Heaven. As a puppet master, he was proficient in the art of puppetry. However, his abilities were not very strong and he did not have any powerful magic treasures to protect himself. The force of that stomp just now was almost his strongest defensive ability. However, it did not hurt Ning Fan at all. With his own abilities, it would be very difficult for him to kill Ning Fan. However, he had the rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets which were also experts in puppet killing techniques. He was confident that he could easily kill Ning Fan with his puppet techniques. If 7 spiritual puppets were not enough, then he would take out more spiritual puppets to teach Ning Fan a lesson. 100 puppets formation. He patted his storage pouch. Rays of green light suddenly flew out and turned into giant spiritual puppets which surrounded Ning Fan. There were a total of 93 of them. The skin of the 7-sword cultivator spiritual puppets suddenly turned green and their bodies enlarged. They abandoned their swords and turned into giants. Altogether, there were a total of 100 giant spiritual puppets which surrounded Ning Fan. Each of the giant spiritual puppets had the cultivation base of a rogue immortal realm cultivator. In the void of space, 100 rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets surrounded a cultivator. That scene was extremely shocking. The life immortal realm cultivator in a pill robe formed a puppet seal with his fingers and sneered at Ning Fan, who was trapped in the middle of the spiritual puppets. Being besieged by 100 rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets in a formation, even an ordinary early mortal profound realm cultivator would have no choice but to temporarily hide and not fight against the spiritual puppets. The life immortal realm cultivator in a pill robe indeed did not have strong abilities. However, with the help of the 100 puppets formation technique, his strength was not to be underestimated. 100 puppets formation, These 100 spiritual puppets can be of some use in the Battle of the Slaughter Palace. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He did not seem to be aware that he was going to be besieged by the spiritual puppets. The 100 giant spiritual puppets formed hand seals with their fingers and condensed magic seals one after another. A sense of danger suddenly rose in Ning Fan's heart. Ning Fan raised his head abruptly. An extremely domineering black moon mark appeared in his left eye. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was going to look down on the common people. His chi was so cold that it felt like he was going to freeze the world. With just a single gaze, the 100 giant spiritual puppets stopped moving and froze on the spot. Then, a black moon mark appeared on the faces of all the spiritual puppets. That moon mark then went into the spiritual puppets' bodies. 100 puppets formation. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He held his sword in one hand and formed a puppet seal with his other hand. The 100 giant spiritual puppets turned into green light and disappeared. At the next moment, they suddenly turned around and surrounded the pill robe life immortal realm cultivator. Each of the spiritual puppets formed hand seals with their fingers and condensed magic seals. Then, they suddenly raised their hands and sent rays of green magic seals towards the terrified pill robe life immortal realm cultivator. The pill robe life immortal realm cultivator was shocked to find out that the 100 rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets that he had spent tens of thousands of years to refine were all out of his control. They no longer belonged to him. Black Moon. This is the morning death technique of the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven. Why do you know how to use it? Who exactly are you? The pill robe life immortal realm cultivator was terrified. His greatest reliance was these 100 rogue immortal realm spiritual puppets. Unfortunately, he encountered Ning Fan, the black moon technique and the morning death technique of the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven. In just a single encounter, all 100 of his spiritual puppets were taken away by Ning Fan. Everyone in the 4 heavens knew that the ancestral emperor of the morning death technique was the ancestor of all spiritual puppets. No puppet master could defeat the morning death technique. Even if he were to face a mid-human profound life immortal realm cultivator, he would not be this terrified. However, when he faced Ning Fan, who knew the morning death technique, he could not help but be shocked and panicked. It was because all of the puppet techniques that he had painstakingly cultivated in his entire life had gone to waste in front of Ning Fan. His Tao of puppets had become nothing. The 100 spiritual puppets that were supposed to kill Ning Fan had all turned against him in just a single encounter. As the former master of the spiritual puppets, the pill robe life immortal realm cultivator deeply understood how dangerous it was to be besieged by the spiritual puppets. I have to escape. His own abilities were too weak. He definitely could not face the attacks of the spiritual puppets head-on. Ancient Divine Tao, 3 Flowers Convergence. The pill robe life immortal realm cultivator gritted his teeth and formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers, displaying a great secret technique that he had yet to truly master. He lifted his finger and pointed at the void space. All of a sudden, a lead-colored illusory lotus appeared in the void space. As soon as the illusory lotus appeared, it immediately turned into 1,000,000 lotus shadows, protecting him. The 100 spiritual puppets kept sending out green magic seals which bombarded the Lotus Shadows. However, they could not break through the Lotus Shadows' defense for a while. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. According to his estimation, the destructive power of the joint attack of the spiritual puppets was enough to shatter an ordinary immortal treasure and injure an ordinary life immortal realm cultivator. He did not know what kind of defensive ability that pill robe life immortal realm cultivator used. It was actually so powerful. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the pill robe life immortal realm cultivator was far from mastering this technique. However, he could already rely on this technique to protect himself. If he succeeds in mastering this technique, perhaps even a mid or late human profound realm life immortal realm cultivator would not be able to hurt him. If little Yuer is here, she would certainly know what this technique is. The defensive power of this technique is astonishing. However, it also consumes a lot of magic power. Let's see how long this person can last with this technique. Ning Fan was still performing the puppet hand seals with one of his hands, controlling the spiritual puppets to attack the pill robe life immortal realm cultivator. Since he was controlling the spiritual puppets to fight, the consumption of his magic power was extremely small. As for the pill robe life immortal realm cultivator, he risked his life to cast the technique and used the Lotus Shadows to protect himself. Gradually, the pill robe life immortal realm cultivator's face began to turn pale. He did not have much magic power left. His eyes revealed a determined look. He suddenly changed his hand seal and self-destructed all of the Lotus Shadows, slightly pushing back the 100 Centipede's magical seal attack. After that, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch and withdrew an 8 revolution immortal pill that was coiled with green light, and he didn't say a word before swallowing it in one go. In the blink of an eye, a streak of azure light wrapped around him, and he instantly teleported several billion kilometers away. That pill had the effect of temporarily increasing one's speed, but its side effects were extremely great. After consuming it, every time he tried to escape, his cultivation would drop a little. If it wasn't for the sake of escaping, the Dan-robed life immortal would definitely not be willing to take this pill. You want to run? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with disdain. With a flick of his sleeve, he kept the 100 stalks into his storage pouch. Then, he stepped on black flames and flew 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, appearing right in front of the life immortal realm cultivator's path like a ghost. The current Ning Fan's magical power had increased by more than 3 times as compared to a month ago. With his current magic power, he would no longer exhaust his magic power after using the Black Demon Escape and the Steel Art of Sun and Moon. Impossible. What kind of escape technique is this? You can actually travel 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, with just your void fragmentation realm cultivation base. No, you're not a void fragmentation realm expert. It's impossible for you to be a void fragmentation realm expert. How can there be a void fragmentation realm expert as powerful as you in the Eastern Heaven? The red-robed life immortal was terrified. His divine abilities could not hurt Ning Fan in the slightest. His 100 centipede was snatched away by Ning Fan. He had consumed a secret pill to escape, but his speed was actually so much slower than Ning Fan's. He could not win, he could not fight, and he could not escape. His heart was filled with regret. He regretted accepting the sex mission to hunt down Ning Fan's. It would have been better if he had rejected the mission at that time. Then he wouldn't have been forced by Ning Fan's relentlessly. Run again. The pill-robed life immortal was already at his wit's end. After losing his spiritual puppets, he was just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. 90% of his abilities were gone. He was no match for Ning Fan at all. The only thing he could do was to keep damaging his cultivation base and keep running. If he was lucky, he might be able to escape. Do you still want to escape? Bing Jia. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with traces of ferocious devil intent. The black gold longsword in his hand suddenly shattered into sword light and slashed into his body. His physical body suddenly turned into a blood mist. The blood mist condensed again and turned into the body of a blood devil. His entire body was surrounded by blood-red sword light. He used the Bing Jia style once again. However, this time, even though his eyes were bloodthirsty, there was still some clarity in them. He did not completely lose his mind. It was Wu Chen who helped him control the devil intent in his body by using baleful qi to suppress the devil intent. Even though Ning Fan's magic power had increased by a few times, he still could not use the Black Devil escape for many times. He could not let the pill-robed life immortal continue to run away. He needed to kill him with lightning speed. Bing. Bing Jia style. Have you gone mad? Do you want to die together with me even if you want to commit suicide? The pill-robed life immortal's body was trembling. Just as he wanted to run away, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Then, his body flew far away from his body. The blood devil that Ning Fan had transformed into appeared in front of him with ghostly speed. He raised his finger and a sword light cut off his left arm. Ah! The pill-robed life immortal let out a miserable cry. His expression was filled with terror. He endured the pain and reached into his storage pouch with his right hand, as if he was trying to find something that could save his life. At the next moment, his right arm was cut off by a blood-red sword light, his left leg, right leg, and finally, his head, *chi**chi**, rays of sword light ruthlessly slashed down. Eventually, the body of the pill-robed life immortal was cut into pieces, revealing the primordial spirit that was hidden inside his corpse. At this moment, the primordial spirit of the pill-robed life immortal was desperately trying to form hand seals with its tiny hands. However, due to its trembling, it could not form the correct hand seals. His primordial spirit had already been corroded by Ning Fan's Bing Jia style. He could neither escape nor commit suicide even if he wanted to. His life was beyond his control and his death was beyond his control. Ning Fan's body was surrounded by blood-red light. His cold eyes stared at the tiny primordial spirit of the pill-robed life immortal and held it in his palm. All of a sudden, the pill-robed life immortal's fear rose to its peak. He spoke with extreme terror. Why you can't kill me? I'm a foreign elder of the pill sect. Ah! Before he could finish his words, a blood-curdling scream resounded in his ears. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan directly performed the soul-searching technique on the life immortal of the pill sect. After a long time, Ning Fan swallowed the primordial spirit of the pill sect. His baleful qi increased tremendously. He did not have the intention to keep the primordial spirit for pill refinement. Now, he just wanted to increase the baleful qi in his body so that he could better control the devil sense. Today, when he displayed the Bing Jia style to forcefully control the devil sense, the process was still somewhat imperfect. Given Ning Fan's personality, he only wanted to kill people cleanly and cleanly. He would not be so cruel as to turn the pill-robed life immortal into a human stick and then kill him. The devil sense was still slightly controlling Ning Fan's rationality. He still needed to have a stronger baleful qi in order to control the devil. After keeping the storage pouch of the pill-robed life immortal, Ning Fan only lingered on one of the items inside. It was a broken jade slip which recorded an incomplete technique. It was the ancient secret technique that the pill-robed life immortal displayed just now. The lost ancient secret technique, 3 flowers converging crown technique, The technique that this person possesses is just the cultivation method of the first flower. To cultivate this technique, one would need divine blood that is at the royal grade or above, a high level of comprehension and consuming a large amount of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. I guess the reason why this person failed to cultivate this technique in the past was because the grade of his bloodline was too low. I can cultivate this technique a little. Ning Fan kept the broken jade slip and exited the Bing Jia style. His face was slightly pale but he did not suffer any serious injuries. Under the self-healing effect of the Black Star technique, some of his injuries were recovering rapidly. It was not difficult for Ning Fan to win the battle against the life immortal today. Firstly, it was because his cultivation base had skyrocketed and he was able to control the devil sense with his baleful qi. Secondly, the opponent's puppet technique was severely restrained by Ning Fan. A puppet master who had lost his puppet technique would be too weak. No matter what, this pill-robed life immortal should be the first life immortal that Ning Fan killed with his own strength. With a flip of his hand, Ning Fan took out the ancient golden sword. He stood on the tip of the ancient sword in the silent starry sky and remained silent for a long time. He had searched the life immortal's memory and found out his identity. Besides that, he also found out some other things. For example, the pill sect had deliberately planned to deal with Ouyang Yuan because they wanted to kill her and seize the 5-colored medicine soul power in her body. For example, Wei Qi was not the only person in the medicine sect who had been poisoned with the centrifugal pill. There were a few other traders in the sect, but no one knew who they were. Those traders of the medicine sect did not know that they had been tricked by the pill sect. From the memories of this life immortal realm pill ancestor realm life immortal, Ning Fan also learned about the entire process of the great battle 7 years ago. That day, the alchemy faction used the power of the centrifugal pill to control Wei Qi and bring him away from Xiaoxia planet. They were waiting for Ouyang Yuan to save her, hoping that Ouyang Yuan would die in the hands of the unknown bandit cultivators on the way, so that they would be able to prove that they had nothing to do with this matter. Ouyang Yuan already had the intention to die. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, she might really embark on the path to the starry sky alone to search for Wei Qi. Because of Ning Fan's intervention, Ouyang Yuan finally found Wei Qi. Now that her identity as a life immortal realm pill ancestor was exposed, there was no way for her to clear her name. When Ning Fan forced a life immortal realm cultivator to death and dismembered himself to deal with the other life immortal realm cultivator, Wei Qi was controlled by the separation pill and lost his consciousness. He struck Ning Fan's abdomen and tore the seal of the devil sense inside his body. Thus, Ning Fan had completely turned into a devil. Caught off guard, Wei Qi was torn into pieces by Ning Fan. The tall life immortal realm cultivator was corroded by the devil sense in Ning Fan's body and was severely injured. Out of great shock, he was actually forced to retreat temporarily by Ning Fan and fled back to the pill sect. After the battle, Ning Fan was severely injured by the devil sense and his life was hanging by a thread. It was Ouyang Yuan who carried him all the way to the ancient star region. Along the way, she used the power of her 5-colored medicine soul to help him prolong his life and suppress his devil sense. According to the pill sect's intelligence, Xianxia, who was hiding in the ancient star sector, was the sect master of the herbal sect, Wei Wuji. The reason why Ouyang Yuan brought Ning Fan to the ancient star region was just to beg her master to save him. Along the way, she had sacrificed her own life in order to extend Ning Fan's life. When they arrived at the ancient star region, she had already become a white-haired old woman. Ouyang Yuan knelt in front of the 100 Medicine sect and refused to save her. It had nothing to do with love. At that time, she probably just didn't want to owe him anything. Ning Fan looked at the vast starry sky with a complicated expression. No wonder Ouyang Yuan never told me the truth about what happened that day. She was afraid that I would feel grateful or guilty towards her after knowing the truth. Ning Fan lifted his finger and stroked the Yuanyao jade. A bright light flashed and Ouyang Yuan looked at him worriedly while holding the small fur ball. Her 5-colored medicine soul was very powerful. Even when she was in the Yuanyao world, she could still vaguely sense the situation of the battle. Are his injuries serious? Ouyang Yuan asked with concern. Her face was slightly pale. It's just a minor injury. This life immortal realm expert is very weak. Ning Fan smiled gently and held Ouyang Yuan's hand, injecting his magic power into her body. When he held her wrinkled little hand in his hand, he felt an indescribable warmth. Let's find a place to help you refine the soul jade first. Your body is still very weak and the soul jade is extremely cold. You need to find a cultivation planet with a strong fire vein and use the heat of the earth vein to refine the soul jade. I'll listen to you. Ouyang Yuan did not have any objections. Ning Fan nodded and took out the blood-red jade slip that Wu Qin gave him. He scanned through it with his spirit sense and his eyes flashed. The slaughter badge, huh? On my way to the Blood Sea Star region, I will always encounter cultivation planets with strong fire veins. If I reach a mid-grade star region, I will need to go to the main star and obtain the slaughter badge from the slaughter pavilion. In the alchemy sect's main hall. The sect master of Elixir sect, who had been in seclusion to comprehend the Tao of alchemy for a long time, flew into a rage the moment he came out of his stone chamber. The 3 pieces of news caused him to lose his rationality and his usual calmness. Firstly, the pill devil that he raised in the rain world had gone missing. And the loose immortal Changshan, who was responsible for bringing back the pill devil, had already perished in the ancient heavenly court decades ago. Secondly, the ghost-rearing formation that he had paid a huge price to set up in the ancient heavenly courts was actually destroyed by someone. Thirdly, before he went into closed-door cultivation, he had ordered his men to seize the opportunity to secretly kill the medicine sect's head disciple, Ouyang Yuan, and seize the power of her 5-colored medicine soul. To think that Ouyang Yuan was still alive after so many years. Furthermore, the sect master of the medicine sect, Wei Wuji, had found out about the pill sect's attempt to harm Ouyang Yuan. Now, the medicine sect and the pill sect had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. Half a month ago, the sect master of the medicine sect suddenly returned to the sect and found out about the life immortals of the medicine sect who had been plotted against by the centrifugal pill. After that, he paid a huge price to gather more than 10 Eastern Heaven true immortals to help him and annihilate several subsidiary forces of the alchemy faction. Among those affiliated forces, there were even 2 perfected immortal forces. This time, Wei Wuji was really angry. He didn't care about the harmless fight between the pill faction and the medicine faction, but he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt his disciple. The alchemy ancestor had touched his bottom line. A bunch of trash. The alchemy faction sect master looked at the elders and disciples below furiously. A bunch of useless things. Now that the pill devil was gone, his 2 million years of waiting had lost all meaning. Now that the ghost nurturing array was destroyed and he no longer had those high-level sense beads, it would be extremely difficult for his spiritual force to break through to the next realm. The most troublesome thing was still Ouyang Yuan. Not only had he failed to obtain the 5-colored medicine soul, he had also brought trouble upon himself and completely shed all pretense of cordiality with the herbal sect. How could the alchemy sect's sect leader not know that the reason why Wei Wuji didn't bring his men to attack the alchemy sect was to intimidate and threaten them? If the alchemy faction and alchemy faction fought with all their might, they would each summon countless true immortals. When the time came, blood would flow like a river. A single battle would last for dozens or even hundreds of years, and it might not necessarily be able to determine the victor. Even though Wei Wuji hated the pill sect, he knew that the medicine sect did not have the power to completely destroy the pill sect. Now that Ouyang Yuan only had 20 years left to live, Wei Wuji wanted to gamble one last time and go to the true immortal impasse to look for the longevity jade. He had no intention of fighting the Dan Grandmaster to the death now. Destroying the alchemy sect's subsidiary forces was a form of intimidation. If the alchemy sect dared to continue attacking Ouyang Yuan within these 20 years, Wei Wuji couldn't guarantee that he would do something crazy. Even if he had to perish together with the alchemy sect, he would make the alchemy sect regret it. Sect Master, please calm your anger. According to the plan, Ouyang Yuan was supposed to die in the Lesser Marsh Star region. The murderers would only be a few bandits and devil cultivators who were greedy for money. This plan was supposed to be flawless. However, a Void Fragmentation Realm Jr. just had to interfere and spoil our plan. He even exposed the killing intent of our pill sect towards Ouyang Yuan. A Xianxia life immortal was full of hatred as he reported to the Dan sect's sect master who had just come out of seclusion. What? The person who you said ruined the great plan of my pill sect is actually just a Void Fragmentation Realm Jr. Haha, haha. The alchemy faction sect master was so enraged that he laughed instead. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that there would actually be a Void Fragmentation Realm Jr. who would dare to ruin the good plans of my pill sect. Who is this person? The alchemy faction sect leader's expression was extremely gloomy. His name is Xianxia. He was born in the chaotic Devil Star region, a low-grade star region. He had once killed all the Star Lords of 7 cultivation planets in the star region. The 7 Fiend sect has set up a bounty of 30 million Dao crystals for him. The life immortal of the pill sect reported. Xianxia, huh? Hee. Inform all the people who tried to kill Ouyang Yuan to return to the sect. We can't kill Ouyang Yuan for now. Otherwise, it will completely enrage Wei Wuji. However, this Xianxia. Gui Chen. Yes, sect leader. Send someone to the 7 Fiend sect and ask them to increase the bounty on Xianxia to 1 billion Dao crystals. Remember, don't let outsiders know that this is done by our pill sect in case we get into trouble again. Yes. The Xian life immortal who was called Gui Chen sneered. He understood what the sect leader meant. Now that they were in troubled times, the pill sect could no longer take action against Ouyang Yuan. Also, they could not personally come out to kill him. Who knew if Ning Fan was also Wei Wuji's reverse scale, they could just increase the bounty and kill him with a borrowed knife. The bounty of 1 billion Dao crystals was enough to move the mysterious life immortal of the pill sect. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Gui Chen returned to the main hall and respectfully cupped his fists at the sect leader of the pill sect. Sect leader, I have already sent someone to the Seven Fiend sect. I think the bounty on that Xianxia will increase to 1 billion Dao crystals soon. I have already sent a notice to all the life immortals who were responsible for killing Ouyang Yuan to return. Only the guest elder, Elder Lu, could not be contacted at the moment. Currently, Elder Lu should be in the Ancient Star region. He is the life immortal who is closest to Ouyang Yuan. Lu Zong? That early profound realm puppet master? The sect leader of the pill sect muttered to himself. He had always thought highly of that puppet master. He had even given him a 9 revolutions death-chasing pill. Not good. Elder Lu's life plate is broken. Outside the main hall, 2 low-grade disciples suddenly rushed into the hall with a panicked look. Lu Zong is dead? The sect leader's eyes turned grim. He circulated the power of his medicine soul and calculated with his fingers. Lu Zong had consumed the death-chasing pill before. Even if the murderer's cultivation base was at the true immortal realm, he could still calculate the murderer's identity. After calculating, the sect leader's expression turned even darker. He was so angry that he laughed. Where is your subject? After that, he sent someone to Seven Fiends sect and told them that Xianxia's bounty had been raised to 10 billion. I don't need to do it myself. I want this kid to die under the pursuit of the immortals. What? 10 billion? Gui Chen's eyes widened in shock, but he did not dare to say anything more. He hurriedly left the great hall, once again ordering people to head to the Seven Fiend sect. The reward of 10 billion was enough for Ning Fan to face the true immortal tribulation. It seemed like the sect master really hated this Xianxia to the core. If he didn't let this kid die in the hands of the immortals, the hatred in his heart wouldn't be appeased. After the bounty was raised to 10 billion, perhaps it wouldn't be long before Xianxia's name would spread throughout the entire eastern sky. After that, it was an endless pursuit. The process of the Slaughter Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony was different every time. In this year's disciple recruitment ceremony, the key item in the first round of assessment was the Slaughter Badge. In the first round of assessment, the participating cultivators had to hand over all their slaughter badges, and the results would be recorded according to the number of badges they had. Cultivators ranked in the top 1,000 would be able to pass the first round. The rest of the participants would be eliminated. There were 3 types of slaughter badges. A bronze badge cost 5 points. It could be purchased directly from the Slaughter Palace and cost 10 million Dao crystals. A silver badge cost 50 points. It couldn't be purchased from the Slaughter Palace. It could only be obtained from the Slaughter Pavilion in the main star of a mid-grade star region. The way to obtain it was to challenge the Pavilion Master. If you win, you would get a Slaughter Badge. A gold badge cost 1,000 points. You had to challenge the Pavilion Master of the Slaughter Pavilion in a high-grade star region. If you win, you would get a gold badge. Other than the bronze badge, the other 2 types of badges were not allowed to be obtained with the help of any outsiders. Demon pets and puppets were the exceptions. Each cultivator could only obtain a badge from a slaughter pavilion once. The badges obtained by one's strength could be sold to other cultivators. If other cultivators obtained the badges, they could kill them and seize their badges. The rules of this year's disciple recruitment ceremony had just been announced 1 or 2 years ago. Many cultivators who wanted to participate were busy challenging the Pavilion Master of the Slaughter Pavilion and collecting badges. No one challenged the gold badges. After all, the Pavilion Master of the high-grade Slaughter Pavilion was at least at the peak Ghost Profound Realm. Which cultivator with a skeletal age below 30,000 years could defeat such an old monster? Those who could challenge the silver badges were already considered strong. The Pavilion Masters of the mid-grade Slaughter Pavilion were at least at the Rogue Immortal Realm. Occasionally, some of them were at the mysterious Life Immortal Realm. Ning Fan calculated that he would pass through more than 200 mid-grade star regions along the way. If he challenges the Pavilion Masters of the mid-grade star regions along the way, he should be able to obtain a lot of silver badges. It shouldn't be difficult to pass the first round of the competition. He opened the star door again and crossed the star regions. After passing through a few low-grade star regions, the first mid-grade star region came into his sight. Nuan Air, do you know which star region this is? Ning Fan was just hurrying along the direction of the Emperor Star Disk. Without the star disk of this star region, he naturally had no idea where this place was. Little furball, it seems like your father has no sense of direction. This star region is close to the ancient star region. There are many fire veins on the cultivation planets. He can easily guess that this is the purple flame star region, but he actually doesn't know about it. Ouyang Yuan was playing with the little furball. She was in a good mood. I don't know much about the star regions near the ancient star region. Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly. Then, his gaze swept across the few cultivation planets nearby. Seeing that the cultivation planets here were indeed filled with fire veins, a thought flashed through his mind. I wonder where the main star of the purple flame star region is. I think the fire veins on the main star of the purple flame star region must be excellent and suitable for refining soul jades. If I want to go to the main star, I need to get an astrolabe first. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he turned the ancient sword into a ray of golden sword light and carried Ouyang Yuan straight towards a low-grade cultivation planet nearby. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan returned from that low-grade cultivation planet. He borrowed a purple flame astrolabe from the star lord of that planet and went straight to the purple flame star. The purple flame star was a mid-grade cultivation planet. It was not a large-scale trading planet. The number of life immortals on it was also not as many as the number of life immortals on the purple flame star. Looking at the appearance of this star, there seemed to be some traces of damage on it, and the traces were very fresh. Ning Fan was speechless. Could it be that these traces of damage were caused by Wu Chen? Since Wu Chen had gone to a few star regions nearby, he probably came to the purple flame star region as well. Before entering the star, Ning Fan first used the rain technique to sense the number of life immortals on this star. There were only 2 life immortals guarding the purple flame star. Both of them were at the early human profound realm. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he was no longer as fearful as before when he encounters early human profound realm life immortals again. Outside the purple flame star, a group of void refinement realm cultivators who were in charge of patrolling immediately spread their spirit sense to check when they saw Ning Fan's sword light flying towards them. After noticing that Ning Fan was a peak level 9 break realm cultivator, their attitude became extremely respectful. The 2 life immortal star lords had instructed them to treat cultivators at Ning Fan's level with courtesy if they encounter them. We, the cultivators of the purple flame star, greet Senior. May I know where Senior is heading to? We are willing to lead the way for Senior. It's all right. I know the way. Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the ancient sword and headed straight for the star. Before entering the star, he had already used the heaven-peering rain technique to observe the surroundings of this star. How could he not know the way? The patrolling cultivators cupped their fists and lowered their heads, sending Ning Fan off with their eyes. On the purple flame star, the best place to have fire veins was the star capital. Both of the life immortals were guarding the star capital. Both of them were fire cultivators. The slaughter pavilion was also located in the star capital. Outside the purple flame city, Ning Fan kept his ancient sword and gently held Ouyang Yuan's waist. Then, he leaped and landed on the ground. As soon as they arrived at the city, a group of cultivators immediately came out of the city gate to welcome them. The reason why they treated Ning Fan with such courtesy was because Ning Fan was a peak level 9 break realm cultivator. On this purple flame star, excluding the 2 life immortals, the strongest experts were people like Ning Fan. At the same time when the group of cultivators came out of the city gate to welcome Ning Fan, 2 extremely obscure spirit senses lightly scanned Ning Fan's body. The owners of these 2 spirit senses were naturally the 2 life immortal star lords of the purple flame star. Their spirit senses were slightly weak and seemed to be slightly injured. After the spirit sense scanned Ning Fan, it immediately withdrew and did not stay on him for a long time. Seeing that Ning Fan was not a life immortal who was hiding his cultivation base, the 2 of them naturally would not pay too much attention to him. Even though the 2 life immortal star lords would not pay attention to Ning Fan, 3 rogue immortal old men flashed and went out of the city gate to welcome him. They cupped their fists and greeted Ning Fan politely. Fellow Taoist, I have never seen you before. May I know how to address you? Among the 3 of them, an old man in white robes asked with a smile. My Dao name is Xianxia. Ning Fan did not have the intention to hide his identity. After all, as long as these three rogue immortals investigate him, they would find out that he was a bounty devil. Old ancestor Xianxia, who was offering a bounty of 30 million gold coins. The expressions of the three old men changed slightly. They were in charge of the Purple Flame City. Naturally, they had heard about some of the more notorious bounty devils. This time, when the two obscure life immortal Star Lord spirit senses scanned Ning Fan's body again, they carried a hint of fear and a desire to please him. The expressions of the three old men only changed for an instant. Then, they regained their composure and smiled awkwardly at Ning Fan. So fellow Taoist is old ancestor Xianxia. This is the first time I've heard of fellow Taoist's name, so I lost my composure a little. May I know what is your relationship with the Ghost Face Pavilion Master of the Ancient Star Region? Friend. Ning Fan's mind raced and he seemed to have understood something. When Wu Qin came to this place to rob things, he must have mentioned me. Otherwise, the rogue immortals and the life immortal Star Lords would not turn pale at the mention of my name. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk 2 life immortal Star Lords hurriedly flew out of the city. They did not have the time to recuperate and directly appeared outside the city gate. The two of them landed on the ground and turned into an old man in red robes and an old woman in purple robes. Both of them were at the early human profound realm. At this moment, their expressions were extremely complicated. They squeezed out a smile awkwardly. Even though their cultivation levels were higher than Ning Fan's, they still cupped their fists and greeted him politely. Hee hee. It seems like little friend is the friend that the pavilion master mentioned before. That ghost face pavilion master came here some time ago and purchased some jade slips for the Star Gate. He also told us to take good care of Taoist Xianxia if he passes by the star in the future. Otherwise, asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Needless to say, these two life immortal realm experts had been severely threatened by Wu Qin. Thus, they would not dare to show any disrespect towards Ning Fan. Don't worry, seniors. I will only stay on the Violet Fire Star for a few days before leaving. I won't cause any trouble here. Seniors, your injuries haven't healed yet, so it's better for you to go back and recuperate first. I'll just stroll around the Purple Fire City. Ning Fan cupped his fists towards the two Fate Immortals and the three Rogue Immortals. Then, he pulled Ouyang Wan and entered the Purple Flame City. Seeing that Ning Fan was much friendlier than Wu Chen and was not someone who was difficult to serve, the two life immortals heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Ning Fan wasn't here to look for trouble. That was good. The two of them secretly ordered all the shops in the city not to neglect Ning Fan if they encounter him. They had to treat him well. Ouyang Wan was in a very good mood when her hand was held by Ning Fan. She even hummed a song softly. However, when Ouyang Wan realized that Ning Fan had brought her to a hot spring palace, she could not help but blush. Why did you bring me here? This was a place where many cultivators and Tao companions were deeply in love. Didn't you see how many Tao companions were bathing together in this place? This is the strongest place in the Purple Fire Star. The fire elemental power in the hot spring here is extremely strong. If I refine the soul jade in this place, I'm sure I'll get twice the result with half the effort. Are you sure that you came here to help me refine the soul jade and not to take advantage of me? Ouyang Wan looked at Ning Fan with uncertainty. I promise I won't take advantage of you. Do you want to come in and take a bath? Ning Fan teased. I think I won't go in. You can go by yourself. Ouyang Wan avoided his eyes and turned around, trying to escape. However, Ning Fan grabbed her wrist and pulled her inside. I want the hot spring pavilion that has the best fire vein in this place. Ning Fan casually took out 10,000 Tao crystals and handed them to the manager of the hot spring palace. The manager was a divine transformation realm cultivator. As soon as he saw the appearance of the newcomer, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, I don't need so many Tao crystals. Even the hot spring pavilion that has the best fire vein only needs 1,000 Tao crystals a day, then I'll pay for 10 days first. Ning Fan did not know how many days he would need to refine the soul jade. Very soon, a delicate maid walked out. She led Ning Fan and Ouyang Wan into the number 1 hot spring pavilion. The manager of the hot spring palace pondered for a moment. Then, he called 6 to 7 of the most beautiful maids and instructed them in a low voice. Tonight, all of you will go and serve that senior. Remember, you must make him feel comfortable. You must never offend him. There were hundreds of hot spring pavilions in the hot spring palace. Each pavilion had a mind-isolating formation. Even ordinary void fragmentation experts would not be able to pry into other people's baths. The Heaven No. 1 hot spring pavilion had a particularly strong mind-isolating formation. Even mortal profound life immortals would not be able to pry into it. The maidservant who was leading the way deliberately swayed her soft waist in front of Ning Fan. Occasionally, she would turn around and look at Ning Fan with a hint of seductiveness. She was not a virgin. She was just a harmonious spirit female cultivator. If she could gain Ning Fan's pity and have a night of pleasure, the benefits would be great. If Ning Fan casually gave her some pills, it would be enough for her to use for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not look at her from the beginning to the end. His eyes were always looking at Ouyang Wan, who was beside him, with a smile. "You are very nervous." "Why?" Ning Fan teased. "No, why?" "No, I'm not nervous." Ouyang Wan's mind gradually went blank. Her thoughts became sluggish. "I think what you are worried about is unlikely to happen. I don't like to take advantage of others." Ning Fan smiled again. "Then you promise?" Ouyang Wan looked at Ning Fan with a short breath. "I can't promise." "Pervert. If you dare to take advantage of me, I will release my little furball to bite you." "All right. If you release your little furball to bite me, I will take advantage of you." At this moment, Ouyang Wan was not as indifferent as before. Instead, she showed the shyness of a little girl. Ning Fan found it interesting. He would tease Ouyang Wan from time to time. The maid leading the way was disappointed. She did not understand what was so good about the ugly woman beside Ning Fan. Why would Ning Fan spend so much effort to please her? Yes, in the eyes of outsiders, Ouyang Wan was just an old and ugly woman. Besides, Ouyang Wan's current chi was too weak. She was just like an early harmonious spirit cultivator. How could a mere harmonious spirit servant notice that Ouyang Wan was a void fragmentation fourth heavenly layer expert? When they arrived at the Heaven No. 1 hot spring pavilion, the maid looked at Ning Fan affectionately. She felt that her cultivation base and appearance were above Ouyang Wan. She felt that even Ouyang Wan had a chance to get close to Ning Fan. She also had a chance. "Senior, don't you need beauties to serve you?" Her expression was 30% charming and 70% gentle. She was exactly the type that many men liked. Ouyang Wan frowned. She didn't like this kind of loose woman who offered herself as a pillow. "No need, you can leave now. While you're at it, tell your shopkeeper that I don't need other women to serve me. She's enough. While I'm in the hot spring pavilion, anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy." Ning Fan's tone was cold without any warmth. The harmonious spirit maid felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless ice cave. Her whole body was trembling. She had forgotten that the person standing in front of her was a tyrannical devil, an esteemed guest. He was not someone she could casually seduce. Without any hesitation, the harmonious spirit maid hurriedly excused herself. Those beautiful female cultivators who were preparing to climb into Ning Fan's bed turned pale. None of them dared to go to the pavilion to serve Ning Fan. "Didn't you hear what Ning Fan said? Any trespassers will be killed without mercy." Ning Fan and Ouyang Wan entered the hot spring pavilion. Although it was called a pavilion, it was actually a small palace. On the first floor of the pavilion, there was a huge hot spring with a stone path leading to a secluded place. The fire elemental energy was extremely dense. On the second floor of the pavilion, there were pill refinement rooms, weapon refinement rooms, cultivation rooms, and other facilities. Naturally, there was also a place where one could have sex. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not come here to have sex with Ouyang Wan. Otherwise, he could have left a good memory in this place. "Harry Ball's father, aren't you a cultivator of the yin-yang transformation? Why didn't you take away those human cauldrons that came knocking on your door?" Ouyang Wan asked with a smile. She did not like that kind of woman at first. Since Ning Fan had chased away those women, she was naturally in a good mood. "Aren't you just a ready-made human cauldron? Why do you need them?" As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he spent several 100 million Dao crystals in the hot spring pavilion to set up an immortal formation. He just wanted to be careful. He was here to help Ouyang Wan refine the soul jade. Naturally, he did not want any accidents to happen. After setting up the formation, Ning Fan took out the jade box that contained the soul jade and placed it beside the hot spring. Then, he took off his storage pouch and kept the cauldron ring into his body. Then, he began to take off his clothes. You. What are you doing? Ouyang Wan turned around in embarrassment. The moment she turned around, she clearly saw that Ning Fan was stripping himself naked in an extremely familiar manner. Take off your clothes and soak yourself in the hot spring. Ning Fan took the jade box and sat down in the hot spring. The water in the pool was barely above his chest. With the reddish water covering the pool, he could not see what was going on under the water. Sensing the unusually dense fire elemental power in the pool, Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction. The fire elemental power in this place is very dense. Quickly come down and soak yourself in the pool. Take the soul jade and refine it. Turn your back to me. I will help you refine this jade. The fire veins in any place on the purple flame star are not weak. Why do you have to choose this place? Ouyang Wan was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She still felt that Ning Fan wanted to take advantage of her. When she approached the hot spring, she suddenly lowered her head and saw her face in the water. Ouyang Wan smiled self-deprecatingly. She had forgotten. She had really forgotten, that she was no longer the #1 beauty of the medicine sect. She was just an ugly old woman, because Ning Fan had been treating her the same as before. She had actually forgotten the fact that she had become ugly. It was ridiculous that she was still worried that Ning Fan would take advantage of her. If he really wanted to take advantage of her, there were plenty of beauties outside the door. Why would he need to take advantage of an ugly woman like her? All right. I'll come down right away. Wait for a moment. Ouyang Wan sighed faintly. Harry Ball, who was in her bosom, looked at the steaming hot spring and shivered a little. It was unwilling to get into the water. Ling Zai liked cold but feared heat. He hated being soaked in hot water. Ouyang Wan threw Harry Ball to the side of the pool and took out a small pill bottle from her sleeve. She poured out a few pills and fed them to it. Then, she gently gritted her teeth and turned her back to Ning Fan. She gently removed her veil and began to unbutton her clothes one by one. Anyway, I don't have anything to look at now. If you want to look at me, go ahead. Pieces of thin veil gently fell to the ground. After removing her stockings, Ouyang Wan walked into the hot spring with a calm heart and walked towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked at Ouyang Wan playfully and said with a faint smile. Nuan, why do you want to take off your clothes? There's no rule that says that I must take off my clothes when refining the soul jade, right? Didn't you take off your clothes? Why you? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you don't need to take off your clothes? I'm used to taking off my clothes to soak in the bath. I'll take off mine. You really don't need to learn from me. Ning Fan teased her. Plop Ouyang Wan, who was originally calm, immediately blushed when Ning Fan's gaze landed on her. She suddenly sat down in the pool and covered her chest with her arms, splashing water everywhere. Damn it. When she saw Ning Fan taking off his clothes, she subconsciously followed suit and took off her clothes. She was not here to take a bath. She was here to refine the soul jade. It did not matter whether she took off her clothes or not. She must have been out of her mind to take off her clothes like Ning Fan did. I didn't expect that an intelligent girl like Nuan would also have moments of foolishness. Hold the soul jade and turn your back to me. I will help you refine this jade. Don't worry. I won't peek at you. Ouyang Wan's neck turned red. She thought to herself. You've already seen everything, alright? Even though it's not that pretty, the moment she held the soul jade, her hands immediately froze at a slow speed. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a place with dense fire elemental energy, with her current cultivation base, perhaps her entire body would have been frozen by the soul jade in an instant. Is the reason why Ning Fan chose this place to refine the soul jade really because the fire elemental energy here is strong enough? Ouyang Wan's eyelids drooped slightly. She did not know if she was disappointed or relieved. She turned around and sat with her back facing Ning Fan, exposing her entire back to him. She did not think that her dry and wrinkled skin would be able to arouse his interest. Traces of ice began to freeze her hands. The frost gradually spread up her arms. Ouyang Wan gritted her teeth and tried to refine the soul jade and break the ice seal with her own strength. However, she could not do it no matter what. All of a sudden, her body tensed up because a warm palm was moving up and down her back, which was not smooth at all. Ning Fan's hand was touching her body intimately. Traces of heat from the devil flames flowed from her back to her entire body. Gradually, all the frost on her body melted. What felt even hotter was not the devil flames but her burning cheeks. Fortunately, she was ugly right now. Otherwise, she would definitely die of embarrassment in this hot spring. Don't let your imagination run wild. Focus on refining the soul jade. Ning Fan's tone was calm. As expected, he did not have the slightest desire. After knowing this fact, Ouyang Wan felt slightly disappointed again. When a woman is so ugly that she cannot arouse the interest of the person she likes even when she is naked, how sad is that? Wait a minute. Like? When did I like Ning Fan? She suddenly felt afraid of her own thoughts. After thinking about it carefully, if she did not like Ning Fan, why would she come to such an ambiguous place with him half-heartedly? Ning Fan, why you're so perverted? Ouyang Wan suddenly felt that someone had touched her buttocks. She turned around and glared at Ning Fan, holding the soul jade in one hand and covering her breasts with the other. How did I pervert you? Ning Fan rubbed his forehead helplessly. He just wanted to help Ouyang Wan refine the soul jade. Why did she have so many thoughts in her head? Ow. The criminal took the initiative to admit her guilt. She was playing in the water, sticking out her little tongue from time to lick Ouyang Wan. Why is it you? Stinky furball? Ouyang Wan grabbed the furball and threw it back to the edge of the pool. She thought that it was Ning Fan who did it just now. It turned out that it was the little furball who was playing tricks. Well, that was true. She was so ugly now. Ning Fan would only touch her buttocks out of boredom. Are you very disappointed? Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He looked at Ouyang Wan with a faint smile. Why would I be disappointed? Let's continue refining the soul jade. All right. Just as Ouyang Wan turned around, she suddenly felt her waist being wrapped by a strong arm and hugged from behind. Immediately after, she felt her cold back pressing against Ning Fan's warm chest. To be honest, the current Ouyang Wan was really not ugly. However, she could not be considered as the #1 beauty of the medicine sect. Even though her hair was white and her skin was slightly wrinkled, her eyes and brows were still very lively and beautiful. Besides, after absorbing some of the power of the soul jade, Ouyang Wan's skin actually became somewhat tender. The soul jade could not extend her lifespan, but it could slightly restore her former beauty. After losing her beauty, Ouyang Wan felt extremely inferior. That was why she felt that she was not attractive in any way. It should be said that Ning Fan's willpower was too strong. After all, for cultivators who practiced dual cultivation methods, if their willpower was not strong enough, they would directly be devoured by the method. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Ouyang Wan felt that her heart was beating very fast. Her body turned soft and leaned against Ning Fan's chest, unable to move at all. Just refine the soul jade like this. Let me take a little advantage of you. What do you think? Ning Fan teased. Ouyang Wan was speechless. She thought to herself. You're already taking advantage of me. I'm already soft. How can I resist? Ning Fan extended his left hand and held Ouyang Wan's left hand that was holding the jade, helping her refine the soul jade. As for his right hand, he stroked her lower abdomen from left to right, not moving up or down. Indeed, he was only taking a little advantage of her. For some reason, Ouyang Wan's face became hotter and hotter. However, her heart became calmer and calmer. Traces of coolness spread from her palm to her body. It felt very comfortable. Ouyang Wan actually fell asleep peacefully. She slept for 10 days. After Ouyang Wan fell asleep, Ning Fan stopped teasing her. He heaved a sigh and closed his eyes, focusing on helping her refine the soul jade. Like the dry land that had been rejuvenated and moisturized, Ouyang Wan's skin became as delicate as before. Her face was as beautiful as before. Her perky and round breasts were so alluring that it made Ning Fan's breathing stop occasionally. Only her white hair was still so eye-catching. It was a sign that she was nearing the end of her lifespan. After eating and drinking her fill, the little furball lay beside the pond and slept for a few days. Ning Fan hugged the softness in his arms. All the thoughts in his heart turned into pity when he saw her white hair. As he stroked Ouyang Wan's incomparably soft and smooth hair, his eyes gradually filled with determination. He must obtain the longevity jade no matter what. I seem to have slept for a long time. I'm still a little sleepy. The woman in his arms gently moaned and rubbed her eyes, as if she had not woken up yet. Ouyang Wan gently turned over on Ning Fan's chest. Her pair of tender and white arms subconsciously wrapped around Ning Fan's neck and rested her head on his chest. Her two big white buns pressed against Ning Fan's body softly. It felt really good to the touch. Suddenly, Ouyang Wan was jolted awake. She opened her eyes in disbelief and found herself nestled in Ning Fan's arms in such an ambiguous manner. For a moment, she felt like dying. We. She suddenly pushed Ning Fan away. She was so nervous that she could not speak coherently. Nothing happened between us. However, the soul jade has been completely refined. The current you is very seductive. Ning Fan deliberately scanned her body with his scorching eyes. Only then did Ouyang Wan notice that her skin was very fair and tender, just like before. She hurriedly stood up from the hot spring and observed her fair and tender skin, perfect legs and slender feet. She found it hard to believe. For a moment, she did not notice that her actions had shown Ning Fan such a beautiful scene. I think I can't hold it in any longer. Ning Fan's faint voice suddenly entered Ouyang Wan's ears. After being stunned for a moment, her face turned red all of a sudden. Ning Fan was sitting right in front of her legs. She slightly parted her legs and displayed her most alluring posture, displaying her most beautiful parts to Ning Fan. Those who did not know better would think that she was seducing Ning Fan. When Ning Fan said he couldn't hold it in, of course, he was referring to that pervert. Ouyang Wan hurriedly ran out of the hot spring and picked up the clothes on the ground. Then, she grabbed the little furball that was sleeping soundly and ran to the second floor to change her clothes. Her heart was still thumping wildly. Ning Fan looked at Ouyang Wan's fleeing appearance and nodded satisfyingly. After the bet that day, Ouyang Wan regained her will to live on. This time, the charm and gentleness had truly untied the knot in her heart that made her feel ashamed of her inferiority. As long as she could find the longevity jade and completely solve the problem of her lifespan, she could return to the happy and peaceful life in the past. Longevity jade, Ning Fan's expression suddenly turned cold and his face was covered with frost. After leaving the hot spring palace, he was afraid that there would be countless battles waiting for him to fight. It was too difficult to join the slaughter palace as a cultivator from the outside world. However, no matter what, he had to join the slaughter palace. After all, this was the first step to obtaining the longevity jade, and this was just the first step. There were still many things that he needed to do. Screech, a joyful cry suddenly sounded from the cauldron ring, directly reaching Ning Fan's heart. The moment Ning Fan heard that cry, his eyes lit up with joy. Niali had already broken out of his demon cocoon. After breaking out of his shell this time, he actually broke through to the early profound realm. With Niali's help, his journey would probably be much safer. Ning Fan nodded satisfyingly. Then, he took out the jade slip of the 3 flowers at once prominence and carefully studied it. The 3 flowers were the heaven flower, the earth flower and the human flower. The human flower was lead-colored, the earth flower was silver and the heaven flower was golden. According to the jade slip, if one cultivates the 3 flowers at once prominence to the peak of the ancient divine ability, they would be able to endure 10,000 tribulations without perishing. This jade slip was incomplete. It only recorded the cultivation method of the first flower, the human flower. Ning Fan possessed the divine blood of a king-grade divine blood. Moreover, it was an extraordinary divine blood of an ancient divine god. Thus, he was qualified to cultivate this technique. Cultivating this technique required a large amount of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. In the Eastern Heaven, one stock of 1 million years old spiritual herbs could be sold for at least a few hundred million Dao crystals. He still had 14 stalks of 1 million years old spiritual herbs in his possession. They seemed to be enough to cultivate the lowest level of this technique. The first lead-colored lotus had a total of 12 petals. 14 stalks of 1 million years old spiritual herbs were almost enough to turn the first illusory petal into the color of lead. 7 days later, Ningfan wore white robes while Ouyang Yuan wore green robes. The two of them arrived outside the slaughter pavilion in the Purple Fire City. "Pavilion Master, please come out and fight me," Ningfan said loudly. At this moment, the spirit sense of countless old monsters in the entire Purple Fire City swept towards Ningfan's location. "Are you here for the silver badge?" "Yes. If so, even if you are Pavilion Master Wu's friend, I won't show you any mercy." "It doesn't matter." "All right. I will accept this battle." A silver-robed old man with blood-red eyes appeared in the sky with a flash of blood-red light. As the Pavilion Master of the Slaughter Pavilion, he had the obligation to accept the challenge of any void fragmentation realm cultivator who was below 30,000 years old. Of course, he was responsible for his own life and death. "It's the Pavilion Master of this pavilion, Chang Yuanzi. Rumor has it that he is already an expert who is half a step into the life immortal realm. I wonder if that old devil Xianxia can defeat him. I'm afraid that old devil Xianxia's chances of winning are very slim. You may not know this, but Chang Yuanzi has even killed a devil with a bounty of 100 million. That old devil Xianxia only has a bounty of 30 million. I'm afraid he will lose for sure." "Not necessarily. The bounty only represents the degree of hatred of the enemy. It can't accurately measure cultivator's strength. I feel that even if old devil Xianxia can't win, he won't lose. Perhaps they will end up in a draw." Just as everyone was discussing, the two old monsters at the life immortal realm had already arrived. They stood in the sky and looked at Ningfan nervously. Chang Yuanzi was a man of his words. When he said that he would not show mercy to Ningfan, he definitely would not. However, Ningfan was a distinguished guest whom Wu Chen had told them to take good care of. If the two of them really let Ningfan die in Chang Yuanzi's hands, Wu Chen would definitely not let them go. "Once little friend Xianxia is in trouble, we will immediately take action." The life immortal old man and the old woman exchanged glances. Both of them were prepared to take action at any time. Chang Yuanzi's aura force became stronger and stronger. Then, he suddenly said, "Make your move." "As you wish." **Chi** before Ningfan's indifferent voice could completely spread, his figure had already appeared in the sky. 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Chang Yuanzi. Chang Yuanzi's eyes flashed with ferocious light. He waved his sleeve and countless black rays flew out of it. They looked like a type of poisonous insects. This Chang Yuanzi was actually an insect cultivator. The spiritual insects that he reared were extremely powerful. Even an early mortal profound realm life immortal realm expert would be bitten by them if they were caught off guard. Ningfan looked at the poisonous insects that blotted out the sky. His eyes were as calm as water. All of a sudden, he raised his finger and pointed at the clouds. Illusory lotus shadows immediately filled the sky. In an instant, there were already 1 million lotus shadows. There seemed to be a massive defensive power within the lotus shadows. The 1 million lotus shadows were like a wall that blocked the insect's path. Not a single one of them could break through the barrier of the lotus shadows. Each of the illusory lotus flowers had a single petal that was the color of lead. This is the ancient divine ability, 3 flowers at once prominence. The expressions of the two life immortal realm experts changed. This technique was extremely difficult to find and it was said to be extremely difficult to master. Unexpectedly, Ningfan actually found it and even mastered it. With 1 million lotus shadows in the sky, even if the two of them attacked with their full strength, it would be very difficult for them to break through the layers of lotus shadows. After all, Chang Yuanzi was not a life immortal realm expert. *Chi** a ray of blood-red light suddenly flashed and Ningfan disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, other than the two life immortal realm experts, no one could clearly see how he attacked. All they saw was Chang Yuanzi's face filled with disbelief. There was a ghastly sword wound on his chest and he fell from the sky while coughing out blood. The dignified half-step life immortal realm expert was actually defeated by Ningfan in a single exchange. That is. The two life immortal realm experts looked at each other in horror. the moment Ning Fan attacked, his devil sense enveloped his body and turned into a blood devil. With just a single attack, he severely injured Chang Yuanzi. At that moment, Ning Fan even gave the two life immortal realm experts a feeling that he was extremely dangerous and difficult to defeat. Even though this young man has yet to become an immortal, the two of us might not necessarily be his match. The two life immortal realm experts muttered to themselves in shock. Chang Yuanzi fell heavily to the ground and looked at Ning Fan with unwillingness. In the end, he smiled bitterly. He did not show mercy. The one who showed mercy was Ning Fan. If Ning Fan wanted to, he would already be a dead man. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Daoist. This is the silver badge of this pavilion. Take it, fellow Daoist. Chang Yuanzi struggled to his feet and took out a silver badge from his storage pouch. With a flick of his finger, he gave it to Ning Fan. When Ning Fan received the silver badge, he saw the words 875 written on it. He guessed that it was the badge number of this pavilion. The first badge was now in his hands. After keeping the badge, Ning Fan landed on the ground. He grabbed Ouyang Wan, who was smiling sweetly, and flew away on his sword. In the end, he did not stay on this star for long. Since he had already obtained the badge of this place, he would go to the other mid-grade star regions along the way and continue to obtain more badges. ****, Pavilion Master Chang Yuanzi is actually no match for old devil Xianxia. Only after Ning Fan left did countless cultivators react. They gasped in astonishment. The scene that they saw today was really too shocking. However, something even more shocking happened 1 month later. 1 month later, the Slaughter Palace issued a bounty with a sky-high price. Old devil Xianxia had 10 billion Dao crystals on his head, regardless of life or death. In just one day, the entire eastern heaven was in an uproar. Countless cultivators wanted to know why a mere void fragmentation realm expert like Ning Fan could have a bounty of 10 billion Dao crystals. There were also countless life immortal realm experts and a few true immortal realm experts who were eager to take action. They searched everywhere for the number 1 fat sheep in the eastern heaven and madly inquired about its whereabouts, the fat sheep that was worth 10 billion Dao crystals. To be continued. Midgrade Starfield, Woodfall Starfield. In the quiet starry sky, bounty hunters could be seen coming and going from time to time. They had the same bounty in their hands, and the news of it had spread throughout the entire eastern heaven. Suddenly, a huge starry door appeared in the starry sky. Countless bounty hunters in the vicinity immediately rushed over and surrounded the stargate. All the old monsters stared at the starry door with cold and solemn expressions. When they saw a middle-aged couple walk out of the starry door, everyone's breathing became heavy. Quick, let's see if this person is the fat sheep. Divine senses immediately swept toward the middle-aged man outside the starry door. It was a burly man in white with a face full of scars and an extremely ferocious expression. Beside the man in white stood a white-haired beautiful woman. She was not stunning, but she had a gentle appearance. In her arms was a black fur ball. Its bloodline was very dirty, and it was impossible to tell its breed. It's not Daoist Xianxia. There's no white-haired ugly woman. There's no true blood spirit selection. There's no golden sword shadow. There's no disguise. Alright, they're not fat sheep. Let them go. After the group of people checked, they shook their heads and sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, another starry door opened in the distance. A group of old monsters immediately rushed toward the starry door and surrounded it. A skinny young man in white walked out of the starry door. As soon as the young man walked out of the starry door, he saw that he was surrounded by countless people and immediately trembled. You, what do you want? Kill. There are traces of disguise on his face. It's very likely that he's a fat sheep. I'd rather not let him go. The group of old monsters laughed sinisterly. Without saying a word, they chopped the young man in white into minced meat, leaving only his head and sealing the remnant of his primordial spirit. An old monster who was good at disguise changed his hand's seal and raised his hand to wipe the head's face. Immediately, his expression became extremely ugly. I killed the wrong person. Damn it. He's not a fat sheep. Damn it, what bad luck. I've killed 17 or 18 wrong people today. Boom, another star door opened in the distance, and a group of old monsters rushed over. The middle-aged man's gaze gradually became extremely gloomy, and the beautiful middle-aged woman beside him suddenly giggled. Her laughter was crisp and sweet, like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Furball's father, you've harmed yet another innocent life. Ouyang who was disguised as a beautiful middle-aged woman, laughed hysterically. Innocent? Innocent people wouldn't go out and disguise themselves. Besides, the Seven Fiends sect has placed a bounty of 10 billion on me for no reason. I'm the one who's innocent. The Seven Fiends sect is merely a force at the mid-human profound realm. Even I would consider it a lot to offer a bounty of 1 billion. How could they offer 10 billion Dao crystals? They obviously can't afford 10 billion Dao crystals. Ning Fan, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, wore an extremely cold expression. He very much wanted to know who instructed Seven Fiends sect to raise the reward to 10 billion. Spending 10 billion Dao crystals to kill a void fragmentation realm cultivator like me. How much does this person hate me? Could it be a pill ancestor? Ouyang rubbed her forehead as her beautiful eyes turned cold. She was not as gloating as she seemed on the surface. In fact, she was very worried about Ning Fan. That was why she took out 2 Peak 8th Revolution disguising pills to forcefully disguise herself and Ning Fan. That's about right. Other than the alchemy faction, I can't think of any other major force that would hate me so much. I'm sorry. I have implicated you. The person that pill sect wanted to kill was originally me, it doesn't matter. I already have an irreconcilable enmity with pill sect. Pill sect master, right. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a geomantic compass. His eyes flashed with killing intent for a brief moment before he quietly retracted it. This compass could be used to trace the whereabouts of the pill sect master. One day, Ning Fan would have this compass and he would be able to chase the sect master of the pill sect to the ends of the eastern heavens. Awoo, awoo. The little furball felt wronged and wanted to cry. She was so white, but her cruel father had painted her black. Did the bad father not know that even Ling Shui liked white? Daddy is bad, daddy is bad, daddy is bad, she whimpered incessantly, her voice delicate and pitiful. Actually, she was much more wrong than she was now. However, after Ning Fan fed her a trace of purplish-black demon blood, she became quiet for a few days and did not cry or make a fuss. Now, she began to throw a tantrum again. Furball's father, please feed a trace of your black demon blood to little Furball. She is about to cry again. Ouyang stroked the little Furball, feeling sorry for it. She did not know what the demon blood represented. If she did, she would certainly not have encouraged Ning Fan to feed it to the little Furball. That was the ancestral blood of the Fuli clan, even though it was just a trace of it. Little thing, did I owe you in my previous life? Ning Fan had no choice but to force out a trace of the ancestral blood of the Fuli clan and feed it to the little Furball. The little Furball immediately felt extremely happy. It felt that it must be the happiest Ling Shui in the world. She could actually be fed with ancestral-level demon blood by her father. All of a sudden, it no longer felt the pain of being painted black. It snuggled comfortably in Ouyang arms and began to sleep. As for Ning Fan, he released a barrier of magic power to protect Ouyang and the ugly little thing, preventing them from being hurt by the wind of the void. Are we going to challenge the slaughter pavilion of Fallenwood Star? This Fallenwood Star is a large-scale trading planet. There are quite a number of life immortal realm experts there. Ouyang said with a hint of worry. I'm going. The medicinal power of your pills is very strong. Even a true immortal of the true crossing realm would have a hard time seeing through my disguise. If I can get the silver badge of Fallenwood Star, I will have the 5th badge. Moreover, I need to purchase a large amount of 1 million years old spiritual herbs to cultivate my secret technique. You won't mind if I use your money to buy pills, right? Of course not. Ouyang smiled faintly. Let's go. I can't use the golden escaping sword anymore. It has almost become my signature. Fortunately, my cultivation base has improved tremendously. My speed is not any slower than the ancient sword. It's just that I need to use more magic power. Ning Fan naturally held Ouyang soft waist and flew towards a low-grade cultivation planet. After borrowing the star compass from the lord of that planet, Ning Fan traveled all the way to Fallenwood Star. On this planet, Ning Fan slightly concealed his strength. It was as if he had gone through a tough battle before he defeated the rogue immortal pavilion lord of the slaughter pavilion. He spent 1 billion Dao crystals on this planet to buy 4 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. Then, he went to the gambling house and brought Ouyang Yuan to cut 2 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs. He did not cut too many of them to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even so, after leaving Fallenwood Star, Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan were still targeted by some people. The ones who targeted Ning Fan were 2 early mortal profound realm life immortal realm experts. They did not attack Ning Fan because they had discovered his true identity. Instead, they felt that Ning Fan had quite a number of Dao crystals on him. He could be considered as a little fat sheep that they could plunder. The 2 of them were extremely cautious. When Ning Fan opened the star door, they did the same. After tailing Ning Fan for half of the star region, they finally showed up and blocked Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan's path. On that day, the starry sky of this place was filled with bloody light. There was also an evil cry of a demonic bird that resounded across the starry sky. A few abandoned stars that were very close to the battlefield were destroyed. After that battle, there was no longer any news about the 2 life immortal realm experts in this world. Spring went and autumn came. A year had passed. Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan had already traveled across hundreds of low-grade star regions, more than 30 mid-grade star regions and 2 high-grade star regions. This year was a very dangerous one. Ning Fan was extremely careful and never exposed his identity in front of others. No one knew his whereabouts. The 2nd year, the 3rd year, the 4th year, in the blink of an eye, it was the 8th year. Ning Fan already had nearly 200 silver badges in his hands. He could not defeat every single one of the slaughter pavilion lords. A few of them were actually at the mid-mortal profound realm while a few of them were at the late mortal profound realm. On an abandoned star, Ning Fan sat cross-legged in cultivation. After harmonizing the 1 million years old spiritual herbs, he used them to cultivate the secret technique of 3 flowers in one's prominence. For the past 8 years, Ning Fan would reveal his wealth in a low-profile manner every time he went to a trading star. He would buy a few tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs and kill 1 or 2 early mortal profound realm life immortal realm experts to replenish his Dao crystals. He had already used up nearly 300 tufts of 1 million years old spiritual herbs in order to cultivate the secret technique. Their value exceeded 60 billion Dao crystals. After plundering and plundering along the way, he still had more than 15 billion Dao crystals on him. He was not poor. After 8 years of arduous cultivation, he only managed to form the 2nd petal of the 1st flower of the 3 flowers in one's prominence. After going through 2 more mid-grade star regions and 1 high-grade star region, he would arrive at the Blood Sea star region. Ning Fan wanted to cultivate the 3rd petal of the lead flower before entering the Blood Sea star region. If he could cultivate the 3rd petal of the lead flower, his 3 flowers in one's prominence technique would be enough to defend against the attacks of mid-profound realm life immortal realm experts. If he uses this technique, almost no early profound realm expert would be able to hurt him. On the abandoned star, Ning Fan opened up a temporary immortal cave and went into seclusion to cultivate. As for Ouyang Yuan, she stayed in the Yuanya world and watched him with her 5-colored medicine soul as usual when Ning Fan could not spare any attention to protect her. To a cultivator, 8 years was nothing but a fleeting time. However, she was already satisfied with it. To her, it would be difficult for her to repeat these 8 years in her life. Within these 8 years, her master had secretly come to visit her once. When he saw Ouyang Yuan's happy smile, he sighed and left on his own. Even Ning Fan did not know about his arrival. Only Ouyang Yuan knew about it. Even if her master's chi was completely concealed, she could still sense it. Inside the immortal cave, Ning Fan sat in meditation with his eyes tightly closed. His fingers were holding a flower. What he was holding was a lotus flower. On the lotus flower, 2 of its petals had already turned into the color of lead. The 3rd petal was slowly being dyed into the color of lead. Time ticked by. Gradually, the 3rd petal completely turned into the color of lead. When the 3rd petal appeared, the lotus flower became even heavier. After a long time, the lotus flower turned into traces of light and dispersed. Ning Fan opened his eyes at the right time and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned Ouyang and smiled faintly. It's done. With this divine ability in hand, my chances of getting first place in this realm's competition are even higher. At the same time, I can also solve another problem before entering the Blood Sea Star region. The problem of 10 billion Dao crystals? Ouyang asked with a hint of worry. Before participating in the disciple recruitment competition, I must kill enough golden devils and at least 10 billion Dao crystals. Only then can I guarantee that no assassins from the Slaughter Palace will attack me after entering the Blood Sea Star region. If others wanted to kill me, I could hide, I could evade, I could deceive them. But if he wanted to join the slaughter hall, he would most likely have to reveal his true identity. Along the way, the Void Fragmentation Realm and Life Immortal Realm devils who died in my hands have already earned a total of more than 7 billion gold coins. I just need to kill 2 or 3 more Life Immortal Realm devils and I will be able to earn the 10 billion gold coins. After passing through 2 middle-level starfields and an upper-level starfield, we will reach the Blood Sea Starfield. Now that the grand ceremony is approaching, it will be difficult for me to protect you if anything happens. Therefore, you should stay in Xianxia world for the time being. Alright, but if something happens to you, I won't live alone either. Ouyang said bluntly. He didn't have that kind of affectionate expression, just a very normal tone. The reason why she hid in the Xianxia world was not because she was afraid of death. She just did not want to be a burden to him. This place was close to the Blood Sea Star region. There were just too many Life Immortal Realm and True Immortal Realm cultivators here. He was not sure if someone would recognize Ning Fan's true identity and attack him to obtain the 10 billion red coins. If such a thing really happened, she would certainly be a burden to Ning Fan if she stayed outside. She didn't want to hurt him. It'll be fine. Quickly enter the Xianxia world. Someone is coming. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. He kept Ouyang and the little furball into the Xianxia world and rose to his feet all of a sudden. Without saying anything else, he used the Black Devil escape art to travel 10 billion li * 500 m per li away. The reason why he could travel at such a fast speed was because there were 12 to 13 Life Immortal Realm flying lights heading straight for the abandoned star. Those 12 flying lights were as fast as Life Immortal Realm cultivators, but not all of them were Life Immortal Realm cultivators. Based on Ning Fan's senses, it seemed like there were 9 real Life Immortal Realm cultivators chasing after 4 cultivators. Among the 4 cultivators who were being chased, only one of them had broken through to the Life Immortal Realm while the other 3 were rogue immortals. The 3 of them had yet to attain immortality, but their strength was already comparable to Life Immortal Realm cultivators. Their bone ages were less than 30,000 years. They were rare young experts. As for the early Profound Realm Life Immortal Realm cultivator, his bone age was only 25,000 years. His innate talent was extremely high and his strength was also above most Life Immortal Realm cultivators at the same level as him. Damn it. That person actually left us in the lurch and ran away alone. The 4 young cultivators who were being chased were 3 men and 1 woman. At this moment, the woman was cursing Ning Fan in a low voice. Humph. Miss Chu's words are different. The cultivation world has always been cold and indifferent. Who cares about each other? If it wasn't because we were being chased by others in the competition, why would we join forces at the last moment? That person probably didn't know the pros and cons of the situation. That's why he ran away. If he knew that the next mid-grade star region has been completely sealed off and any cultivators who don't hand over their ordinary badges will be chased by those people, I wonder if he would still be so cold and leave us in the lurch. Another black-robed young man who was as skinny as a ghost sneered and said. Humph. Even though that person ran away quickly, judging from his chi, he hasn't attained the Life Immortal Realm. Even if he is willing to help us and fight against the enemies together, he is just another companion who is running away. He can't help us at all. Among the 4 of them, a fat young man with big ears said disdainfully. No. That person is very strong. He seems to be cultivating a type of secret technique. That secret technique is very powerful. This person isn't simple. His bone age is very young and his cultivation base has yet to break through to the Life Immortal Realm. The reason why he appeared in this place is probably because of the disciple recruitment competition. If this person understands our situation, he will certainly join forces with us and enter the mid-grade star region together. If this person joins us, we will most likely be able to defeat these troublesome people behind us. Among the four of them, the red-robed young man who was the leader said indifferently. With his cultivation base, he could fight against 3 people alone. The other 3 were also strong enough to fight against one of them. The red-robed young man had a premonition that Ning Fan, who had just left this place in a hurry, was not any weaker than him. It wouldn't be difficult for him to fight against 3 people alone. If this person helps us, we can temporarily fight against the 9 human profound life immortal realm experts behind us and wait for the arrival of our reinforcements. Chase. We must catch up to this person and drag him down to fight against the enemies together. The red-robed young man smiled evilly. The 4 of them chased after the direction where Ning Fan had fled. Ning Fan, who had fled 10 billion li * 500 m per li away, sensed the 13 rays of traveling light chasing after him from afar. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He was not willing to get involved in other people's business. However, the 4 people who had just fled actually wanted to drag him into this mess. It was really a little too much. To be continued. End of chapter 710. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.